Hello and welcome to IAS Baba. I am Ajitkumar PM. In this video, we are going to discuss about Economic Survey of Karnataka 2024-25, first chapter. So before starting this particular chapter, we should have a quick overview of Economic Survey factual details. So like this Economic Survey of Karnataka is brought to us by Department of Planning, Statistics and Program Implementation. So the first edition of such economic survey was released in 1978-79. This will be the 47th edition, that is in 2024-25. So here in this economic survey contains 13 chapters. So these 13 chapters discuss different sectors of Karnataka economy. So this includes, so you can see first chapter, that is state income, prices and inflation. So where we talk about GSDP, that is gross state domestic product, how it is changing over time. So whether it is, we also going to check out, so how the base year, so not base year, so you can say that real GSDP is changing over time, as well as nominal GSDP is changing over time. So all those things. Apart from that, even we so check out how prices are changing. So again, this particular thing, that is inflation, will be, so inflation will be measured by two different price indexes, that is WPI, wholesale price index, and consumer price index. So that data is also available in first chapter. Second chapter discusses about fiscal development and state finances. So how fiscal development in the sense, Karnataka government receives money from various routes. So that may be capital receipt or it may be related to revenue receipts. So what are the different sources of revenue? So all those things will be dealt in second chapter, that is fiscal development and state finances. And the third chapter will be investment and exports. So why Karnataka is attractive place for investment, that to foreign investments. So what are the advantages Karnataka has over other states? And what are the traditional exports Karnataka was known for? And in last 2 decades, how the export scenario changed in Karnataka. So all those things will be, all those things, data related to those things will be, in investment and exports chapter. The fourth chapter will be related to rural development. Rural development initiatives, what are the different initiatives made by Karnataka government, as well as there are several central sector schemes. So what is the achievement in those particular schemes? So that will be in rural development chapter, fourth chapter. Fifth chapter will be urban development. So urban development deals with urban area development, like schemes associated with urban area development, like Amrit City, Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So or it also includes Smart City Mission. So how BBMP has several challenges, and how they try to overcome these challenges with innovative ideas. So all those things will be dealt in urban development. So next chapter will be sixth chapter, agriculture and food management. So here we talk about agriculture and allied activities. What are the data related to those particular things, and what are the schemes implemented or adopted by Karnataka government and central sector schemes. So all those things will be discussed in agriculture and food management chapter. The seventh chapter will be natural resource management and environment. So it talks about water resources, or it also talks about mineral resources, all these resources, natural resources what we have, forest. So how we are going to address the challenges associated with these kind of resources. There are over exploitation related to all those things. How we are going to control those things. So in case of forest, we see deforestation or forest degradation. So what are the initiatives taken by the government in order to control those things? So all those things. And in environment, we even check out different perspective or different areas of climate changes. How we are trying to mitigate or adapt to these climate changes. So apart from that, here we also come across with disaster management. What are the new innovative ideas Karnataka government opted in order to minimize the risk associated with these natural calamities or disaster management. So all those things will be dealt in 7th chapter, natural resource management and environment. 8th chapter will be industry. Again, it talks about industrial sectors. So what are the data related to industrial sector, and so apart from that, it also focuses on schemes so related to industrial sector. 9th chapter will be skill, entrepreneurship, employment and labor welfare. So again, it talks about so labor perspective in industry itself. So how we are going to provide skill, or what are the challenges associated with skill development, entrepreneurship, so or even employment related issues, so and labor welfare. So and 10th chapter will be economic infrastructure. So here we talk about different infrastructural development, so like road, railway, all those things, and how we are going to so implement different schemes so related to these particular so sector, economic infrastructure. So apart from that, in 11th chapter we will discuss about human development again. So how human development index changed over time within Karnataka, so that too in different districts. So what are the major initiatives so which led to these kind of changes. So all those things will be dealt in human development chapter, 11th chapter. The 12th chapter will be related to good governance practices in Karnataka. So it focuses on majorly on e-governance. Again, not completely on e-governance, but majorly on e-governance. What are the e-governance initiatives taken by Karnataka, and how Karnataka government try to so give good governance or responsive governance to all its citizens. So those things will be discussed in 12th chapter. And the last 13th chapter will be Sustainable Development Goals or SDG. So we know that we have a plan to address certain 17 different goals. So in 2030, that is considered as Sustainable Development Goals. Like we have no poverty or zero hunger. So all those things will be so dealt in this particular chapter, 13th chapter. So we will have a look at what are these 17 sustainable development goals, how Karnataka or India is performing in achieving these particular goals, or what are the challenges associated with these. So if we are unable to achieve these things, so what are the challenges we need to address within 2030. Okay, so as of now, if we act early, so we can achieve in 2030. So what are the challenges we are facing as of now, so that need to be addressed. So that will be discussed in 13th chapter, Sustainable Development Goal. So these are the 13 chapters so included in this year's Karnataka Economic Survey. So in today's session, we will talk about first chapter, that is state income, prices and inflation. State income, prices and inflation, this chapter we will start. Okay, so before going to actually giving you all the factual data, so I will try to give you a conceptual data related to state income. Again, we have come across with a particular chapter in the static portion, that is national income, right? So you may heard about GDP, GNP, or you may be familiar with GDP, GNP or NDP, NNP, all these concepts, or per capita income. So let us revise those things. So when we consider GDP of a particular country, so GDP is production or products which are manufactured, or total monetary value of these products which are manufactured within the territory of certain country or certain economy. There are some exceptions, like, so if you consider embassies, even though it is outside the land territory of India, it will also considered as India. Okay, so those kind of exclusions are there, so exceptions are there, but still we will consider it as, so we have a major question when we are talking about GDP, so we are asking where it is produced. If it is to be considered in India's GDP, so then it should be produced within India. Okay, so when we ask a question where it is produced, if it is within India, so that will be considered as GDP. In case of GNP, we will ask a question which is who has produced it. So if it is produced by Indians, that will be considered in GNP. Okay, so how to see whether those who are produced are Indians or not? So we will check out citizenship. Okay, but in case of state, we don't have dual citizenship. In Indian situation, we don't have dual citizenship. So or in state, we don't have any citizenship. Okay, so we have citizenship for only country. Okay, so India we have only single citizenship, so that is for the country. So even within country we can move freely. So that means, so you can own a particular so stretch of industry or a particular firm. So in different state, even though you belong to certain state like Karnataka, so you can own a firm in Haryana or you can own a firm in Delhi. Okay, so that is the thing. So we don't have dual citizenship. Because of that, we cannot ensure or we cannot make sure that a person is belong to or a person is a citizen of certain state here. So we can only say that he is a citizen of India, right? So that's why. So whenever we have a concept like GNP, that does not apply for state. So that's why we don't have state GNP. So we have only countries GNP. Okay. So in Indian scenario, remember this one. So in state, so we can talk about gross state domestic product. GDP, the concept applies for state. So where we have produced within the state's territory, so that will be considered as GSDP. So here in state, so we come across with GSDP. GSDP stands for gross state domestic product. Gross state domestic product. Okay, so this domestic product or GDP, GNP, all those things can be calculated by two different prices. So one is considered as base year's price and another one is present year's price. So when we calculate it on base year price, it is normally known as real GSDP or it is also known as GSDP at constant prices. GSDP at constant price. So when we consider it for present year's price, so in this situation that GSDP will be known as nominal GSDP or it is also known as GSDP at current price. GSDP at current price. Okay, remember these points. So when you calculate based on a base year price, that will be considered as real GSDP or it is also considered as GSDP at constant prices. So when it is considered for present year's price, so that will be considered as nominal GSDP or it is also called as GSDP at present price or GSDP at current prices. Okay, so that is different names. So how we can calculate GSDP, that is one thing. And apart from that, we have other concepts associated with this GSDP is, so we even have something called as NSDP. NSDP. What is the meaning of NSDP? So when we talk about NSDP, NSDP is nothing but net state domestic product. So when we remove or subtract depreciation cost from gross state domestic product, we will have NSDP. So if you remove depreciation cost, okay, so if you remove depreciation cost, so then we will get NSDP. By removing depreciation cost from GSDP, we will get NSDP. Remember that point as well. Okay, so that means always NSDP will be lower than GSDP. Okay, but in case of GDP and GNP, we cannot compare because it is dependent on the scenario. Okay, whether so we have more net factor income from abroad or less net factor income from abroad, or you can say that, so whether we have positive net factor income from abroad or negative net factor income from abroad. Okay, remember that point. So here we have established a particular relation between GSDP and NSDP. So that is by removing depreciation cost from GSDP. So apart from that, this chapter also talks about per capita income. Now what is the meaning of per capita income? Per capita income is nothing but national income divided by population. National income divided by population. So in case of state per capita income, what it will become is that state income. So it will be state income divided by total population of state. So this will give an average states per capita income or average state income. So that is nothing but per capita income. So when we come across with this particular chapter, that is prices and inflation. Prices and inflation. So here, what is the meaning of inflation? If there is an increasing price, that will be considered as inflation. Inflation, lower level of inflation or inflation within a certain band. So that is required for growth of certain economy. So every economy, not certain economy, every economy. So we require certain band of inflation. So there should be increasing prices. So in order to have growth, remember that. Okay. So here, when we talk about inflation, inflation can be measured by two different price indexes. As of now, we are using these two price indices. So that's why I am indicating that price indices. So we have two price indices. So in these two price indices, we have one is WPI. WPI stands for Wholesale Price Index, and CPI. CPI stands for Consumer Price Index. This chapter talks about both WPI, trend in WPI and trend in CPI. So that's why remember the points, WPI and CPI. And you have also discussed about these things, or you have read these things in static portion. So where WPI has three different categories and the weightage will be given accordingly. The higher weightage in WPI is given to manufactured goods. So whereas the second highest will be for primary articles, and the third category will be fuel and energy. Only three categories are there. Whereas in CPI, so when we normally talk about CPI, that is new series CPI, so we have 6 different categories, okay, where highest weightage is been given to food and beverages. So remember that. So here WPI, normally WPI is released or published regularly by DPIIT. DPIIT stands for Department for Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So whereas CPI, within CPI, we have 3 CPIs, which are CPI agricultural laborers, CPI rural labor, as well as CPI industrial worker. These 3 CPIs were released by Labor Bureau. So whereas other 4, that is, one is old series, that is urban non-manual employee, CPI urban non-manual employee, and other 3 new, that is CPI rural, CPI urban and CPI combined. These 4 CPI value is published by CSO. Earlier it was CSO, now it is NSO, because CSO and NSSO has been merged into NSO. So that's why we call it as NSO. Okay, National Statistical Office will release that. WPI is released by DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So there we have Office of Economic Advisor. That Office of Economic Advisor is given a power or given a particular function to publish WPI regularly. So these are some of the static points or concepts related to this particular chapter. Now let us try to have a look what are the different things or facts related to these particular topic or these particular concepts. So first one, so again, if you are preparing for any descriptive type of question paper, that is KAS Mains or ACSAT, these kind of descriptive question papers, so you need to have a look at each and every chapter's introduction and conclusion. So that you will have an idea how to write simple yet beautiful or effective introduction. Okay, so that's why. So you can have a look at this particular part, that will be for your introduction. Okay, just read once later. So apart from that, we have several facts here. So what are the facts included in this particular paragraph? That is, so Karnataka's area have been given, geographical area, that is 1,91,791 square kilometer. So which constitutes 5.83% of Indian geographical area, total Indian geographical area. So whereas Karnataka's population as per 2011 population, it is 6,10,95,297. So which accounts for 5.05% of total population of India. So if you see India, within India, when you compare the population, Karnataka stands at 9th place. Karnataka stands at 9th place. So at the same time, if you consider other things like So what is the urbanized population which is residing in urban area or rural area within Karnataka? 61.33% of rural residents are there. So remaining 38.67 are urban residents. So that can be also highlighted here. Again, remember that. So these are the facts which you are going to use in your examination. So it may be descriptive type of question paper, or it may be objective type of question paper. Or in objective type of question paper, they can directly ask a statement, so which is including these kind of facts. Okay, so that's why remember this thing. So next thing, so here it we come across with gross state domestic product. We have understood the concept GSDP. So now you can have a look at the definition of GSDP. So GSDP is defined as aggregate of the economic value of all goods and services produced within the geographical boundaries of the state, counted without duplication for a specified period of time. By convention, so it is a financial year. So the financial year which is from April 1st to March 31st. Okay, so that is gross state domestic product. Now we'll have a look at GSDP and GDP, that is GSDP of Karnataka and GDP of India. So we will have a look at it. So that too in current prices. Again, what we are talking about here is nominal GSDP and nominal GDP. Okay, so we are looking at GDP and GSDP values of present value based values. So here when you compare, that is 2011-12 to 2024-25, if you have a look at GSDP, so there was one particular year which strikes, so that is 2020-21. So if you have a look at this particular year 2020-21, so what is happening? So here if you see the growth rate is nearly 10%. Okay, so it is it is around 10%. So why I am saying around 10%? There are some instances even where we have seen less than 10%. There are some instances where we have seen more than 10%, that is nearly 10%. But in 2020-21, what happened is that, so here we have seen a growth rate of 1.5%. So that means very low or slow economic growth. So what was the reason for this? Is 2021 we have seen lockdowns, or we have seen COVID-19 crisis. So because of that, so here we have seen lower growth rate. But look at the next year's price, next year growth rate. So it has suddenly increased 21.4%. Okay, these kind of abnormalities will be seen. So whenever there is a year where we have seen very low growth or very high growth, subsequent year will see a rapid change in the growth rate. So these kind of things are seen, that will be considered as base effect. So that will be considered as base effect. Remember, this 21.4%, it is base effect, because previous year's value is very low. So because of that, what is happening next year, even though there is a slight change, slight increase, so because the reference year's price is very low, so because of that you will see higher growth rate. So that is considered as base effect. Similarly, have a look at GDP value. So when you look at the GDP value, here also 2020-21, so we have seen negative growth rate, minus 1.2. So immediately next year, that is subsequent year, what we are seeing 21-22, 18.9%. On an average, here also there is around 10% growth rate. But in 21-22, what is happening? So it is around 18.9. That means nearly double. Again, what is the reason? That is base effect. Okay, so remember that one. So and if you look at present years, that is 23-24 and 24-25 values, so it is around 10%, that is 10%, 10.2% in 23-24, 24-25, it is 12.8%. So whereas in case of GDP, so it is around 9.6% and 9.7%. 23-24 we have 9.6% growth rate in nominal GDP. So whereas in 24-25 we have seen 9.7%, that is GDP, nominal GDP, that is for India. Okay, remember. So these are the facts we can take from that particular table. Next is annual growth of GSDP and GDP at constant price. So that is constant price 2011-12 price. So that means here we are talking about real GSDP and real GDP. So again have a look at this particular year 2020-21. So when we have a look at 2020-21, why we are looking at 2020-21 is that COVID-19 crisis. Okay. So here you have seen a negative growth rate both in Karnataka's GSDP as well as GDP of India. Negative growth rate. So if you check out later on, again here we can see that subsequent year has seen so nearly double than usual. So again base effect is the reason. So for this year, that is 24-25, so it is around 7.4% growth rate for Karnataka, whereas 6.4% growth rate for India. Okay, so these are some of the facts we can see here. Next one, sectoral growth rates of GSDP at constant, that is 2011-12 prices. Agriculture sector has seen into 23-24 we have seen minus 4.9%. That means there was a contraction in agriculture sector's GVA. GVA is nothing but gross value added. So whereas in 2024-25, so we have seen that it is advanced estimates. So here we are seeing that, so that will be positive. Okay, there will be expansion in agriculture sector. Whereas in the industrial sector, so we have seen 7.3% growth rate in 23-24. So whereas in 24-25 we have seen 5.8% growth rate. So and the last one is service sector. So when you have a look at service sector, you can say that service sector, okay, service sector we can say that 7.9% growth rate for 23-24, and in 24-25 it will be 8.9% growth rate. So apart from that, even they have mentioned GSVA at basic prices, product tax, product subsidies and total GSDP at market prices. So you need to have a look at these kind of important key terms when you are looking at national income chapter, or if you are looking at 2015 reforms in national income accounting. So then you should have a look at these things. Okay, so earlier we had only two different prices, that is market price as well as factor cost. So in 2015 reforms we have come across with basic prices. So what is the meaning of basic prices? All those things you need to understand from that. So there is something called as production tax and product tax, production subsidy and product subsidy. So it is different. So what you need to add to factor cost to get basic prices, all those things you should have a look. So next, so we have NSDP at current and constant prices. So one side we have current prices NSDP, that is net state domestic product. So which is obtained by deducting depreciation cost from GSDP. So here we can see, so how much it is, what is the change. Here you can say that NSDP is increasing in trend. So in current prices as well as in 2011-12, that is base year price also, so it is having increasing trend. So these kind of things can be seen here. So next, so what is the contribution of different sectors for GSDP? So each sector has been contributing to Karnataka GSDP, right? Agriculture, industry and service sector. So what is the contribution, percentage of contribution, that will be, so here look at this primary sector, that is agriculture and allied activities. In 23-24 it was contributing 12.61% of total state's GSDP. So now it is been reduced to 12.45. Okay, so there is a slight reduction. So whereas in secondary, so that is industry and manufacturing sector, so earlier it was 20.02% contribution 23-24. So in 24-25 it has been reduced to 19.42%. So in tertiary sector, again tertiary sector 67.38%, 67.38% in 23-24. In 24-25 what happened? It has increased the share. So that is 68.13, sorry, 67.38 to 68.13. So there was slight increase in the share of contribution by service sector. So next point, so we will have a look at per capita income. So here we are going to compare per capita income of Karnataka as well as India. So when we have a look at Karnataka's per capita income, which is shown in blue line. So which is more higher, or which is higher compared to India's average per capita income. Okay, so it is comparatively higher. So here look at this 2021 again. So here there was slight decline of per capita income in both cases, that is Indian per capita income also decreased. Similarly, Karnataka's per capita income also decreased. So 2,22,000 to 2,21,000. Here 1,32,000 to 1,27,000. So there was a decline in 2020-21. So later on, both have seen a increasing trend. There was an increasing trend. So in 24-25, if you have a look at 24-25, so it was for Karnataka per capita income is 3,80,906. So whereas for India it is 2,162. So again you can have a look here. So there is a development disparity. When you compare average, India's average per capita income, Karnataka's per capita income is nearly double to India's average. So that means, so Karnataka is one among the top performing states within India. Okay, so because its per capita income is above average. So that is the meaning of this particular thing. Or you can also talk about development. So there is a higher level of development when you compare other states to Karnataka. Okay, Karnataka is one of the top performing state within country. So next, so we will have a look at state income and per capita income. So we have selected 14 different union territories and states. So with that we will try to compare state income of that particular state or union territory, as well as we will also consider per capita income. So when you look at the per capita income, highest per capita income is seen in Delhi, 4,61,910. So that's why it is at first place. Second, we have seen Telangana, 3,56,562, that is in second place. Karnataka with 3,39,813, that is for 23-24 you are comparing. So that's why it is in third place. Again, even though here we have seen this in third place, so it is not exactly correct statement to say that Karnataka is third highest per capita income state within India. So why so? Because we are selecting only 14 different states or union territories. Okay, so we have more than that. So that's why here we have only partial data. That's why, so we cannot say, so Karnataka is in third place when you compare per capita income. Okay, so remember that. But what you can deduct from this particular table is that, so which are the different states or union territories which have higher per capita income than Karnataka, as well as there are some states or union territories which are performing relatively lower compared to Karnataka, so that you can have a look. Earlier we have seen Maharashtra was one among the top performing states, but in this situation you can say that, so in Karnataka has 3,39,813 per capita income, but in case of Maharashtra it is 2,77,603. Okay, so have a look at that point as well. So next one, again we will have a look at per capita income. So here, gross district domestic product, we will have a look at gross district domestic product, similar to GSDP for state, right? So you will also consider GDP for district, that is considered as GDDP, gross district domestic product. So that one we are going to talk here, that is for 2023-24. So if you consider, top 3 districts are Bengaluru Urban, Dakshina Kannada and Belagavi. So Bengaluru Urban, so it is in first place. So it has a gross district domestic product of 9,98,659 crores, or you can say that it is near to 10 lakh crores. So whereas second, Dakshina Kannada, so which is 1,37,746 crore. Again, have a look at this. When you compare different districts, there is a huge difference between Bengaluru Urban District and second high GDDP district, that is Dakshina Kannada. Okay, there is a big gap between these two. So in third place we have Belagavi. Within Bengaluru urban also have a look at these things. From which sector the highest contribution to GDP is coming? From services, Bengaluru urban gets 84.4% contribution. So whereas from industry it gets 15.1%. But look at the agriculture number, that is only 0.5% of Bengaluru urbans. So GSDP is coming from agriculture. So when you have a look at bottom three districts, so we can have a look at Gadag, Yadgiri and Kodagu. Gadag has 24,998 crore GDP, 23,500 for Yadgiri and 18,134 for Kodagu. Okay, so Kodagu, so being a small district and which has very low population, so that is the reason which is performing or which is having a lower level of GDP. But if you compare per capita income, Kodagu stands near to the average value. Okay, so remember that point. Here we are talking about GDP. So to whatever the product manufactured within that particular district. So next, so we will have a look at district wise per capita income, that list. So if you have a per capita income list for districts, again Bengaluru urban is performing better compared to other districts. So here it is around 7,38,910 per capita income. So whereas for Dakshina Kannada second, so 5,56,059. So whereas Udupi at third place, that is 5,33,469. So from last, that is bottom three districts, we can see that Kalaburgi at last place, so with only 1,43,610 per capita income, Yadgiri at 1,46,364 and Koppala at 1,61,491. Okay, last three, so you can see that Kalaburgi, Yadgiri and Koppala. So again, you can also quote these things when you write answer related to DM Nanjundappa report, or so there is a sharp gap, developmental disparity within Karnataka. So that is north-south divide. Okay, northern Karnataka part has part normally seen relatively underdeveloped when we compare it with southern part of Karnataka. So next, so we will have a look at division wise per capita income. We have 4 divisions, that is revenue divisions within Karnataka. So here the first one, Bengaluru region or Bengaluru division has higher per capita income, that is 5,01,383. Mysore region at the second place, 3,59,177. Belagavi region at third place, that is 2,04,57. Kalaburgi at the last place, that is 1,73,226. So these are the 4 revenue divisions we have. Now you can say that what is this 5th bar chart or 5th column? This 5th column, so in order to highlight the developmental disparities within Bengaluru region, so you have this one. If you remove Bengaluru urban's contribution, Bengaluru urban district, so if you remove that one district from Bengaluru division or Bengaluru region, so you will get this per capita income, that is 2,71,519. So that means Bengaluru urban district has most of its contribution, national income, not national income, here the income contribution from Bengaluru urban, only one district has more contribution. So that's why you can say that 2,71,002 by including one district, so you will come to 5,01,000. Okay, so there is a developmental disparity within Bengaluru region as well. So Bengaluru urban is outperforming all the districts, but at the same time neighboring districts are suffering. So that too, so we can have a look here. So next point, so we will have inflation. We will have a look at inflation. Again, we have already talked about inflation. So inflation means nothing but, so it is increase in price of certain products. Okay, general increase in prices. So and it also so it can also be said that whenever there is an inflation, normally what happens, purchasing power of a particular person or consumer will decrease, or you can also say that money value reduces. Okay, so in inflation, again they are saying that inflation will be, so now commonly inflation will be measured in India with these two, that is wholesale price index and consumer price index. So you can have a look at this particular point, wholesale price index and consumer price index. So again here, so you can see that there are some differences within CPI as well as WPI, even though both are used for calculation of inflation. So WPI and CPI baskets are different. That means those goods which are considered in WPI and weightage assigned for those goods are different. So when you compare it with CPIs. Okay, similarly there are some things like food has larger weight in CPI than WPI. Again, if you see, so that is 2 years back. 2 years back UPSC question paper, there was a question where the statements were comparing WPI and CPI. There was a straightforward question on this particular thing, right? So they have given that food has a larger weight in CPI than WPI. So you should have given an answer whether the statement is correct or wrong based on that. So those kind of things are highlighted here. You can have a look at. Food has a larger weight in CPI than WPI. So similarly, the CPIs are therefore more sensitive to changes in the prices of food items. Apart from that, why CPI is more sensitive is that, so another reason is that WPI does not include service, whereas in CPI we also include services. So that is the reason. So and all those things you can have a look at. So next we will have a look at the data related to WPI and CPI. Okay, so here WPI they are given what was the percentage change. So again within this, if you have a look at the graph, so WPI has three different basket or three different groups of goods. So one is primary articles, second one is fuel and power, and the third one is manufactured goods. In this manufactured goods has higher weightage. But what we are discussing in this particular graph is that which particular group has contributed or which particular group has more inflation. In recent times, you can see that this stands tall compared to other group, right? So which group it is? Primary articles. That means in recent times, we have seen more food inflation. Primary articles, within primary articles, we also come across with food articles, or even you can say that primary articles is nothing but those articles or goods which are produced by primary sector. Okay, so if you consider those things, so it is contributing higher inflation, or the food inflation in India is very, very high. So that you need to have a look. So okay, group wise changes in WPI. So again they are given what was the changes, what is the percentage of change, so that you can have a look at so once later. Then consumer price index, again within consumer price index they are talking about 4 consumer price index. That 4 consumer price index what they are talking about is old series consumer price index. In this economic survey they have not mentioned new series CPI, so that's why we will restrict on old series CPI here. So here they have given 4 different price indices, which are those: CPI for industrial workers, CPI for agriculture laborers, CPI for rural laborers, and CPI for rural and urban, CPI R&U. Okay, so there is one more which is considered as CPI urban non-manual employees as well. The first 3 indices are constructed and released by Labour Bureau, Chandigarh. First 3, which are those CPI industrial workers, CPI agriculture laborers, and CPI rural laborers. These 3 are constructed and released, that means published by Labour Bureau, Chandigarh. Official data. There are some books which states that it is released by Labour Bureau, Shimla. Okay, now officially in economic survey they are mentioning that it is released by Labour Bureau, Chandigarh. Okay, so there should not be any confusion after hearing this authentic data. So later on, fourth, which one is fourth? CPI for rural and urban. So, or it is also considered as CPI urban non-manual employees, that is released by Central Statistical Office. So, as of now, from 2019 onwards, Central Statistical Office and NSSO, that is National Sample Survey Organization, both were merged into NSO, that is National Statistical Office, again which comes under MOSPI, that is Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So, you should have a look at that too. So, next, so price situation, what are the price situation? They have mentioned what happened in price situation. So, what are the price situation in urban area and what are the price situation in rural area? So, this is very, very important because there were instances where the question paper setter has asked, so inflation, relative statement on inflation of urban area and rural area. So, that you can have a look here. Okay, so here for 2024 it is around 168, that means the base year price is 100, now it is increased to 168. So, whereas in case of rural area it is 150, that means you can say that urban inflation is more compared to rural inflation. Okay, but it is not always. Remember, for certain goods in rural area the price may increase suddenly, in urban area it may be very low. Okay, but majority of the goods you will see urban area will have higher level of inflation. So, that is the price situation in urban area and price situation in rural area. So, way forward, how to make sure that GSDP or GDP or per capita income of Karnataka, so we need economic growth, that means, so we need to boost these numbers. Okay, boost these numbers in the sense, so we need to increase the production. Okay, so what are the things done by government of Karnataka related to that? So, that we have seen. Now, they are saying that what should be done in the future. So, what will be way forward? So, in that, government has constituted already an advisory committee on GSDP to review the methodology, quality, consistency of input data, estimation of GSDP, also recommend suitable measures to timely flow of data and data resources. So, and again we try to increase the production by different policies. So, there they have mentioned some policies like Industrial Policy 2020-25, New IT Policy 2020-25. So, in that 2020-25 New IT Policy, we are trying to promote IT beyond Bengaluru. As of now, IT, so Bengaluru has become IT hub, right? So, we are trying to promote IT outside Bengaluru, that means in different other cities of Karnataka. So, New Tourism Policy 2020-25, so attract both Indian tourists as well as foreign tourists. New Data Center Policy 22-23, 22-27. So, that is that wants to make Karnataka as a destination of choice for different data center companies. So, that is also seen here. Okay, these are things which we see in which government of Karnataka is trying to implement in near future. So, that is the way forward for this particular chapter. So, now we had a look at, we had a very brief idea of the concepts associated with these particular chapter, and we have also seen the facts or data related to that. Now, it is your duty to read once this particular chapter, and if you able to read, you will, I hope that you will get more insights than these kind of insights which I have given or highlighted for you. So, the basic motive or objective of this particular series is to, empower you to read economic survey, that too in official format itself. Okay, so official document itself, not the so there are some instances where students prepare reading summary, right? But when you read official document, so there are many advantages, like, so you will improve on your answer writing skills. Why? Because these are documents which are which are created by bureaucrats. So those are higher level IAS officers or KAS officers. They have only done this. That's why you will see that how to write. So how to write certain things. So you will see the introduction, conclusion, how they are trying to do that. So what are the facts they are trying to highlight and how to highlight those things. So what are the challenges they have and how they are portraying challenges, and at every chapter's end they are going with way forward, the conclusion. So normally we say that the conclusion should be in positive approach. So how they are trying to find solutions for certain challenges which are so as of now we are facing. Okay, so those things will help you. Apart from that, you will see many facts. Okay, many facts. It depends on you. So you need to choose which is important for exam point of view and which is not. So if in summary what happens, we already filter some things. Again, within that, what you will do is that you again filter something. So because of that, what happens at the end of the day or at examination, so you will see that there are several facts which you have not come across. If there are some questions based on that, so then you will feel so where it came from. Okay, so that is the reason I am saying that this particular series tries to empower you to read economic survey in its official form. Okay, so that is the reason for this particular series. So before beginning this particular chapter, let us have a look at the conceptual things or the different concepts which is related to this particular topic in static portion. So again, when we talk about static portion, so this fiscal development and state finances is related to public finance chapter. So it is related to public finance chapter. Again, when we talk about public finance, we normally come across with budgeting, right? So when we try to discuss about budgeting, so there we have we can see three different funds of government, normally which is considered as consolidated fund and public accounts fund and contingency fund. So three different funds related to government. Okay, so in which three different funds, from this three different funds we make several expenditure related to government, and all the receipts so will come to so based on their nature it will come to these three different funds. Okay, so normally the consolidated fund is the bigger fund related to these particular government public finance. So let us have a look at other concepts related to public finance. So again, when we talk about any kind of expenditure or receipt a government makes, normally these expenditure and receipts are classified into two different types. So one is considered as revenue and another one is considered as capital. Okay, now so when we talk about revenue, that means revenue expenditure or revenue receipt. Okay, so similarly capital expenditure or capital receipt. So what are the characteristics of revenue expenditure or revenue receipt? First we will have a look at that. So when we talk about revenue expenditure or revenue receipt, these are normally short term in nature. So again, short term in the sense less than 1 year. If it is going to repeat, the expenditure from government is going to repeatedly done within 1 year, so then it will be considered as short term. Okay, so within one budget, one financial year, if you are making these kind of repeated payments, that will be considered as short term. So if it is of long term nature in the sense, so if it is going to be spent in once in a 10 year or once in 20 year, so then we will consider it as long term expenditures or long term receipts will be considered as capital. Okay, long term expenditure or long term receipts will be considered in capital expenditure or capital receipt. And one more important characteristics of revenue expenditure or revenue receipt is that, so with this there will be no change in asset or collateral. So not collateral, so asset or liability. There will be no change in asset or liability when it is revenue expenditure or revenue receipt. There will be no change in government's assets or government's liability. Again, what is the meaning of asset? So when you talk about some asset like companies, So recently we have seen that Air India was disinvested. Okay, so we made a disinvestment within Air India. So we sold Air India, which was earlier Government of India's asset, to Tata Group. Okay, so now what happens is that by doing such things, disinvestment, government is going to give away its own asset. That means asset of government has been reduced. Okay, so now here we are talking about in revenue expenditure or revenue receipt, there will be no change in asset or no change in liability. Let us take an example here. Supposing that government is making a expenditure related to subsidy, LPG subsidy. By doing this expenditure, government has not purchased anything. Government has not purchased anything. That means government has not got any assets. So that is the meaning. Government's assets are not changed. So by doing these kind of revenue expenditure, government asset not changed. By providing salary to government employees, government asset will be not going to change. So that is what we mean here. Asset or liability won't change when government makes revenue expenditure, or in case of government gets money from revenue receipt, then also there will be no change in asset or liability. So whereas when we talk about capital, so in capital, so expenditure or capital receipt, there will be change in asset, and there will be change in liability, or anyone. There will be change in asset or there will be change in liability. So So in this situation, what happens? The asset will change or the liability will change. Supposing that government is taking loan from some other institution, then what happens? Government liability will increase. That is a receipt for government. Loan is a receipt for government, but it should be repaid. So that's why the liability will increase. So in disinvestment, so when we talk about disinvestment, for the example that is Air India, disinvestment of Air India. So then what happened? Government asset reduced. The government has taken money from Tata Group by selling Air India. So while receiving this money, that is receipt for government, the government has lost its asset. So that means when the government gets capital receipt, normally the asset will reduce and liability will increase, or liability will increase. Asset will reduce or liability will increase. When government makes a capital expenditure like constructing a dam or constructing a road, in those situations what happens? While government makes capital expenditure, asset will increase, liability will come down. So that means if government is repaying the loan, that is principal amount, the liability on government will come down. So that is the meaning of revenue and capital. Okay, so in subsequent chapters, subsequent slides, you will see revenue expenditure, revenue receipt, capital expenditure, capital receipt, or sometimes non-debt capital receipts. So again, non-debt in the sense, it is not from the root of debt. That is, apart from loan, whatever other ways capital expenditure was received, so that will be considered as non-debt capital receipt. Okay, so those kind of things is very, very important for this particular chapter. Apart from that, so here we also have a look at deficits. Again, what is the meaning of deficit? So when we talk about a budgetary deficit, normally what happens is that expenditure is more than receipt. So the receipt what government gets is lower compared to expenditure what the government is doing. Now you can say that, suppose think that there is 100 rupee government receives from different routes. If government is making a expenditure of 150 rupees, how it could be? So normally government is taking 50 rupees in form of loan. Okay, in the form of loan. So that's why normally what happens when we talk about deficits, so this means that government is making some loan, government is taking some loan. So that is the meaning. So in deficit also we have two different deficits. One is fiscal deficit, or it is also considered as fiscal deficit. So when we talk about fiscal deficit, so here total expenditure out of total expenditure. So you are going to remove total receipt. In this total receipt, you have already removed debt component. Or in other words, fiscal deficit is nothing but the loan amount which the government took. Okay, so this is nothing but loan amount government took. The fiscal deficit is nothing but the loan amount government took. So if there is a higher fiscal deficit, that means government is taking more loan. So government has taken more loan. So in case of lower fiscal deficit, that means loan amount taken by the government is so lower. So second one here, very important deficit is, that is revenue deficit. So when you talk about revenue deficit, here revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt, that is normally short-term expenditure minus short-term receipts. So in those situations, you will get across with revenue. Okay, revenue deficit. So now we have certain act called as FRBM Act. FRBM Act. So what is the full form of FRBM? FRBM stands for Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. So now in this particular act, we try to limit these deficits, fiscal deficit. So we try to limit fiscal deficit. So within 3% of GDP. Similarly, revenue deficit, we try to limit it to 0% of GDP. That means revenue deficit, we should not have any revenue deficit. So we should always have revenue surplus. Okay, remember FRBM Act also has some peace clauses or exceptional cases or exclusions. So these exclusions are normally related to national emergency. If there is a case of national emergency, or if there is a public health related issue, or if there is natural calamities, because of natural calamities, if there is a lower production or lower tax rates. So all those situations are excluded. In those situations, government can take more loans. Okay, so apart from that, in normal situation, government loan should be so limited to 3% of GDP. So that is the meaning of FRBM Act. Why this FRBM Act is very, very important is that to ensure intergenerational equity. So again, what is the meaning of that? Supposing that there is a particular government. As of now, there is a government. This government makes too much loan. So that burden will be carried by the next government. In order to ensure there won't be a burden to next government, so we try to limit the loan amount. So that is the reason. So otherwise what happens? The government normally has a term of 5 years, right? So in this short term, normally the loans term or period will be longer compared to this particular 5-year term. So in those situations, what happens? Supposing that if I have, my government is ruling the certain state government. So then what happens is that I will make more and more loans, so that the burden will be carried by the next government. So that is the problem. That's why what we are trying to do is that we are trying to limit a government's loan. So we are going to limit the government's loan amount. So that is the meaning of this. So here we try to limit fiscal deficit as well as revenue deficit. So now, similar to FRBM Act, so we have something called as KFRA. So Karnataka Fiscal Responsibility Act 2002 for Karnataka government. Okay, so FRBM government, normally it is for central government. So based on that, we also have our own state government related act, that is called as Karnataka Fiscal Responsibility Act. So these are the conceptual things you need to know, or these concepts you need to know. So let us try to dwell into this particular chapter. What are the data related to these concepts? So let's have a look at. So first, again you need to understand, or you need to read once. If you are preparing for descriptive type of examination, you need to read introduction and conclusion both. So again, I will go to this particular part, that is fiscal consolidation. So when we talk about fiscal consolidation, we have something called as Karnataka Fiscal Responsibility Act. Okay, Karnataka Fiscal Responsibility Act. So again, you can also say that. So here the 3% of GSDP fiscal deficit should be limited to, fiscal deficit could be maintained within 3% of GSDP. That limit is there. So again, similar to that, even revenue deficit also need to be kept at 0%. So that should be included here. So next, so when you have a comparison of revenue deficit and fiscal deficit for Karnataka government over time, so you can see that from 2021, so 2021, why 2021 we are highlighting is that because of COVID-19 crisis. So here we had COVID-19 crisis. Because of COVID-19 crisis, which was a public health related issue. So or you can say that in those situations, government made, government took more loans. Okay, so that is the reason why we are trying to highlight this. So because of that, what happened? Fiscal deficit increased, or all kind of deficits increased here. It's because government's expenditure was more compared to government's receipts. Okay, so here fiscal deficit for 2020-21 was 3.72. So that was way more than the what FRBM Act or KFRA Act suggested. So it should be kept within 3%, right? So here it is more than 3%, 3.72. So whereas revenue deficit should be kept below 0%, that means it should be negative, surplus should be there. But here you are seeing that 1% of revenue deficit. But after this subsequent years, if you have a look at for 21-22, so we see 3.84%. So later 22-23, we again reduce the fiscal deficit number. So fiscal deficit percentage reduced to 2.14. Again 23-24 revised estimate says that it is 2.67. Now for 24-25 the budgetary estimates say that so it will be around 2.95%. But within the limit. So that is within 3% limit. So when we compare revenue deficit, here we can say that so there was 0.79% in 21-22. So in 22-23 we could able to achieve again. So that was minus 0.62%. That means below 0%. But again in 23-24 and 24-25 we are seeing a slight increase in the revenue deficit, that is near to 1%, 0.54, 0.97 for 24-25. So it is 0.97%. Again we need to reduce or eliminate this revenue deficit. That means so we should have surplus, revenue surplus. Okay, so that is related to revenue deficit and fiscal deficit. So next one, so we are trying to compare fiscal deficit number of southern states. Here we have taken Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Telangana and Tamil Nadu. So again if you have a look at this, so for this present year, so Karnataka is around 3%, that is 2.95 exactly. So but here they are considered it as 3%, but within a limit. Whereas if you consider other things, other states, southern states, that is AP, Kerala, so and Tamil Nadu, they are way more than 3%, 4.2, 3.5 and 3.4. So whereas Telangana and Karnataka so were the two states which could able to achieve 3% limit. So or which could able to bring their fiscal deficit within the restricted or within the limit of 3%. Again, as of now, we have a limit, that is central government has given slight flexibility, that is up to 3.5% a state can have fiscal deficit because of the COVID-19 crisis and the compounding effects. So still now we are trying to reduce this fiscal deficit. So and over time we may come across with 3% again. Okay, so earlier in 2021, so we try to give up to 4.5% fiscal deficit. Okay, we try to increase the limit there. So later on we try to reduce it in a phased manner. So as of now it is up to 3.5%. But so even though central government is giving a restriction, or central government is giving a flexible band, so Karnataka and Telangana so were within limit, so which is original limit, that is 3% of fiscal deficit. Okay, so this is related to Karnataka's fiscal deficit compared to other southern states. So next we have different public finance related parameters like, so we have revenue receipts. What is the revenue receipt? Whether there is a increasing trend or decreasing trend. So here you can say that. So here from 22-23. So if you consider 22-23, so here there is a decline, 2,29,000 to 2,26,000. Again, so budget estimates of 24-25 is saying that there will be increase, 2,63,000 crores revenue receipt. So whereas revenue expenditure, so it was in increasing trend only. Okay, capital receipts here in 21-22. So after 21-22 to 22-23, so there was sharp decline in capital receipts. Okay, so again here we are saying that it will increase. Again, remember, within capital receipt we even have loan. So by increasing the loan amount also we can have higher capital receipts. So and capital disbursement, or you can also say that capital expenditure. So when you talk about capital expenditure, what happens? So here there is a declining trend for 22-23 to 23-24. So again 24-25 there will be increase. Capital expenditure will increase. So again you can also have a look at percentage of GDP. How much percentage of GDP is capital expenditure, revenue receipt. So you can have a look. So again, when you talk about revenue receipt and revenue expenditure, they are nearly 10% of GDP. Again, so there will be changes in number, that is 10.50, 8.83, 9.37, but you can say that they are near to 10% of GSDP. So whereas capital receipt and capital disbursements or capital expenditures, they are near to 3%. Okay, so 3, sometimes 2. So there was some of the questions MCQs asked. So where they have given revenue expenditure, revenue receipt, capital expenditure and capital receipt. So you should have chosen. So what is the descending order of these particular things? Now, in order to choose these descending order, you should have the idea of revenue receipt, revenue expenditure, capital receipt and capital disbursement. Okay, so this question was asked in August KS prelims. Okay, so in August KS prelims they asked this question, but they have asked it for the union government. Again you need to have the look at these data. So which one is higher, which one is lower? No need to exactly remember the number, but you need to have a look at the number. Okay, so there was one more question which was asking capital expenditure of union government. So which was 111,111, right? So if you remember 1,11,111 crores. So because of that number could have been easily remembered. They have asked that kind of question as well. Okay, so remember that point. So you should have a look at these numbers, but no need to wrote these numbers, but you should have a look. So you should have a look and you should able to understand which is higher, which is lower. Or you should be able to make ascending order or descending order of these numbers. So these capital expenditure, capital receipt, revenue expenditure and revenue receipts. So next, so you will have a look at composition of revenue receipt. Within the revenue receipt, so which are the different things, so which is contributing to revenue receipt. Highest will be state's own taxes. That means the taxes which are levied and collected by state. So that will be 6.76. Okay, percentage of GSDP. 6.76% of GSDP will be state's own taxes. That means the taxes which are levied and collected by state. Share of central taxes, so which were around 1.58%. So grants from center, that is around 0.54%, and non-tax revenue is around 0.48%. Again, they are given in descending order. State's own tax is higher. So after that you have share of central taxes, that is central pool of taxes were divided. So based on the recommendations of Finance Commission, that part 1.58% of GSDP, grants from center around 0.54 and non-tax revenue of 0.48%. So next, so we have Finance Commission grants. Again, so one is tax devolution made by or the recommendation given by Finance Commission. So another thing is that Finance Commission grants. So these are the grants given by central government to state government. Okay, so that is not a part of tax. So it is grants given. So there are some sector specific grants as well. So there are different grants. So you will have a look at that. So what are these different grants we have from central government to state government? Revenue deficit grant. In order to achieve revenue deficit, or in order to achieve lower revenue deficit, we have certain grants from that. So here Karnataka's share in total is just 0.6%. Okay, so in all states, for all states you have given around 2,94,514 as revenue deficit grants. Within that, Karnataka got 1,631 crores. So that is 0.6% of total grants given in revenue deficit grants. So grants for local bodies, so that is around 4,36,361 crore. Within that, Karnataka got 21,877. That is around 5%. Again, remember, Karnataka represents 5% of population, 5.8% of geographical area within India. So the number or distribution should be near to 5%. Then only we can say that there is a balanced distribution. So but here what happened? So here in grants for local bodies, it is somewhat near to that number. But in case of revenue deficit grants, it is well below that. Why this particular imbalance happens, or why there is a very low revenue deficit grant, is because so our revenue deficit is very low already. No need to give further grants for that to achieve. So that is the reason. So why underdeveloped or backward, so in those states which are backward economically, so they will receive more revenue deficit grants. Okay, so remember that one. So apart from that, sector specific grants, there will be certain central sector schemes. In order to achieve those sectoral targets, you will give sector specific grants. So out of 1,29,000, around 4,560 crores were given to Karnataka. So that is around 3.5% of that. Grants under disaster management, again, so you can see 3.6% of total share. So apart from that, state specific grants, within state specific grants, we have around 49,599 crore rupees. Within that, Karnataka got higher, portion or higher share. So that is 6,000 crores, that is 12% of total state specific grant. Okay, so overall, if you see total grants, that is around 10,33,000. Within that, Karnataka got 38,437. So that is 3.7% of total grants given by central government to states. So for all states, if the central government is giving 100 crores, within that 3.7 crores were given to Karnataka. Okay, 3.7%. Remember that. So next one, total liabilities of state government, Karnataka state government's total liability. What is the meaning of liability? If I take loan from you, so there is a liability on me, that is I need to repay this loan. So that is considered as a liability. Okay, liability. So government is taking several loans. So if government is taking loans, means the liability of government will increase. So in order to understand this, we have given this total liability, nothing but the loan amount taken by the government. This loan amount taken by the government is increasing in trend. So you can see this. So that means total liability of government is increasing. So total liability of government is increasing. So out of that, if you consider, so one side we have seen that total number, that is number in lakh crores, how much loan government or state government, Karnataka state government is taking. So in this particular chart, we are seeing that total liabilities as percentage of GSDP. So as percentage of GSDP, you can see that. So there is, so for 21-22, we had higher percentage of total liabilities, that is 26%, 26.7% of GSDP. So later on, so it has declined or reduced. So reduction in liability is good for a state government. But here what happened in 24-25, there may be increase. So there we see increase. Not exactly maybe, there we have seen increase 23.68%. So to 23.68%. So the reasons may be subsidy burden, which so caused by the guarantee schemes. So apart from that, there were several lack of or several decline in the trend of revenue receipts or revenue sources. So that may be reason for this particular increase in total liabilities. Okay, so next one. So within receipt, we will have a look at revenue receipt. Again, within revenue receipt, we have own tax revenue, that is state's own tax revenue, non-tax revenue, devolution from central government, and grants in aid and contributions. So again, we have seen the percentage of that. So again, they have given the explanation related to that. So apart from that, even they have mentioned about tax revenues and tax effort. Again, we know what is the meaning of tax revenue. Tax revenue means by imposing certain tax, how much money government gets, that is considered as tax revenue. Here, when we are talking about tax effort, that is the efficiency in collecting those taxes. Supposing that if I need to pay 100 rupees tax to government need to put some effort to take or collect these taxes, right? So how much effort they have put? So whether they are able to collect all 100 rupees from me, or they are only collecting 50 from me. So if they are collecting 50, that means they are given only 50% of the effort. So that is the meaning of tax effort. What is the total collectible tax, and within that how much they have collected? So that will show tax effort. Okay, so that is the meaning of that. State's own tax, within state's own tax, that is the taxes which are imposed and levied and collected by state governments. So you can see these kind of different taxes. Again, there were questions based on which are the taxes or the examples of taxes which are collected as well as levied by state government. So there are some examples for you: commercial taxes, state excise duty, motor vehicle taxes, stamp and registration fee. So all these taxes are imposed and collected by state government. So again, within that you can see that, so again within that highest amount is from commercial taxes. Commercial taxes account for highest proportion. Okay, so next, tax to GSDP ratio. Again, what is the meaning of this? So here we are trying to have a look at ratio of tax to GSDP, right? Tax to GSDP ratio. Again, what it indicates, whether the increase in tax to GSDP ratio or decrease in tax to GSDP ratio, or what it will be, indicating. So that we will have a look. Supposing that 100 rupees was GSDP. Within that, if you are collecting 10 rupees as tax, so this was a normal scenario. Now supposing that there is another scenario where the income has increased to 1000 rupees, but you are collecting 10 rupees only. That means what happened? Tax to GSDP ratio, because of increase in GSDP, what happened? The tax to GSDP ratio declined, right? So that means whenever there is a decline in tax to GDP ratio, what it indicates? Income has increased, but the tax amount remained same or tax amount declined. That means even though with increasing income, there are many who are evading taxes. Okay, so there is no tax base or taxpayer number increased. So if there is no taxpayer base increased, that means it will lead to less tax. Even though with increase in income, there is tax to GSDP or tax to GDP ratio, if it is reducing, that means there is lower number of taxpayers who are going to pay the taxes. Others are evading. Okay, so that is the meaning. Or in other terms, you can say that tax compliance is reducing. Compliance is reducing. So if there is a case of tax to GSDP ratio which is reducing in trend, that means tax compliance is reducing. In case, supposing that same 100 rupees for same 100 rupees GSDP, so if there is 20 rupees collected as tax, that means increased tax to GDP ratio. Increase in tax to GSDP ratio will indicate that there is an increased tax compliance. Okay, there are more number of taxpayers who are filing their returns, who are trying to pay their taxes. So that is considered as, so that is the importance of tax to GSDP or tax to GDP ratio. There is one more term as well, tax buoyancy ratio, but in this economic survey we have not seen that tax buoyancy ratio. Tax buoyancy ratio means percentage change in tax divided by percentage change in GDP. Remember those points. tax buoyancy rate or tax buoyancy ratio, as well as tax to GSDP or tax to GDP ratio, both indicates so whether there is a change in tax compliance or not. Okay, so here when we talk about tax to GSDP ratio, there was a decline up to 2020-21. So later on it started increasing, but in 2023-24 again there is a slight decline. Again now it will increase to 6.80%. Okay, so in 24-25 it will increase to 6.80%. That means for 100 crore of GSDP, the government will get a tax rate of worth 6.8 crores. Okay, 6.8%. So next, so we will have a look at what are the different revenue receipts government gets. So within that total revenue receipts you have so all these different revenue receipts. So which are taxes on income and expenditure, entry tax, property and capital transaction tax, VAT, that is value added tax, sale of goods, tax imposed on sale of goods, commodities and services, state excise duty, motor vehicle tax, and state share in central taxes. So all these are different tax or revenue receipts. So whereas if you consider non-tax revenue, here we have very non-tax revenue means, so apart from tax there will be certain revenue receipts for government. So here you can see that, so usage of social, economic and general services, as well as small component of interest and dividends, all these will be considered in non-tax revenue receipt. Okay, non-tax revenue receipt. So next come across, we will have a look at capital receipt. So when you talk about capital receipts, here we can see that, so examples for capital receipts are loans from central government, internal debt management. Okay, so excluding ways and means advances and market loans. Again, ways and means advances means sometimes state governments will take loan from Reserve Bank of India. So those are called as ways and means advances. So and market loans in the sense, normally the government will issue certain government securities. Normally in state government we consider, we call it as state development loan certificates. So in those situations we consider it as market loans. So apart from these two, ways and means advances, that is WMA, and market loans, other kind of internal debt management will be considered in capital receipts. Capital receipts. Okay, so again you can have a look at the numbers of capital receipt, revenue receipt, or what percentage of that is. So what is the percentage of GSDP these numbers are. So you can have a look. We have already looked so these particular points in the previous tables. Okay, so you can also have a look in this particular table as well. So again, so we have something called as functional categories of expenditure. Expenditure what the government is making, we are trying to categorize these things. So normally it will be categorized into three different categories. So what are these three different categories? So these three categories are general, social and economic. So if you are constructing or if you are creating economic infrastructure, that will be economic. Okay, again there are several other examples as well. So I am giving a general example. So if it is related to social infrastructure, or if we want to increase, so or if you want to have expenditure related to social sector schemes, so that will be come across with social sector or social group. So in case of general, normally that will be administrative expenditures. So again have a look at this. Economic services, here you can see that agriculture, industry, power, transport, communication, storage. So if there is any activities or any government expenditure done in these kind of sectors will be considered as economic services. In case of social services, education, health, social security services. So these are the examples. In case of general services, normally administrative services. So here you can see that police, general administration, etc. In public debt, here you can see that government has taken loans from several routes. For that, government needs to repay the loans and they need to pay the interest. So that will be considered as public debt. Loans and advances, again government has given loan to several other institutions. So in those situations which need to be recovered, those amount will be in loans and advances. And the last one, assistance to local bodies. That is for Panchayat Raj institutions and municipalities. So state government has given loans or state government has given grants. So that will be considered assistance to local bodies. So all those things will be related to functional categories of total expenditure done by government. So next we have something called as central grants. Again, central government also gives different kind of grants. So within that we have seen financial commission grants, where we have seen revenue deficit grants, all those things. So you can have a look at that. So again, apart from that, there are other different schemes where central sector sponsored schemes, where 60-40, like 60% will be given by central government, 40% should be given by state government. So all those things we can see. So those kind of central grants also there. So next we have comparison comparison of fiscal indicators with other or neighboring southern states. So where you can see that own tax revenue as percentage of GSDP, so which is lower own tax revenue as percentage of GSDP. So if it is higher, that indicates there is a higher tax compliance. So you can see Telangana has 8.2%. So next is Karnataka 6.9%. So whereas in case of interest payment as percentage of revenue receipt, so lower the number is better. Again you can see Telangana 8% of loan interest payment. So whereas Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh more than 14%, Karnataka is near to 15%, 14.9. So and Kerala and Tamil Nadu has more than 20%. So they are spending more than 20% to pay their interest on the loans which they have taken. So share in central tax, again you can see that 4.1% is for both Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. So they are getting more share. So when we talk about these southern states. So whereas Karnataka is getting 3.6%, Kerala 2% and Telangana 2.1%. Again remember, there are several parameters so which make this question this particular horizontal devolution debatable topic. Why? Because there are states which are performing well. So in terms of economic development or economic growth, those are the ones which get a lower amount in central pool of taxes. So that is also one thing, and you can also link it to different parameters while giving these horizontal devolution. Like, so we have something called as population. Whichever state has a higher population, so that will get higher percentage of taxes. Income distance, when you talk about income distance, whichever the state which has a lower per capita income will get higher tax share from the central pool of taxes. So whereas those who are performing well in per capita income will receive less amount. So that is the reason so why Telangana is receiving less or Karnataka is receiving less. So we have higher per capita income. Okay, so those things you can highlight. So whereas in case of non-tax revenue as percentage of GSDP, so which is very low compared to other states, like so in Telangana they have 2.1% of non-tax revenue, but whereas in case of Karnataka it is very limited or very low, 0.5%. Okay, so these are some of the comparable or so these kind of fiscal indicators we can compare with other states. So next, so there are something called as productive expenditure. What is the meaning of productive expenditure is that these are the expenditure, by making these kind of expenditure we can improve the productivity. Okay, supposing that. So they are given some examples here. So what are these productive expenditure? They are given examples of scholarship, subsidies, special development plan, all these things. Now by providing scholarship, how it will be acting as a productive expenditure? Supposing that, so if we say we have particular test series, and in this test series whoever scores higher number, they will be given a scholarship. Because of this scholarship, in order to get scholarship, you will perform well. That means that is going to improve your performance, that is productivity. right? So that is the reason. So whenever government is spending these kind of things, that will ensure the quality or the productivity in that particular sector will increase. Okay, so that is the reason why it is called as productive expenses. In other terms, when you talk about unproductive expenditures are normally administrative expenditure. So administrative expenditure are made to maintain that daily routine life or daily routine administrative works. It won't increase the productivity, or it directly won't increase the productivity. That's why they are called as unproductive or administrative expenditure. So again, you can have a look here. So in 24-25 budget, so we are given productive expenditure, which is 52% of total expenditure. So whereas administrative expenditure was remaining, that is 48%. What are the examples for administrative expenditure? Salary, pension, debt servicing, all these things are considered as, so they are administrative expenditure, or in other terms, you can also say that unproductive expenditure. By repaying the interest component of a loan, so there won't be any change in productivity. So by paying the salary of an employee, there won't be any change in productivity. Those kind of things are considered as administrative expenditure. So in order to achieve higher efficiency or productivity, so we need to make more productive expenditure compared to administrative expenditure. So that we are trying to highlight here. Okay, so that is what we are trying to highlight. So again, within productive expenditure, you can come across with two different types of productive expenditure. So one is expenditure which is done on beneficiary. So in order to increase the productivity of the beneficiary. So again, in both we try to increase the productivity of beneficiary, but here, so one is directly giving money to beneficiary, like scholarships. Okay, so that's why it is called as expenditure towards beneficiary. Expenditure towards beneficiary. You can have a look at that. Expenditure towards beneficiary, first category. Second category is known as infrastructure related schemes. So when you talk about infrastructure related schemes, so they normally we try to build infrastructure there. By creating infrastructure, we will increase the productivity. But these are not directly given to beneficiary. Okay, so indirectly all the persons residing in that particular area will get the benefits of these infrastructure, but these are infrastructure related schemes. So within productive expenditure, we have two different things. So one, the productive expenditure which is given to beneficiary, another is productive expenditure. So these are invested in infrastructure. By increasing or creating these quality infrastructure, we can increase the productivity. So that is the meaning of productive expenditure. So there was a particular paper where they have asked this question, that is AC SAT paper. They have asked the question, so which of the following is not a productive tax? They are given three productive tax example, and one they are given related to pension. Okay, pension was not the productive tax, so productive expenditure, so that they are given. And there is one more kind of indicator, so that even gives the how these expenditure are done, or the quality of expenditure. So that is considered as human development ratio. What expenditure we have made, based on that what are the outcomes we have achieved. So again, within this we have four different things. One is public expenditure ratio, second one is social allocation ratio, social priority ratio, and we have also human expenditure ratio. Again, no need to go into deep into these particular ratios, but you need to remember, or you need to have a particular idea of these particular ratios. There are some of these ratios which also gives you the idea related to the government expenditure or quality of government expenditure. Okay, so that you can have a look at this particular table as well. So whether there was an increase or decrease, that you can see. So next, what are the different fiscal challenges in front of government as of now, and what may be the way forward? So that they have discussed in last part of this particular chapter. So that similar to all India trends, even Karnataka is experiencing the fiscal deficit related issue, that is increased fiscal deficit we have seen. So that is what they have mentioned here. Fiscal situation even in the state of Karnataka also come under pressure. There was a pressure after COVID-19 crisis. So again, but even though there was a So even though there was a particular limit which was given up to 3.5%, there can be, so we can have fiscal deficit. But in Karnataka has achieved this limit, or Karnataka has achieved a fiscal deficit which is less than 3%. So that is really good thing about Karnataka's fiscal deficit or Karnataka's fiscal status. Okay. Next one is ensuring quality of expenditure. Again, so you can see that, so whatever expenditure government is making, in order to increase the quality of expenditure, we are trying with, so different schemes, or we are trying to have different different initiatives related to that. So, and improving efficiency of public expenditure. So again similar, but whatever the expenditure here we are making, so we are trying to we are trying to achieve the outcome based on that particular expenditure here. So, and so ensuring the flow of resources for SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goal. In order to achieve Sustainable Development Goals within 2030, so we need certain resources or sources. So sources in the sense here, financial sources, so that we need to try to have those flows. So apart from that, so we need to have rationalization of various schemes. There are schemes which basically contradicts with one another, so we need to rationalize those kind of schemes. So, and rationalization of subsidies, there may be subsidies so given in different forms, so which a beneficiary take in different ways. So those kind of subsidies need to be rationalized. So that is also one thing. Or you can see that subsidies in Karnataka are higher than any comparable states. One thing, that the reason may be guarantee schemes. Okay, because of guarantee scheme, there is a higher burden. So higher subsidy burden on Karnataka government. So you can also talk about that. Okay, so within that, non-merit component appear to be larger. Non-merit component, again, that is not going to increase the productivity. Even though that subsidy is given, that is not going to promote any productivity. Okay, so that's why we need to have a rationalization of those subsidies. Apart from that, we need to try, we are trying to improve the sources from where we can get revenues. So that is ways to improve revenue sources. So that we are talking about again GST. So from GST, how we can try to improve the sources. Apart from that, we even have regional imbalances. So in order to have the balance, so we need to come up with several examples, several initiatives. So that is also mentioned. So apart from that, centrally sponsored schemes, even though they are giving, so this much finance should be given to this particular state. So as of now, within this central sponsored schemes, Karnataka is getting a very low share. So that's why we are even trying to focus on, so whether there is a initiative done by central government. So in that central sponsored schemes, there should be a specific or clear indication of allocation, so for Karnataka as well. So those kind of schemes are there. So that's all related to second chapter. This chapter is very, very important for your examination point of view, again for both prelims as well as mains. So I will highlight why it is very, very important for mains. So let us have a look at our mains, KAS mains syllabus. So when we talk about KPSC Gazetted Probationer paper 2, that is GS1 paper. So here at section 3, so we have a particular chapter, that is second unit or second chapter. So which talks about India and international economic relations. So which growth and trade, volume, composition and direction of exports and imports, domestic and foreign capital in economic development, changes in India's foreign trade policy, balance of payments and foreign exchange. At last you have one particular point, that is Karnataka's exports, volume, composition and so direction. So when we have a look at this particular chapter, so here we will get an idea of, so what are the important things or what are the important parameters, because of that Karnataka attracts investment, and what are the different goods or services where Karnataka is contributing more, so in overall national exports. Okay, so let's have a discussion of this particular chapter. So first you need to read once introduction, why it is very important, or why Karnataka was known, so related to exports. Okay, so earlier Karnataka was known for some of the products like so agarbattis or sandal, or sometimes even so we come across with so different handicrafts, so all those things. So but later in the last 2 decades, that is after 1991 LPG reforms, so Karnataka has seen in Karnataka has been seen as larger exporter of service, that to IT, that is information technology related, so as well as computer softwares. Okay, so that one they have discussed here. Okay, so you can also look at that particular thing, that is, so within gross state domestic product, substantial amount, that is approximately 40%, so is attributed to exports. Out of Karnataka's total GSDP, 40% is attributed to exports. So with electronic, computer software and biotechnology playing a crucial role. So these are the top performing or top exporting sectors within Karnataka. Okay, so later they also talked about investment in Karnataka. So there we can see Karnataka also so attracts foreign direct investments. So what are the reasons for that? They are highlighted like this. So Karnataka has an investor friendly responsive administration, as well as the state level single window clearance. So when we have single window clearance system, that is within a particular office or a particular office branch, so you will get all the clearances related to your investment. So if that is that will enhance, or that will simplify the procedures, or that will simplify all the things related to these investment. Whenever there is a whenever the route of investment is very easy or simple, so in those situations what happens, the investments to that particular sector will increase. So that is another point, that is state level single window clearance system. So apart from that, we even have specialized or sector specific industrial zones and special economic zones. So that also contribute to this kind of investment. So apart from that, we even have world class quality, so we have quality infrastructure, so that too. And apart from that, state governments packages of incentives and concession, so for new industrial investments, so also attracts these kind of investments. Apart from that, even we have focused upon skill development and excellent telecommunication network, so or optical fiber cable connections. So these are the major or crucial parameters which attracts more foreign investment to Karnataka. Now let us have look at what are the other schemes or policies in our we are Karnataka government come up with, so in order to boost these kind of investment or boost exports. Okay, so here we have Karnataka IT policy 2020-25. So again within that, so you have objective of to set up so their facility, that is IT or ITES, so in tier 2 or tier 3 cities, or we normally call it as beyond Bengaluru in the sense in other cities. Okay, as of now we know that Bengaluru has become IT hub, so in other cities also we are trying to do that. So apart from that, even we have Karnataka data center policy 22-27. So here we have an objective of making Karnataka as a destination of choice for all data center so related companies. So that is Karnataka data center policy 22-27. Again, so even though I am highlighting these kind of things, you need to read the exact objectives. So because there have been instances where in the prelims level, so they have asked these kind of questions. Okay, so that's why you need to read once. So apart from that, we even have engineering research and development policy, so 21-26. So again there are several objectives associated with this. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka cyber security policy 24-29. So within that we are focusing on critical infrastructure, promoting cyber security awareness, as well as fostering innovation in security technologies. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka GCC policy, that is Global Capability Centers policy 24-29. So here also we are trying to attract more GCCs, that is Global Capability Centers. So again, so here exactly they have mentioned the numbers as well. So attracting 500 new GCCs. So we are planning to attract around 500 new GCCs. Okay, so apart from that, even we have Nipun Karnataka or Skill Locally Work Globally initiative. So where we try to develop skill of residents, so in local area, that is within Karnataka, so and they can work globally, so based on that particular skill level. So that kind of so initiatives are also done. Okay, so apart from that, here we are focusing on some of the emerging technologies. What are these emerging technologies we are focusing upon? Artificial intelligence, blockchain, cyber security and data science. So whereas we even trying to encourage private participation. So in that you can see collaboration has been done. So with Kionics or KDEM, so which is leveraging PPP model, that is public private partnership models. Okay, so in order to address the skill related issues, or in order to so increase or develop skill. Okay, so apart from that, we even have several center of excellences. These are the model institutions or model centers, so where there will be top level innovation taking place. So based on those innovation, other companies can also so integrate, or other companies can also so take up these kind of initiatives. So again, within that we have different sectors, like you can see SciSec. So COE means centers of excellence. So within that center of excellence, so you have particular sectors. So what are those? Like SciSec. SciSec is related to cyber security. Art Park is related to robotics, autonomous system and artificial intelligence. So at the same time, efficiency augmentation so is related to smart energy or smart systems. Okay, again here they are talked about smart water system, home and office automation, smart manufacturing and smart energy. So all those things. Machine intelligence and robotics. Apart from that, we even have internet ethical things or internet of things. Okay, so apart from that, it's a quantum research park. So even though we are trying to highlight some of the important emerging technologies, so you can see, so there are more number of these kind of center of excellence. As of now, there are 14 center of excellences. So Karnataka has established 14 center of excellences in the different sector. Okay, so within that, these are some of the important sectors. So next we have Karnataka Startup Policy 22-27. So within Karnataka Startup Policy, we are trying to encourage startups. Okay, so even you know that Bengaluru has become a startup hub. Okay, so what are the initiatives taken by Karnataka government in order to support that? So you can have a look at. So again, there are several initiatives so to support this startup policy. Karnataka startup policy, so this particular policy is related to promoting startups, right? So there we have several objectives. In order to achieve those objectives, we have so come up with different programs or different schemes. So within that we have Escalate program, or you can say that we Escalate program. Okay, similarly so again, why I am going in detail here. So it's like let's see what kind of question they have asked in so last prelims. Okay, so when August prelims, we can see, so this particular question was asked. Following are the pillars of Karnataka's startup policy. So here you have Karnataka startup policy and their pillars. So directly they have mentioned those things. Okay, so 4 statements. So within that, which are Karnataka, which are related to pillars, or which are the pillars of Karnataka startup policy. So you need to answer. So here they are given: creating and strengthening new age innovation network, channelizing innovation for societal impact, fostering social and rural entrepreneurship, building inclusive and equitable startup ecosystem. Okay, now, so earlier if you just look at the question paper, you will say that so this is not available in any resource material, but now you know that, so that is available in this particular resource, that is economic survey. So that things you need to have a look. Objectives, pillars, vision, mission, if they are talking about any particular policy, you need to have a look. So apart from that, we even have something called as Rajiv Gandhi Entrepreneurship Program. So here also we try to promote startups. So again here, so create awareness and create outreach of to promote these kind of startups. So ecosystem integration and scaling. So if you are have already started a if you have already started a particular enterprise, so we need to scale it up. So those kind of things will be done, and annual review and feedback loop. So all these things will help in improving the performance of startup. So those kind of things were done in Rajiv Gandhi Entrepreneurship Program. So apart from that, we even have Elevate, where we try to build a proof of concept or POCs. So based on the theoretical knowledge that we have. So if you have a particular solution for a challenge, so in those situations, normally the challenge solution which you have been pitched, so that is normally theoretical, or normally that is some kind of ideology. Now you need to convert it into reality. So for that you need to provide a prototype, that is called as proof of concept. So for that we are trying to give some grants. So around 50 lakhs rupees will be given in Elevate scheme. So those kind of things. Apart from that, there are several other initiatives which are going to support startups. So you can quote those things. For example, we have 9 2.0. 9 2.0 is New Age Innovation Network 2.0. So and we even have grassroots innovation, preferential market access normally. So while public procurement is done, so we will give preferential market access to startups. Those kind of things, preferential market access, Propel platform, Karnataka Acceleration Network, or Let's Venture program. All these things or all these initiatives are related to promoting startups. So next we have a look at Karnataka ESDM policy. Again, ESDM stands for Electronic System Design and Manufacturing. So electronic system design and manufacturing. So earlier it was for 2017 to 2022. Okay, so 2017 to 2022. Again, you need to have look at the objectives. Like there we have objectives like stimulate the growth of 2000 ESDM startups, enhance value addition done in Karnataka by 50%, create 20 lakh new jobs in ESDM industry by 2025, effect a quantum jump in the overall revenues of Karnataka's ESDM companies to $40 billion by 2025, significantly grow the ESDM exports from the state to USD 16 billion by 2025. These are all objectives. Again, so I am not going to explain each and every objectives. So this is your duty to read once. Okay, so if I go on telling each and every line, then you may say that so you are telling each and or you are reading each and every line from this 700-page document. Okay, so that's why it is your duty to read these. So why? Because there are already instances where they have asked the question directly based on the objectives. So that is the reason why I am highlighting those things. Okay, so next, so we even have within this semiconductor, so they have also discussed about semiconductor fabless acceleration lab. Okay, so again, if you check out this particular thing, that is fabless acceleration, again, so you may heard this fabless technology or fabless manufacturing units in recent current affairs, as well as you have seen this particular question in August's prelims, that is held by KPSC. KS prelims, which was done in August. So there you have seen this particular question based on fabless. Okay, so let me give you that particular question for you. So here it is. So if it is not visible, just pause the video and just zoom it. Okay, so the question states that what is a key characteristic of fabless manufacturing in the semiconductor industry? Okay, so now option statement A says that it involves companies that own and operate their own semiconductor fabrication plants. So B, it designs and markets semiconductors while outsourcing hardware's fabrication to a third-party foundry. So statement C, it focuses on in-house production of semiconductor materials and components. And statement D, it involves the integration of hardware and software in semiconductor production. So if you see it, fabless itself is telling that fabrication less, or they are not manufacturing or fabricating these semiconductors. They are outsourcing these semiconductors. Okay, so that is what the meaning of fabless. Again, I am not highlighting that. So they are given each and everything related to fabless, but so one particular word which you have been seen in this particular document can be integrate or can pay you 2 marks in your examination. Okay, so when you go through this. So next, let's have a look at other things, like we have biotechnology. So again, within biotechnology, they have given several facts related to that. So we even have a biotechnology policy, Karnataka biotechnology policy, that is for 2024-29. So where we are trying to increase the share or increase the production related to biotechnology. Okay, so biotechnology services. So next, so here we have Asia's biggest tech summit, that is Bengaluru Tech Summit. Within Bengaluru Tech Summit also, so there was a particular segment where we focus upon biotechnology track. Okay, so for that they are given the facts or data related to that particular thing, and even there were several award categories. So within those they have mentioned what are the companies which got that kind of award. Okay, so those startup, all those things, if you remember some of the examples, that examples may enhance your answers weightage. Okay, so if you can give in relevant examples in answers. So apart from that, we even have AVGC, which stands for, normally we can consider animation, visual graphics and cartoons. Okay, so and gaming, annual visual graphics as well as gaming and comics, or cartoons. So this also we have a center of excellence for this AVGC as well. Okay, so now within this AVGC also we have something called as AVGC XR policy. So here what we have, AVGC which stands for animation, visual graphics, gaming and cartoon or comic. So the XR stands for extended reality. So can we give these kind of visual experiences in extended reality? Okay, so or you may heard about augmented reality, virtual reality. Here we are talking about extended reality. So again, there was a question based on this as well in our August prelims. So you can have a look at that particular question. The question states that recently Karnataka announced its second AVGC XR policy 24-29. Again, you can have a look here also. So we have 24-29 AVGC XR policy. Okay. So within that, they are asking 4 different statements. The statement 1 says that AVGC XR stands for animation, visual effect, graphics and comics, visual reality. So if you see, there is 2 different errors. One is it is not graphics, it is gaming. G stands for gaming. A, animation, V, visual effect or visual graphics. G stands for gaming. Okay, C stands for comics. So that is correct. But G is not graphics. That's why. So it is gaming. So that's why it is not right. Apart from that, even you can see XR, that is extended reality. They have given it as visual reality. So that is also not correct. The second statement which states that the policy will provide financial benefits to only Karnataka registered companies or startups. Okay. So next part, the registration fee for the above is 10,000 rupees. And the fourth part is the policy was recently announced in the GAFEX and State Budget 24-25. Okay, so you can look at this GAFEX. So we have announced it in GAFEX. So where we are trying to increase economic growth and social equity. So that is correct. But when you look at these particular statement, that is A is completely wrong. So if you eliminate A, so you have the correct answer, that is B, C, D. So all these 3 statements are correct. So all these 3 statements are correct. Okay. So that's how you get questions from economic survey. So some of you might think that economic survey is very easy. Yes, it is very easy. So when you have read original economic survey, So if you read summary, so then that will be so little difficult to comprehend all these things. Okay, so while the question papers nowadays are becoming more difficult, so that's why so you need to have a look at official document. Okay, so next, so there we are talking about exports of Karnataka. So exports of Karnataka. So here we can see that Karnataka's traditional exports were like, historically Karnataka has been major exporter of commodities like coffee, spices, silk, cashew nuts, handicrafts and agarbattis, right? But in the last 2 decades, so state has emerged as a major player in the export of electronic and computer software, engineering goods, ready-made garments, petrochemical, agro and food processing products, chemicals, minerals, ores and marine products. So that's how Karnataka's export trend has been changed, direction also, not direction, volume or trend has been changed. So within this also, highest export will be from electronic and computer software. So they also give different different numbers or facts related to that. So let's have a look at that. So Karnataka ranks first in software or service export within country. So when you compare different states, so in that Karnataka so is exporting higher or Karnataka is giving more contribution so in software or service exports. So whereas 4th in merchandise export, Karnataka at 4th place in merchandise export. Merchandise export is nothing but goods exports. So whereas overall Karnataka stands for first in the overall exports. They have mentioned that Karnataka stands at first place. So next, so how we are trying to promote these export or boost exports. So there we have something called as Visvesvaraya Trade Promotion Center, so VTPC. So this will be the nodal agency of Government of Karnataka in order to promote exports. Okay, promotion of exports. The nodal agency will be Visvesvaraya Trade Promotion Center, VTPC. So they act based on the data provided by Directorate General of Commercial Intelligence and Statistics, Kolkata. Okay, so these are some of the factual details related to that. So Karnataka's overall exports, so in 23-24 was 5.25% of total India's exports. So whereas in 22-23, so the growth rate of exports was, so from 22-23 to 23-24 was 5.25%. Okay, there were so increase in or there is a growth of export from Karnataka, so between the year 22-23 to 23-24. So that you need to look at. But for 24-25, we don't have complete year's data. So at the publication of this particular economic survey, so that we have up to April to September data. So that's why we are not considering or we are not going to calculate a growth rate on that. So only after the completion of financial year you can you can have these particular growth rate data. So apart from that, you can have look at this particular thing. That is, the share of merchandise exports in the national exports constitutes around 6%, and export or service exports around 41% of the year 23-24. Karnataka's exports. Okay, so within that, when you compare merchandise export, Karnataka's merchandise export within India's merchandise export is around 6.09%. But in case of service exports, so from India's service exports, so within that 41% comes from Karnataka, that they are mentioning. Software or service exports around 41% for the year 23-24. So apart from that, we even export so organic chemicals, pharmaceuticals, automobile sector, iron ore, aerospace, spices and silk products. Okay, so these are all registered increased growth between 22-23 to 23-24. So whereas certain exports, they have also seen a declining trend. So which are those? So here engineering, petroleum products, engineering goods, petroleum products, ready-made garments, agriculture and processed food and marine products. So these are some of the exports which have seen decline from 22 to 23 to 23-24. Okay, so there are several exports which are seen increasing trend. There are some exports which have seen declining trend. There are some export which contributes more. So when you compare to other states, so in total India's export share, so that too in software or service sector. Remember those points. Now, promotional activities, how government of Karnataka or in the nodal agency of government Karnataka, that is VTPC, is trying to promote exports from Karnataka. For that, we have several different programs, so which conducted by VTPC. So that includes export awareness program, export training programs, export management training programs, all those things. Now you have more than 15 points related to these things. You need to read all these 15 points and you need to select which is more important. Okay, so whenever you are writing mains examination, so in this particular chapter, that is paper 2 or GS1 section 3, so unit 2. Okay, so within that they are already asked these kind of questions. That's why you should remember some of the points from economic survey. So let's have a look at the question they have asked. Okay, in so KAS Mains. So here there is a question they are asked based on this particular topic what we are discussing right now. Critically assess the prominent export items of Karnataka. What are the important measures taken by the government of Karnataka in order to promote exports? Okay. So now you need to talk about prominent export items of Karnataka that we have discussed right now. Exports, computer softwares or IT. So apart from that, you have several other things like petroleum products, chemical products, or other things. So apart from that, you need to critically assess all these prominent export items first. Later, you need to talk about what are the important measures taken by government of Karnataka. Government of Karnataka with nodal agency as VTPC. So what are the steps they have taken in order to promote exports? So within that, you have seen, I said you that there are more than 15 different points that they have mentioned. So within that, you need to at least write 5 to 6 points. Okay, so that will lead to get more marks in your mains examination. Next, even they have mentioned about SEZs in Karnataka, how much SEZs we have, so or what are the investment we are attracting in SEZ, that is special economic zones. So all those things are in this particular point. Again, if you see the chapter, that is first chapter in our planning part, that is section 3 of GS1. So there we have a particular thing called as SEZ, Special Economic Zone. That Special Economic Zone, pros and cons of Special Economic Zone. If you know the static portion of that, so you should use the facts related to this here. So next, they have talked about imports from Karnataka. Okay, so from where, which are the different products Karnataka imports from foreign countries. In that you have a higher version or the most imported item is electronic component. So after that we have telecommunication instruments, computer hardware and peripherals. So all these things, top 10 you can see. So again remember, we are exporting computer softwares or IT software related, okay, services. But at the same time we are purchasing or we are importing those hardware parts. So that's why you can see electronic components, telecommunication instruments, or computer hardware and peripherals. So all those hardware things, so we are importing. Okay, so remember that. So apart from that, they even highlight what are the challenges. So to increasing the investment or increasing the proportion of exports. So and with that, they even give you a way forward. So what should be done in the future? So that you need to have a look at this. Again, you have several things like, so they try to make some of the laws decriminalized. Again, why we are trying to decriminalize certain acts is that, so what is the meaning of decriminalization? Under this particular act or under this particular law, piece of law, so if there was an offense, earlier it was considered as criminal offense, now we will consider it as civil offense. So that is considered as decriminalization. So or you are saying that the punishment or the grade of punishment is reduced. So by doing so, you will encourage more people to take risk in that particular or within the ambit of that particular law. So that is the reason why we are trying to decriminalize, or sometimes it also includes rationalization. Okay, so decriminalization also includes rationalization of that law or offenses related to that law. So that's what so we need to discuss about the third chapter, that is investment and export within Karnataka Economic Survey. In this video, we are going to discuss about the fourth chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey, that is rural development. Again, you know that there is a particular chapter in your KAS Mains, so that specifically talks about rural development, that is, so within GS1, paper GS1, so within that section 3, in that 6th and 7th chapter is specifically focusing on rural development. This particular chapter will help you add value to that particular section. Let's have a look at this particular chapter, rural development. So here you need to go through introduction once. So, and you can also have a certain you can have some of the important facts or data related to this. So that is 61% of Karnataka's population which is residing in rural areas as per 2011 census. So you can quote those things when you are writing introduction for your answer. Okay, so if it is related to rural area development. Okay. So apart from that, there are several issues associated with that. So in order to reduce those issues or imbalances or inequalities or create more infrastructure, so in rural areas we come across with several initiatives. So that itself is considered as a rural area development or a rural development. Okay, so here, so with in the history, if you look at the history, so from 73rd Amendment Act, so we have started Panchayat Raj institutions. So Karnataka is also one of the one among the states which implemented this particular piece of law earlier. Okay, so in 1993 only we have passed the Karnataka Grama Swarajya Panchayat Act. So Economic Survey states that Karnataka was the first state to pass a new legislation related to this particular Panchayat Raj institution. Again, remember, when you talk about implementation of Panchayat, so that is done in Rajasthan prior to this particular amendment. Okay, so they have done it in 1950s itself. So that's why you cannot say so there is a difference between these two. So one is implemented the Panchayat Raj institution, another is after passing 73rd Amendment Bill, so which state come up with such a legislature or such an act. Okay, so that is related to this. So again, these are institutions of self-government, or in other words, Grama Swaraj. So those are self-sufficient or self-ruling local area or local self-governments. So now when we talk about rural development programs, they have mentioned that what are the important requirements or basic requirements within rural area are that. Some of them are village panchayat or so important basic requirements for any village panchayat for healthy living are clean drinking water, cleaning and lighting of roads, medical facilities, primary education for children, and roads for transportation, so etc. These are the kinds of basic infrastructure needed for a rural area in order to have a healthy and prestigious life. Okay, so that they are trying to concentrate here. So these rural development programs or rural development initiatives, or by providing these kind of infrastructure, so we can make sure that the quality of life of the people who are residing in rural area also increases. Okay, so that they are trying to tell here. So then they have highlighted on the challenges which Grama Panchayat has or Panchayat Raj institutions have. The limitations of panchayats are scarcity of resources, lack of active participation by the youth, women, and interference of political class or political interference. So these are the important challenges when we talk about panchayats or Panchayat Raj institutions. In order to strengthen the panchayats, there were several efforts. So even they try to highlight on that. if efforts have been made to devolve funds in the sense, so how to get funds to Panchayat Raj institution, maybe it is from state government devolution or central government devolution, finance commission grants. So all those things they are trying to highlight here. Functions and functionaries of two panchayats by the government, then panchayats can plan for economic development and social justice schemes. So by providing funds as well as functions as well as functionaries, so with that even panchayats can perform these kind of social justice as well as economical growth related, activities. Okay, that they are trying to highlight here. So these are some of the points they are trying to talk about. Rural development programs once you need to read. So that will help you in KAS Mains answer writing. So next they are talking about challenges. What so our Department for Panchayat Raj institutions has. So the challenges for the department, what are the challenges? Lack of basic amenities like proper road connectivity, transportation facilities and healthcare, etc. These are hindering rural development. So apart from that, even they are talking about dependence on traditional farming practices. On traditional farming practices and lack of technological advancements, natural disasters like floods, droughts affecting agricultural productivity. So because of all this, agricultural productivity is low. So that you are highlighting. Again, so here we are talking about rural development. Why we are focusing on agriculture is that, so in rural area normally more than 75% male adult workers or laborers, they will be getting their income or they will be working in agriculture sector. So that is the reason it is very important to boost or promote agricultural productivity. So apart from that, lack of non-agricultural employment opportunities, majorly employed in agriculture sector. So that's why there will be very minimum opportunities in non-agriculture sector, that is industry or service sector. So that they are highlighting lack of non-agricultural employment opportunities, underemployment or unemployment. There are several unemployment or specific unemployments which are seen in rural areas, like we have something called as seasonal unemployment. So in agriculture, in some seasons these farmers has work, okay, employment opportunities are there, but in other seasons there won't be any employment opportunity. Those kind of unemployment is known as seasonal unemployment. So as well as we also see disguised unemployment. Again, disguised unemployment is something so where everyone looks like they are working, but nobody is working for their full potential. So or in other terms, by increasing the number of people or increasing number of labor, you are not going to increase the productivity or marginal productivity increased by adding number of labors is zero. In those situations, what we call it as disguised unemployment. Those kind of unemployments were seen in agriculture sector or in rural areas. So that they are highlighting. So if you create non-agricultural employment opportunity, you can absorb these kind of underemployment or unemployment in rural area. So which will also result in or prevent the rural urban migration. Okay, so because of very low non-agricultural employment opportunities and widespread underemployment and unemployment only, so they tend to migrate to urban areas. So that is what they are highlighting. So that is also a challenge associated with the Department of Panchayat Raj. Okay, so next, persistent poverty and income inequality in rural areas. So because those who are working in agriculture sector or primarily dependent on agriculture sector, normally the income level of them are very low. So because of that, you will see widespread poverty as well as inequality in rural areas. So that is also a challenge. So apart from that, as there is very little devolution of fund and authority, Panchayat Raj institutions faces challenges with regard to functions related to governance. So even though Panchayat Raj institutions want to contribute more to the development of rural areas, the so authority or the power with Panchayat Raj institutions is very low, and source that is fund availability is very low. So in those situations, what happens, that is difficult to achieve rural development. So that's why they are also highlighting that particular challenge. So these are the challenges associated with DPR. So not DPR, here Department of Panchayat Raj institutions. So next, so we have taken up certain initiatives in order to improve the quality of life in rural areas. So some of them are rural libraries. We have renamed it as Arivu Kendras. So these Arivu Kendras will help in achieving higher level of or higher quality of education. So that is what, so we can see, that is related to Arivu Kendras. Again, you can have a look at the objectives of Arivu Kendras, all those things. Apart from that, you even have Kusina Mane, that is rural creches. So that means related to child care. So those female employees, so if they are working in any kind of, so especially Narega schemes, Narega work sites, then children between 6 months to 3 years are eligible to enroll in their Grama Panchayats Kusina Mane. So that is rural creches. So these are some of the points related to that. So next, we even have solid waste management, where we try to include self-help groups cooperation within this solid waste management. So that also seen as a success story. Okay, so all these three initiatives, what they are trying to highlight is, so these are the initiatives which try to improve the quality of life in rural areas. The first one, Arivu Kendras, by providing quality education or in order to achieve higher educational attainment. The second one, which is Kusina Mane, is related to women empowerment even after childbirth. So women can work. So for that opportunity, we have created these rural creches or Kusina Mane. So apart from that, solid waste management, again nowadays what happens is that so in the Swachh Bharat mission, under Swachh Bharat mission, we have several components within that. So even solid waste management is one among them. So in order to address these solid waste management, we are trying to incorporate self-help groups help within this particular solid waste management techniques. So those are three different success stories. So which in order try to achieve educational attainments, healthcare related, as well as empowerment, and sanitation. So okay, so those are some of the points related to this. Next, so we will come across with each and individual infrastructures now. Okay, so first they are talking about housing. Again, remember, if there is a question based on housing, again they have asked related to rural housing earlier also. Okay, mains question. So look at the type of a simple statement which can be used as an introduction. Like you have, housing is a basic and very important need for every citizen. Okay, very simple, but so at the same time it is very effective. So housing not only provides social security to human beings, but it also provides status in the society. Okay, so very simple but effective statements, so which can be used as introduction. Okay, so that doesn't mean that you need to rote learn all these things. So if you read these kind of statements, so it will be easy for you to use these statements or reproduce these in your answer writing. So for these housing schemes, we have something called as Rajiv Gandhi Housing Corporation Limited. So it provides houses to socially and economically weaker section of the society, so at an affordable price. Speedy implementation of schemes, transparency in implementation, smooth flow of funds to ensure that the funds reach the ultimate beneficiaries in time, and to encourage cost-effective technology in construction through district Nirmiti Kendras. These kind of functions is done by Rajiv Gandhi Housing Corporation Limited. So it creates housing for both rural as well as urban area, but you need to focus on this, Rajiv Gandhi Housing Corporation Limited. So while we talk about housing, apart from that, there are several other new initiatives done by Karnataka government, like we have Spandan call center. Okay, Spandan call center, and developed a new website in order to ensure transparency in the implementation and beneficiary information of public in the company's website, that is ashraya.karnataka.government.in. So we have Ashraya Vasati Yojana. So within that, so whoever the beneficiaries, their data is available in company's website or website. So that makes sure so there is a transparency associated with this particular scheme. Okay, so then you even have letters and files are maintained in e-office. Usage of Ashraya mobile app used under housing scheme, or you even have usage of Vasati Vigil mobile app used under housing schemes. And GPS based physical progress, the fund will be released in all these housing related schemes. So those kind of things you can talk about. Okay, so that are some of the initiatives related to housing sector. Again, if you have a look at the different housing schemes, you can also have a look at the different housing scheme. Within the economic survey, they are given a particular table. So where they have mentioned Basava Ashraya Yojana, so Basava Vasati Yojana or Ashraya Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, all these different Yojana. So they have mentioned what are the allocated funds and how much houses they have created. So all those things are available there. So apart from that, even you can have a look. Okay, so in the introduction part, there they have also discussed about how much families, so which are as of now don't have these kind of house. Okay, so or if the families are residing in kacha houses, or if the families are residing in rented house, that kind of families are considered as houseless families. Number of houseless families, all those factual data can also be seen there. Next one we will come across with the rural infrastructure. Again, within rural infrastructure, to implement these kind of or to have these kind of rural infrastructure, we have a particular company which is considered as Karnataka Rural Infrastructure Development Limited, or KRIDL. Okay, so Karnataka Rural Infrastructure Development Limited. So this particular company or this particular institute under government of Karnataka will be the one particular nodal agency in order to create rural infrastructure. Okay, so that is earlier known as Land Army Corporation. Now we have changed its name to Karnataka Rural Infrastructure Development Limited. So you can have a look at what are the visions of this particular KRIDL mission, as well as you even have objectives of KRIDL. So all those things you can have a look. Next, you have rural water supply. Within rural water supply, they have talked about Jal Jeevan Mission. Again, factual data which is very important in Jal Jeevan Mission is that, so we are trying to connect each and every household with a functional household tap connection, which provides at least 55 liter per capita per day. Okay, so that will be done by Jal Jeevan Mission. Again, within Jal Jeevan Mission, so we have something called as Har Ghar Ganga. So in Karnataka, we called it as Mane Manege Gange. Okay, so those are some of the components. Apart from this, even in Jal Jeevan Mission, we are trying to encourage women participation, so women empowerment. So for that, you can have a look at this. In rural areas, the water system is considered to be the responsibility of the women in addition to maintaining the households. Okay, water resource management. So village water and sanitation committees have been formed. So village water and sanitation committee in coordination of self-help groups. Normally the self-help groups are women centric. That's why you are saying that women, you are trying to give responsibility to women. So these village water and sanitation committees will look after these kind of resources or sources of water. Okay, apart from that, you even have something called as water quality surveillance from the local community of women enlightened citizens, and they are also given some field test kits, and the training has been given on using that particular field test kits. So all those things is part of rural water supply or Jal Jeevan Mission. Again, within Jal Jeevan Mission, we have one particular program that is called as Water Quality Monitoring and Surveillance Program, WQM and SP. So this particular program tries to build a particular network where we try to monitor and supervise the water resources which are available, drinking water resources, by ensuring they are chemical free or pollutant free. So those kind of monitoring is done. For this water quality testing, so we have around 31 district level water quality testing laboratories and 48 sub-divisional or taluka level water quality testing laboratories. Okay, so here we consider around 13 different physiochemical parameters in order to ensure the that particular water is so potable or drinking. So it can be used for drinking. So next, even we have something called as multi-village scheme. So the scheme of drinking water. So for multiple so these kind of villages. So those kind of things you can have a look at. Again, here some of the chemical contaminants. So wherever the areas which have higher level of groundwater chemical contaminants like arsenic, fluoride, TDS, nitrate and iron. So in the drinking water, in those areas we are trying to provide these kind of multi-village schemes. Okay, multi-village schemes. So next, for rural sanitation, we have something called as Swachh Bharat Mission. Again, it's one of the flagship programs of present government. So remember that within that we have two components. One is Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, another one is Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. So here it is talking about Gramin areas or rural areas. So for that we are considering Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, SBM Gramin. Okay, so within that we have several objectives of SBM, that is Swachh Bharat Mission. So apart from that we have achieved some, or we are trying to provide some of the basic infrastructure related to this. So within that we are trying to develop some of these kind of activities, that is construction and usage of individual household latrines. So this is the first one. So with that construction of individual household latrines or households, so we can get a particular status of ODF, open defecation free. So with the availability of the resources, that is water supply and all those things, with that we can achieve ODF plus. If it is sustainable, that means if you are undertaking solid waste management or liquid waste management, with this particular thing, then we consider it ODF sustainability, ODF S. So these are three different certifications which government can provide. So here, so one is individual household latrines construction, so and community sanitary complexes, and solid and liquid waste management related activities, material recovery facility, construction of fecal sludge management unit, construction of Gobarnan unit or ODF-S and ODF plus centric information, education and communication and training activities, all these things so are done in SBM. Okay, Swachh Bharat Mission. So next, so we come across with rural energy programs. Again, within rural energy programs, they are highlighted on biomass and biofuels. So here first one is biofuel. So biofuel programs. So here we have several programs. Within that, one important is the Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board. So they are taking several initiatives or several species or research and development species, in the sense, so you have some of the food particle which can be converted into biofuels, normally which are known as first generational biofuels. As of now, we are not trying to promote use of these kind of first generation biofuels, because by converting food particles into biofuels, normally there will be a food scarcity. So that is the reason we are planning to move to non-food non-food articles. So second generational biofuels, normally they are non-food or sometimes waste, food waste, will be used for the second generational biofuels. And in third generational biofuels, normally we try to use microorganisms in order to create these kind of biofuels. So those kind of things. For that, we are trying to experiment with different species. Okay, the different species of these kind of things that may be related to vegetable oil, or that may be related to for example, honne, these kind of, or jatropa, cotton seed. So these kind of oils where we try to convert it into biofuel. So and even providing motivation to farmers to grow these kind of biofuel species, so which will enhance, which normally which are in the form of agroforestry, so which also increase the revenue for farmers, those kind of things. And we are trying to bring up new technologies in rural areas related to biofuel. So all those things related to Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board. So next, so we have several initiatives where we are trying to implement these bioenergy development program. So like biofuel plantation, bioenergy research information and demonstration centers, biofuel parks, clonal orchards, or bioenergy research and quality assurance laboratory, participation of non-governmental organizations, research and development related to biofuels. So all those things we are trying to do. So next one is institutional support. We are trying to support these kind of rural energy development by some of the institute. One institute which is very, very important for us is Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Energy and Development, or MGIRED. Okay, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Energy and Development. So they are also taking several initiatives related to that. So they are normally trying to create a platform for different stakeholders. So like you can have rural local bodies, officers of RDPR and other related department. At the same time, school and college students, teachers, NGOs, self-help groups, general public. So all these stakeholders will have a common platform. So this particular institute will coordinate between them in order to effectively implement these kind of rural energy development. Okay, so next we have rural communication. Even though they have mentioned it as rural communication, they are actually talking about rural transport here. So within that, rural roads are very, very important. Roads. So we have Pradhan Mantri Grama Sadak Yojana, and we even have Mukhyamantri Gramina Raste Abhiruddhi Yojana. So at the same time, recently we even come across with Kalyana Patha. Okay, so Kalyana Patha is one such initiative. Again, remember, when we talk about these kind of schemes, there are instances, even in those situations, they even ask what are the length of or kilometer of road which is going to construct in this particular scheme. So like in Kalyana Patha, what they are trying to do is that under the Kalyana Patha scheme, a total of 1150 kilometer of roads will be developed in 38 rural assembly constituencies of Kalyana, Karnataka under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana model at a cost of 1000 crores. Okay, that is related to Kalyana Patha. So they are trying to establish or construct rural roads in Kalyana, Karnataka region. Okay, so next we even have something called as Pragati Patha. Again, within Pragati Patha scheme will be launched with external assistance to develop the road connectivity network in the rural areas systematically and qualitatively. Under this scheme, a total road connectivity network of 7,110.00 km in 189 rural assembly constituencies, each with a length of 50 km, will be developed at a cost of 5,190 crore. Again, I know. So when we talk about these kind of data, so actually we don't remember, okay, these kind of data. So there are several data, that means lakhs of data when you compare, when you have a look at the economic survey. Each and every data we cannot able to comprehend, or we cannot able to recall. But there are instances where they have asked these kind of questions. So that is the reason you should look at which are the important topics within this particular economic survey. So within that, or if there is an important scheme, so what the question may arise from that, and for that you need to have a look at the factual data as well. So while talking about Pragati Patha, let's have a look at the question KPSC asked on Pragati Patha. So here it is. Focusing on rural road development, the state budget has proposed to roll out Pragati Path scheme. Under this, consider the following statements. So last year's budget has been has announced this particular scheme. That's why they are asking this particular question. Statement A, the proposal is to develop a road network of 9,450 kilometers. Okay. Now, factually, completely factual. So, second point is the proposal is to develop a road network with 50 km each in 189 rural assembly constituencies. Okay. Now, have a look at this. So, first one is 7,110 km. But what they have mentioned here, 9,450 km. So, that is wrong. Second, 50 km each for 189 rural assemblies. So, 189 rural assembly constituency, each with a length of 50 km. Each with a length of 50 kilometers. Okay. So, that is correct. So, that is second one is correct. First statement is wrong. Okay. Again, remember, if they have mentioned this in previous year's budget, So while mentioning, if they have mentioned 9450, that will be correct. But these kind of factual data they are asking. So that is how we are trying. We are trying to have a look at these question paper as well as economic survey. So when we are talking about these kind of things, okay. So each and every time you may not able to recall all the data related to that, but you should have a look at these particular economic survey data. So and you should able to recall some of them which are very, very important for your examination point of view. Or in other words, so don't take too much pressure or don't put too much pressure on yourself to remember all the data. Just go through the economic survey thrice or 5 times. Okay, so revision. So whatever number of revision, so if the number of revisions are more, then probability that the data will be so staying in your head is high. So that is the reason. So that's why, so you can go for multiple revisions. So when you do multiple revisions or so you repeatedly read these kind of things, so you will remember. But don't put too much pressure on yourself to remember these things. So if you do that, you will forget all this data, or at the time of examination, what happens is that you get confused with data. Okay, so that is the reason. That's why I'm saying that you don't need to so pressurize on yourself to remember all the data. So but you need to read this. So if you read so 5 times, then obviously you will remember some of the data. So then you can so at least you can so logically think about that. So what was the limit, or what was the so nearby number. So based on that you can answer. Okay, so next, so we have something called as Hombelaku. Hombelaku is to reduce electricity consumption in Gram Panchayats. Under Hombelaku program, we are trying to install solar street lights. So in 50 Gram Panchayats at an estimated cost of 25 crores. Okay, so at an estimated cost of 15,000 rupees per unit. Okay, so that was Hombelaku. So and even we have wage employment programs. Next we will come across with wage employment programs. So one important wage employment program for rural area is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. So within that, so normally what happens, here we will be providing unskilled nature of work for the laborers, okay, for at least 100 days in a year, in a financial year, at least for 100 days. This work or the labor, so will be provided or guaranteed. So under MG Narega scheme. So again within that, the funds should be given in the ratio of 90:10, that is Government of India will provide 90 so rupees, okay, 90% of so this one. Government of India will provide 90%, so whereas Government of Karnataka has to put 10%. So whereas the total amount, the funding which was received, within that expenditure should be made in so for labor you should so use up to 60% of the total funding. For material you should be using remaining 40%. Okay, so that is how MG Narega scheme works. So next, so we even have rural governance. Again, when we talk about rural governance here, so we are talking, so we are trying to have a look at decentralization. Okay, decentralization plan or decentralization of administration governance. So within our Karnataka. So we have something called as Rajiv Gandhi Panchayat Raj Fellowship. So within that, what we are trying to do is that to address the socio-economic disparities and to improve the functioning of Gram Panchayats in the 7 districts under Kalyana Karnataka region. So and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department has rolled out Rajiv Gandhi Panchayat Raj Fellowship Program. So in this young professional will be given to each taluk. So he will coordinate between different Gram Panchayats. So in order to bring up new technology or bring up smart decision, or in other terms you can say that bring up new age initiatives. So in so traditional Panchayat Raj institution, so we are trying to hire these kind of Rajiv Gandhi Panchayat Raj Fellowship. So apart from that, we even have responsibility mapping. Again, before that, we even have something called as Gram Panchayat Development Plan, or in Karnataka we call it as Namma Grama Namma Yojana. So apart from that, we even have responsibility mapping. in Namma Grama Namma Yojane, a particular village panchayat or panchayat will make their own plans for the development of their village. Next, they have to make a responsibility mapping. Responsibility mapping means, so which official is so responsible for which task. So that responsibility mapping should be done. So that is second point. Apart from that, we even have to submit a vision plan for 5 years. Next 5 years, what are the vision of that particular Gram Panchayat? Again, within that, they are given certain sectors where vision plan should be compulsorily given, like child care, women empowerment, so all those things. So those kind of things, you can have a look at this. These are all some of the decentralization planning, okay, decentralized planning initiatives taken by Government of Karnataka. So that is also very, very important for your section 3 of GS1. Okay, so remember. So apart from that, we introduced several e-governance initiatives. So where some of them are Mojini services available in Bapuji Seva Kendra, or you can also talk about promotion of digital payments in Gram Panchayats, services of Atal Janasnehi Kendras, so or Panchamitra portal, okay, Panchamitra portal, and we even have Panchamitra WhatsApp chatbots, and various meetings are conducted by Gram Panchayats like Gram Sabha, Ward Sabha, Standing Committee Sabha, so where the people's participation are encouraged. So these are all some of the points related to this particular chapter, that is rural development. Again, I am repeating one particular point here, is that this series or this particular initiative is intended to empower you to read official document. Okay, don't just go by the videos. After looking at the video, or after clearing the conceptual clarity of after getting the conceptual clarity of this particular topic or this particular chapter, you should able to read that chapter. Okay, so it is going to give you a higher yield only when you read this official document. So that is the reason I am repeatedly asking you to read the official document. Okay, hello and welcome to IAS Baba. I am Ajitkumar PM. In this video, we are going to discuss about 5th chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey. So that is urban development. So when we have a look at urbanization pattern within Karnataka, so we can see some of the points related to that. That is, Karnataka is the 7th largest state in India. So when you compare with the urbanization percentage, that is with 38.67% of urban population as per 2011 census. So apart from that, Karnataka exhibits a fluctuating trend of urbanization with a high regional variation and high urban primacy. Okay, so within that, Bengaluru urban is the most urbanized district with 90.94, that is nearly 91% of population being in urban area. So and Kodagu has the least amount of urbanization, that is 14.61% population residing in urban area. So whereas Udupi and Dakshina Kannada districts are urbanizing in faster, while Uttara Kannada, Raichur and Gadag have registered very slow growth. Okay, so apart from that, total 70% of urban population lives in 10% of towns or urban agglomeration, with Bangalore being the primate city. Okay, so that's why Bengaluru urban contributes more to per capita income or more towards the GSDP. Okay, so that is the reason. So let's have a look at the different schemes related to various urban infrastructures. So within that, first have a look at urban housing. Again, when we talk about urban housing, again here, so we have Karnataka Housing Board or KHB, so which will be catering the construction of housing for economically backward and middle class people. Okay, so that is one. Apart from that, even we have Karnataka Slum Development Board. Again, we will have a look at that particular board later. But remember, Karnataka Slum Development Board also does this kind of housing related schemes. So Karnataka government is implementing many such schemes like Vajpayee Urban Housing Scheme, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Niwas Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, so housing for all, and Devraj's housing scheme. So all these some of the examples of housing schemes, so which are implemented by Karnataka government. So apart from that, for all these housing related schemes, the nodal agency or the implementation will be done through Rajiv Gandhi. So Rajiv Gandhi Housing Corporation Limited. Okay, so Rajiv Gandhi Housing Corporation Limited. So these are some of the different housing schemes. Vajpayee Urban Housing Scheme, Devraj Aras Housing Scheme, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Niwas Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, earlier it was known as Indira Gandhi Awas Yojana. So all these things. So you can have a look at the numbers and how many houses or households are, so these kind of pakka houses are built by different schemes. So that number you can have a look at. So next, so we have something called as 1 lakh multi-story Bengaluru housing program. So in Bengaluru, what happens is that, so it is very stressed area, that is geographical area is very low or geographic area is very less, so when compared to the population residing in this. So because of this particular stress, we need to create more housing within a small area land holding. So that's why we are planning to have 1 lakh multi-story Bengaluru housing programs. Okay, so that that is also a part of different state schemes. So next, we even have Karnataka Slum Development Board. Again, within Slum Development Board, this particular act was passed in 1973. So that act is known as Karnataka Slum Areas Improvement and Clearance Act 1973. Within this act, so we have come up with this particular or established the Karnataka Slum Development Board. So this was constituted in 1975. So that means it is a statutory body. Okay, so here also they are trying to create this kind of housing scheme or housing infrastructure. So apart from that, we have other urban infrastructure. Let's have a look at these urban infrastructure one by one. So first one is related to drinking water. So water supply and sanitation. They are talking about water supply and sanitation. Again, you have some facts related to this. So here you can see that Karnataka is one of the India's most vast water stressed states, with approximately 38% of the state's population living in urban areas against 28% of the country as a whole. Okay, country's average in urban area is 28%, but in case of Karnataka, it is 38% population residing in urban area. So because of this, so there will be scarcity of water resources or availability of resources related to water, so are very low. So in order to improve these conditions or to create or to provide water resources to all, so we have several programs like the Karnataka Integrated Urban Water Management Investment Program. Okay, so or KUWMIP. So this is also implemented in order to provide groundwater drainage facility in all urban local bodies. So next, we even have something called as KUWSMP, that is Karnataka Urban Water Supply and Modernization Project. Okay, so Karnataka Urban Water Supply and Modernization Project, so which is having an objective of supplying 24/7 water. So that is also being implemented in Hubli Dharwad, Belagavi, Kalaburgi, so and entire corporation areas. So these are two important programs. So again, here it is funded by World Bank. So this KUWSMP is funded by World Bank. So next, we have something called as Jalashuddhi Mission. So used water management. So here also we are trying to recycle the water which has been used. So those kind of things. So again, within that, so you can say that used water management or UWM. So by ULB, that is urban local bodies, as nodal agency under Swachh Bharat mission. So under Swachh Bharat mission, KUIDFC, so will be acting as a nodal agency or implementing agency for Jalashuddhi mission. So next, so we have something called as BWSSB, that is Bengaluru Water Supply and Sewerage Board. So again, with Bengaluru Water Supply and Sewerage Board is also a particular statutory body under Bengaluru Water Supply and Sewerage Board Act. So again, so it has several mandates or objectives. So adequate water supply to meet the demand, creation of a sewerage network and safe disposal of sewage, preparation, implementation of plans and schemes for augmenting water supply and sanitation, disposal of sewage, levy and collection of water charges on no loss, no profit basis. Okay, no loss, no profit basis for sustainability of the system. So all these things were done by BWSSB. So next we have something, sanitation. Okay, sanitation also, so one of the important urban infrastructure we need. So proper sanitation, again you can have a look at this particular part that will be used, that can be used for your introduction of mains answer writing. Proper sanitation promotes health, improves the quality of environment and thus the quality of life in a community. Sanitation refers to the safe collection, transportation, treatment and disposal of human waste. So that is the simple, simple definition of what sanitation is, or they are given why sanitation is important. So similarly, we have a flagship program, that is Swachh Bharat Mission. So again, under Swachh Bharat Mission, we have come across with very vast sectors of schemes. So here you can talk about some of the components like household toilets, community toilets, public toilets, solid waste management, so IEC and public awareness. Okay, so from IT or information technology, so communication technology, how we can create awareness among the people, capacity building and administrative and office expenses. So all these are part of or components of Swachh Bharat Mission. So next, so we have something called as Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, second phase of Swachh Bharat Mission. So again here the main objective is to convert all cities to garbage free city. So in earlier Swachh Bharat Mission, so 1.0 or so in earlier version, so we normally talked about open defecation free. So but here in second phase we are talking about garbage free cities. Okay, to sustain open defecation free status and awareness creation through IEC activities along with large scale citizen outreach to intensify Jan Andolan or Jana Bhagidari. So to increase the people participation, so within this particular objective, so within this particular mission. So next we have Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So it is related to improve the quality of life in an urban area, or we normally call it as Amrit cities. Okay, so that is our Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So it is a 50-50 scheme. That means central government will provide 50% funding, remaining 50% will be borne by state government. So that is 50-50 ratio. So here, so and it has been launched during 2015. So for 27 cities. Okay, 27 cities normally which has more than 1 million population. Okay, sorry, 1 lakh population. The population of which cities which are more than 1 lakh, for that particular cities we have introduced Amrit Mission. So next, after some time, that is from 2015 to 2020, around 2021-22. Okay, so in 2021-22, so we introduced Amrit 2.0, second phase of Amrit Mission. So here we try to even include other cities which have less than 1 lakh population. Okay, so that's why here you can see 27 cities of state. So whereas in this particular Amrit 2.0, so we can see 287 cities of Karnataka state. Okay, so those are some of the initiatives. So Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrit cities, or Amrit 2.0. So next we have something called as Smart City Mission. Again here in Smart City Mission, whatever the different challenges a city faces, okay, so whatever different challenges a city faces or urban area faces, so here we try to use newer technology or latest technology to solve those kind of things. So that's why it is called a smart city, or we are going to use smart technologies. So that is Smart City Mission. So it was also launched in 2015. So and for the cover in 5 years. So it was and has contemplated to cover in 5 years. with an objective to provide full lift to the development of innovative smart solutions that directly impact the needs of the cities. Okay, so needs of the cities, or you can say that, so if there is some needs or challenges in cities, so we are trying to address those challenges by using newer technologies. So that is related to smart city mission. So next, so we can have a look at urban transport. So again, within urban transport, we have a particular body which is very, very important, Directorate of Urban Land Transport. So, or it is also in shortcut you can call it as DULT, Directorate of Urban Land Transport. So again, here we try to benchmark land transport in Bengaluru, because it is so very highly stressed area. Okay, so that is the reason. So this has implemented several initiatives, including service level benchmarking in Bengaluru, preparation of policies on parking, preparation of comprehensive mobility plans for 16 cities, feasibility studies for mass transit system, or you can also highlight here suburban railways, or you can also talk about metro. Okay, so mass transit systems. So these are some of the functions which are carried by Directorate of Land Transport or Urban Land Transport. So have a look at Bengaluru Suburban Rail Project. So it was, it is going to, okay, let's have a look at Bengaluru Suburban Rail Project. It is going to be implemented by 2026. So as per the official documents, they are saying that it will be available from 2026. So this is being done with the joint venture with a company that is a private company, that is K-Ride. Okay, so those kind of things are done. So similarly, you can also talk about State Urban Transport Fund. We have a particular fund. Government of Karnataka has set up a State Urban Transport Fund. So in 2010, this fund is primarily mobilized through levy of 1% cess on motor vehicle tax. So on motor vehicle tax, you are going to levy 1% cess. So that 1% cess will go to State Urban Transport Fund. So this will be used for urban transport development, infrastructure development, and 2% cess on property tax, which were supplemented with some budgetary support. Okay, so with that, so that funds in State Urban Land Transport Fund. So we are going to use that fund or use that money to develop the urban transport infrastructure. So next one is Advanced Traffic Information and Management System, or ATIMS. Okay, so this is also one of the newer technologies, or so we are going to use latest technologies in order to get the traffic information as well as managing traffic information, managing traffic. So next we have some bus priority lanes, Kalyana Marga. So Kalaburgi bus priority lane, in Kalaburgi we are given a priority lane for buses. So that is Kalyana Marga, that is named as Kalyana Marga. And even DULT promotes research and innovation related to land transport. And so you even have CLP Bengaluru, that is nothing but City Logistic Plan for Bengaluru. Okay, so these are all some of the points related to these kind of land transport related to transport sector related to urban area. So next we have BMRCL. Again we have talked about this, that is metro. So here in Bengaluru, our Namma metro. So this is the one which gives rapid mass transport within Bengaluru. Okay, so that is also one of the some point. Next we have Brahat Bengaluru Mahanagarapalikhe. This is related to city administration. BBMP will be responsible. BBMP has been given the responsibility to govern or to administer Bengaluru area. So that is one. Bengaluru Mahanagarapalikhe was established in 1949 by merging two separate municipalities. So even though it was done in 1949. Okay, in 1949, BBMP had a very small area under it, but over time what happened, because of the higher level of population stress in Bengaluru, the functions of BBMP has also expanded. So that is what they are trying to say. So presently BBMP comprises of 8 zones, that is RR Nagara, Bammanahalli, Dasarahalli, Mahadevapura, Yelahanka, Bengaluru East, Bengaluru South and Bengaluru West. So these are the 8 zones of BBMP. So next, so we have Bengaluru Development Authority. Bengaluru Development Authority is responsible, given responsibility of creating or planning a layout or some infrastructure. Okay, so within that we have something called as the scheme involves, or by Bengaluru Development Authority, you can see that has undertaken the formation of new layout like Nada Prabhu Kempegoda layout. The scheme involves acquiring of farmers' land, compensating them in developed layout under 60-40 ratio. 60-40 ratio. Instead of land compensation, 40% of the developed sites will be given to the landowners as compensation. Okay, so look at this particular point. So if you are creating a layout, okay, for creating these kind of layout, you have acquired several lands from farmers. Now you are saying that whatever number of layouts or whatever number of the sites created in this particular layout, within that 40% will be given to the agree landholders or the farmers. Okay, 40% will be given to them, 60% can be also openly sold. So those kind of things will be here we are talking about. So apart from that, we have several layouts recently developed by BDA, that is Arkavati layout, Dr. Shivarama Karanta layout. So apart from that, it also takes up several road transport project or infrastructure related project. So within that, two important are Peripheral Ring Road project and Hebbal flyover works. So these are all functions of Bengaluru Development Authority. So next we have municipal finance or urban local body related finance. So within that we have particular directorate, that is Directorate of Municipal Administration. Okay, Directorate of Municipal Administration. So here remember, Directorate of Municipal Administration controls all other municipalities except BBMP. Okay. So BBMP is not under Directorate of Municipal Administration. Remember that point. So DMA will be acting as a nodal agency for regulating day-to-day governance of 315 urban local bodies, including corporations in the state except BBMP. So what are other roles or responsibilities of DMA? So that are supervising administration in corporations and urban local bodies as mandated in Corporations Act, Municipal Acts in its interpretation. Facilitating implementation and monitoring of schemes of state and central government. Formulating recruitment and service rules for corporations, municipal employees and officers. Okay, so if you have a look at all these points, you are saying that so it is going to regulate these kind of municipalities. How the recruitment should be done in these municipalities, how the day-to-day activities will be done in these municipalities, all those things will be governed by or regulated by DMA, that is Directorate of Municipal Administration. So next we have a scheme which is called as Chief Minister Amrit Nagarottana. Okay, so within that we are we are trying to have fourth phase of this particular scheme, Chief Minister Amrit Nagarottana. Again here we are trying to implement this scheme in 302 urban local bodies. So with an allocation of around 3,885 crores. So what are the things included in this? That is all urban infrastructure. Like we have drinking water supply works, road improvement, roadside drains, footpath or traffic management, storm water drains, improvement and construction of office building, community and public toilets, modern bus stand and market complex. So all these things are prioritized. Okay, so that will be done under Chief Minister Amrit Nagarottana. Again remember, so if you unable to reproduce all these things, you know these are all urban infrastructure. So if you know urban infrastructure, within that you can quote some of those. Okay, drinking water you can quote, sanitation or road transport, all these things are very important urban infrastructure. So that is been done under Chief Minister Amrit Nagarottana scheme. Okay, so within that also they have taken up with several initiative. So or even here also you can see DMA is coming up with several initiative, so which is going to improve the transparency within urban local bodies administration. So what are some of the examples for that? So Bharat Bill Pay system is integrated with e-Swikrati software to enable online payment in all urban local bodies. So in urban local bodies, when you have offline transactions, then there is always a provision of corruption. Now you are trying to reduce this corruption level. Because of that, you are trying to integrate this online payment. So that's why you have integrated it with Bharat Bill Pay system. So apart from that, even point of sale machine or POS devices, so where you can easily use your plastic cards, that is credit card or debit cards, in order to make these kind of payments. So and development of Asti Kanaja. Asti Kanaja is nothing but computerization of assets. Okay, so software for computerization of KMF24 implemented in all urban local bodies of the state and action taken for the further process. Urban local bodies are trained on Asti Kanaja. Okay, so first you are trying to computerize all the assets related to that particular, urban local bodies. Now you need to understand, so you need to use those data. So in order to use those data, so you should you should be well versed with that particular software. So that's why training is also required. So apart from that, latest information is made available for viewing on the website of urban local bodies and district urban development cell website. So apart from that, even it is decided to implement 3D drone technology in order to get GIS based, that is geographical information system based property survey carried out in urban local bodies. Okay, so these are all newer technologies which are adopted within these kind of urban local bodies in order to improve the productivity of urban local body or reduce the corruption related to local bodies. So next, we even have 15 finance commission grants for urban local bodies. So again, here you can see around 870 crore rupees has been given to Karnataka urban local bodies, so excluding BBMP. So this particular grant also divided into two parts. Which are those two parts? Or with one part we have 60%. Okay, so this grant of 870 crore is divided into two parts. So one is 60%. This 60% is considered as tied. Okay, so tied grants, and remaining 40% of the grants is known as, this particular grants are untied grants. So when they are talking about tied grants, it will be specifically spent on certain sectors. So which are those? Tied grants should be compulsorily used equally for drinking water supply and solid waste management. Only two: drinking water supply and solid waste management. So these are the two. So that means out of 60%, equally divide between these two. 30% to drinking water supply or drinking water facility. So remaining 30% to solid waste management. So remaining 40%, which is untied. Okay, untied can be used for any other some facilities. Okay, so remaining 40% grants, that is untied, and can be used for other basic infrastructure facilities. So which are enshrined in 12th schedule. Okay, so that is related to 15th finance commission grants. So next we will have a look at solid waste management. Again, within solid waste management, you can look at the first paragraph, which talks about some of the challenges related to solid waste management in urban local bodies. So now have a look at that particular paragraph. Solid waste management is one of the basic functions of municipalities. A general statement. Rapid urbanization, heterogeneous nature of waste, lack of awareness among the public and various other stakeholders, lack of appropriate infrastructure, disintegrated and unscientific approach of waste management has made the waste management into an unmanageable situation. Now you have several challenges which are associated with solid waste management. So if you read these kind of things, it should be, you should able to generate at least 5 to 6 points related to this, at the mains examination. while writing descriptive type of exam. Okay, so remember that. So that's why introduction and conclusion of a particular topic or particular chapter is very important here. So now you know how to write a good answer, right? So how to write a good introduction by reading these kind of things. So again, so we have something called as solid waste management rules. With this rules, we are trying to manage solid waste. But so here within this, what are the necessary infrastructure related to solid waste? So you have collection infrastructure, storage, segregation, transportation, processing and disposal of municipal solid waste. So all these infrastructures are necessary in order to have solid waste management. So here in solid waste management also they have taken up with several initiatives. So even there were several success stories related to that. So you need to once read those things. Okay, so what are the policy, main objectives of policy? So what they have done with solid waste management? So and what are the data associated with that? And what are the success stories? Okay, so if there are any achievements, so you should also look at the achievements. So next we have something called as unbalanced growth or inclusive development. So we have, as of now, we have unbalanced growth. What is the meaning of that? Within urban area also, there are some areas which are economically developed and others are relatively economically underdeveloped. So now you are saying that within urban area there are imbalances. Because of these imbalances, we should try to give, or we should try to balance the development within urban area. So that is, as of now, we have unbalanced growth. So we need to make sure that there is a balanced growth, or in other terms, they are calling it as inclusive development. That means development should happen in all the areas which are within this particular urban area. Okay, so in order to remove these regional disparities. So here you can also look at these things. Economic concentration and regional disparities are global phenomenon. Economic growth has been unbalanced in developing countries, and so has been urbanization. So in developing country, it is a challenge. They are saying that one is unbalanced growth and another one is urbanization. Urbanization is also directly linked with the growth, right? So which area which is urbanized, normally they have higher economic growth when compared to rural areas. So those kind of things. This continues to be so in spite of state policies approving incentives to attract private investments into backward areas. Hence, it is required to raise the living standards of people residing in backward areas by focusing on human development. So here we are not focusing upon any other economic development. Apart from that, we are focusing on human development in order to remove or in order to make sure there is a balanced growth. So what are those human development initiatives required, or the broad sectors of that? Education, health, nutrition, sanitation and improving connectivity or reducing distance. Okay, so as of now we have unbalanced growth. All developing countries have, are experiencing these kind of problems, challenges. Now we try to make sure that there will be balanced growth or balanced development. So that is in other terms they have called it as inclusive development. So next we have a particular concept that is related to e-waste, electronic waste. Again, remember, within electronic waste there are several components. So they are mentioned like this. E-waste typically consists of plastics, metals, cathode ray tubes or CRTs, printed cables, circuit boards and so on. Okay, so even though it looks manageable, e-waste looks manageable, but within this particular, for example, suppose if you are talking about a motherboard, within that you have several other components, like you have several type of different metals, so you have several type of different chemicals. So it may be directly a pollutant, okay. So or when it combines with other elements, it becomes pollutant. So all these things are possible. Now within that they are saying that there are some valuable metals. There are some valuable metals like copper, gold. So we have used. So that is copper, silver, gold, platinum. So even it is been used in these kind of e-wastes. Now we need to reuse, or so if we able to recycle those, so that will be beneficial. Okay, so apart from that, there are some toxic substances as well. So which are those? Liquid crystal, lithium, mercury, nickel, selenium, polychlorinated biphenyls, arsenic, barium, brominates, flame retardants, or cadmium, chrome, cobalt, copper and lead. So it makes it very hazardous. Now, so having a look at this particular part, that is, there are various components. Supposing that if I am a rag picker, normally what I will try to do, I will try to maximize the profits, so which are going to arise from these kind of wastes. So in that case, what I will try to do is that, so if there is a e-waste, I will try to, so I will try to segregate that into valuable and non-valuable things. So I will collect all those valuable things. By that, I will generate more income. Okay, that is the one thing. But what happens in India or any developing countries? So while segregating these kind of e-wastes, you should use some scientific methods. But here we are not going to use any scientific method. So, or we are using scientific method in only few instances. Okay. So that means we should use adequate safety measures. So before doing all these things, because there is a presence of toxic chemicals as well. Okay. So while getting motivated by the profits from that particular waste, so there are serious threats, that is serious health concerns related to that particular waste as well. So that is the reason. So as of now, we are not doing any, or we are having a minimal awareness related to the safety while segregating these e-waste. So we need to create awareness among, the rag pickers related to this or any other stakeholders. So computer, mainframes, all these things are examples of this e-waste. Okay, remember. E-waste management, again for e-waste management, we had a 2016 policy. Now we have come across with particular rules, that is in 2022. E-waste management rules 2022. So Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has come up with this particular rules. So that is e-waste management rules 2022. So next we have e-mobility. E-mobility is nothing but it is related to EVs. EV stands for electrical vehicles. Okay, so again here the first line or first statement. So if you have a look at first statement, it gives some factual details which can be used for mains examination. Again, not only for mains examination, there are some instances where in prelims they are directly asked these kind of questions. Okay, so these kind of statements they have used, but in mains it has higher weighting. So when you can able to quote Bureau of Energy Efficiency, or if you can able to quote any other standard organizations or standard institutes. So look at the first paragraph. Look at the first statement, not paragraph. According to Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Energy, Government of India. Okay, so all these things they are given. The transport sector accounts for 18% of total energy consumption in India. Transport sector, so that accounts for 18% of total energy consumption in India. This translates to an estimated 94 million tons of oil equivalent energy. So that is a fact. Okay, so that is a fact related to that. Now we are saying that in order to reduce this dependency, because majorly we are dependent on fossil fuels while creating or while manufacturing electricity. So majority of electricity is as of now generated through coal, right? So which is where we are import dependent. So that's why we are trying to remove those dependency. So in order to do that, we are trying to have other alternative resources. So because of that, we have set a limit, we have set a particular target for 2030. So to generate 50% of the electricity from renewable energy sources. Okay, so that is one particular point where we have come across with in COP26. Okay. So here, so what we are trying to do is that, so estimated 200 million ton of equivalent energy supply annually, by the year 2030 to meet the demand of this sector. So there should be a higher level of energy requirement in order to meet transport sector's energy requirement. So now here mostly, okay, this demand is being met mostly through imported crude oil, which therefore makes this sector vulnerable to the volatile international crude oil prices. If there is a slight change in international crude oil prices, so that will directly impact this transport sector. So because of that, we are trying to reduce these things. So one side energy, another side direct transport sector. Transport sector, there we are dependent on so petroleum products, that is majorly imported. Okay, so that they are talking about. So in order to reduce this dependency, we are trying to shift towards the electrical vehicles. So that's why we are trying to have these kind of e-mobility initiatives. Shifting to electric mobility will help India save nearly 1 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions by 2030. Each electric car on the road helps in reducing the harmful air pollution for the younger generation to come. So that is true. Okay. So here what they are telling is that because of EVs, so we can reduce emissions. Okay. But remember, what kind of emissions we are reducing? We are reducing tail end emissions. So that means, so when you go with these kind of electrical vehicles, so at the end of or tail end of your particular vehicle, there won't be any emissions. But remember, if we use majority of the electricity which is generated by coal, then definitely what happens? Then definitely, so there will be emission which is not at your tail end, but it will be in power plant. Okay, so that's why remember that point. So when we talk about electrical vehicles as a green option, so it is only green option when we are using electricity from renewable energy. So if you are using electricity from so non-renewable energy or fossil fuels, so in those situations what happens? So here at the here at our vehicle we don't have any emission, but it is being emitted somewhere else, that is normally in power plants. Apart from that, there is another challenge related to EVs, that is related to dependency on rare earth elements. Okay, so while creating batteries or any other these kind of devices which is related to electrical vehicles, majorly batteries, so we are dependent on rare earth elements which are rarely available in earth. So that means you need to mine or you need to work more in order to take up with so small amount of minerals, rare earth element. So these are the ones which are dependent, which we may dependent on in order to have a sustainability of electrical vehicles, or you can have an example of lithium here, right? So while we talk about these kind of technology where the dependency is on rare earth elements, so again in rare earth elements you will have certain kind of, in rare earth elements also you will have certain kind of carbon footprint. So you will have carbon footprint. Okay, so you will have carbon footprint. Okay, so remember that. So that means while mining, we will release some of the emissions. That is also one particular problem. Apart from that, we are dependent on imports. Majorly as of now, rare earth element monopoly is with China. Okay, major, so we cannot say monopoly, but we have highest level. Okay, so within world level, the highest contribution to rare earth element or mining of rare earth element is done by China. So that's why again we will become dependent on these kind of rare earth elements. So that is also a problem associated with e-mobility. So there are positives and negatives related to EVs, but in economic survey they have given only positives of EVs. So you should also remember these kind of problems. Apart from that, there are some safety issues as well. So related to EVs, in case of higher temperature of batteries, there are several instances where the battery has been exploded. So inflammability associated with battery. So that is also a problem associated with e-mobility. So next we have something called as waste to resources. or generally we call it as so waste is not waste until you waste it, right? So here we are trying to convert it into resources, or here we are trying to convert it into so revenue earning sources. Okay, so Gobardhan is such an initiative where we try to so convert the compostable waste or biodegradable waste into so form of fertilizer. Okay, Gobardhan. So again, here also we are talking about these kind of things, waste to resource conversion. Again, waste to energy plants are nowadays a buzzword. So within that, BBMP with the association of KPCL, so is trying to establish a waste to energy plant in Bidadi. Okay, Ramnagara, Bidadi. So they are trying to establish this kind of waste to energy plant. So remember that. So next we have green bonds. Again, what is the meaning of green bonds? You have heard this particular term in economy static portion or static classes. So what is the meaning of green bonds? So they are defining it in a very beautiful way. Look at that point. Green bonds are bonds issued by any sovereign entity, intergovernmental groups or alliances and corporates. Okay, so it can be issued by any institutes. So that they are talking about any sovereign entity. So and what they will do with the aim that the proceeds of the bonds are utilized for projects classified as environmentally sustainable. Now whatever the money we receive by issuing these kind of bonds will be used for environmentally sustainable projects or environmentally sustainable works. Okay, so those kind of bonds are considered as green bonds. Suppose think that if I am issuing, so from my company, if I am issuing a green bond, that means whatever money you give, so you have given to me, so that money will be used for greener initiatives. So that is the meaning, so that green bonds. Okay, so again similarly we even have blue bonds. They will be, that particular money will be used to marine related activities. Okay, so within green bonds, this green bonds will be used as a particular funding in order to have environmentally sustainable practices or environmentally sustainable projects, to fund those kind of projects. So remember that. And even some of the urban local bodies have issued green bonds in the earlier okay, so some of the urban local bodies have also issued these kind of green bonds. Some examples are Indore municipality or Pune municipality. Those are some of the urban local bodies. They have issued green bonds, and they whatever the money they have got from these green bonds, they have they have invested those things in greener options like solar parks. So all those things. Okay, so those are some of the points related to green bonds. Again, here you can talk about what are the advantages associated with these kind of green bonds. Green bonds provides a means to hedge against climate change. Again, hedge means here, so whatever the externalities, there won't be any changes. Okay, so that means, so if there is climate change related risk, so if there is climate change related risk, because of that what happens, there will be several changes, so within the administration as well as within the lifestyle, right? If you create these kind of environmentally sustainable projects, or if you able to make these kind of environmentally sustainable projects, then what happens, you can hedge against climate change. So you can easily adapt, or you can easily mitigate these kind of climate change. So that they are trying to highlight. So climate change risks, while achieving at least similar if not better returns on their investment. So apart from that, so with this way, the growth in green bonds and green finance also indirectly works to disincentivize high carbon emitting projects. So if you are taking up with any high carbon emitting projects, that will discourage those kind of things, green bonds. Okay, so now last part is challenges to urbanization. What exactly challenges urban area, so or urbanization, so experiences. So what are those? Percentage of houses completed against sanctioned under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. There are many houses which are sanctioned under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, but as of now they are not built. So that is the problem they are saying. Apart from that, total case notification rate of tuberculosis per 1 lakh population. So there is an increase in trend. So we have a target of achieving TB Mukta Bharat. Earlier we had it on, so the target was on 2025, but we have extended it to 2030 right now. So we will completely alleviate tuberculosis cases in India by 2030, TB. So apart from that, percentage value of smart city projects completed against tendered. There are many, see, these kind of projects which are tendered but not yet completed. So percentage of schools having ramp with handrails, which make these kind of education accessible for physically handicapped people. So those kind of things. Apart from that, rate of crimes against women per 1 lakh female population. So there is an increasing trend, or so it is also very high. Coverage of stormwater drainage network per kilometer into 100. So apart from that, percentage of schools having CWSN friendly toilet. So apart from that, even number of urban poor provided credit facilities for 10,000 population, data maturity assessment framework score, or percentage of households with any usual member covered by any health scheme or health insurance. Okay, these are all the challenges they are mentioning. Again, remember, you need to read these kind of challenges. So at least by reading 10-20 different challenges, so you will remember at least 5-6. Okay, so those are the advantages of these kind of official document. So next, they have mentioned way forward in each particular sector. Suppose I will give an example of unbalanced urbanization. You need to read remaining. Okay, unbalanced urbanization, that was a challenge. Okay, in case of economic and human development, there are serious regional imbalances in urban development in Karnataka. So that is true. We have already discussed about that. Much of the imbalance is caused by huge gap due to Bengaluru-centric development with respect to size and economic role of Bengaluru in the next largest cities in the state. So if you look at the different cities, Bengaluru has highest level of development, per capita income, GSDP contribution, everything. So when you compare other cities with Bengaluru, so there will be normally a trend towards which is development driven by the Bengaluru centric approach. So that is what you are saying. That means Bengaluru urban is developing in very high rate, whereas other cities, even though they are cities, urban areas, so their growth rate is very low. Okay, compared to when we compare to Bengaluru. Urban land management, when you talk about, so here we are, the enormous advantages Bengaluru enjoys, so pull migrants and investors to the capital city, which in turn exerts pressures on Bengaluru's infrastructure and services. Okay, that creates some pulling attraction to all these migrants. How to accelerate the urban development in other regions of the state without sacrificing the interest of Bengaluru constitutes a formidable challenge. So that is the challenge. So what we can address in the future, near future, in unbalanced urbanization. Similarly, they have also talked about urban land management. So why it is urban land management is a difficult task, or urban land management has some challenges. So again, so let's have a look at this also. Supply of services. Land is, that is urban land is critical to urban development. The absence of a well-developed urban land market and the increasing demand for services land has resulted in rising land prices, speculation and growth of informal settlements. Poor land management is a serious problem in all urban areas, which is reflected in violation of land use regulation. Again, a challenge. Okay, so these are some of the points. Again, you can sometimes you can also quote some of the incidences which happened recently, like you can talk about building collapse happened in Babaspalia. Okay, so those are some of the points. So where they are exactly mentioning those kind of points. So there are various challenges associated with serious problem in all urban areas, which is reflected in the violation of land use regulation. Yes or no? Violation of land use regulation. So there was news related to B Khata at that time. So you need to understand these kind of points or the challenges which urban land management has, and you can quote some of the recent incidents related to that. Similarly, urban housing, you can once read those things. Infrastructure gap, roads infrastructure, environmental sustainability. So all these kind of challenges they have spoke about. So these are all thematic challenges you need to read once. So later you have way forward. So after getting to know what challenge is, so then you can talk about the solutions. So how you can solve this. So that is mentioned in way forward. Again, here also in way forward, they have mentioned several facts. So you need to once read these kind of way forward. So this is related to fifth chapter, that is urban development. We are going to discuss about chapter 6 of in Karnataka Economic Survey. So that is agriculture and food management. So this chapter will be very, very important for your prelims as well as mains preparation. Okay, so if you are preparing for any objective type of question paper, so which is going to be done by those exams which are going to be done by KPSC or KEA, at the same time the descriptive examinations. So that this particular chapter is very, very important. So let us have a look at this particular chapter. So first they have talked about agriculture. Again, within the Department of Agriculture, what are the different things they are doing. So for the welfare of farmers, so there are several initiatives like or the programs or schemes, so which are trying to improve the quality. Okay, so in that ensures timely supply of essential inputs, that is if it is seeds, okay, so or it is related to fertilizers, so all those things will be provided at a subsidized cost, that to timely supply. Seeds, fertilizer, plant protection chemicals, farm equipments, micro irrigation unit, along with effective transfer of technology through demonstration to achieve maximum output from the available natural resources. So to use the newer technology or latest technology, so in order to increase the productivity of farming activity. So those are things which are done by Department of Agriculture. Again, here they are giving a crux of what we are going to discuss in next. Okay, so next subsequent slides. So we have some of the important schemes, so which are taken by Department of Agriculture. So before going to that, they are giving a highlight what exactly Department of Agriculture is doing, how it is going to support agriculture sector. Okay, so within that you have several schemes. Let's see one by one. So first one, Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So this particular scheme, Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So it's a scheme in order to promote integrated agriculture. Okay, what is the meaning of integrated agriculture? So normally when we talk about integrated agriculture, so here side by side we will do farming as well as animal rearing. So those kind of things, or if you can say able to connect other things like so horticulture products, agriculture products, agroforestry, animal rearing, so all these together. So those kind of approach is considered as integrated agriculture. So we are trying to make such an initiative, that is Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana, to promote integrated agriculture by integrating various farmer friendly schemes to make the agriculture sector sustainable and profitable. So what we are trying here is that in order to have integrated agriculture or in order to promote integrated agriculture, we are trying to integrate various schemes related to agriculture and animal rearing. So by doing that, we are creating an umbrella scheme which is considered as Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So that is one thing. Second, community seed bank. So when we talk about community seed bank, it is to preserve locally available seeds, okay, quality seeds. So those kind of things, community seed bank. So even we have Namma millet. Namma millet is to support agri-technology companies and retail chains. So in order to have more millets or market more, so these kind of Siridhanyas. So apart from that, we even have development of RK Shala Agricultural Farm in Bengaluru, or it is also will be known as Knowledge Center. knowledge center related to agriculture. So, and even we have ESAP software. Again, we will have a discussion about this ESAP software later. So, because so it has been this initiative has been seen as very important achievement of Karnataka government. In the previous budget, we have seen that ESAP will be so we were trying to implement this particular scheme. So now there we have ESAP. Okay, it is a application. So let's see. So what exactly it provides? It provides timely pest or disease and nutrient management advice to farmers. So in order to minimize the risks or increase the productivity. So apart from that, even we are trying to promote agricultural startups. So, and Agriculture Development Authority has been created. So again, remember, Agriculture Development Authority. So this will be under the chairmanship of Chief Minister. So under the chairmanship of Chief Minister, so this Agriculture Development Authority will be seen. So this particular authority's work or function is to facilitate effective implementation of policies related to agriculture and allied activities. So that will be the function of Agriculture Development Authority. So apart from that, we even try to implement data or establish database development to forecast crop productivity through advanced techniques or advanced technologies. So these are all some of the initiatives taken by our agricultural department. So let's have a look at monsoon in 2024. So pre-monsoon rainfall, if you check out pre-monsoon rainfall, that is from March to May. So there was a normal rainfall. So that too covered several kharif crops. So in Mysuru, Chamarajanagar, Mandya, Chikmagaluru, Chitradurga, Hasana, Koppala, Ramanagara and Tumkuru. Okay, so the actual rainfall was around 151 millimeter. So the normal was 115 millimeter. So that means there was an increase by 31%. Okay, so increase in pre-monsoon rainfall. So next, so we have southwest monsoon, highest area, geographical area of Karnataka. So will receive monsoon or rainfall during this one, southwest monsoon. So when we talk about southwest monsoon, the normal rainfall in southwest monsoon is around 852 millimeter. So in the last, so we have increased it, last 2024, so we have got 970 mm rainfall in southwest monsoon. That means there is an increase of 15%. So remember. So again, so next one, northeast monsoon, here also northeast monsoon. So here there was an increase in rainfall, again 41% increase in rainfall. So normally it was around 182 millimeter. This time you have got 238 millimeter rainfall. Again, you may say that so why we are going in detail in these particular facts. So let's have a look at this particular point, crop loss. So when you are talking about crop loss, they are telling that 1.14 lakh hectares of agriculture crops were damaged. Okay, 1.14 lakh hectares of agriculture crops were damaged. So that is due to flood and heavy rains. So flood and heavy rains. So during the southwest monsoon, it was 1.14 lakh hectares. 1.53 lakh hectares during flood or heavy rains during the northeastern monsoon 2024. So that's why total of 2.67 lakh hectares agriculture land or agricultural crops were damaged. So this was the crop loss data. Again, let's have a look at the question paper which is set by KPSC. So there they have asked directly this particular factual detail. Okay, so let's have a look at this particular this question. The question states that, statement 1, a total of 223 out of 236 taluks have been notified as drought affected in the Karnataka state during the year 2023-24. This has resulted into huge agriculture and horticulture crop loss in the state during Rabi season 2023, it was previous years, over 20 lakh hectares of land. So if you have a look at this, So over 20 lakh. Okay, so is it possible, or that much of losses are the losses have been seen in Karnataka scenario? No. Okay, so if you know the average, or if you know the so nearby number, so then you can able to answer this particular question. Okay, so that is how, so you need to read economic survey. Next, we have something called as agriculture land holding. When we talk about agriculture land holding, based on the land holding or area of land which is owned by a particular farmer, we consider 5 different categories of farmers. So that is marginal farmer, small farmer, semi-medium, medium and large farmer. So when we talk about marginal farmer, those who have less than 1 hectare of land ownership. So whereas 1 to 2 hectare will be considered as small farmer, 2 to 4 hectare will be considered as semi-medium, 4 to 10 hectare will be considered as medium farmer, and above 10 hectare if you have, so then you will consider as large farmer. Okay, so again they are given what was the change from 1995-96 to 2015-2016. So and even they have mentioned what was the hectares of land. So total hectares of land they have. So normally when we talk about agriculture sector, within agriculture sector also there is a income inequality. Now what is the meaning of this income inequality? There are few people, or there are few farmers who own higher number of or larger area of land. So in those situations what happens, they will have a higher income. So whereas there are many farmers, okay, many farmers who are having a small area of land. In those situations what happens, they will earn very less. Okay, so that's why within farmers, those who are large farmers will have higher income, those who are marginal farmers will have lower income. So there is an inequality. Now in order to understand the inequality, there is a particular point they are given. Small and marginal holdings account for 80% of the total holding. That means if you have 100 farmers, within that 100 farmers, nearly 80 farmers are small or marginal farmers. So they have total holding, and their operational land holding is 56%. Okay, so how much area of land they own? 80% of people own 56% of land. Okay, 80% of the farmers own 56% of the land. So whereas remaining 20%, okay, sorry. So not 56% is related to 80%, 80% is related to, so they are going to have 44% of land area. Okay, sorry, once again. So have a look at that particular point. So when we talk about small and marginal holdings, 80% of the population owns 44% of land. So whereas remaining 20%, that is large, semi-medium and medium farmers, so their number is 20% of the total farmers. So they hold 56% of the land. They hold 56% of land by area. Okay, so that is how we can see basic inequality within agriculture as well. For that they are given the numbers, and apart from that, here you can also see that the average size of holding, so in Karnataka is 1.36 hectares. So if you consider total agriculture area divided by total number of farmers, so then you will get 1.36 hectares. Again, let's have a look at the questions they are asked. So in the previous year questions, so let's have a look at this particular question. So there is a question: as per the latest agriculture census, the average size of holding by farmer of Karnataka state is dash hectare. So direct straightforward question, the average size of holding is so and so, 1.36 hectare. Small and marginal holdings account for, so 80% of total holding and operate at 44% of total geographical area. So let's have a look at this. 1.36, if you know this is 1.36, you will come across with the answer. 1.36, 80% of the people so account for 44% of the land holding or 44% of area. Okay, so this is how the questions were framed based on the economic survey. Okay, so next, let's have a look at the area of major crops. So again, you need to look at whether the area of major crops have changed over time. So if they have changed, so whether it has increased or declined. Okay, that point we will see. So when we talk about cereals, okay, cereals, what happened? So it was in 2022-23, it was 50, so 50.17. In 23-24, it has slightly declined. 50.17 to 50.08, again 50.17 lakh hectares, remember. So next, pulses, the area has decreased again. Total food grains also you can see there was a decline in the total area. Oil seeds 12.83 to 8.98, there is a decline again. Cotton 9.69 to 7.58, again decline. Sugarcane 11.68 to 9.96, again decline. So whereas tobacco 0.78 to 0.79, that is a marginal increase. Okay, so this is related to area. Now let's have a look at the production. So earlier it was 125.05 lakh tons. Now in 23-24 it is 111. That means production also declined. Pulses 18.38 to 16.67, that has also decreased. Total food grains 143 lakh tons to 128, decline. Oil seeds 14.31 to 7.52, that is nearly halved. Okay, so that is nearly half of the 22-23. So let's have a look at that particular point as well. Cotton 30.39 to 23.09, again decline. So even sugarcane 621.42 to 416.76, again a decline. So whereas tobacco 0.57 to 0.56, it is nearly same. So this is how you need to have a look at whether the area has changed over in the last 2 years. So within that, what was the change? So at the same time, for different these kind of food grains, or it may be related to commercial crops. So these are the major crops which are seen in Karnataka. So next, let's have a look at the fertilizer which was being consumed. Okay, so here normally we consider 3 important components of fertilizer, that is NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus and potash. So again here they are given what was the consumption. So if you have a look at this particular chart, that is when you talk about nitrogen, so nitrogen consumption has been increasing in trend. But during 23-24 there was a slight decline when compared to 22-23. Okay, so there was an increase. So here you can see that 8,78,217 tons to 12,41,105 tons. But here 22-23 to 23-24 there was a decline. So here you can see 11 lakh tons. So phosphorus, so again there was an increase. But again what you will see in 23-24 there was a slight decline. So but in case of potash, so earlier it was very high, like up to 2021. From 2021 onwards you are reducing this. Okay, so potash consumption we are reducing. So again total NPK you can also see. So here you can highlight that 23-24 we have changed the trend. Earlier it was increasing in trend, from 23-24 it was declining in trend. Now why there is a decline in the chemical fertilizer we are using? So one, it may be related to decline in the geographical area or agricultural area. So that is one point. The second point is the trend which is going to be changed towards the natural farming. Okay, so again earlier we normally used this green revolution techniques, right? Now we are shifting towards the organic farming or natural farming or zero budget natural farming, sustainable agriculture. So when we shift towards sustainable agriculture, we will demand less of chemical fertilizer. So that may be also a reason associated with that. So you can quote 2 reasons. One, it may be related to increased affinity or increased attractiveness towards the natural farming. And another thing is that there is a slight decline in the geographical area where agriculture practices have been taken or agriculture area has been declined. So in those situations also you need lesser this kind of chemical fertilizers. Okay, so that is related to NPK consumption. Next, So we have several schemes related to plant protection. Again, before that we even have some of the input subsidies like so seeds as well as fertilizers. Okay, so next one is plant protection. So again, what happens, you will grow some hybrid products. They normally don't have natural so they don't have a natural protectiveness or so defense mechanisms. Okay, defense mechanisms against the attack of different pests. So in order to support those, we need to provide some protection. For that we are so trying to give newer technology or adopt newer technology in agriculture as well. So there you can see distribution of biopesticides, biopesticides, seed treatment campaign and training on use of safe pesticides. So apart from that, quality control, distribution of pesticides at 50% subsidy as per the requirement. So all these things will lead to plant protection. So again, you can highlight on pesticides. Again, when we talk about biopesticides, we are going to reduce the environmental ill impacts of pesticides. Okay, so that is one thing. So next we have ESAP. Again, we have already talked about this particular app. So let's have a detailed discussion of ESAP. So when we talk about ESAP, it is electronic solutions against agricultural pests. So if there is a pest attack, so in order to have in order to understand the characteristics of pest, or in order to combat with that pest, so a farmer should have idea. So he should have a basic knowledge about that particular pest. Okay, so in order to provide this expert solutions for farmers, so we tried to develop a particular app which is called as ESAP, Electronic Solutions Against Agriculture Pest. So what are the objectives of this ESAP program? So that is to continuously train, evaluate and onboard qualified extension workers. So apart from that, to set up a process for creating and managing crop content and to provide expert support to the field extension workers. So apart from that, full rollout of ESAP services, farmer registration, diagnosis of the disease associated with that particular plant, damage estimation, so as well as management plans and follow-up. To generate spatial maps and graphical reports on the field situations and continuous monitoring of the field data. To explore options for livelihood generation through digitally enabled extension services. So all those things are important objectives of ESAP. Again, in single line you can say that whenever there is a agriculture or plant diseases, so in order to seek expert help, we can use this ESAP app. Supposing that there is a particular disease associated with a plant, you just click a photo of that particular plant, so that may be related to diseased leaves. So that particular photo will be given to or sent to expert. That expert will look into that particular thing and he will understand the characteristics of that particular disease. Based on that, what happened to that, so that will be decided by them, and they will try to give you some guidelines in order to combat that particular disease. So that is how ESAP works. Okay, so not only for disease, so other things as well. So for the so they may also recommend you to have best practices guidelines. So all those things. So next, agricultural implements. Okay, agricultural implements. Again, here we normally focus on farm mechanization using latest technology enabled machines in agriculture. So will also enhance the productivity. So in order to create those things, we have several schemes. Again, one of the important one is that Krishi Yantradhara. So which was mentioned in previous economic survey, but they have not mentioned it in this particular economic survey. But remember that Krishi Yantradhara. So again, here we try to have up to 2.5 kilowatt energy intensity in agriculture. So that's also mentioned in previous year economic survey. So there they are not mentioned. So next. Submission on Agricultural Mechanism or SMAM. So this is also a mission which is related to agriculture mechanization. Again, within that they have several other schemes like agro processing. So they can provide processing technology, processing machines. So those kind of things. Again, when we process agricultural products, what happens? It will it will have more, or it will get more price in market. So because of the enhanced quality. Okay, so that is how we are trying to improve the farmers' income. So apart from that, high-tech harvester hub. Okay, so all these things are some of the initiatives related to agricultural mechanization. Agricultural mechanization. So let's have a look at agriculture related centrally sponsored schemes. So we have Food and Nutrition Security Scheme, FNS. Okay, so it was started initially during the 11th 5-year plan. So later on they continued to 12th 5-year plan. So after that also we are trying to continue this. So National Food Security Mission is renamed as Food and Nutrition Security from 22-23. So from 22-23 we are changing its name. So earlier it was National Food Security, so Food Security Mission. Now we are changing its name into Food and Nutrition Security. So it was started in National Food and Nutrition Security started in 11th 5-year plan. So it will continue to 12th 5-year plan. So we are also continuing after that. So we have FNS rice, that is Food and Nutrition Security rice, pulses, coarse cereals, nutri cereals, commercial crops. Within commercial crop we have two, that is cotton and sugarcane. So programs, and National Mission on Edible Oil. Okay, National Mission on Edible Oil. So that too we are focusing more on palm oil production. Okay, so those are some of the initiatives under Food and Nutrition Security. So apart from that, we have Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, again, so one of the flagship programs of Government of India. So here also we are trying to improve the agricultural productivity. So it was implemented during 2007-8. The main objective of the scheme is to reorient the agriculture development strategies for the rejuvenation of agriculture to meet the needs or demands of farmers. So that is related to Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. Okay, so again you can have a look at other things related to this. So if I go on explaining each and everything, that will be so very vast, or you can say that very lengthy video. So that's why, so I am trying to give you an idea. So these are the points included in this particular chapter. Okay, so next we have micro irrigation. Again, within micro irrigation, the major component of this micro irrigation is provided under Pradhana Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So apart from that also there are several other so these kind of schemes. In 2003-04 we have started with this micro irrigation program. The main objective of micro irrigation program is to promote efficient use of water in the agriculture production. Efficient use of water. Okay, so normally you talk about drip irrigation, so or you may also talk about sprinkler irrigation. So all those things are part of this micro irrigation program. Next, support to state extension programs for extension reforms, or it is also called as Atma scheme. Okay, so agricultural technology and mechanization scheme. So when we talk about that, there are several different institutes which are going to train or which are going to provide latest technology to farmers. Again, so first thing is to provide latest technology to farmers. Second thing is to train and create awareness about that particular technology. Okay, so for that we have several institutes. So they have mentioned some of them. So those are Krishi Vigyana Kendra or Krishi Vijnana Kendra. So problem solving skills and the feedback they provide to state agricultural universities, SAUs, and National Agriculture Research System, NARC, with Agriculture Technology Management Agency. So with Agricultural Technology Management Agency or ATMA. Okay, so all these collaborations or all these cooperations we are trying to have in this particular support to state extension program. So next we have crop insurance scheme. Again, a majority of crop insurance is covered under Pradhana Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. In Karnataka, so we call it as Karnataka Raita Suraksha Pradhana Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Okay, So based on the crop losses, okay, there will be a survey or estimation conducted. Based on that, they will have a look at what exactly the crop loss was. Based on that, they will provide some insurance related to that. So that is under Fasal Bima Yojana, crop insurance scheme. So next, so we have soil health related initiatives. So state sector soil health mission that we have. Again, in the central sector also we have soil health mission, or we normally try to give a card which is called a soil health card. So regular for the regular time, regular time being, we are going to repeatedly check the or repeatedly monitor the soil health. So what are the contents in that particular soil? So based on that, we can effectively take decisions so related to what kind of crop can be grown there, or what percentage or what content of fertilizer, chemical fertilizer we can use in order to increase the productivity. So all those things related to soil health mission. Again, what is the aim of this particular state sector soil health mission? That is promoting soil test based and balanced use of fertilizer to enable farmers to realize higher yields at lower cost. So that means we are trying to increase productivity by monitoring soil health. So that is one thing. So apart from that, we even have something called as soil health fertility component of RKVY. RKVY is Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So within that also we have soil health fertility component. So next, so we have several programs within that. Let's have a look at one by one. So these programs. First one is Krishi Bhagya. So Krishi Bhagya, is initially related to initially the agriculture sector in Karnataka is majorly dependent on rain. Okay, so now we are saying that can we ensure more productivity in this particular agriculture sector? Okay, so here what is they are trying to do is that Karnataka is highly dependent on rain-fed agriculture. The state is prone to be seriously affected by climate change. Rain-fed agriculture remains precarious due to increasing moderate droughts and floods. To transform rain-fed agriculture into sustainable agriculture and thereby improving the standard of living of farmers, that means improving the income of farmers, Krishi Bhagya scheme was implemented as per Rain-Fed Agriculture Policy 2014. So this is what the Krishi Bhagya is. So under Krishi Bhagya scheme, farm ponds have been constructed. So why farm ponds have been constructed is that, based on the water stored in this particular area or ponds, okay, during rainy season, so we can utilize that in summer season. So that is one thing. Apart from that, so if you store this water during the rainy season, so you can also grow, or you can also make aquaculture in that. So that is also one particular component of that. That means revenue. So revenue will be increased. Earlier you made only revenue related to agriculture. So now you are also using aquaculture. Aquaculture initiatives. So based on this aquaculture initiative, you will have higher income. So that is also one part of that. So next. So again, they are given different things related to Krishi Bhagya scheme. You can also have a look at that. So next we have promotional activities related to organic farming. So within that, first one is Raita Siri Yojana. So when you talk about Raita Siri Yojana, it is a Yojana where it is a scheme which is related to promote Siridhanyas. Okay. So whenever there is a farmer who is going to cultivate Siridhanya, that is millets or coarse grains. Okay. So in those situations, there will be a incentive given to that particular farmer. So that too, the incentive of 10,000 per hectare. Okay. So that is for maximum 2 hectares, limited to 2 hectares. So which are the millets covered here? Minor millets or nutri cereals are also covered here. Foxtail millet, little millet, Indian barnyard millet, kodo millet, brown top millet and proso millet. So these are all some of the crops which are covered in this. Okay, so this is related to Raita Siri Yojana. So apart from that, we even have conservation and promotion of land race. Okay, so that is also one part related to organic farming. Next, so we have central sector scheme related to agriculture infrastructure fund. Again, we are also trying to collect agri-infra cess. Okay, agri-infra cess, agriculture infrastructure cess. So again, what is the meaning of cess? Cess is tax on taxes. So, but here we are specifically mentioning the purpose why we are going to collect this particular cess. So, if you are going to collect this cess as agri-infra cess, so then you need to use this money in schemes or projects related to agriculture infrastructure development. So, that's how we are going to use that one. So, apart from that, we even have organic carbon emission. Okay, so again, organic carbon emission, here we are trying to use some of the green composting plants. So like you have something called as Dayancha or Sanem. If there are any any farmers who are going to grow these kind of plants, then they will be given a 3,000 per hectare, so encouragement incentive. So all those things related to green manures. Okay, so that is green manures. So next we have Raita Samparka Kendra. Again, this will be a telecalling, telecaller service. So where the farmers can connect with the experts in order to make better decisions. So related to agriculture or market. Training in agriculture technology related trainings. Karnataka Agriculture Price Commission, again, so it is also a very important body. So in order to maintain some of the minimum support price related activities, so that is also mentioned here. So that is Karnataka Agriculture Price Commission. So apart from that, we even have other initiatives by Department of Agriculture, that is Raita Sahayavani Kendra, Farmers Helpline Center. The e-governance initiative taken by the government are many. So within that, you can now quote some of the things like this: K Kisan, Karnataka Krashi Information Services and Networking Project. So and there are several. Okay, so you can have a look at that particular initiatives at the end also. So now we have telemetric rain gauge stations. Again, these are all important. So again, in disaster management. Within disaster management also, these points are very, very important. So we have vast connectivity or vast network of telemetric rain gauge stations. So in order to, because having this vast network, so we can collect higher level of data, or you have a big data related to weather. So it will be easy to analyze, again not that easy. Okay, so it will be a little difficult in order to handle those data and analyze those data. But because of having this much of data, it is easy to forecast the weather. Okay, so that probability of forecasting will be highly correct. So that is the reason why we are trying to have these kind of rain gauge stations. So here normally we will try to measure these kind of parameters like relative humidity, temperature, wind velocity, wind direction, or precipitation. So all those things will be done. So apart from that, Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. So they are also trying to establish GPRS enabled and solar powered telemetric rain gauges at Grama Panchayat level and telemetric weather stations at Hubli level. So this is also a part of this one. So again, we even have a particular initiative called as Varuna Mitra. So that is also important. Again, we will have a discussion about Varuna Mitra later on. So it is a very, very important scheme taken by the government of Karnataka. So when we talk about very, very important government scheme, there is a higher probability of asking question, because they are highlighting the achievements of Varuna Mitra at the end of the chapter. So that's why, that is very, very important. So Agromet advisories through a mobile SMS, or you can also talk about Pradhana Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. So here with this, if you give advisories through mobile, what happens? That will enhance the decision making of farmers. So now Pradhana Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, so that is in order to provide minimum income, minimum regular income for farmers. So there we will try to give 6,000 rupees per 1 year. So that too in 3 installment, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. So that is also one part of that. Again earlier Karnataka, so Karnataka was also giving 4,000 rupees in addition to central 6,000 rupees. But from last 2 years, so this has been not seen. Okay, so that's why you are also not seeing that particular part here. Okay, so state earlier you would have given 4,000, but now we are receiving only central's contribution, that is 6,000 rupees. So next, Mukhyamantri Raita Vidya Nidhi program, in order to promote education among the so younger generation within farmer community. So then you are going to provide this kind of scholarship program, that is Raita Vidya Nidhi program. The objective of the objective is to promote higher and advanced education among children of farmers who are pursuing studies. So here the Chief Minister Raita Vidya Nidhi program is conducted. So apart from that, even we are trying to enhance integrated farming system. So all those things we are part of RKVY, that is Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So and we even have Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana, which we have already discussed. Again there is a detail of this Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So under Agriculture Department, Krishi Bhagya scheme currently being implemented in the state, to make these beneficiaries of the scheme sustainable and profitable through the convergence of ongoing schemes, all the schemes which are ongoing, capacity building and creation of awareness for farmers and farmer groups on quality production, processing, value addition, marketing and export, guidance to farmers on which crops to be grown based on soil testing and market demand. So these are all part of Pradhana Mantri Raita Samruddhi Yojana. Okay, sorry, not Pradhana Mantri, Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So next we have crop survey. So again within crop survey we are trying to use a different newer technology. So earlier the crop survey was based on GPS based mobile software application developed by DPER e-governance with the help of officials of revenue, agriculture, horticulture, sericulture and sericulture department. So later this crop survey was conducted during Kharif season using educated youth, private residents. Educated youth, private residents. So later from 2020-21, so it was in 18-19, prior to that the officers or officials would have been done this crop survey. So now, so in 18-19 we try to use private residents, educated youth. So in 2021 the farmers directly can so make their survey, so using their mobile only. So farmers were themselves allowed to upload the crop details of their farm in the farmers app currently. So these are all some of the initiatives taken by them. So again crop survey data, where that crop survey data can be used, so that is mentioned here. So you can have a look at this particular part as well. So next let's have a look at this particular question, so which was asked. So there was 2 instances, that is in KAS Prelims to August 2024 as well as KAS Prelims December 2024. So in both they have asked the question on Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So with reference to Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana, which of the following statements are correct? First statement, it aims to double the productivity and triple the farmers' income by 29-30. Combinations of various farming activities like agriculture, dairy farming, etc. for steady income. Connecting the market for fair pricing. Educating the farmers on modern agriculture techniques. Okay, so that is one question. So similarly, they are also asked in the second paper, that is in December re-examination. A new scheme called Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana was announced in the budget. The scheme will provide the farmers with guidance and support in respect of following: providing information on soil testing and soil characteristics, making farmers aware of opportunities related to storage and value addition, creating market linkages for farmers to get a good price for their produce, selecting crops based on the soil characteristics and market demands. So again you had a look at this particular part, that is Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana. So which is going to integrate all the agriculture related schemes which are ongoing. Okay, so now these are all some of the initiatives which are ongoing. So next, so we have something called as major constraint confronting agriculture sector. What are the challenges agriculture sector faces as of now? So within that we have predominantly rain-fed agriculture we are seeing. Subdivision and fragmentation of land holdings, fragmented land holdings, so small part of land which we have. Inadequate and injudicious use of irrigation facility, over exploitation of irrigation. So low level of public investment. Okay, so government investment related to this is very low. So this is not, so we are the ones who are talking about this. So the economic survey itself talks about this particular part. Public investment is low in agriculture sector. So exhaustion of yield potential of new high yielding varieties, technological and extension constraints, environmental degradation and impaired soil fertility, depleting water resources, adverse impact of climate change, the rising cost of production, diminishing agricultural labor availability, and inadequate post-harvest value addition. So all these things are some of the challenges related to agriculture sector. Now, while writing mains examination, there are several instances they have directly asked questions on challenges on agriculture sector. Why agriculture is important? So what are the different initiatives taken by the government, and critically analyze those things. So these kind of things they will be asking. So in those situations, after reading these kind of topic, you should be able to generate some of the points related to that. And you can specifically talk about some of the challenges, specifically talk about some of the initiative taken by the government. So and you can explain those things. Okay, so that is why it is very important to read original economic survey. So next we have watershed development department. Again, within watershed development department, nearly 75% of the cropped area in Karnataka depends on low and uncertain rainfall. 75%. That is the reason why watershed development is very important in Karnataka. Okay, so again they have even given the numbers. So and you even have several projects related to watershed development. So those are watershed development component of Pradhana Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, NABARD supported RIDF. RIDF is nothing but Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. Within that, Tranche 27 which talks about watershed development. So and World Bank assisted Reward. Okay, Reward project. So all these things are some of the projects which are very important related to watershed development. So let's have a look at watershed development component of Pradhana Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So here, in order to accelerate the economic growth rate of rain-fed area agriculture at watershed level, the aim of the project is to achieve higher income for farmers, expanded livelihood options for landless person. So similarly, equity in distribution of program benefits and community ownership and management. In order to achieve this, so we are trying to provide this watershed development. Again, you can remember the tagline or the tagline of Pradhana Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana was per drop more crop, right? So that kind of things you can relate here. Again, here also there were several okay. So next we have something called as rain-fed area development, RAD, RKVY Raptar. Okay, so within RKVY, that is Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So there we have something like that. So this was initially given 2014-15, launched in 2014-15, a centrally sponsored scheme. So in order to have a rain-fed area development program. So here the objective of the program was to increase the agriculture productivity in rain-fed area. Okay. So next, so we have several agriculture products covered under this, so that you can have a look at this. So here, by enhancing productivity, how they are going to enhance the productivity? By integrated farming system, promoting integrated farming system. That means we have crops plus livestock both. So within the crops, they have millet crops, oil seed, pulses, vegetables, fodder. Plus, you can also go for agroforestry, trees, horticulture or agroforestry. Livestock, milch cows or buffaloes, small ruminants. So that means around 10 animals, sheep or goat or pigs. So 50 birds, duck or poultry. So and value addition activities such as fishery, so our units, fishery units, apiculture, silage making, vermicompost units to be converted with the other schemes. So all these schemes are considered under this particular RKVY Raftar. So and even you have a particular project which is World Bank assisted reward project. So related to watershed development. Okay, so next we have farmer producer organization. So these are the community of farmers, so who are growing similar products. So they come together and form a these kind of association. So that is farmer producer organization. The formation on and promotion of farmer producer organization are expected to address the many challenges faced by individual small and marginal farmers. So being a small and marginal farmers, if you are going to market to sell your products which are produced by you, so in those situations what happens, that will attract very low price. Okay, so if supposing that you have 1 hectare land, so you have grown around 100 kg of some product, you are going to sell it into market. So while there were other producers who are selling tons of this particular product. So if you are selling a small amount, that is 100 kg, so then what happens, the price you are going to receive for that particular product will be very low. So that means the bargaining power associated with small and marginal farmers are very, very low in the market. So in order to improve that, you should form a group, so where all small or marginal farmers come together. Okay, so this group now collectively has more products to sell in market. In those situations, collectively this particular group will get higher bargaining power. So that is the reason what we have in the why we are trying to have or establish this kind of farmer producer organization. Okay, so again here let's say have a look. In order to achieve this through collective process, so what small marginal farmers especially the challenge they face is that, so while they are going for a marketing, so what happens, they will attract very low prices, or there may be higher share need to be given to middlemen. So now if you become collectively a group, so in this group there will be a higher bargaining power. That is what they are trying to say. So again here also you have central sector scheme as well as formation and promotion of Amrit farmer producer organization, were some of the initiatives related to formation of farmer producer organization. So next we have Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, or MG Narega. So again within that the main objective of this is to create job opportunities for small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. Soil and water conservation activities were taken up in convergence of MG Narega. Okay, so again normally when you talk about MG Narega, it is rural employment scheme. So within that we try to give at least 100 days of work in a financial year. So that is unskilled work. Okay, so that is something related to MG Narega. So next we have the point related to agricultural marketing. Again within agriculture marketing there are several departments. Again Department of Agriculture Marketing is the one which is a nodal agency for agriculture marketing. So within that we have Karnataka Agriculture Produce Marketing Act, that is related to APMC in Karnataka. Okay, Karnataka Agriculture Produce Marketing Regulation and Development Act, which was taken in 1966 and rules were formed in 1968. Department of Agriculture Marketing even supervises and guides the working of Agriculture Producer Marketing Committees, APMCs, or you normally call it as mandis. Okay, so now the main objective of the department is to develop and encourage a dynamic and self-sustaining agricultural marketing system, which is very, very important. So at the same time, okay, what kind of agriculture market this particular department is trying to create is that, so it should be dynamic. That means changing, so with the time. At the same time, self-sustaining. So there should not be government intervention. Okay, government intervention. So initially the government intervention can be given, but over time it should be self-sustaining. Okay, over time it should be self-sustaining. So how to do that? State should be giving adequate infrastructure. So because of this adequate infrastructure and user friendly electronic system, this market will perform well. So that is how we can create a dynamic and self-sustaining agriculture market. Now have a look. So can we use this particular part as an introduction? Okay, if you rewrite this particular part, in other words, so you can give agriculture market related introduction. Why agriculture market is important? So in order to provide more or transparent, or in other terms you can also say that information symmetry to farmers. So that is a transparent agriculture market. By providing this information symmetry, so the market will provide higher income, or market will encourage farmers to have higher income. So that is what we are trying to highlight this. Okay, so next, so we have what are the challenges related to this department. Now have a look at the challenges. They are given all these challenges in one particular paragraph. So let's have a look at this. So what are the challenges they have? Infrastructure, or you can say that inadequacy of infrastructure, transparency in the markets, as well as modernize the market to ensure competitive price to the farmers' produce. Okay, so these are all some of the challenges associated with this particular market. Okay, agriculture market. So there were several initiatives taken by that. The one is REMSL, that is Rashtriya E-Market Service Limited, and even they have mentioned some of the initiatives in Kalaburgi and Chincholi APMCs. So these are all some of the things. Okay, so what they have done, but challenges is very important, remember that. So in 2024-25 they are also given some minimum support price scheme as well as development of rural markets under NABARD. Okay, so these are some of the points related to agriculture market. And when you talk about Karnataka agriculture market, we have taken several initiatives related to Karnataka agriculture market. So within that, one is Rashtriya E-Market Service Limited, or REMSL. So overall for the Indian scenario, we use ENAM, Electronic National Agriculture Market, but in Karnataka we use our own this kind of online platform, that is called as REMSL, Rashtriya E-Market Service Limited. So that's the Agriculture Marketing Reforms Committee appointed by the State Government Department of Cooperation under the chairmanship of Additional Secretary to Government has submitted its final report in 2013. So this 13 report is going to establish Rashtriya E-Market Service Limited in Karnataka. So that is how REMSL was implemented. So next we have minimum floor price scheme, or you can also say that minimum support price. Okay, so this is the minimum price at which this particular product or this particular crop can be sold. So you can give more price. Okay, so supposing that if the MSP is 100 rupees per kg, okay, minimum amount or minimum price of that particular product is 100 rupees. So you cannot pay below that. Okay, but you can pay above that. That means you can give 150 rupees per kg, so 200 rupees per kg, but it will be a minimum floor level rate. So that is what they are highlighting here. Okay, so that is related to that. Apart from that, even you have Rural Infrastructure Development Fund under NABARD. So it also takes several initiatives related to agriculture marketing. So and we have Kayaka Nidhi. Kayaka Nidhi is related to those who are working as hamals. Okay, so this will licensed hamals. Okay, so this will be helping them in case while doing their work. So if they come across with any health issues or accidents, so in those situations, this Kayaka Nidhi, so within that Kayaka Nidhi, APMCs will try to provide some insurance benefits to those hamals. So that is one thing. And second one is Raita Sanjeevani. Again, it is also a social security benefit, so which is given to farmers. So while doing farming activity, if a farmer has any kind of accident, because of that, if there is a death or any kind of physical injuries, in the sense if it leads to handicapness, so in those situations, so there will be insurance benefits given through Raita Sanjeevani scheme. Okay, so again let's have a look at this particular point where we have discussed about the challenges associated with agriculture marketing in Karnataka, right? There were instances where KPSC has asked the question in mains. So that is, explain the defects of agriculture market in Karnataka. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆ ದೋಷಗಳನ್ನು ವಿವರಿಸಿ. Okay, so that was the question asked in KPSC Mains, previous year question paper. So later they have also discussed about horticulture. Agriculture is over now. So now they are talking about horticulture. So again, within agriculture, horticulture gives so nearly more than 1/3 share. Okay, so that is what they are highlighting. Okay, the component of the economy, so it is also one of the important component of the economy in our state, has contributed more than 1/3 share to the economy of agriculture and allied activities. That is within primary sector. So 1/3, more than 1/3 is given by horticulture sector. Okay, so horticulture sector, again horticulture sector, the area of horticulture sector is very low, but compared to agriculture, horticulture sector gives so more yield. Okay, so yield will be higher. So or you can also say that, so here it is, horticulture crops, the average productivity is around 7.53 metric tons per hectare. So what is the reason? Normally horticulture products are normally not all horticulture products, normally the horticulture products are perennial in nature. Okay, so multiple years they will provide the yield, that is the reason. So there will be higher yield per acre. So next, so government also takes several initiatives. So let's have a look at each initiatives. So we have something called as national mission on edible oil palm. So in Karnataka we have seen several areas which is suitable to grow palm oil. Okay, here have a look at this particular point. Karnataka has the potential to grow oil palm in an area about 72,642 hectare. So that is potential. So we are trying to leverage this potential. So apart from that, here we also passed a bill which became an act, that is Oil Palm Cultivation, Production and Processing Regulation Bill in 2013. Okay, so that is also one particular point. So apart from that, we have Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, again per drop more crop. So we are trying to use drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, so within horticulture practices as well. National Horticulture Mission, so again within that also we have provided several funds. So apart from that, biocenters. So biocenters normally make an activity related to tissue culture based plant propagation, mushroom development, production of organic fertilizers, biocontrol agents and analysis of nutrients in soil, leaves and water. So all those things will be considered or taken up by biocenters. So next we have Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, is nothing but where we are trying to encourage a traditional method of agriculture, or you can also say that sustainable agriculture. We are trying to promote sustainable agriculture. So that is Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. Again, what is the objective of this? To promote natural resource based integrated and climate resilience sustainable farming systems that ensure maintenance and increase of soil fertility, natural resource conservation, on-farm nutrient and minimize dependence of farmers on external inputs. So all these things were done by Paramparagat within Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. Comprehensive horticulture development plan. So this is also one of the plan related to that. So horticulture activity. Apart from that, we have apiculture development program, horticulture training program, horticlinic activities, integrated pest and disease management in horticulture, or farmer producer organization within horticulture as well. So these are some of the initiatives under horticulture. So apart from that, we even have some of the corporations or board. So Karnataka State Mango Development Marketing Corporation, Karnataka Grape and Wine Board, Karnataka State Cooperative Horticulture Marketing Federation, or Karnataka State Spices Development Board. These are all some of the institutes which are going to promote horticulture related crops. So even we have Karnataka State Horticulture Development Agency. So and there is one particular e-portal which is called as Sasya Siri. Okay, this web platform is to develop to facilitate farmers and general public to provide information regarding availability of graft seedlings and various farm inputs like biofertilizers, bioagents, etc. that are produced in departmental farms or nurseries. Okay, So departmental farms or nurseries, whatever the different products they are going to produce in those nurseries or farms. So that details of those particular products will be given to general public through Sasyasiri portal. Supposing that you are looking for a particular breed of mango. Now you can check out in this particular Sasyasiri portal in which nursery it is available. So departmental nurseries where it is available. By getting that information, you can directly go to that particular nursery and purchase that. So that is how Sasyasiri works. Okay, so that is related to that. Now you can also look at the achievements of horticulture department. Within that, so one thing is very important for you, Hasiru. It is a unique ID for horticulture farmers. So with that, you will link all the beneficiary, different schemes. Okay, this particular unique ID is linked to all the benefits you are getting from government. So because of that, it will be easy to manage. That is unified system. The Hasiru, full form of Hasiru is horticulture application for scheme implementation and regulating utilization of funds. Okay. So if there is two different schemes which are having the same or similar objectives, in those situations, majority of the farmers, what they will do, so they will claim the benefits in both the schemes. So that will lead to you can say that diversion of this particular fund. So in order to minimize those things, we are trying to have these kind of unique initiatives. So these are all some of the points related to achievements. I am not going in detail with the achievements. You need to have a look at these particular achievements. So in order to write a specific answer while you are writing in mains. Okay, so KAS Mains, when you are writing KAS Mains, you should able to use some of the specific points from economic survey. So and challenges and way forward, what are the challenges horticulture department or horticulture sector faces? So that have been mentioned, and what is the way forward or solution for that challenges also mentioned here. So next, here we have animal husbandry. So again, within animal husbandry, you have a particular fact here. So first, this one. As per 20th livestock census, Karnataka has 3.03 crores of livestock and 5.95 crores of poultry population, and its share in all India was 5.41% and 5.98%. Sorry, 6.98%. Okay, livestock 3.03 crores, that is 5.41% of total India's livestock population. So 5.95 crores of poultry is 6.98% of total poultry in India. So apart from that, even you have what are the proportion or GVA, which is a share given by animal husbandry to total gross state domestic product. So it is around 3.62%. Okay, so here there are various schemes under animal husbandry as well. So you can have a look at these things. So artificial insemination program, National Livestock Mission. So within National Livestock Mission, so there are several components like providing livestock insurance. Okay, so if there is any livestock, if you are growing, in those situations, what happens? Maximum of 5 cattle or 50 sheep, goat, pig or rabbits. So then the beneficiary can get the insurance as per the guidelines. The premium subsidy of 50% to APL families and 70% to BPL and SC, ST beneficiaries will be given in this particular insurance. So apart from that, fodder seed production related assistance also given. So that is also Government of India, that is central sponsored scheme. So next we have National Livestock within that entrepreneurship development program, in order to promote agri or livestock related startups. So those are all some of the points related to that. So which are the entities which can be given these kind of entrepreneurship development program? Farmer producer organization, self-help group, joint liability group or Section 8 companies. Section 8 companies are nothing but non-profit organizations. Okay, so non-profit organizations. So these are all some of the points. So what are the projects taken up? So you can have a look at these things. Okay, so here they are trying to encourage, normally they are trying to encourage So they are trying to encourage desi breeds. Okay, desi breeds that may be related to birds or that may be related to our cattle or sheep, all those things. So that is all some of the points related to this. So again, one more is assistance to states for control of animal diseases. So again, here also they have mentioned several diseases and what are the preventive things they are done. So for example, you have preventive vaccination against enterotoxemia or ET. So as well as vaccination against blue tongue, okay, so or anthrax. So these are all some of the diseases so which were seen in animal rearing. So that is why we are trying to even provide vaccination to those things. Or after COVID-19, we have come across with a particular term called as One Health, right? So One Health. So One Health is nothing but having health of all organisms in our world. Okay, so normally what happens if there is a particular species which gets some kind of some kind of deadly these kind of diseases, there is a higher chance that it may spread into all, or finally it may also spread to human. So that is the reason why we are trying to almost alleviate diseases in other species as well. So that is the concept of One Health. Okay, so again we even have National Animal Disease Control Program scheme for foot and mouth disease. Okay, foot and mouth disease. So these are all some of the important diseases and what are the initiatives they are taken. So and National Animal Reporting System, National Animal Disease Reporting System. So and mobile veterinary unit vehicles, feed and fodder development, all those things are initiatives done by the department. So next we have Karnataka Sheep and Wool Development Corporation Limited. So again here also there will be a 66,000 loan will be given to beneficiaries, those who are going to purchase sheep or goat, or in some cases, okay, so normally it will be 10 plus 1 in nature. Again within this 66,000, again 10 plus 1 sheep or goat will be given to the beneficiaries. So they should have paid 66,000. Within that 6,000 will be beneficiary contribution. Remaining 60,000 will be subsidy amount. Remaining 60,000 will be given as subsidy amount. So apart from that, we are also taking up with a digital marketing system for sheep and goats. So apart from that, you even have something called as Shepherd Suraksha Yojana Anugraha Koduge for shepherds. So in case of accidental death of sheep or goats, compensation of rupees 5,000 per sheep or goat will be paid in case of death of sheep and goat of above 6 months. If they are of above 6 months, then 5,000 per sheep or goat will be given. So if it is of below 6 months, then 3,500 rupees will be given. 3,500 rupees will be given. And we even have something called as goat milk project. So goat milk project. So here in Madalapur Kudige subcenter in Kodagu district, we are trying to create a goat milk. So goat milk project. So that is also one part. So again have a look at this particular question which has been asked in KS prelims. Anugraha Koduge program by government of Karnataka is aimed at. So statement 1, giving compensation to shepherds for accidental death of sheep and goats, arranging training programs for shepherds, giving subsidized loans for the construction of goat and sheep farms, providing scholarships to the sons and daughters of shepherd community. So which one is correct? So we know that giving compensation to shepherds for accidental death of sheep and goats. So within that also you have two amounts, one is 5,000 rupees and another one is 3,500 rupees. So if the goats or sheep which are of more than 6 months, so then 5,000 will be given. So if it is of less than 6 months, okay, so if they are less than 6 months, then 3,500 would be given. So next we even have other animal rearing, that is piggery development. So piggery development, poultry development. So and we even trying women empowerment through dairy farming. So that's why we are encouraging women in dairy farming. So all those things will be seen here. So, and next we have KMF, that is Karnataka Cooperative Milk Producer Federation. So, how it is going to work? Again, it is a World Bank assisted project. So, when it came, that is 1974. So, related to Operation Flood Phase 1. Okay, Operation Flood Phase 1, or you also call it as White Revolution. So, here there will be 3-tier structure. State level, we have Karnataka Cooperative Milk Producer Federation. District level, in a 16 district, we have cooperative milk producer unions. In village level, we have 15,885 primary dairy producers cooperative society. Okay, so they are given that this is KMF has achieved so and so. So that within that we can say that has successfully managed the responsibility of providing rural dairy farmers with remunerative prices and continuous market, while ensuring that consumers are supplied with pure milk and high quality dairy products in a timely manner in line with global market demands. So this is how KMF is working. Okay, so you should able to read this particular thing. So how KMF makes milk collection, so that is also provided. How it markets its products, that's also been given. Okay. So apart from that, you have what are the other activities which are taken up by Karnataka Milk Federation. So that is like training, animal feed, Nandini semen station, and building construction for societies. Veterinary services were given. Kamadhenu scheme, again within Kamadhenu scheme. Okay, so in first phase, 100 cows are being provided to milk producer through 4 dairy unions: Shivamogga, Chamarajnagara, Ballari and Dakshina Kannada. So that is related to Kamadhenu scheme. So apart from that, we even have Kshira Sanjeevani. Okay, so within Kshira Sanjeevani. So again, after that, Karnataka State Rural Livelihood Promotion Society, so is implementing these Kshira Sanjeevani under KMF. Okay, so again here we are trying to encourage women, participation in these kind of dairy activities. So apart from that, Progressive Dairy Farmers Technical Meet and AMCS software, all these are some of the initiatives taken by our KMF. So again within that, we even have some central sponsored dairy development schemes. So that are also mentioned in this particular page. So that is using ICT, that is information and communication technology, in order to increase the productivity of dairy. So apart from that, we even have something called like Kshira Bhagya. Again Kshira Bhagya. So here 1 to 10th grade children will be given some milk, okay, daily. So during their midday meal. So apart from that, conservation of local battle breeds in Bidar and Haveri districts. So and even we are trying to have sex sorted semen supply scheme. So all these are some of the schemes related to animal rearing, or so KMF, which is done by KMF. So again you can also look at the fodder and fodder seeds related schemes and achievements of Karnataka Milk Federation, that is KMF, is given, so are listed. Now why it is important? Because there are instances where they have asked directly the role of KMF. Okay, role of KMF in rural economy. So that is the reason why we are looking at this particular part. Challenges and way forward of KMF. What are the challenges as of now? So KMF is facing. So how we can solve those things. So that is also given here. Okay. So again, departmental achievements, all those things are given. So you can have a look. So there was a previous year question, but I am unable to include that particular part in this slide. But there was a particular question, so which was asking what was the role of Karnataka Milk Federation in Karnataka's rural economical development. So you need to take up some of the specific examples from this economic survey. I know you cannot remember each and everything which is written in the economic survey, but you can take up some of the specific points from economic survey. So then you can quote that in your answer. Okay, so that is how you will write answers. So next we have Fisheries Department, Aquaculture. So within that you can have a look at the facts they are given. Karnataka is in first position in marine fish production, 7th position in inland fish production, and 3rd position in total, including marine and inland. So marine in Karnataka, first position. So in inland, Karnataka is in 7th position when you make a state list. So at the 3rd position in total. So okay, so these are the some of the point. Again, what is the contribution to GSDP? GSDP contribution from fisheries sector is very low, 0.52%. So Karnataka has 320 kilometer long coastline. This particular thing you know in Karnataka geography as well, but here it is official number. So you have official number here. So even the central government has given particular recognition to Karnataka. So saying that best coastal state for year 2022-23. So has been given to Karnataka. So next, some of the centrally sponsored schemes you can see. One is Pradhana Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. So are integrated development and management of fisheries, construction of fishing harbors, savings cum relief scheme for marine fishermen. Okay, so within that normally what happens, 1500 will be given from the fishermen. So contributed from fishermen. Remaining 1500 will be given by the state government. Another 1500 will be given from the central government. Now this, how it will work? Normally what happens, there will be higher level of monsoon during June, July and August, right? In those situations, they cannot go for fisheries. So in those situations, this particular 4,500 rupees, so in phased manner, that is 1,500 per month, will be given as compensation during that particular holidays. Again, I cannot say that is a holiday, but in those situations, they have a limited economic activities. In those situations, it can be used as support. So that is the one savings cum relief scheme for marine fishermen. Okay. So 1500 contribution, remaining 3000 from state government as well as central government, that is 1500 from state government, 1500 from central government. So total, okay, 6000 rupees total collected will be distributed during 2 lean months. Again, so let's have a look at this particular part. So normally what happens is that 1500 will be collected from each fisherman during fishing period, and a matching contribution of rupees 1500 from central government and 3000 from state government. Sorry, fishermen will give 1500, central government will provide 1500, but state government should give 3000 rupees. So thus total 6000 rupees. This 6000 rupees will be distributed during 2 lean months, June and July. Not June, July, August, it is during June and July. So that is lean month, that means they have very limited economic activities in those situations. So apart from that, we even have group accident insurance scheme. So in case there is a accident happens when you went for fishing, so in those situations, if the group, for whole group, you will provide some insurance. So that is the group accident insurance schemes. So apart from that, even you have some of the state sector schemes specifically related to marine fisheries. So here you have subsidy on electricity used by ice plants, reimbursement of sales tax on diesel used by fishing boats. So apart from that, supply of kerosene to traditional boats at a subsidized rate, so in PDS system itself. So apart from that, we even have inland fishery sector, where we have several initiatives like distribution of fisheries requisite kits, fish feed stocking in reservoirs, distribution of subsidy for purchase of fish feed seeds. So apart from that, distribution of subsidy for construction of fish ponds and edge of tanks or reservoirs, encouragement for shrimp and brackish water fish farming, stocking of fish seeds in Gram Panchayat tanks. So all these things are some of the initiatives related to inland fisheries. Reimbursement of differential interest to commercial banks in case they have taken loan, in those situations also. So there will be subsidy related to this particular loans. Apart from that, you even have fishermen's distress relief fund. So these are all some of the schemes which are state sector schemes. Next, we even have district sector schemes. So within that, you have assistance for development of inland fisheries, assistance to reconstruction of fish markets and fish marketing. So all those things are district sector schemes. So later they have even mentioned the challenges associated with aquaculture. So and how to move forward from that particular or solutions for that. So next we even have food security in this particular chapter, food security. So again within that we have food distribution system, public distribution system. So provision of food to the poor through public distribution system normally, so which will be given in subsidized rate. So again ration category, within that they have taken two. Okay, so earlier we used to call it as BPL card, now we are calling it as priority household. APL card will be considered as non-priority household. Okay, so Antyodaya Anna Yojana, within that there will be 35 kg rice given in Antyodaya Anna Yojana. In case of priority household, that is BPL card, 5 kg per member will be given. Okay, 5 kg per member, so both are free. So apart from that, you can have Antyodaya Anna Yojana, priority household ration cards, you can have a look. So, so within guarantee scheme, we even have Anna Bhagya Yojana. Within Anna Bhagya, so in addition to 5 kg which is given at a free of cost, so even Karnataka government planned to provide within Anna Bhagya 5 kg additional. So what happened is that there were not enough so food availability, that means from Food Corporation of India. So in those situations, what state government did is that instead of giving the rice, 5 kg additional rice to individuals, so apart from that they are given the direct benefit transfer related to that. Per kg 34 rupees, for 5 kgs per person 170 rupees is credited to, so that particular households owner. So next we have National Food Security Act 2013. National Food Security Act 2013. So within that, Karnataka undertakes purchase of paddy, ragi, jowar under minimum support price. Again remember, they have asked this particular this particular point. So that's why remember what are the different crops which are going to be purchased by Karnataka under this particular food Food Security Act, or you can also say that PDS system. So that is paddy, ragi and jowar. So and in Anna Bhagya DBT Yojana, so that is guarantee scheme, Anna Bhagya scheme. So there we have seen that rupees 34 per kg, that means 5 kg rupees 170 would have been credited to head of the family. So Antyodaya Anna Yojana also, there is this kind of thing when the persons in that particular family is more than 3. So in priority household also there is a provision for this. So and PDS kerosene distribution, some of the taluks in some of the districts like Uttara Kannada and so there or Chamarajanagara, here we are providing kerosenes at a subsidized rate. So apart from that, fisheries kerosene distribution also given in PDS system. So apart from that, fair price shops in states also, so making this particular goal or this particular initiative, so will be implemented in the grassroots level by these fair price shops. So next we have minimum support price scheme. Again here also minimum support price scheme or minimum support price will be fixed by Government of India, or in recommendation was given by Commission on Agricultural Cost and Prices, and implemented or finally which is been notified by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Minimum support price will be given. So within that we have around 23 different crops, so where we will be giving this minimum support price. So within that, state is purchasing paddy, ragi and jowar. So we also seen that particular 3 crops in PDS system as well. So and we even have one more scheme which is called as Dasoha scheme. Within Dasoha scheme, so we try to provide these kind of food grains to those state run or aided welfare institutes such as Nari Niketans, old age homes, orphanages, hostels or homeless or beggar rehabilitation center, Swadhar homes, hostels for blind children, remand homes, hostels providing pre-accommodation, all those things. So where per person, so we are providing 10 kg rice and 5 kg wheat, total of 15 kg per inmate. So will be provided under Dasoha scheme. So and they have also highlighted the achievements of the department under this particular PDS system, so that you can have a look at. So next you even have Anna Suvidha home delivery mobile app. So where senior citizens who are having a age of more than 90 years can avail the benefits of these. So these Annabhagya schemes to their doorstep. So there will be a delivery of these particular food grains to their doorsteps. So that is one thing related to Anna Suvidha. Okay. So next, so we even have a state consumer helpline in order to address the grievances. So all those things will be seen here. So next we have what are the challenges and way forward. At present, rice, ragi and jawar are distributed in PDS system. So but there are, so for example, so they are saying that there is an idea of distributing dietary rice fiber food grains such as navane, save, haraka, sajje, baragu in the near future. So in case these rate millets can also be distributed to AAY, that is Antyodaya Anna Yojana, and priority household card holders along with rice, it will improve the health conditions of beneficiaries and will promote rate millets as well as common public. So that is, so recently what is happening because of our food habit, that is majorly rice and wheat based food style. So we are having several health related issues, so which may be related to diabetes or high blood pressure. So we are trying to provide these kind of nutritious grains for that purpose. In this video, we are going to discuss about 7th chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey, that is Natural Resource Management and Environment. So this particular chapter is very, very important for your examination point of view, that is mains examination point of view. So in paper 4, that is GS3, so there in section 3, that is environment section, so you need to use the factual details or some of the points, key points, specific key points, so in this particular chapter, so in order to get a better answer. Okay. So let's have a look at the first thing, that is forest. So forest resource they are talking about. Again, within that forest resources also they are highlighting that Western Ghats are around 60% of Western Ghats, so that are found in Karnataka. Okay, so here you can see that the significant portion of the Western Ghat encompassing approximately 60% of the ecologically critical region within the state. Okay, within the state, so we have 60% or nearly 60% of Western Ghats. So apart from that, furthermore, the conservation and development of unique genetic diversities are prioritized through the establishment of biodiversity heritage sites. So one example of such biodiversity heritage site they are giving is Nalluru, Devanhalli Taluku. So that is 400-year-old tamarind groves. So apart from that, there were several threats. They are mentioning that threats, so significant threats in recent years due to a combination of underlying and proximate factors. So what are those factors? While deforestation rate is one such thing. So as of now, Forest Department has minimized or reduced this deforestation rate in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, we need to work. So that is the point they are talking here. While deforestation rates have been largely curtailed and forest cover has increased quantitatively, the quality of the natural forest stock remains a concern. Okay, so that is one such factor or one such threat. Continued forest degradation and the decline of environmental resources have severe consequences for ecosystem productivity and resilience. So they are linking that particular problem with ecosystem related stability. So that is also that can also be used for your examination. So answer writing. Again, what are other challenges? So we can see, so rapid population growth. So because of increase in population growth, what happened? It placed immense pressure on these vital resources. So forest resources, we have placed immense pressure because of the increased or rapid population growth. So apart from that, there are other threats like deforestation for agriculture purpose, shifting cultivation, these kind of practices you can quote here. Unsustainable timber harvesting or commercialization of timber. Okay, so mining activities, infrastructure development, forest fires, overgrazing and poaching, illegal poaching we are talking here about. So these are all some of the challenges or some of the issues related to forest. Okay, so forest. So lastly, they are saying that the Karnataka Forest Department has successfully halted the quantitative decline of forest cover. So that means, so you can say that the area under forest cover, so that is intact, or that is somewhat nearly. So we have seen improvement in that particular area. But so when you talk about density of trees there, or the quality of these species, so then what happens, there is a concern associated with that. So apart from that, even you can say that, however, the sustainability of forests and consequently the well-being of both human and wildlife remains under threat due to persistent anthropogenic pressures, that is human induced pressures. So that is what they are talking about related to forests. So let's have a look at what are the different types of forests we have. The highest percentage is reserved forest. So in Karnataka's total geographical area, nearly 21.21% so forest cover has been seen. So within that highest amount, that is in reserved forest, so we can see 16% of forest. So apart from that, second we have protected areas 1.04%, village forest so around 0.05%, private forests 0.03, so and unclassed forests so will be at the end. So within that also you can also compare different districts based on their forest cover. Again in this top two will be Kodagu and so Uttara Kannada. In percentage wise, Uttara Kannada is at the top, second we have Kodagu. So whereas when you talk about geographical area, Uttara Kannada will be at the top. So Kodagu again goes to somewhat nearly 10 plus, okay, so place, because Kodagu is a very small district in when you talk about geographical area. But in case of Uttara Kannada, so even though you have 79% of forest cover, Uttara Kannada district itself is a larger has a larger geographical area. Because of that, so you will also see forest cover, higher forest cover, so by area as well. Okay, so whereas least amount of forest cover has been seen in Vijayapura. Okay, so Vijayapura, or earlier we know it as Bijapura. So you can see Vijayapura. So Vijayapura has only 0.25% of forest cover. Okay, so you can also quote those kind of things. So again, Uttara Kannada 79.24%, area wise 8143.53. Okay, 8143.53. So whereas when you talk about Kodagu, so Kodagu, so 78.84%, but when you look at the area, that is 3234.11. So when we talk about percentage, how we are calculating percentage? The area of area of forest or forest cover area divided by total geographical area of that particular district. So whereas Kodagu is a very small district by geographical area, so because of that you can see higher percentage of forest cover. But when you talk about overall geographical area of the forest cover, so that will be lower. So that is what we can see here. Okay, so next part is related to, so within that forest, how much is dense forest, open forest, that data has been given. So and 2017 to 2023, so what was the changes? So you can see in dense forest there is an incline, or so there is a increasing trend. So similarly open forest also there is an increasing trend. So you can see that, so by this you can say that quantitatively we have increased the forest cover, area of forest cover. Very dense forest, moderately dense forest, open forest and scrubs. So all these things are given for 2023 assessment. So you can have a look at these things as well. So next we are trying to compare Karnataka's forest cover with southern states. So we have also included Maharashtra in this particular part. So earlier when we are talking about fiscal parameters, we have not included Maharashtra. We have taken only Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. But now we are also including Maharashtra. Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So when we talk about all these states, southern states, so compare the geographical area of forest cover. So in Maharashtra we have only 16.53% of geographical area which is covered in, which is having forest cover. So in case of Andhra Pradesh, it is 18.46%, Telangana 18.90%, Karnataka 20.47%, okay. So and Tamil Nadu 20.34%, Kerala 56.78%, okay. So nearly, okay. So nearly, okay, nearly more than half. So more than half percent, that is, so more than 50% of land is having forest cover in Kerala. Okay, so Kerala, you can have a, so look at that particular point. So apart from that, so when you compare Karnataka's average with India's average, here what we can see, the forest cover of India, that is on an average 21.76%, so which is more than Karnataka's average. So that means Karnataka as of now is underperforming related to psychological factors or forest cover related activities, initiatives. So we need to increase the forest cover furthermore. And when we talk about forest cover, normally for sustainable growth or sustainable development, so there is a particular saying that it should be, the forest cover should be nearly 1/3 of total geographical area, but here well below that. So 1/3 in the sense 33.33%, but here so we have only 20.47 or 21.21% to 1%. So again you can compare that so in graphical representation as well. So Kerala has highest forest cover, so whereas Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, okay, so they are near 20%. So whereas Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, so very low percentage of so this one. So and when you compare India's percentage, that is 21.76% of area covered. So here the southern states are below the so average of India, total India's average. But remember that, so when we talk about southern states, these are the forests, they are highly dense forest, okay, they are highly dense forest. So why I am saying this particular point is that, so when you talk about Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh or Bihar, Jharkhand, in those areas normally the dense forest is very rarely seen. So that is the reason the area of land, area of forest cover will be higher there. But if you compare the biological richness or biodiversity richness, so in those situations what happens, southern states so tops the table. So you need to remember that point as well. Okay, so next, so let us have a look at national parks and wildlife sanctuaries within Karnataka. So we have 5 national parks. Those are Bannerughatta National Park, Kudiremukha National Park, Ansi National Park or Tiger Reserve, Bandipur National Park as well as Tiger Reserve, Nagarhole National Park or Tiger Reserve. Nagarhole National Park is also considered as or also called as Rajiv Gandhi National Park. So again have a look at this particular thing. So these 3 are national parks as well as Tiger Reserve, Ansi, Bandipura and Nagarhole. So whereas Bannerughatta and Kudiremukha are national parks. So whereas when we talk about Tiger Reserve, there are 2 more Tiger Reserves. So that means, so we have 5 national parks, at the same time we have 5 Tiger Reserve. So within that 3 are common, which 3? Ansi, Bandipura and Nagarhole are common. So whereas other 2, okay, so national parks, Bannerughatta and Kudiremukha are separate. So whereas in Tiger Reserves we have Bhadra Tiger Reserve and BRT Tiger Reserve, that is Biligiri Rangana Temple, so Tiger Reserve. Okay, so these are all some of the points related to so Tiger Reserves as well as our national parks. Again you can also check out the area. So when you talk about area, Bandipura National Park has the highest so area, that is 872 square kilometers. 872 square kilometer, so within Karnataka. Second place we have Nagarhole. So next we have so Kudiremukha National Park. So after that we have Ansi National Park and Bannerughatta will be having least. So among these 5 national parks. Next we have so wildlife sanctuaries. Again you know the difference between national park and a wildlife sanctuary. National park is having or it enjoys higher level of security. So whereas in case of wildlife sanctuary, the security level, okay, so our human intervention is somewhat so here not that much restricted as compared to national parks. So that is the difference between those 2. And another thing is that national parks are related to all the species within that particular area, but in wildlife sanctuaries you can specifically talk about some of the species. Okay, so now you can have some of the these kind of wildlife sanctuaries like Ramadevara Betta Vulture Sanctuary, Kamasandra Wildlife Sanctuary, Adi Chunchanagiri. Okay, so here A is missing. Adi Chunchanagiri Peacock Wildlife Sanctuary, Ranganatittu Bird Sanctuary, Arabitittu Wildlife Sanctuary, Melukote Wildlife Sanctuary, BRT Wildlife Sanctuary, that is also considered as tiger reserve, Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary and Kaveri Extension Wildlife Sanctuary, Malai Mahadeshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, Pushpagiri Wildlife Sanctuary, Talakaveri, Brahmagiri, Someshwara, Mukambika. Okay, so all these things are wildlife sanctuaries. Dandeli, Attiveri, Settihalli, Sharavati Valley, Gudavi Bird Sanctuary, Badra, Ranebennuru, Kappatagudda Wildlife Sanctuary, Daroji Bear Sanctuary. Okay, so bear sanctuary, Gudekote Sloth Bear Sanctuary, Gudekote Extension Sloth Bear Sanctuary, Rangayana Durga Four Horned Antelope Wildlife Sanctuary, Jogi Matti, Uttare Gudda, Bankapura Wolf Sanctuary. They asked the question on this particular part. Okay, so which of the following were wolf sanctuaries? Okay, Bankapura Wolf Sanctuary, Nugu Wildlife Sanctuary, Bhimgad Wildlife Sanctuary, Ghataprabha, Yedahalli Chinkara Wildlife Sanctuary, Chincholli, Timlapura, Bukkapatna, so Chinkara, and Arasikare Sloth Bear. So all these things are, all these are some of the wildlife sanctuaries that we have. So let's have a look here again. So we have 5 national parks and 36 wildlife sanctuaries as per economic survey. But if you visit Karnataka Forest Department, there are 39. Okay, so that's why remember, so to have a updated version of these things. So you can once visit Karnataka Forest Department. Within that Karnataka Forest Department, so you have national park, list of national park. So there was a question, mains question, which was asked in 2014, I think. So they have asked that, so list the Karnataka's national parks and so write some of the some notes related to that, short notes related to those national parks, and make a map of Karnataka, and so where these national parks are seen, so just mark those things. So again, so I am not exactly repeating the question which is asked, but the essence of the question is that, so you need to list the national parks in Karnataka, so you need to locate those on map, and you need to explain, or you need to give a short note related to that particular national parks. So again, you can use some of the points in economic survey. I am not saying that everything is available in economic survey, but you can use some of the points related to that. So you may heard all these things in environment chapters. So now you need to use some of the value addition points from here. So next we have conservation and community reserve. So within that we have Bankapura Peacock Conservation Reserve, Magadi Kere Conservation Reserve. Why it is very important, Magadi Kere? So Magadi Kere is also a part of Ramsar sites, right? So within Ramsar sites, we have 4 Ramsar sites. So in Karnataka, so one was introduced in 2019, that is Ranganatittu. Okay, so Ranganatittu, that is in Mandya. So later on, we have introduced 3. Okay, so which are those? One is Magadikere. Magadikere is in Gadag. Magadikere is in Gadag. Apart from that, even we have Ankasamudra. Okay, Ankasamudra. So is in Vijayanagara district. Okay, so earlier it was Ballari, now it is been divided into Vijayanagar, right? So newly formed. Apart from that, you have one more, that is Aganashini estuary. So when you talk about Aganashini estuary, it is in Uttara Kannada district. Okay, so these are 4 important Ramsar sites within, again not important, so exactly 4 Ramsar sites within Karnataka. So remember that. So apart from that, you have several community reserves or conservation reserves. So here also you can say we already had a look at Magadikere. So that is a Ramsar site. Here you can see Ankasamudra Bird Conservation. So that is in Vijayanagara. So apart from that, so you have Ranganatittu Bird Sanctuary here. Ranganatittu Bird Sanctuary is here. So apart from that, you have one more, that is Aganashini. So Aganashini. Okay, so these are some of the important things. Shirshi, okay. So they are not mentioned Aganashini estuary here. So but that is also a part of this one, Ramsar sites. So next, so we have some point related to paper 3, that is related to human animal conflict. So here human animal conflict, in the sense we are talking about human wildlife conflict. So there are some points to be noted in related to this human animal conflict. So you have ex gratia payments in case of these kind of human animal conflict, and if there is a death or any kind of injuries happen to human, so there will be ex gratia compensation. So if there is a life loss, that is death in case of wild animal attacks, so then the person's family will get 15 lakh compensation. So whereas it caused permanent disability, then 10 lakhs, up to 10 lakhs will be given. So similarly, in case of partial permanent disability, then up to 5 lakhs will be given. So in cases of person injured by wild animals, 60,000 will be given. Okay, so property loss caused by wild elephant attacks per case, there will be 20,000 compensation. So whereas monthly pension of 4,000 rupees per month, so will be given up to 5 years. Okay, so for these kind of incidents. So that is ex gratia payments in case of human animal conflict. So again, you can say that while having a human animal conflict, so if there is any injury related to human, or if there is any incident which causes some harm things to human, you can give ex gratia, so ex gratia payments. But what if so the injury happens to wild animal? So there is no such ex gratia thing, but you can go for veterinary help. Okay, so or you can give medical assistance to those kind of wildlife, so with the expert help. So that is what we can see here. And in forestry also there are some revenue realized. So they are giving the they are giving the facts related to that particular point. So again here highest revenue will be from timber. So that will be from timber to forest department. Okay, that is 12,642 lakh. Okay, so in firewood and charcoal, so this is very low compared to timber. Bamboos, receipts from sandalwood, minor forest produce, or other sources of revenue. So these are some of the points, or some of the amount, or you can say that revenue realized by Karnataka Forest Department. Next, we have some of the schemes like special component subplan, tribal subplan. So these are the two subplans or plans which are going to improve the quality of life of tribal people, those who are residing in these kind of forests. Again, normally what happens when we try to have a forest conservation, so we normally don't encourage any kind of developmental activities within that particular forest area. Now there are some people who have the rights to stay in that particular area and create their own livelihood in that particular area. So that is normally tribal people. So for them there should be enough chances to improve quality of life. So that is the reason we are coming up with a special component subplan, tribal subplan. Again, in both we are trying to improve the quality of life of tribal people. So you can have a look at this. So LPG gas connection will be given. So or distribution of solar lamps, or so for scheduled caste families, beehive boxes in order to promote apiculture. Okay, so distributed to improve their economic conditions. So we are trying to improve their quality of life. So similarly in tribal subplan also, so LPG gas connections, gas cylinder refilling, solar water heaters, solar lamp distribution, all these things will be so done. So next we have Siri Chandana Vana. Siri Chandana Vana, what is the meaning of Siri Chandana Vana scheme? So this particular scheme is going to promote cultivation of sandalwood plants. So that is the one. The area of sandalwood plantation and naturally grown sandalwood trees is protected and maintained through installation of chain link mesh, watch and ward, soil working, cultural operations and other protective measures under Siri Chandana Vana. So apart from that, even we have something called as development of degraded forest. Again, remember there are different terminologies. So one is for deforestation. When you talk about deforestation, the area of forest is shrinking. So when we talk about forest degradation, the quality of, even though the area of area of forest is same, the quality of that particular forest is deteriorating. In other terms, number of trees is in declining trend. So are those kind of, okay, so that is considered as development of degraded forest. Here we are talking about forest degradation already happened, so we are trying to develop or rejuvenate this degraded forest. So that is the one thing. So again, degraded forests are rejuvenated through afforestation and soil and water conservation measures. So that will be done under development of degraded forest. So next we have seedlings for public distribution, raising of seedlings for public distribution in nurseries. So and we even have Krishi Aranya Protsaha Yojana, so which going to promote agroforestry. Okay, so if there is any cultivable land where we are not cultivating as of now, in those situations, so what happens, it will become fallow land in the near future. So or barren land in near future. In order to avoid those things, you can promote cultivating so these kind of trees. So that is considered as agroforestry. So that is also one part of thing. So that is Krishi Aranya Protsaha Yojana. So apart from that, even you have something called as roadside plantation scheme, greening of urban areas. Okay, so Hasiru Karnataka, again within Hasiru Karnataka or Green Karnataka, so you have a particular theme, that is, so to grow a tree for every house, a forest for a village, a small forest for a taluk, and a forest for district. Okay, so these kind of things were quoted in Hasiru Karnataka scheme. So again, here you can see forest and forest again. So when we talk about this in Kannada, we normally consider here vana. Okay, so then chikkadadanta ondu kaadu annodana artha. So vana, forest. So when we are talking about, it is very small forest. So otherwise what happens, forest for a village, small forest for a taluk will have a something like so paradoxical thing, right, contradiction. So here, so village, so we have very small forest, for taluk a small forest, a larger forest for a district. So that is the tagline of Hasiru Karnataka. So apart from that, we even have afforestation schemes related to various other areas. So and we even have tree park schemes and development and preservation of Devara Kadu, or it is also called as sacred groves. Okay, Devara Kanu, Deivivana, so or Devara Kadu, or it is called as sacred groves. Because of some, so if you are worshipping some god, then what you will try to do is that you will say that this area belongs to this particular god. Okay, so because of the devotion towards that particular god, so the people or the community in that particular area try to protect that area. So in order, by doing this particular tradition or by conducting this particular tradition, they will also try to protect the biodiversity in that particular area. So that is the advantage of that sacred groves or Devara Kadu. So and apart from that, even a particular developmental scheme that is related to medicinal plant conservation areas and medicinal plant development areas, forest protection, natural regeneration and cultural operation, minor works, land and building related activity, as well as building maintenance. So all these things were done under Karnataka Forest Department. And there are some of the schemes which are centrally sponsored, like Project Tiger. Okay, so we know that Project Tiger was implemented first in 1973. So Corbett National Park was the first national park which was first tiger reserve which was announced. So here, as of now, you can see that this particular scheme also 60-40 in nature. That means Government of India will provide 60% share. So for Project Tiger, remaining 40% share will be given by Government of Karnataka. So here also we are trying to highlight on these things. Okay, these kind of things like anti-poaching measures, habitat improvement and public awareness. So how we are trying to achieve anti-poaching measures? So establishing a tiger protection force, organizing anti-poaching camps, awareness, and conducting regular patrols. So apart from that, habitat improvement, construction and maintenance of staff quarters, roads, water holes as well as fire protection measures. Public awareness, conducting public awareness campaigns and eco development activities. So, and they are also highlighting that in 2022 tiger estimation, so Karnataka has 563 tigers. So, in state list in ranking, so it is standing at second place. So, just comment down below which state has highest number of tigers as of now. Okay, first place. If second place is for Karnataka, first place is for which particular state. Okay, next we have Project Elephant. So when you talk about Project Elephant, it is also central government merged central. Again, here you can also look at this particular part. So earlier Project Elephant was separate. Now Central Elephant Scheme, so is merged with Central Tiger Scheme from the year 23-24. Okay, so earlier Project Elephant was separate, Project Tiger was separate. Now we are trying to merge this from 23-24. Again, so I am not saying this. So Economic Survey says this. Remember that one. So apart from that, you have several key activities under Project Elephant as well. Construction and maintenance of elephant-proof trenches and solar fences. Establishment of rapid response teams for swift intervention. Conducting anti-poaching and anti-depredation camps. Capturing and translocating problematic elephants. Providing necessary equipments, drugs and training for staff and veterinarians. Okay, so implementing awareness program for local communities. So all these things are under the Project Elephant. So next we have National Bamboo Mission. Okay, so here we are trying to improve the bamboo cultivation in forest areas as well as non-forest areas. So again, this particular scheme also has 60-40 central and state funding. Okay, so you can also have a look at that particular point. So apart from that, even we have management and conservation of mangroves. Again, we even have one particular scheme, that is okay, PM Misti. So there also we are trying to improve or conserve mangrove related. Again, mangrove is considered as one of the important species because it found in so it is also a edge species because it is found in ecotones. As well as at the same time, you can also talk about that because the contribution of so this mangroves in capturing or carbon sequestration is very high. So those are some of the points related to mangroves, why it is very, very important. Also, it will be it will be helpful during the shock observation related to tsunamis or any flood control. So all those things can be highlighted here. So and we have something called as Green India Mission. So Green India Mission, again under MOEFCC, that is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So we are coming up with Green India Mission. So it is a part of National Action Plan on Climate Change. So within that National Action Plan on Climate Change, we have different 8 initiatives. Within that, one initiative is Green India Mission. So you can also talk about that. So they also highlighted the main objective of this scheme. What is the main objective of Green India Mission? To increase forest or tree cover in 5 million hectares of forest, non-forest land and improve the quality of life. Forest cover in 5 million hectares of forest, non-forest land. So total 10 million hectares we want to have this kind of forest. So that is second one. To provide multiple enhanced ecosystem services including biodiversity, water conservation services, carbon sequestration in 10 million hectares of forest or non-forest land. And the third one is to increase forest-based livelihood income of about 3 million people living around forests. So all these things are under this particular part, that is Green India Mission. So even we have central sector schemes on intensification of forest management schemes and Nagaravana scheme, where we are trying to encourage these kind of forests in urban areas as well. So that is related to Nagaravana scheme. So apart from that, we even have district sector schemes like social forestry, buildings, agroforestry under the umbrella scheme of Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So all these things are district sector schemes. Okay. So you can also have a read of achievements and challenges which are the achievements Karnataka Forest Department has been able to achieve in recent past. So and what are the challenges Karnataka Forest Department has. So you can have a look at that. So there are some initiatives that are initiatives taken up by Karnataka Forest Department. They are trying to list those things. So like we have E-Parihara. So E-Parihara will be online system for processing of ex gratia sanctions to the aggrieved in case of man-wild animal conflict cases, human-animal conflict cases. The ex gratia amount, so or the compensation will be given through E-Parihara. E-Timber, so again E-Timber is for auctioning, so timber related, so any auctions if there are, those tenders will be auctioned through electronically, that will be through E-Timber. Okay, management of timber depot stocks in government timber depots across the state and e-auctioning of timber and other forest produce through online platform. Sawmill management system, again sawmills need to repeatedly renew their license. So that licensing, renewal of licensing also given through online service. So that is sawmill management system, online system for renewal of sawmill licenses across the state and management of wood consumption. So next we have forest produce tracking system. So there we are trying to monitoring of transit of mineral ore from forest leases from source to sink. So and we even have E-Sashyakshetra. So E-Sashyakshetra is online portal for management of seedling stock across forest nurseries. So again similarly we even have Sasyasiri Yojana. Okay, you need to connect those things. E-Felling and transit permission system. So what is this? Normally we have several private land. Within private land also, if we cultivate some specific species of plant, while felling those particular plants, we need to take permission of forest department. So like you can talk about sandalwood. Even though if it is in your private land, you need to take permission from Karnataka Forest Department. Now that particular part is also given online. So that is E-Felling and transit permission system. Okay, so online system for according permissions for obtaining permission to fell trees grown on private lands and subsequent approvals for removal of such felled material. So next we have compendium of HR database. So even we are trying to create a database related to exhaustive database for forest frontline staff. Okay, so the application is known as Aranya Kirti system. Okay, so next E-Evaluation, online system for evaluating various departmental works implemented under various schemes. So again, here what we are trying to do is that, what are the objectives of certain schemes, whether we are able to perform or able to achieve those objectives or not. So here we are trying to evaluate that particular scheme based on the outcome. So that is also given electronically, that is E-Evaluation. And even you have forest geospatial information system. So this is one particular initiative. By implementing it effectively, so you can minimize the cases of encroachment, illegal encroachment. So that can be seen here. Forest geospatial information system, compendium of all forest notification and cadastral level geospatial database for all forest lands. So next we have forest fire management and analysis portal. So apart from that, you even have forest cover change alert system. So if there is a change in forest cover, so that will be triggering alert system. So that is forest cover change alert system. So these are all some of the initiatives. Apart from that, they are also mentioned in 24-25. They are come across with these two apps. So one is Aranya Vihara. So if you are seeking or if you are willing to get a safari or e-tourism, then you can apply online for those kind of permissions. Online application for booking of ecotourism activities in a user-friendly, transparent online mechanism. So next you have Garudakshi. So Garudakshi is a development and pilot deployment of booking of forest offences cases through online mechanism. So if there is any forest offences, that can be online, that can be registered through online. So that is under Garudakshi app. Okay, so these are all some of the initiative taken up by Karnataka Forest Department. So next we have Karnataka Biodiversity Board. Again, when you talk about Rio Earth Summit, within Rio Earth Summit, we normally talk about 3 pillars, right? One is climate change. From that, you come across with UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So, and in biological diversity, we normally talk about Convention on Biological Diversity. And in so another part, that is we talk about sustainable development. So there we come across with UNCCD, that is United Nations Convention on combating desertification. Now, when we talk about CBD, that is UNCBD, United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. So, according to that particular act or that particular policy that that has been passed in 1992. Okay, so based on that, we come across with a legislation, legislature piece of law, that is the Biodiversity Act in Biological Diversity Act in 2002. Okay, centrally we have come across with Biological Diversity Act 2002. Under this Biological Diversity Act, we have constructed Karnataka Biodiversity Board. You have National Biodiversity Board as well as you have state level State Biodiversity Board. So similarly, we have State Biodiversity Board, which is called as Karnataka Biodiversity Board. Similar to Convention on Biological Diversity and Biological Diversity Act. So what are the objectives there? The same objectives will be reflected here. So what are those objectives? The conservation of biological diversity. Second one is the sustainable use of components of biological diversity. And the third one is fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of biological resources. Okay, so these are some 3 points related to or 3 objectives related to Convention on Biological Diversity as well as Biological Diversity Act 2002 as well as Karnataka Biodiversity Board, because they are all in line. Okay, so now within that we have several awards, biodiversity award. So whichever companies or whichever institutions or individuals, so those who are contributed, so in order to promote biodiversity, or they have effectively handled the challenges related to biodiversity, so they have been given these kind of award, biodiversity award. So within that we have conservation of biodiversity. So it has been given to Riaz Pasha, so of Aurad Taluk, Bidar district. So similarly, best biodiversity management committee, Sagar Taluk Panchayat has been given this particular award, best biodiversity management committee. Organic traditional agriculture system, so it has been given to Anumantappa Malleshappa, Balagumpi, Afzalpur Taluk, Kalburgi district. Okay, so these are all some of the important awards. So these awards will encourage or promote others to take up these kind of biodiversity related activities. Okay, so in order to conserve biodiversity. So again, the Karnataka Biodiversity Board also has several challenges, so that has been highlighted here. Okay, so you can have a look at those points. So next, Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ. Again, which are CRZ or Coastal Regulation Zone? So let's have a explanation related to that. The coastal stretches up to 500 meters from high tide line. Okay, so towards the landward side and all along the coast, area up to 12 nautical mile in the sea, river, creeks, bays, estuaries and backwaters, up to a point till the tidal influence is felt, and the land on either side of these tidally influenced water bodies up to a maximum of 100 meters is declared as Coastal Regulation Zone. So again, so let me simplify those things. Supposing that this is the shoreline. So here we have sea or ocean. So here we have land. Now the tides vary over time, right? Because of the lunar movement or gravitation. So there is something called as high tide and low tide. So when you talk about high tide, there is a limit, there is a particular area up to which the tide can be seen. So while high tide line. Now from this, so you are saying that up to next 500 meters. And so within seaside up to 12 nautical miles. Okay, 12 nautical miles. Plus wherever the field, so wherever we can influence, we can get the influence of tide line, that is high tide line, from that particular point to 100 meters. This area is this area is called as Coastal Regulation Zone. Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ. Again, there are different types of CR zone as well as Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ1, CRZ2, 3 and 4. Okay, So again, based on the characteristics of the zone. So sometimes what we will do is that islands, all those things, we will consider it as a separate coastal regulation zone, all those things. You can have a look at this particular part, CRZ. So once, so in environment, okay. So next we have something called as Karnataka State Coastal Zone Management Authority. So in order to implement these rules, okay, CRZ rules, which is been given by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So we are trying to use that particular thing. Now, what is the basic crux of this CRZ? Whenever there is an developmental activity or a building constructed within this particular CRZ, Coastal Regulation Zone, there is a chance or possibility that particular building may affect from these kind of tides. Okay, so that is the reason we are saying that in order to ensure safety, you should not build any kind of developmental activities. It may be roads or infrastructure, or it may be private property like buildings. So that cannot be built in this particular CRZ. So that is the reason. So we are highlighting on CRZ, Coastal Regulation Zone. Okay. So next, so we have water resources. So again, Karnataka agriculture area majorly dependent on rain-fed areas. Okay, so here they are mentioning that more than 73% of the rainfall received in southwest monsoon. So based on that, we will be having our agriculture. But there are some area which does not receive this kind of rainfall. Okay, so this kind of rainfall. So then what we will try to do is that we require irrigation facility in those situations. So in order to avail this irrigation facility, we can go for river basins. In case of Karnataka, we have 7 river basin system. Okay, so 7 river basin system, which are those: Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, North Pennar, South Pennar, Palar and West Flowing River. So these are the 7 river basin systems of Karnataka. So within this, highest area is covered by Krishna and its tributaries. 58.93% of irrigated land in Karnataka is covered by Krishna and its tributaries. So within that also Tungabhadra, Tungabhadra is the largest, it holds largest share. Okay, so Krishna and its tributaries. Godavari just 2.31%, Kaveri 18.84%. So remaining North Pennar, South Pennar or Palar, they has a very small area, geographical area, effect on small geographical area. So whereas west flowing rivers around 12.79%. But remember, when we talk about west flowing rivers, there are independent several rivers in west flowing like Kali, Sharavati, Aganashini, Bedti, Netravati, Gurupura, so several. Okay, so those kind of west flowing rivers we can see. But what is the characteristics of west flowing rivers? They have been originated in Western Ghat and they are moving towards western slope, that is towards Arabic Ocean. So here the course of these particular western flowing rivers are very small. Or in other terms, you can say that this particular river's water is not utilized properly. That is the reason we come across with several schemes like Paschima Vahini. Again, remember, when we talk about developmental activities in this particular western flowing rivers, these are the rivers which are also seen in ecologically sensitive zones. Whenever we try to have certain kind of developmental activities in these zones, so that we don't know what kind of impact it will have. So because we have seen recently that in the previous monsoon we have seen Shiruru landslide, right? Those kind of problems can be associated with this as well when we talk about developmental schemes of western flowing rivers. So remember that point. So next, water resource department. So here all these things are under the water resource department. So here there are major category of implementation of projects like irrigation projects we have. So within that, lift irrigation system, conventional flow irrigation, all those things are there. So and land acquisition and projects, land acquisition for various projects. So and apart from that, we even have modernization of old canal. So all those things are some of the points related to water resource department. Or you can have DRIP. So DRIP is a World Bank assistant project. So DRIP stands for Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Projects. So these are all some of the projects under water resource department. Okay. So now let us have a look at what are the percentage of irrigated land. So when we talk about source wise irrigation. So when you talk about that, canals own for 18% of net irrigated area, tanks 1.58%, wells 7.82%. So whereas tubes or tube wells or bore wells account for 59.74% of net irrigated area. Now, what is the meaning of that? So we are highly dependent on groundwater. In this situation, what happens? If we over-exploit these things, there is a possibility that groundwater level may go down. So that is the reason why we are talking about these kind of groundwater recharge. So while talking about rainwater harvesting, we also talk about these kind of bore wells or tube wells recharging. Okay, other sources around 12%. Remember, this is having higher. Again, there was a question on this particular chart. So in our case re-examination which was conducted in December. So again, remember, so they were asking which source has the highest share of net irrigated area, that is tube wells or bore wells. So and we even have some water nigams, okay, jala nigams. So within that we have 4 nigams, important ones within Karnataka. So which are those? Krishna Bhagya Jala Nigama Limited, Karnataka Niravari Nigama Limited, Kaveri Niravari Nigama Limited and Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama Limited. All these are registered under Companies Act 1956. That means these are companies. Okay, Companies Act 1956. Now, what are the important things related to this? You need to remember. Krishna Bhagya Jala Nigama is related to Upper Krishna projects. Only for Upper Krishna project. Or in Kannada, you call it as Krishna Meldande Yojana. So when Karnataka Niravari Nigama is related to, okay, other projects apart from Upper Krishna project within Krishna, so and its tributary. So in Kaveri, it is related to Kaveri rivers and its tributaries. So whereas Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama is related to some specific these kind of schemes. Okay, so like Yattinahole, or you can also talk about Gayatri, those kind of things under Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama Limited. So they are also given the year of establishment. So 1906, that is older one, was related to Krishna Bhagya. 98 Karnataka Niravari. So 2003 we have Kaveri Niravari Nigama Limited. In 2016 we come across with Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama Limited. Okay, so you can have a read Krishna Bhagya Nigama. So already I told that. So it is related to implementation of Upper Krishna River or Upper Krishna project. Okay, so within that we have several stages. So what we have done then, so in that particular stage, so what are the achievements? You can have a read. So next we have Karnataka Niravari Nigama Limited. So it is related to implementation of Krishna Basin projects except Upper Krishna project. Upper Krishna related to Krishna, so Bhagya Niravari, Jala Nigama Niravari, so Limited. So here others are under Karnataka Niravari Nigama Limited. Again remember, so here we are talking about Krishna Basin projects apart from Upper Krishna. So again here also you have numerous irrigation related projects. So you can have a look at that. So next we have Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama. So again, so we even have Kaveri. Okay, so Kaveri Niravari Nigama Limited. So that can also be seen. So here we have major tributaries of Kaveri will be considered within this, like Harangi, Hemavati, Lakshmana Tirtha, Kabini, Simsha, Suvarnavati or Arkavati and other main river Kaveri. So all these things are under this particular thing. So apart from that, Vishweshwara Jal Nigam, so here we have some special projects like Upper Bhadra project, Yettinahole drinking water project. Again, Yettinahole drinking water project is related to river diversification or river linking. So here what we are trying to do is that we are trying to divert water from Netravati and its tributary to southern districts. So those kind of things you can talk about. Kadur tank filling scheme, Vani Vilas Sagar or Gayatri project, all these things are some of the important projects under Vishweshwaraya Jal Nigama Limited. So Kaveri, so we have talked about that also. So there are some externally aided projects. So like we have World Bank assistance in both. So one is implementation of National Hydrology project, as well as we even have it in Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement project. So DRIP as well as National Hydrology project is being funded by World Bank. Okay, so next we even have state water policy. State water policy, we have taken it in 2020. That policy has been given. So again here highest importance was given to conservation of water resources, or minimizing or reducing the leakages. So all those things will be this one. So within that we have constructed high level water policy committee, so under chairmanship of Chief Secretary to the government. So and it will be providing valuable inputs related to this thing. So in order to conserve water resource. So achievements of the department. So they are talked about. So what are the financial and physical progress of the department? Yettinahole integrated drinking water project. So what was the thing related to that? Apart from that, installation of spillway gate number 19 at Tungabhadra reservoir. In last monsoon we had this particular part, so it was broken. So in those situations we have installed this one. So apart from that, Karnataka Irrigation Amendment Bill 2024 was also passed. Irrigation Amendment Bill 2024. So and they also mentioned the progress challenges for the department. So what are the challenges department has? Major problem is related to land acquisition. So here you can see, so because of the delay in land acquisition, or in case of any judicial stay on that particular thing, so that will be basic so that will be highest level of highest level of challenge that as of now water resource department has. So apart from that, even you can talk about cost of projects, so and funding. Okay, so apart from that, delay or non-release of central assistance from government of India. So even though those kind of central sector schemes or centrally sponsored schemes, so and non-regular payment of water dues, so and pending cases in tribunals or courts. So these are all some of the challenges associated with water resource department. So and even they have mentioned way forward, there they have mentioned some of the technology adaptation like SCADA. Okay, so apart from that, even they have talked about Kalasa Bandura Nala diversion project. So and major reservoirs, that is a priority for safety. So in order to increase safety, how we can work on that particular thing. So those things they have talked about. So next we have some state schemes related to water resources, like construction of new tanks, modernization of tanks, construction of barrage, anecut, lift irrigation schemes, special component supply, and all these things. Remember, within our economy, planning and rural development chapter, that is in KAS Mains, you have particular chapter where they talk about tank rejuvenation. Okay, external assistance to tank rejuvenation. So and how state government or government can also participate in that. So then you can quote those points there. Okay, so tank rejuvenation. So and even you have tribal supply, and so we have also talked about Paschima Vahini. So what we try to do here is we try to construct vented dams. So with that vented dams, we want to collect and store water flowing in west flowing rivers of coastal districts. So and we even have AIBP, that is Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program, and so second state schemes flood control works, Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Authority, and even land acquisition or charges and settlement of claims. All these things were done. And for the groundwater, we have Atal Bhujal Yojana. So Atal Bhujal Yojana is a community-led sustainable groundwater management. Again, it is also sponsored by World Bank. Okay, so Government of India and World Bank. So we will be providing certain amount of funds to Atal Bhujal Yojana. So next, way forward, so they have mentioned what kind of agricultural practices or lifestyle practices can be promoted in near future, so that we can conserve these water resources. So that is related to this water resources. Next part we have is geology and mining sector. Geology and mining sector. So when you talk about geology and mining sector, it's also very important to have mines. The department responsible related to this is Department of Mines and Geology. Department of Mines and Geology. So again, what functions they carry out? So these include mineral exploration, assessment of mineral wealth, quality analysis, sanctioning of mining leases, quarrying leases, so all through electronic auctioning. So all these things are carried out by Department of Mines and Geology. Again, you can also have a look at the revenue collection and expenditure pattern of department. So major achievements of the department, here they are talked about some of the initiatives like one state, one GPS application. So where they try to fix GPS, they try to track based on the GPS. So those particular vehicles which are going to carry minerals, okay, so or mined products. So in those situations, what happens? It will try to prevent illegal transportation of minerals, as well as it will also, you can also track where these kind of illegal or these kind of minerals are transported. So that is one thing, one state, one GPS application. So again, here they can see that, here you can see that around 6.40 crores fine was collected. So by using this particular scheme, this particular application. So and you even have Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. Okay. So apart from that, you even have New Sand Policy 2020. So where there was a uniform sand rate of rupees 850 per ton was given, and e-auctioning of, that means transparent auctioning of, so these kind of sand pits are given. So apart from that, we even consider integrated logistic management systems, ILMS, and National Mineral Exploration Trust was also approved. So that means, so whichever particular auctioner, whichever party, so which gets a auction or tender, this particular party will try to give certain amount, that is around 2% of their profit, so to this particular trust, that is National Mineral Exploration Trust. This NMET fund will be used for exploration of minerals. So they will carry out surveys. For that surveys, they will be giving the money from this. So because of this fund, you can carry out more exploration process. So if you make these kind of exploration, what happens? So you can also come up with different places where new mineral sites can be detected. So that is related to National Mineral Exploration Trust. So within National Mineral Exploration Trust, that will be under Section 9C of Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Amendment Act 2015. So all the major mineral lease holders are required to pay 2% of the royalty, 2% of the royalty, not profit, to the National Mineral Exploration Trust constituted by the Government of India. This fund is managed by central government, and by utilizing these funds, upon taking the concurrence of respective state DMGs and within the approval of NMET, the agency is notified by the central government like Geographical Survey of India, GSI, MECL, KIO, CL, etc. And also through the concerned state mines and geology departments, exploration activities will be taken. Okay, so for major minerals, not minor minerals, for major minerals. So that is National Mineral Exploration Trust. So even we have done amendment to Karnataka Minor Mineral Concession Rules. You can once read this. Okay, so I am not going in detail with that particular point. So but you can have a read. What are the amendments done? District Mineral Foundation Trust. So again, we need to construct a district mineral foundation trust. The money which will be funded to this particular trust will be used for the social development of that particular area. So or whichever the area which is affected by mining process. Okay, so that is. the trust called District Mineral Foundation, which is a non-profit body to formulate and implement programs for the development of the people living in the mine affected area, and supplemented by the guidelines of Pradhana Mantri Khanija Kshetra Kalyana Yojana, PMKKKY. Okay, Pradhana Mantri Khanija Kshetra Kalyana Yojana. So that is also important thing. So these areas, okay, so whichever party gets the lease, so they will contribute to DMFT, that is the District Mineral Foundation Trust. So that will be used for the, so that will use to balance the so ill impact created by the mining activity in that particular area or mine affected area. So as of now, highest so DMFT is, or the District Mineral Fund amount is with Ballari. Okay, so DMF collection of around 2,324 crores. Okay, in Ballari. So second is Vijayanagara. So next we have Kalaburgi, Chitradurga, and so on. Okay, so these are district-wise DMF allocations or DMF collections. Next, so how this money should be used? So in DMFT we have this kind of money, so which is been given by the parties. Now how to use this? So here, as per the rules, 2018 rules, 10% of the fund is earmarked for endowment purpose. So as amended on 2018, after closure of mining activity in the affected areas. Supposing that you are conducting a mining activity, so after completing that mining activity, you are going to close that. So in order to fill those land areas where you have mined, so all those things, the 10% of the fund will be there. So that will be earmarked. 5% of the funds from DMF is earmarked for administrative purpose. Administrative purpose, out of which 4% to be utilized for the administrative purpose at district level, and 1% should be so for the Director, Mines and Geology Department. Remaining 85% should be used as per the PMKKKY. So where the projects and schemes prescribed as the PMKKKY, Pradhana Mantri Khanija Kshetra Kalyana Yojana. So within that also you have 60% and 40%. 60% for priority areas. Which are those priority areas? High priority areas: drinking water supply, environmental preservation and pollution control measures, healthcare, education, welfare of women and children, welfare of old aged and differently abled persons, skill development and sanitation. Okay, those 8 areas will be high priority areas. So whereas other priority areas, 40%, that will be physical infrastructure, irrigation, energy and watershed development, and any other measures. Okay, 60-40. Again, you have higher priority area and low priority areas, or you can have so other priority areas, not low priority, other priority areas. So 10% for closure, 5% for administrative purpose. Within 85%, 60% high priority area and 40% for other priority area. So we even have comprehensive computerization of mineral administration. So here also you can talk about one state, one GPS. Okay, so they have this particular app. So apart from that, next part we are going to discuss is climate change and mitigation measures. So again here also we have action plan which is called as Karnataka State Action Plan on Climate Change. So again there are some institutes which are very, very important. One among them are EMPRI. So EMPRI stands for Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute. EMPRI. Okay, so they have asked questions on these particular institutes as well. So you need to have a look. Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute. So now in economic survey you will hear the name only. Next you have to Google it. So what is EMPRI? Where it is? They have asked the question on where EMPRI's headquarters located. You need to comment that below. So let's see. So who knows that, or who tries to use Google, or who tries to use search engines for the understanding purpose of this particular topics. Okay, so you have world at your fingertips, but for what you are using, that makes a significant difference. Okay, so next one is Karnataka voluntary disclosure of greenhouse gas. So again, there is a particular provision where you can voluntarily say that I am releasing this much of greenhouse gas. Okay, so that is also a particular part, Karnataka voluntary disclosure of greenhouse gas. So what are the advantages of this? So they are highlighted 3 advantages. First one is to enable and encourage government and non-government agencies, including companies and other establishments and institutions, to estimate and declare carbon or greenhouse gas emissions annually and report the total carbon footprint. For first one, for accounting. Second, to enable the companies to have voluntary targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions through increased energy efficiency, shift to renewable sources of energy, recycling, and efficient resources use. And the third one is to create public awareness about greenhouse gas emissions and the need for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So for this, so we are using this Karnataka voluntary disclosure of greenhouse gases. Okay, so the target agencies are hotels, malls, hospitals, industries, educational institutes, government departments, etc. So all these things were the target agencies, and even they are mentioned. So what are the expected outcome? The expected outcome would be like monitoring. We can monitor emission. So first thing is we need to account emissions. Second one is monitoring of emission. While monitoring, we can reduce the emission. Higher energy efficiency, we can move towards higher energy efficiency. Better environmental, social and governance, that is ESG provisions. And decarbonization of economy. Higher SDG attainment, that is Sustainable Development Goal attainment, and energy efficient economy. Okay, these are all the outcomes, target outcomes, which we can expect from this particular scheme. So next we have Green Index Portal. Again, Green Index Portal uses several parameters like energy efficiency and renewable energy systems, water conservation and recycling, waste treatment, processing and recycling, and air pollution control measures, biodiversity conservation, carbon dioxide emission reduction or carbon sequestration, adaptation to disasters and climate change. So all these parameters will be used in order to develop Green Index. Okay, so based on this Green Index, so you can make evaluation of environmental compatibility. Okay, so the application of Green Index, that also they have mentioned. Green Index can be used in these kind of initiatives, like Green Index would be enable policymakers or government departments to minimize the damage to environment and promote conservation and sustainable use of resources. Second, we have enforce use of renewable resources, conservation of resources, minimization of pollution, treatment of waste, and implications of the program on the environment and sustainability. So third point, meet climate change and sustainable development goals. And the fourth one is facilitate enhanced financial allocations and rewards to green and environmental friendly programs and projects. So all these things are applications of Green Index, how we can use Green Index in better policy implementation or minimizing environmental pollution. Okay, so that is related to Green Index Portal. So next we have Karnataka State Climate Change Strategic Knowledge Portal. So again, this knowledge portal also works as the basis or particular point in order to effectively implement greater policies. Okay, or making better decision making related to policies. So and there are several research projects taken up under Karnataka government. So you can also talk about that. So during a smart city mission, we have taken all these things. So you can also talk about this, or you can sometimes also talk about the collaborative work, like with IISc or TERI or MPRI. So how government of Karnataka is doing some research projects. Okay, so next we have Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. Disaster management, again paper 4 or GS3, so part 3. So you have disaster management. So within that we can quote some of the points here. So the main objective of the center, that is Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center, is that hazard mapping and vulnerability studies. Second one, strengthening of information technology for natural disaster management, monitoring and impact assessment of natural hazards, human resource development mainly by imparting training, and natural disaster early warning system. So all these are main objective of Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center. So again, weather monitoring system network, we have so vast networking of weather monitoring. So within that you can say that here we have 8th largest state in the country in terms of geographical area. Karnataka is 8th largest country in terms of geographical area. So here it is very important, so it has a vast geographical area, plus there is a seasonal changes. Okay, so our day-to-day changes in climate factors. So that's why it is very important to collect all those data. Before weather forecasting, we need to collect all those data. So that is what they are highlighting here. Okay, so again, weather forecast system. So again, the Karnataka weather forecast at very high temporal and spatial resolution. So we'll enhance our weather forecasting system as well. So and next one is drought monitoring. So within drought monitoring, so you can talk about, so there was a, okay, so remember these kind of points, like, so Karnataka is prone to droughts and has faced severe drought condition over the past 2 decades. They are saying that in the state, that is Karnataka, has recorded 16 years of drought since 2001 to 2023. From 2001 to 2023, so within that 16 years we have experienced drought. Again, drought in the sense it is not severe drought. So but what is the meaning of drought here is that the rainfall is very low. Okay, so compared to an average. So let's have a look at that particular point later. So what are the indicators we will use to, so whether we had a drought or not, to decide that. So we will have are characterized by below average precipitation, that is a deficit of 25% or more from normal levels. Precipitation level, the rainfall level is lower than 25% so compared to normal level. So in that case we will consider as a drought. Okay, so it is having a scanty rainfall, that is below average precipitation. So that is one thing. So within drought monitoring, so what are the indicators used in drought monitoring? So that is rainfall deficiency. So Karnataka, the rainfall data collected, so we will have so and so. So within that we consider rainfall data. So normal rainfall data and what is the deficiency, that you need to consider. Apart from that, dry spell, and standard precipitation index, and moisture adequacy index. These are the indexes or indicators or parameters which are used to calculate rainfall related drought indicators. Okay, so again you can have a look at this particular thing, that is drought monitoring mechanism, how they are monitoring that drought. So you can have a look at this particular graph, so later on. Okay, similarly you can also talk about flood monitoring. So again in Karnataka, which are the flood prone areas? So one is North Karnataka region, so North Interior Karnataka, where so that too we can see in Krishna river basin. So apart from that, in Malnad region also there is certain cases of flood. Apart from that, so South Interior Karnataka. Okay, so these are some of the points related to that. But in North Interior Karnataka or Krishna river basin, you can normally see, so these kind of flood. But in case of Malnad region and South Interior Karnataka, you will see landslides or mud flows. So that is also some of the points related to that. So next, so we have some of the urban flood monitoring related initiatives. So in this, so even KS and DMC, it was collaborated with Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. So to urban flood model for Bengaluru. So to develop this kind of model. So these are all some of the points related to flood and drought, flood. So next we have thunderstorm or lightning monitoring. So here also you can come across with some of the apps. So which was given, that Sidilu app or Varuna Mitra 24/7 interactive help desk services. So these are all some of the points related to thunderstorm or lightning monitoring. So what are the key features of Sidilu app? So they have highlighted these things, like we have real-time lightning data, early warnings, okay, safety advisories, push notifications. All these things will be available in Sidilu app. So again, early warning in the sense 30 to 45 minutes before a lightning strike. So we will be trying to give early warnings. Okay, so remember that. So next we even have seismic monitoring, that is earthquake related monitoring. As of now, so Karnataka is considered as one of the stable landforms. But even though it was a stable landform, there were instances where we have seen seismic activity within Karnataka. So that's why we even try to monitor those things. So monitoring, data analysis and forecasting will be very important. So and even we have real-time decision support system for flood early warning system in Krishna Basin, and weather monitoring and flood early warning system for smart cities like Belagavi, Mangaluru and Hubballi Dharwad. So these kind of initiatives were taken by Karnataka government. And in case of multi-hazard early warning system, that is normally 2 or 3 different disasters. So if they are coming at once, so then we consider as multi-hazard. So this one. So these kind of things also seen. So like floods, landslides, earthquakes and severe weather events. So these kind of things. So there also we try to give early warning system. Again remember, so in all these things we have something called as IMD, Indian Meteorological Department. So this plays very crucial role. So in weather forecasting and data, so big data analytics, or you can say that data analysis. So in order to provide weather forecasting, we need to analyze the data. So that so you can quote. And we even try to focus on communication of early warning system. Normally what happens in case of these kind of hazards, normally the communications network will be failed, or the failure of communication network will be seen. So in order to give reliable communication network, so here also we try to provide some communication infrastructure hardware that must be reliable, robust and fail safe, especially during the natural disasters. So at the same time, provision for appropriate and effective interactions among the main players of the early warning process, such as scientific community, stakeholders, decision makers and public and the media. So all these things will be considered under this. Next, what are the types of messages broadcasted through the system? So let's have a look. Weather forecast that include rainfall, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, wind direction. Disaster survival messages on how to safeguard oneself from lightning, storms, earthquakes or all these natural disasters. Drought management and information on assistance to community on drought relief system. And government messages to the local community and local customized messages pertaining the vulnerable gram panchayats or the respective taluks. So these are all the types of messages so which can be sent through so these kind of system. So next we have insurance scheme. What happens if there is a damage because of these kind of natural calamities? So then you have several implementing scheme, so insurance scheme. Within that we have restructured weather based crop insurance scheme for crop, that is crop insurance. So apart from that, we even have something called as water resource management. Here also we try to have some water resource management. Okay, so those are some of the points. Apart from that, we have already highlighted Varuna Mitra. So again, here you can have a look at 24/7 interactive help desk Varuna Mitra. So here you can get weather information. Okay, so as well as agriculture related inputs. So while making some decision related to agriculture, so all those informations can be availed in Varuna Mitra. So apart from that, you can also take weather based strategic agronomic planning resulting in improving yield as well as minimizing crop loss due to occurrences of erratic and adverse weather. So these kind of inputs can be taken from Varuna Mitra. So by taking those inputs, one side farmers can improve their productivity, and another side they can also minimize the risks associated with or minimize the losses associated with that kind of natural calamities. So again, you can also have a look at way forward how we can try to incorporate new things in near future. So next we have waste management in Karnataka, realities and opportunities. So this particular chapter or this particular topic is also very important. So because again they have asked direct questions on that. What is the scenario of solid waste management in Karnataka, or sometimes they even asked Bengaluru. Okay, wastewater treatment, so they have asked. So these kind of questions are already asked in mains. That's why you need to have a look at this. So here you are having a look at specific data of Bengaluru or specific data of Karnataka. So again here have a look at this. Bengaluru alone, according to report, Bengaluru alone generates around 5,000 to 6,000 metric tons of solid waste per day. Not per year, not per month, per day. 5,000 to 6,000 metric tons of solid waste. So within that, which are the different types of waste we have? Residential waste, commercial and industrial waste, waste from street cleaning, construction and demolition waste. So these are the some of the waste type of waste which we see in Bengaluru or overall Karnataka solid waste management. So again, what are the important steps here? Waste segregation. So wet waste, organic waste, dry waste, recyclable materials like paper, plastics, glass, etc. Hazardous waste like electronic waste, batteries, etc. So and door-to-door collection. So collection is also very important, that to be done. So and waste processing. After collecting, you should also process those things. So if there are wet waste, you normally go for composting. So in case of other, so you can also go for waste to energy plants. So as well as material recovery facilities, these kind of things can also be done. Okay. So next, so we have recycling. So if you can recycle those normally dry wastes, so you can also go for recycling, or you can also say about RRR process. Okay, RRR is reduce, reuse and recycle. Landfills and disposals. So this will be the last option for you. So these kind of things. How to move forward, or how to give some of the solutions for the challenges that we have already. So the way forward will be minimizing waste. So we have something called as waste minimization circles. So these circles will try to minimize the waste. So and you can also create awareness among the people. So those kind of things can be seen. Technological integration. So can we use the latest technology in order to minimize the waste or recycle it effectively? So those kind of things. Smart waste management technologies can be used. Community involvement, Jana Bhagidari or people's participation within these kind of things, and circular economy. So can we go for recycling of these kind of processes or these kind of wastages? So that is something. So again, sewage management, again this is wastewater management. So here also we have several initiatives or several institutes related to this. So for Bengaluru we have BWSSB. So Directorate of Municipal Administration will carry out these things. So in all other urban local bodies except BBMP. So Karnataka Urban Water Supply and Drainage Board and Karnataka Urban Infrastructure Development and Finance Corporation. So all these things will carry out several initiatives related to sewage management. Some of these institutes directly manage, some of these institutes will finance the management of such thing. So in way forward here, so we can expand the coverage of these sewage water treatment, improve treatment capacity, community participation need to be improved, and financial investment, and so to make effective policy and regulation. So next we have polluted river stretches in Karnataka. Again, so here also they are talking about some of the technicalities like BOD, so biological oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, COD, all these things. Okay. So again, when we talk about COD, you should not think about cash on delivery, right? So here we are talking about chemical oxygen demand. So this is one of the important parameter which decide ecosystem quality of a aquatic ecosystem. So here also we have some of the current status like biological oxygen demand. So is around biological oxygen demand exceeds 0.3 milligram per liter. So whenever the biological oxygen demand is higher, dissolved oxygen level is lower, so that will turn into so you can say that polluted water, that will turn into polluted water, or sometimes you can also call it as dead zones. When the dissolved oxygen is very low, then you can also call it as dead zones. Okay, so those are some of the points. So again, industrial effluent management, again you divide these kind of industries or effluent which are released by industries into 4 categories: red, orange, green, white. Again, when we talk about red, that means highly polluted, toxic pollutants. Okay, so those kind of things. You can also have a look at the number of industries which are operating and closed number of so these kind of industries, so that can be seen here. So next, even we have e-waste. So within e-waste management rules, so earlier we had e-waste management rule 2016. Now we have come across with 2022 e-waste management rules, which is going to supersede earlier e-waste management rules. Again, here they are planning, they are focusing more on EPR, extended producer responsibility. What is the meaning of that? So if I am a producer, so supposing that I am providing certain chips, okay, in plastic packet, it is my duty to collect those plastics as well as processing them. Okay, that is called as extended producer responsibility. So similarly, you can also talk about 4 different stakeholders here. So manufacturer, producer, refurbisher and recycler. So these kind of 4 entities are recognized under EPR framework, extended producer responsibility framework. So next we have responsibility of manufacturer, they are given. So what are the responsibility of manufacturer, responsibility of producer? So you can have a read. So what are the responsibilities of them? So next we have e-waste management in Karnataka. Karnataka's scenario will be given. So you can have a read of that particular point as well. So and you need to remember some of the facts. So if there is a question on e-waste, you should use that particular facts. Okay, so that is some of the points related to that. Again, challenges and opportunities. Despite all these efforts, they are saying that challenges exist. So which kind of challenges? A significant portion of e-waste recycling is managed by the informal sector in an unscientific manner, so which accounts for approximately 90% to 95% of activity in informal sector. Okay, this sector often lacks the necessary infrastructure and knowledge to handle e-waste safely, leading to environmental and health risks, both sides. So that will have a risk. Additionally, data on quantity of electrical and electronic equipment introduced into the market is limited, complicating the assessment of e-waste generation and management. So that is related to e-waste management in Karnataka. So next we have future direction for e-waste. So here you can go for formalizing the recycling sector, public awareness campaigns, policy enhancements. So these can be these can be the solutions for the challenges as of now e-waste management faces. So next we have plastic waste management in Karnataka. Again, circular economy is promoted here. So again, we are trying to reduce the single waste plastic and we are trying to recycle those plastic which can be recyclable. Okay, so other than single use plastics. So again, plastic waste management, here also there are some key aspects related to circular economy like recycling and repurposing, innovation and policy and regulations. So that thing they are talking about. Apart from that, here they are talking about traditional model, that is take, make, dispose. So this model should be replaced by close the loop, that is recycle. Okay, so or you can also say that circular economy. So that should be replaced by circular economy. So again, we have something called as K-Shore project, which is to clean the seashores. Okay, so the coastal initiative. So in Mangaluru, Uttara Kannada and Udupi, that is 3 districts which has coastline. So with World Bank support, we are trying to adopt this particular project, that is K-Shore project. So again, what are the secondary plastic product related opportunities that you can talk about is that construction materials, consumer goods, industrial application. So where these plastics can be used and recycled. So again, way forward, they are talked about policy enhancement, what kind of policies can be made, infrastructure development, public awareness and education, strengthen EPR mechanism, that is extended producer responsibility can be strengthened, research and innovation. So all these things are within this particular part, that is related to plastic pollution. Okay, so and there is municipal solid waste related activities that can also be highlighted. So where you can also talk about co-processing of municipal solid waste, alternative fuel and raw material, and incinerable hazardous waste in the cement kilns. Cogeneration in the sense you can also use the heat from that particular plant, as well as you can also generate electricity, those kind of things. So where you can minimize the wastes. Okay, apart from that, water heat recovery systems, so these kind of things can also be used, or you can also go for zero liquid discharge system. So these are all the systems which can be used in industry in order to reduce effluents. Okay, in order to reduce effluents. So these kind of things can be done. Apart from that, we even have green company rating system, so which can also make a significant difference in this particular thing. So these are all some of the important points related to 7th chapter, that is natural resources. The chapter 8th chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey, that is industry. So when you talk about industry, so industry is very important in order to boost the industrial production. So and even for the contribution of national income, so or GDP. Okay. So as well as industry is also important or significant because so industry, whatever the output come from industries, those will help in improving the quality of life of the people as well. So that is the reason why industry is very, very important. But industry is dependent on agricultural output for the raw materials. So you need to remember the link between or interlink between agriculture, industry as well as service sector. Now let's have a look at the introduction here. In Karnataka has been spearheading the growth of Indian industry, particularly in terms of high technology industries. So Karnataka's industries are characterized by or significantly the higher technology or latest technology related industries are booming or driving Indian industries. Okay, so Karnataka's high technology industries are driving total Indian industries. So that is what they are trying to highlight here. Growth of Indian industry, particularly in terms of high technology industries. In the areas of electrical and electronics, information and communication technology (ICT), biotechnology, and more recently nanotechnology as well. The industrial structure of Karnataka presents a blend of modern high-tech capital goods. Again, so let's have a look here. So they are also use goods. Okay, so that doesn't mean so they are using some Gen Z words. Okay, so that was some mistake there. Goods and knowledge intensive industries. So high-tech capital goods as well as knowledge intensive industries on the one hand and traditional consumer goods industries on the other. So both sides Karnataka's industries are giving so their contributions. Okay, so one side there were high technology related industries. So from that we can get high tech capital goods. So at the same time we even have knowledge based industries. So at the same time we even have so contribution to conventional or traditional so goods as well. Manufacture of these kind of traditional goods. So next we have some key highlights related to industries. Again here you need to check out what is the share of these kind of industries within Karnataka's industries within Indian industries. For 21-22, so India has around 2,49,987 so industries, total number of industries. Within Karnataka we have around 14,302. The percentage of share, that is within India's total industries. So what is the percentage share of Karnataka? That is around 5.72%. So whereas in 22-23, so it has slightly increased, percentage has been slightly increased, that is to 5.73. So even you can also talk about capital. Again, you know what is the meaning of fixed capital. Fixed capital or long-term capital. Like you can talk about machineries or you can talk about so buildings. All those things will be considered as fixed capital. So when you talk about working capital are those so which are required to produce these kind of goods. Okay, in regular interval of time. So normally we talk about raw materials in working capital. Okay, so there was a question where they have asked so what are the different so they have given different examples and you should have matched it with working capital or fixed capital. So in the last years, that is 2024 UPSC civil service examination prelims. Okay, so while talking about all these things, even though that is very, very basic question, so even if you are talking about these kind of things, you should also link those static portion with this. So again, fixed capital and working capital, the share of Karnataka's industries within India's total industries. So there we can see more share. So that is 8.5% in working capital, in fixed capital around 6.68% in 21-22. So what happened in 22-23? Fixed capital rate, so that has also been declined. So as well as working capital percentage share also declined. Okay, so total output, so here also there is a decline. So total input, gross value added, net value added. So again there is also So slight decline in percentage share. So when you compare 21-22 to 22-23. Okay. So next we have some of the industries, Karnataka industry, or what are the major industries within Karnataka. So based on the sectors where they work. So normally we have higher share of basic metal related manufacturers. So 14.83%. Second, we have food products. Okay. So second one is food products. So manufacture of food products around 14.07%. Manufacture of coke and refined petroleum products, that is around 12.94%. So top three major industrial groups are, so one is basic metals, second one is food products, so third one is coke and refined petroleum products. Okay. So next we have some selected economic indicators of industries. So within that you have labor productivity, or labor productivity is given by net value added per rupee in wages. How much you are given in terms of wages, based on that what is the net value added. Okay, so total income generated or net income generated by, so that 1 rupee you have spent on wages. So that, so you can have a look at the same time you even have total input per worker and total output per worker, as well as you even have annual wages per worker. So with annual wages per worker in lakhs. Okay, so if you have a look at these particular points, so here what happened is labor productivity has been in increasing trend. So only in 1920 there was a decline. Okay, 1920 COVID-19 crisis. So in those situations only we have seen a decline. So apart from that there was an increasing trend. So that means per rupee you are using, or per rupees salary given by a particular company. So there is 5.85, okay, 5.85 rupees which is been given in the form of net value added. Okay, so 5.85, that is around, so you can say that, so 5 times, so 5 times the worker productivity. For 1 rupee you have spent, so they are producing a particular product, so which is having a net worth, that is after removing depreciation cost from that particular so total income. So you have around 5.85, so for the year 22-23. So but remember, so there was an increasing trend, so up to 18-19. Okay, so then so in 18-19 and 19-20 there is a declining trend. Again in 2021 there was an increase. Okay, so in 21-22 also increase, but 22-23 there is a sharp decline again. So that means, so there is we can say that there is no stable growth seen in this particular area. Okay, so there is a fluctuation. So in 19-20 and 18-19 there is a decline. In 22-23 also there is a sharp decline. Okay, remember those points. So next we have something about micro, small and medium enterprises, or MSMEs. So again within MSME, why MSMEs are important? In order to promote entrepreneurship, so as well as in order to have more rural industries, or so in order to reduce the imbalances, that is regional imbalances or rural urban developmental disparities. So all those things we use micro, small and medium enterprises. Now what are micro, small and medium enterprises? Those industries which require low capital. Okay, so which require low capital which have a low capital requirement, so that is considered as micro, small and medium enterprises. So again they are given the numbers related to Karnataka, how much MSMEs are recognized, or how much MSMEs are registered, all those things. So you can have a look at that particular point by looking at this particular graph. So one side we have MSMEs registered. So when you see MSMEs registered, highest number of MSMEs are registered in Bengaluru urban, and then you have Belagavi. So there are several districts where there was very low number of MSMEs registered, like you have, okay, so you have Chamarajanagar, so and you even have Kodagu. Okay, so apart from that even you have Gadag, Koppala, so Vijayanagara, and you even have Yadgiri. So these are the some of these districts which have very low number of MSME registration. Okay, that is between 0 to 25,000. So second graph which shows that district wise geographical employment generation. So if you have a look at employment generation, there it is by registration, number of MSMEs registered. Now this graph shows employment generated by MSMEs. So again, if you have a look at this particular part, that is Bengaluru urban has generating more employment in MSME sector. So whereas if you consider other districts, there are only few districts which are above average. So apart from that, majority of the districts, even though they have higher number of MSME registration, so they could not able to generate more employment. So that is also seen in this particular graph. Okay, you should have a look at these two graphs. So next we have important schemes or programs related to industries or MSMEs, micro small enterprises cluster development program. So again, I will just list out the schemes here, so you can have a look at that particular schemes description later on. So and we even have rebate on Khadi products. So if there is a particular MSME which makes Khadi products, on those things you even get tax rebates. So all those things will be seen here. So apart from that, we even have schemes for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes entrepreneurs. So there we try to provide loan facility or credit facility. So at the same time, we even provide interest subvention or subsidy schemes, so associated with these kind of things. So in order to promote scheduled caste and scheduled tribe entrepreneurs. So apart from that, we even have choir sector schemes in Karnataka. So we even have choir sector schemes in Karnataka, like marketing development assistance scheme, wage incentive scheme, all those things. So we even have PMEGP program. PMEGP stands for Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. Again, similarly, we even have CMEGP program, Chief Minister Employment Generation Program. So all those things you can highlight here. So apart from that, we even have PM Vishwakarma Yojana. So apart from that, you can also talk about Mudra Yojana. So under SIDB, there are several initiatives taken up by SIDB that can also be quoted here. So while talking about MSMEs, okay. So while talking about MSMEs, we even have a platform which is called as Karnataka Udyama Mitra. Karnataka Udyama Mitra will be helping or facilitate these businesses to carry out their businesses. So by having a single window clearance system, Okay, so again you can have a look at here, state level single window clearance committee. So again within this Karnataka Udyama Mitra, we have constructed or established these kind of state level single window clearance system. Okay, so next we have other groups like other important initiatives like, so here in Global Investor Meet, so we have made some key investment. So like with the private institute or joint ventures, JSW, Baldota Steel and Power Limited, Lam Research, Volvo, or Samvardhana Motherson, Safran, Honda, all these different private institute. With these private institutes, so we try to make some joint venture, so government joint venture. So as well as we try to promote industries within Karnataka. So those are some of the points. So apart from that, so some selected industrial sectors. So let's have a look at some selected industrial sector. So within that, first one is Food Karnataka Limited. Again, here we are talking about food parks or food industries. So within that, we have Food Karnataka Limited. It will be a nodal agency in order to nodal agency to look after food parks within Karnataka. Okay, so here you can see here, Food Karnataka Limited is the nodal agency looking at food parks in the state. So again, there are 4 important food parks. So within this, one is Innova Agri Biotech Limited, Malur, Green Food Park Limited, Bagalakote, Akshaya Food Park Limited in Hiriyur, and Jevargi Agro Food Park Limited in Jevargi. Okay, these are 4 important food parks. So as of now, we have. So even there are other schemes where we are trying to establish these kind of mega food parks. So one is in India Food Park Tumkur, and you even have Favorich Mega Food Park. So all these are some of the food parks which are being established. So again, remember the point here. Sometime what happens when you hear these kind of things, that is IT park, food park. So in all those situations, what happen is that, so you think that what kind of park is. So we know about something called National Park, or we know about Kabban Park. Okay, so what is the meaning of food park? What is the meaning of textile park? What is the meaning of IT park? So in all these parks, again, so they are saying that government has built all the infrastructure related to these kind of industries there. Now the company can easily start their businesses in these particular spaces. Supposing that if we are talking about IT park, government has established infrastructure required for high speed internet connectivity there, 24/7 current electricity supply there. In this situation, if I want to start a IT company in that particular area, so that will be easy for me. Or sometimes it is also called as plug and play model. Okay, plug and play model. So whenever you try to start, again, supposing that if you want to start up a MSME in a rural area, in those situations what happens, you need to invest in infrastructure as well. So if you want high speed internet connectivity, you should invest first. Okay, so that's why, so there will be a normal hesitation among startup or entrepreneurs, is that so this much of infrastructure cost, if we so need to make this much of infrastructure cost, so that is difficult for us. Okay, so that's why they try to avoid these kind of situation, or they normally so don't these kind of things won't encourage them to have these kind startup ideas. In this situation, you are already built all this infrastructure, so that will enhance or that will encourage them to so easily start their companies there. Apart from that, in these kind of parks or spaces, you can also talk about tax benefits or subsidies or incentive schemes. So these kind of things will encourage those companies, those particular companies in that particular space. So that's why when we talk about food parks, here we are trying to so encourage food industries so in this particular space. Okay, so that is what the meaning of food park. So again within state scheme also there are several food parks. So they are mentioned the details about that in here. So next we have handloom and textile department. So within handloom and textile department also there were several initiatives taken. So you can have a look at that. Sericulture department also there are several initiatives. Within that, one important thing is Ramnagara and Sidlagatta. So these two are known as the largest cocoon markets in Asia. So here we are trying to so further enhance the so productivity as well as marketing so facilities for sericulture products. Okay, so that is something related to sericulture. So and in IT and BT sector, so we are trying to export more these kind of softwares or services. So that details also given here. So again, you can say that software exports here is very high. Okay, so even we have seen in investment and export related to Karnataka, Karnataka accounts for more than 40%, that is nearly 41% of so total exports in electronic and computer software of India. Okay, within India's total electronic and computer software so related exports, Karnataka accounts for more than 41% share. So those things you can also highlight here. So next we have status of public enterprises in Karnataka. So which are those public enterprises or PSUs? So you can have a look at these PSUs like Karnataka State Small Industries Development Corporation. So these are all some of the PSUs which are going to support other MSMEs as well. So just remember the names, okay, no need to dig deeper here. So but just remember some of the names, okay, while writing some answers related to MSMEs. So what are the initiatives taken by the government, Karnataka government, then you can highlight some of these kind of institutes. So like we have Karnataka State Small Industries Development Corporation, Karnataka State Industrial Area Development Board, Karnataka State Electronics Development Corporation Limited, or you have seen this particular name, Kionix. Okay, so apart from that, even you have Department of Factories, Boilers and Industrial Safety and Health. So it's also very important because recently you have also attended these kind of Group B exams, right? So there you have seen so factories and boilers. So those kind of things, if you have attended, you will know. So these are some of the industries state within state Karnataka state. So we have these kind of departments as well. So then Karnataka State Financial Corporation. Okay, so again within this Karnataka State Financial Corporation, there will be normally these kind of schemes like interest subsidy loan scheme. Okay, interest subsidy loan scheme. Again, you can see, so all these kind of interest subsidy loan schemes were given to micro and small and entrepreneurs. Okay, entrepreneurs. Next, we have Karnataka State Industrial Investment and Development Corporation. So again, within that also, we are trying to facilitate different infrastructure. So like in Kempegoda International Airport, Bengaluru, aviation development, including development of airports and helicopters, assisting government regarding PPP projects, that is public-private partnership projects. So and even Tadadi Ecotourism project in UK, we have Tadadi Ecotourism project. So that is also been done under these kind of Karnataka State Industrial Investment and Development Corporation. Okay, so these are all some of the projects under this particular institution. So next we have top 10 profit making state public enterprises again. So within that we are going to look at 3 or 4. So there are only few public sector undertakings within Karnataka or under state government, so are profit making. So within that we are trying to highlight on the higher profit making top 5 or top 10. So these kind of PSUs. So within that we have, okay, so by looking at the profits, so highest profit as of now, that is in 2024, you can say, so that is related to Karnataka State Minerals Corporation of Limited, that is up to 385 crores. Okay. So whereas if you check out next one, that is Karnataka Power Corporation Limited, KPCL, so around 153 crore. Karnataka Soap and Detergent around 242 crores. Okay. So again, if you check out this, they are not in order. 242 should be here. Okay, Karnataka Soap and Detergent. So apart from that, you even have Hatti Gold Mines Limited, Karnataka State Beverage Corporation Limited, Karnataka Rural Infrastructure Development Limited. So have a look at this particular part, CRIDL. So this institute or this PSU is also responsible for rural infrastructure development. So again, they are also in profit. That means, so their working or their organization is making profit. That means, so they are sustainable in nature. Okay, so those things you can highlight. Apart from that, you even have Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, that is CRIDL. Okay, CRIDL. So both different. Only thing is, here you have I, here you have E. Okay, so those kind of things, or MSIL. So these kind of institutes are making profits within Karnataka. So these are Karnataka state government PSUs, so which are making profit. So and next one is related to foreign direct investment. So how Karnataka gets foreign direct investment when compared to other states. Highest foreign direct investment or FDI is taken by Maharashtra in 24-25. So percentage of total inflow is 31%. So total how much government of India gets, sorry, not government of India, here overall India gets. So within that 31% goes to Maharashtra. Second, we have Karnataka, that is 21%. Gujarat at third place, 16%. Delhi at fourth place, 13%. Tamil Nadu, so which gets only 5%. Okay, so first place we have Maharashtra, second we have Karnataka, that is 21%. So out of the total, total FDI received by India, so within that 21% will be coming to Karnataka. Again, there is a slight difference between FPI and FDI. When you talk about FPI, FPI stands for Foreign Portfolio Investment. So whereas FDI stands for Foreign Direct Investment. So when we talk about these two, Foreign Portfolio Investment or interchangeably is also called as Foreign Institutional Investment. So this investment is normally of short term in nature, or it is also called as evaporative in nature. Okay, so there normally foreigners will invest in a motive of profit or profit motive investment. So whenever they get more money, in other countries, then they normally withdraw that money from India, and they will invest in other country where they will get maximum profit. So that's why it is highly evaporative. So we don't know, so in a quick, whatever the international reasons or international incidents, so there may be quick inflow of FPI as well as quick outflow of FPI. So both are possible. That's why it is highly evaporative. Whereas when you talk about FDI, foreign direct investment, normally these are long-term investment. Here the motive of investor is to have decision making ability or decision making power, or sometime even ownership. Okay, so those kind of you can say those kind of motive is there. So whenever a person from foreign jurisdiction invests in Indian company with a ownership motive, then normally he will invest for a longer time duration. So with that, he even also tries to transfer the technology from his country to India, so in order to maximize the profit. So apart from that, he may even try to provide best practices which are practiced in his country. Apart from that, it will generate employment within India. These long-term FDIs will generate employment within India. So that's why FDI is considered as, incoming FDI for India is considered as beneficial. So whereas FPI, so we cannot say same thing related to FPI. Why? Because incoming FPI is good, but we don't know when that particular investment swings to other countries. So those kind of things you can talk about here. So next, so what are the industrial initiatives? So here we have taken so that the growth of industries have been seen in Karnataka, as well as Karnataka is attracting more investment. So for that you have industrial policy 25-23. So 25-30. So here also, so there is some objective. There is an objective of making Karnataka #1 destination for high technology manufacturing investments. High technology manufacturing investments in Asia through equitable and sustainable development. So apart from that, there is also one more objective to establish an investor-friendly ecosystem in Karnataka by fostering a conducive manufacturing environment through collaboration with the industry and developing human capital to meet the industry's demands. So these are some of the objectives related to industrial policy 25-30. So again, you even have some of the factual details or factual objectives related to policy. So you can also have a look at those kind of factual details. So next we have Karnataka Clean Mobility Policy 25-30. Again here we are focusing more on electrical vehicles. Okay, so you can have a look here. So the policy objectives: making Karnataka #1 in Asia in future clean mobility, fueled by equitable and sustainable development. Second, accelerating clean mobility vehicle adoption in Karnataka through a robust charging infrastructure network or hydrogen stations. Create a clean mobility vehicle ecosystem that fosters innovation in the state of Karnataka. Again, so what you are talking here, so one is, so in order to have more EVs, or clean technology in the sense, not only EVs, if you are also using hydrogen as a fuel, that is also considered as clean mobility option. Okay, so whichever vehicles which reduces emission or which completely eliminates the emission, those kind of technology we are talking here. So again, so within this they are trying to say that whenever we promote these kind of EVs, so that is also necessary to build substantial infrastructure which are required for these kind of EVs, right? So within this there are some complementary infrastructure, like you need to have a charging stations. Okay, charging station, so for faster charging. So otherwise what happens, so you need to move to some other place urgently. But while charging, if you are putting your electrical vehicle for a charging, so that requires 5 hours. So that is not completely viable. option. So in those situations, you should also have a particular battery swapping facility, or you can also say that so quick charging facility, all those things. So those kind of charging infrastructure also they are talking about. And apart from that, so if there is hydrogen related vehicles, or you can talk about green hydrogen related vehicles. So in those situations, even hydrogen station should be available. Okay, those kind of things they are talking in Karnataka Clean Mobility Policy 2530. Apart from that, we even have Tourism Policy 2429, and so even ESDM policy, that is 2020-25. So these kind of policies also include. So apart from that, IT Policy 2025, Karnataka Biotechnology Policy 2429, Karnataka Startup Policy 2227. So and even you can also talk about SEZs. SEZs is nothing but Special Economic Zones. So there is a particular point in KAS Mains, so where they are within mains syllabus, so they are talking about Special Economic Zones. Okay, pros and cons of Special Economic Zone. So within that, so you can also quote some of the facts from Karnataka related facts related to Special Economic Zone. So next, so we have Karnataka Tourism Service Sector. Again, within that we have we are trying to achieve several objectives. So like Department of Tourism has ventured upon following activities. Which are those following activities? One is last mile connectivity to tourist destinations, development of Yatri Niwas or dormitory, publicity material providing, toilet facilities, measures for tourist safety, drinking water, providing signages and hoardings. So all these things, so the Karnataka Tourism Department is carrying on. So with this we can say that we can also promote tourism. Okay, now you can use these kind of points. So in two different sense. One, if you are saying that last mile connectivity is not yet available, so then you are saying that so there is a challenge associated with tourism. So if you are going to create that, so you are also saying that there is a particular solution for the challenge which is already seen. Now you have the points related to that. If suppose there is a KAS Mains question which asks what are the challenges Karnataka tourism sector Karnataka tourism sector faces, and what are the initiatives taken by the government of Karnataka, so explain. So then you have some points related to that. Okay, Karnataka tourism. So next, so we even have something called as Tourist Mitra program. So again, within that what we are trying to do, Pravasi Mitra or Tourist Police. So here around 559 home guards, including 1 or 2 women, have been trained and deputed as Pravasi Mitra. So they will ensure the safety of tourists. So that is what, so this one. So and even way forward within this, you can see what are the other things the Karnataka government is planning in tourism sector. Okay, so those are some of the points related to, so 8th chapter. So these are all some of the points related to 8th chapter. Again, this way forward is not just for the tourism sector, it is for whole industry. Okay, so even though we have talked, so this particular chapter's title was to industry, so there were several parts associated with service as well. Okay, so all these kind of industries we have talked about. Chapter 9, that is 9th chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey, that is skill, entrepreneurship, employment and labor welfare. So let's have a look at this particular part. So let's have a look at the introduction, what they have given. So the demographic advantage provides a window of opportunity for the next 25 years. The demographic advantage Karnataka has or India has overall. So what is the meaning of demographic advantage? The population that we have, or in other terms, the working age population that we have. So that will be advantage for India as well as Karnataka over next 25 years. So globally. So it gives the state a developmental edge with a potential to leverage as a global leader, provided this large youth population is channelized. Again, so they have used this particular word carefully. Okay, so have a look at that particular point. So by having higher population, you cannot achieve something. So by making those particular population, or by effectively using those population, so then only we can achieve something. That is the reason they are saying that provided this particular demographic advantage, so provided this large youth population is channelized, skilled and equipped adequately. Equipped adequately. Okay, so channelized, skilled and equipped adequately. So then only we can use this particular demographic advantage. The government of Karnataka has set up Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood. Department of Skill Development, so Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, so on in 2016. So recently Karnataka government has set up this particular department. Okay, so it is to enable the state's youth to acquire necessary skills for decent employment and to promote sustainable livelihood. So that is the objective of Karnataka's Department of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Livelihood. Okay. So again, so you can also see some of the points they are mentioning here, like skills and knowledge are the driving forces of economic growth and social development for any country. Now, these kind of general statements which can be used for your introduction, mains answer writing introduction. Okay, so those kind of things you can also see. So apart from that, there are some quotes about some other reports as well. So within that, you can also say that the number of youths requiring vocational education by 2030 is projected at 1.88 crores. Okay, nearly within 7 crores. Karnataka population, nearly 1.88 crore people that are youth. Okay, so they require vocational education. So by 2030, consist of informal workers in agriculture and non-agriculture, school dropouts, those completing secondary and higher secondary education, and young homemakers, women. Okay, so these all included. So then we have a requirement of training 1.88 crore youth by 2030. There is a potential, or there is a particular requisite. So what are the different schemes related to that? So first one is Kaushalya Mission. Okay, so we have skill development or skill mission. Okay, Skill India Mission. So in national level, so we have called it as Kaushalya Mission in Karnataka. So that you can have a look at. So what are the registration of job seekers? So under this Kaushalya, so we have kaushalkar.com, a web portal. So here job seekers can register themselves. So based on that, they can also get training and they can also get the different companies offer. Okay, so here you can say that within kaushalkar.com, normally the training, skill training will be seen for various job roles of the sectors having potential job opportunities will be imparted skill training as per their aspirations. So that is related to kaushalkar.com. So and selection of beneficiary. So the aspiring trainee is self-selected if registered in the website kaushalkar.com. And again, what is the meaning of that? So there will be a transparency in selection of these kind of beneficiary. Okay, so no pro-crony decisions in this. So next we even have long-term targets like Vision 2030 related to skill development, so entrepreneurship and livelihood. So what are those? Ensuring all children complete 10 years of schooling by 2025. Okay, so as of now, present ratio is only 80.64%. So within Karnataka, okay, children's which are able to complete 10 years of schooling. So that is up to 14 years, okay, so of age. So here there is not 14 years of age, here up to, so you can say that around 16 to 17 years of age. Okay, so first 10 classes. 80.64% as of now. Okay, that was 2016 report they are quoting. Completely availing existing capacity of formal vocational training infrastructure in the state and make sure that the proportion of children availing training to increase from, as of now it is 14.62%. So we are trying to increase it to 60%. Okay, so next, extensively utilizing and amplify existing capacity of higher education in the state and ensuring increase of gross enrollment ratio. So as of now, gross enrollment ratio, that is for 2016, it was 29%. So we are trying to increase it to 70%. So in vocational training, okay. So sorry, higher education. So next we have provide equal opportunity for vocational education and training, that is of 3 to 6 month duration to every child in the state who is unable to pursue formal vocational training. So in those situations also 3 to 6 months, normally we can say informal vocational training. So those kind of training can also be provided. So these are some of the long term targets skill development or entrepreneurship and livelihood department has. So now what are the organizations which are related to skill development, which are working related to skill development? So we have something called as Department of Industrial Training and Employment, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation and International Migration Center. Okay. So here have a look at this particular part. So which is recruitment agency of Karnataka for overseas employment. Supposing that, so if you want to work in Germany, so you will be selected by Karnataka Skill Development Corporation and International Migration Center. So and they will make sure that so you will be hired from that particular overseas employment. So apart from that, Karnataka Skill Development Authority, Center for Entrepreneurship Development of Karnataka, Government Tool Room and Training Center or GTTCs, or Karnataka German Multi-Skill Development Corporation, or Bharat Ratna Moksha Gundam Vishweshwaraya National Training Facility for Skill for All Societies, National Livelihood Mission, rural as well as urban. So or normally which is also known as Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Rural Livelihood Mission. Okay, similarly National Urban Livelihood Mission. So these kind of things also included. So where we are trying to provide skill training. Again, have a look at this particular part. So if you are writing mains exam, within mains exam, if you are writing some answer related to skill development, now you have some points which can add value to that particular thing which we are talking about. Okay, so or which you are writing about. So you have certain examples, so you can quote them. Okay, so not exactly you will remember each and everything from Karnataka Economic Survey. That's why I am saying that. So if you have 10, 20 examples, you will there will be 2 to 3 different examples that will be stuck in your mind. Okay, so if you read that much. So if you read only 3, so there is a possibility that nothing will be in your mind. Okay, so at the time of examination. So that's why, so it is very important to read these kind of things. So next we have Department of Industrial Training and Employment. Again, within this we even have Yuvanidhi scheme. So within Yuvanidhi scheme, so we are providing unemployment. Whenever there is a person who is unemployed, so after their graduation or after completing their diploma, so we are trying to provide some money or incentive. Okay, so allowance. So here unemployment allowance for 3,000 per month for those who have completed graduation or post graduation. So rupees 1,500 per month for those who are passed diploma. So this is what we can see in Yuvanidhi. Again, so here what is the timeline up to which they will get this unemployment allowance? So that is, so one is okay, have a look here. So those who are passed out in 23-24 and remain unemployed for a period of 180 days from the date of declaration of result. From the date of declaration of the result to 180 days. So up to 180 days. So if they are unemployed, then they can claim Yuvanidhi. So Yuvanidhi allowance. This allowance is for a period of 2 years or till they get employment, whichever is earlier. Okay, so 2 years maximum, or so within that if you can able to get some employment, so then that period whichever is smaller, that is 2 years or this particular period. So within that whichever is smaller, so till that time you will get unemployment allowance. Again, remember there is a there are several advantages they have mentioned related to this. So what impact this scheme will have? This unemployment allowance received under this scheme is used by the eligible beneficiaries for filling up the application forms for various job notifications, attend interviews, purchase books for competitive exams, and attend coaching and skill training classes. Okay, they are given these kind of benefits, positive. So positive benefits of Yuvanidhi scheme or unemployment allowance. Okay, unemployment allowance. So remember these points. So if there is a question related to this, you need to highlight these kind of points. So what are the advantages of these kind of Yuvanidhi scheme? Again, so only thing which is questionable is that, so what are the number of notification done by Karnataka government, or so what are the interviews they have conducted transparently? So those kind of questions you can ask, but you cannot write those things in your answer. Okay, mains answer writing, you cannot write those kind of debatable topics. So you can only talk about what are the things which have happened. The positive impacts are such. Again, if you are writing something about negative impact of Yuvanidhi or negative impact of overall unemployment allowance, there is something called as unemployment trap. So you can quote that. Okay, there is something called as unemployment trap. So what is the meaning of this unemployment trap? So if suppose think that there is a particular job, so which gives only 2,000 per month for you. Okay, this is an employment opportunity where you will get only 2,000 rupees per month. And you have unemployment where so you will get an allowance of 3,000 rupees. Then what you will choose? You will choose unemployment. So that's why if there is a higher allowance, unemployment allowance, so when you compare it with the employment opportunities salary, so in those situations what happens? We will select unemployment over employment. So those kind of problems can also be seen. And one more thing is that whenever there is a unemployment allowance of this much, unemployment allowance, so then what happens? Normally the employer should give more than what unemployment allowance is for their employment. Okay, so in those situations what happens? The cost of wages will also increase. Okay, so cost of wages also increases, ultimately resulting in inflation. Okay, so those kind of things you can also highlight. So recently from last 2-3 days paper articles, you can see that so there is a increased inflation within Karnataka. So whereas you can see overall average India's inflation are so declining in trend. So what is the reason? So these kind of things can be quoted. Okay, so next we even have Tata Udyoga project. So all those things will provide skill development or skill training. So and you can also talk about what are the admissions for government and private ITIs. So how much percentage admission have been done. So and they are also given the numbers related to apprenticeship training, or you can also say that internship training. So how much employment were created by those kind of things. And even they have talked about new initiative announced in the budget speech. So like English and communication skills training. So or even we have something called as Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. So all these initiatives or all these institutes, so which will be helpful in developing or implementing these skill development related programs. So again we even have one more scheme which is called as Chief Minister's Kaushalya Karnataka Yojana. So again here, so we try to skill development of skill. Which skill we are talking here is that market driven skill. Whichever skill has higher potential to earn employment in market, those kind of skill will be provided, or skill training will be provided. Like market driven skilling, reskilling and upskilling of youth. Reskilling in the sense, supposing that earlier I have a skill, supposing that teaching skill. Okay, so teaching skill. So within this, if there is some mistakes I am making, then what I can do? So I can change these methodology of teaching. Okay, so now, so here reskilling in the sense I should forget all the things or the teaching methodologies I know earlier, and I should replace it with new. So that is reskilling. Okay, upskilling. So whatever I know already, so for that I need to upgrade. So upskilling. These kind of things also required. Again, so it is easy to say, reskilling is not that easy. Okay, so while implementing, that is not that easy. Supposing that you are working in a particular pattern. Okay, now if there is a physio who is saying that you should not walk like that, walk like this, you should change your walking style. So that is very difficult to change. Okay, so forgetting what we know already, what the skill we acquired already, so that is very difficult. So that is the reason. So whoever changes that kind of pattern, so that person will be considered as a flexible, or that person will survive in the world. Okay, that is the reason. Reskilling and upskilling, so all those things were provided under Kaushalya Karnataka Yojana. Okay, so these are some of the points. And we even have something called as Kalike Jote Kaushalya. Kalike Jote Kaushalya, so that means, so with learning, so you are also getting some skill development. Okay, so that can be linked with higher education. While you have higher education, so there is a opportunity of internship, or sometimes what happens in higher education like engineering or medical, so in the final year, so you need to have hands-on, okay, hands-on experience, that is internship. Okay, so or in medical you can say that, so there will be a compulsory period of, so rural area related so activity for them. So those kind of things you can talk about Kalike Jote Kaushalya. So again, so there, so they have talked about, so have a look here, 5th, 6th semester of BA, BCom, BBA, BSc degree in selected 62 colleges of the state. So they can provide, they can have these kind of, so industrial demand oriented short-term training. So these kind of things also given, internship and all this thing. Apart from that, we even have Karnataka Career Planning Program. So where, okay, so where in high school level students, so we are trying to have a particular program which is also called as Nanna Vratti Nanna Aike. Nanna Vratti Nanna Aike. So that means, so each individual student should know what are the options available for their education, higher education. Okay, so what are the aspirations of them? In order of that particular aspirations, or in order of that particular, so their interest, or so whichever motivates them, so in those particular field they should able to proceed. So those kind of things. Again, what happens, so in our traditional so schooling is that, so we don't know much options. So after our completion of our degree, then we will come to realize that these are the options we have after 10th, or these are the options we have after 12th. Okay, so otherwise we have arts, commerce, science, done. So within that you select science or commerce or arts. So again you go for BA, BCom or BSc or engineering, medical. So all these are the options we know. Okay, so we don't know other option. If you know all the options, then it will be helpful for you to make better decisions. So those kind of things are related to Karnataka Career Planning Program. So and what are other initiatives recently announced in the 2024-25 budget? So that is draft state skill policy. So that is also being prepared. Yuvanidhi Plus. Yuvanidhi Plus is related to, so to impart skill training to Yuvanidhi registered candidates. So those who are unemployed and getting unemployment allowance in Yuvanidhi, so they will be provided skill development related, or they will be registered for skill development programs. So that is Yuvanidhi Plus. So and even you have State Skill Olympics or Skill Connect Summit, these kind of initiatives also, so try to impart skill development in youth. So again, apart from that, you even have several other institutes. I am trying to highlight some of them. Okay, like we have Government Tool Room and Training Center, or GTTC, Center for Entrepreneurship Development of Karnataka, that is CIDOC, National Rural Livelihood Mission, that is Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Rural Livelihood Mission, Sanjeevini Karnataka State Rural Livelihood Promotion Society. So all these are some of the examples of different societies or different institutions which are trying to impart skill development. Okay, so those are some of the points. So apart from that, they are given some of the initiatives under Sanjeevini. Okay, so that is National Rural Livelihood Mission, National Rural Economic Transformation Project, Rural Self-Employment Training Institute. Again, these are the institute which are going to provide training, so with the association with some banks. Okay, so majority of RCT is under Canara Bank as of now. Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramina Kaushalya Yojana, Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program. So all these things. So these are some of the initiatives related to skill development. So next we even have local operating system, or LOCOS. Okay, so where you can get local employment opportunities details. So as well as you even have Nal Jal Mitra under Jal Jeevan Mission. So where women, those who are part of self-help group will be provided, training related to plumbing activity, electrical activity, or electrical repairs. So with this they can empowerment will also happen, or they can also participate in these kind of economic activities. So that is related to Nal Jal Mitra. So here you can have a look at this. Local self-help group women in multiple skills, which are those plumbing, electrical works, machinery, all these things. Okay, so that is Nal Jal Mitra. So apart from that, so here we also try to make sure that there is a financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is nothing but providing financial services to all at an affordable price. Okay, so that may be related to credit facility, insurance, insurance penetration or insurance density related thing. So within that rural area, we can say that there is a lacuna of financial inclusion, or you can say that so there is a scarcity of banking branches. Okay, bank branches, all those things. So in those situations, we have come across with this particular concept that is called as business correspondence. Okay, business correspondence or door-to-door banking. The bank correspondent will come to your door to offer all the bank related services. Okay, so that door-to-door banking services are being provided to meet the financial needs of self-help groups in rural areas through business correspondents, or so even they are also called as bank sati. Okay, bank sati or bank saki. So within that you can also say that BC Saki or DGP Saki intervention. So those kind of things you can also talk about. So next we have community investment fund and farm and non-farm livelihood promotion, again related to skill development and so creating new employment opportunities. And we have National Rural Economic Transformation Project, Startup Village Entrepreneurship Project, Rural Self-Employment Training Institutes, so as well as Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramina Kaushalya Yojana. So all these are some of the examples. Karnataka German Multi-Skill Development Center, Mokshagundam Visheshwaraya Master Training Center. Okay, so all these things we have already seen, these kind of institutes are there. So now you have the description or details related to those institutions as well. Okay, so as of now you have very limited time period, no need to read complete details, but you should know those kind of institutes. So while writing your answer, you should quote, you should able to quote those things. So next we have, what are the challenges then? Okay, challenges. What are the challenges? So we have basic challenges like awareness, lack of awareness, or training facility, all those things. Okay, so this will be implemented in normally PPP mode. Okay, normally what happens, awareness or training, all these kind of government initiatives will be done through PPP mode. Now you need to look at the private partner within that PPP mode. Supposing that there is a particular initiative taken by the backward class welfare department within Karnataka. So with that they are trying to train some of the students for competitive exams. So now there is a particular coaching institute which is going to provide that particular coaching. Okay, so for that particular month, that is 4 months, 6 months or 1 year, so course duration. Now they are talking about this private institute. So whether this private institute is really trying to provide that kind of outcome which was intended in the original scheme. So that is what we are trying to do. So this involving self-help groups or NGOs. A suitable mechanism for the monitoring of NGOs or self-help groups or any private institution related to this PPP mode is also very, very important. District and taluk level. And cooperation of the banks in providing the required loans to be identified. So trained entrepreneurs at appropriate time has to be ensured to achieve the objective of the scheme. So apart from that, there is a shortage of faculties. Shortage of faculties in all wings, or you can say that training the trainers. Okay, so it is also important. So if there is a newer technology you are using in order to leverage these kind of skill development, so whether the trainers know about the new technology, that is also very important, right? So these kind of things they are mentioning. Now you know specific challenges. specific challenges which you can quote in your KAS Mains examination or UPSC Mains examination. Okay, so that is how the economic survey works for you. Okay, so now we have way forward how we can overcome these kind of challenges. So that is also being given here. So next we have labor and employment. So before coming to labor, so let's have some discussion about some key terms like, so we have labor force and workforce or unemployment. Okay, so all these things, unemployment, etc. So when you talk about labor force, who are labor force? Normally these are the people who have the potential to work. Okay, so who can be employed. So now labor force, normally we consider those who are from 15 to 59 age group, that is, so considering 60 as retirement age, we are considering 15 to 59 age group. So these people are considered as labor force. Okay, so who are workforce then? Who are workforce? Workforce is nothing but those population or those people who are actually working. So those who are actually working is considered as workforce. Now, so who are unemployed then? So who are unemployed? So those who are part of labor force, okay, but not the part of workforce. That means, so these people have the ability or potential to work, but they did not get any job. So they are actually not working as of now. So those people we considered as unemployed. That means 15 to 59 age group. So within that, how many are not working? They will be considered as unemployed. Okay. So when we talk about unemployment rate, normally what you are trying to do, labor force minus workforce divided by labor force into 100. If you are writing it in percentage, so then you are multiplying 100 with that. Okay. So that is some of the important. Apart from that, there is some terminology they use like labor force participation rate. So when you talk about labor force participation rate, labor force, so out of total population, that means labor force divided by population. Okay, so if you are giving percentage, then multiplied by 100. So in case of workforce, so there is two different things. One is worker population ratio. So in those situations, what you are trying to do, worker population ratio means workforce divided by population, so into 100. So otherwise workforce participation rate, then what you are trying to do, workforce out of labor force. Okay, normally we use worker population ratio. So then you have workforce divided by population into 100. Again, you will have this particular thing in the next slide, subsequent slide. So that's why I am highlighting this. So next, so let's have a look at these things. As per Niti Aayog SDG India Index Report 23-24, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, Karnataka state is the second. Karnataka state has the second rank, okay, in the country. So in good performance. Okay. So next, here also you can see the Karnataka has seen a lower unemployment rate, that is of 2.9% recorded in major. So when you compare other major southern states. Okay, so in 23-24, the country's average was 3.5%, so which is below that. Karnataka's unemployment rate is below that. So and you can also see that labor force participation rate is around 62.9% for 22-23. So now it is 63.5%. Worker population ratio 61.2% in 22-23, 61.6% in 23-24. That means both labor force participation rate also increased, worker population rate also increased. That means number of people actually working also increased, number of people who can able to work or who has the potential to work, so that is also increased. Now labor welfare department, it takes all the labor welfare related activities or initiatives. Now you have several schemes related to that. So within that, so we have recently come across with labor codes. Okay, So earlier we had more than 100 different acts. So we try to codify that particular acts into 4 different codes, 4 labor codes. So which are those codes? Code on wages, which was passed in 2019. So other 3 are passed in 2020. So 2020, so we have social security as well as occupational safety and health hazards. So as well as we even have industrial relations code. So total we have 4 labor codes. So all those labor codes so will be taken under this particular department. Again, you have a look here. So which are these particular codes, or what are the major 4 groups of these codes? So these are, one is working conditions, second one is wages and remuneration, job security and industrial relation, and social security of the workers, or social security and workers welfare. So this will be 4 major groups. So with this 4 major groups in mind only, we have come across with 4 labor codes. Okay. So here, under various labor acts, total of 57,091 inspections have been carried out, and they are saying so and so a fine of around 1.37 crore has been imposed on the 2136 case disposed of in various court. So that means whatever the industrial disputes have, so we have between the employer and employee, so that has also been so dismissed. Okay, all those things are so even going through in so our judicial system. Those kind of points also they are mentioning. So, and if you check out report of Industrial Disputes Act 1947, so they have given what are the disputes related to that. Again, how much disputes, not what are the disputes, how much disputes. So strikes and lockouts, absenteeism, how we are trying to control these kind of things. Again, both sides. So there is a problem associated with employee and employer. What is the problem associated with them? Supposing that if I am employer, I am giving some money to some employee to work. If he is not working, then I should able to monitor that. Okay. So whether he is working or not, I should able to monitor that. At the same time, employee will also need to get the benefits of social security or higher profit. If the company is getting higher profit, there should be enough bonus or incentives related to that. So if the person or the employee is working if effectively, then these kind of incentives also be given to employee. Those kind of things will be seen. Now there are some situations where what happens, intentionally there will be a strike or lockout. Okay, so that will have a effect on, or the negative effect on the employers overall turnover, okay, or company's turnover, or absenteeism. So these kind of things also addressed in these kind of codes. Okay, so that is what they are talking about. Karnataka State Child Labor Eradication Project, in order to eradicate child labor. Okay, so that you can talk here. Apart from that, you can also talk about fundamental right. So that is related to child labor. So those kind of things you can talk about. Again, here there is one more term called as adolescent. Okay, there were some objective question paper where they have asked this particular question as well. So when we talk about child means those who are under the age of 14 or under the age of 15. Okay, so or you can say that 1 to 14. Again, that means 0 to 14. Okay, so they will be considered as children. So 15 to 18 will be considered as adolescent. Okay, there are some initiatives or some exclusions for adolescent to work in the different companies, but so we have strictly eradicated or strictly prohibited child labor, that is below the age of 14. So in other terms, you can also look at the right to education. Within right to education, we have up to 14 years of compulsory education. So that means before that you should not work. Okay, so again there are some instances where the family business is there, then there is a provision of child labor as well. Okay, so but it should not be related to economical factor. So those kind of things you can talk about here. That is Karnataka State Child Labor Eradication Project. So that we have. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka Labor Welfare Board, and again under this we are taking up with several welfare schemes. So for organized sector employment as well as unorganized sector employment. So all these things you can talk about. Apart from that, we even have one more board, that is Karnataka Building and Other Construction Worker Welfare Board. Okay. So apart from that, Karnataka State Unorganized Workers Social Security Board, Karnataka State Private Commercial Transport Workers Accident Benefit Scheme or Accident Benefits, all those things will be done under Karnataka State Unorganized Workers Social Security Board. Apart from that, you can also talk about e-Shram or Shram portal. So e-Shram, that also talks about unorganized sector employees security, social security. So those kind of things. Apart from that, educational financial assistance, Ambedkar Karmika Sahaya Hasta scheme. So these kind of schemes also implemented under this particular board. So next we have Karnataka State Gig Workers Insurance Scheme. Again, what is the meaning of gig workers? Those workers who are normally considered as new generational workers. So they don't have actually, they don't have definite shifts, so our time period. Okay, for example, we have a regular salaried job, we have that 9 to 5 jobs, right? So, but in case of gig workers, there is no that kind of shift. For example, Uber or Ola, or you can also talk about Zomato, Swiggy, delivery boys. So all those are gig workers. Okay, so normally the gig workers won't have any social security benefits. Now we are also trying to provide social security benefits to them. So within that you have insurance scheme. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka State Newspaper Delivery Workers Accident Benefit and Medical Assistance Scheme. So apart from that, we even have Ashadeep Yojana. So Ashadeep Yojana is related to encourage employment opportunities in the private sector factories and establishments. So to the candidates belonging to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Okay, so those kind of schemes also there. So apart from that, so there are some new board or schemes, Karnataka Motor Transport and Other Allied Workers Social Security and Welfare Board. So and there are several other schemes. So within that wage employment program, you can talk about MG Narega scheme, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So and even we have several schemes which are related to self-employment. Okay, self-employment. So those kind of things can be also linked here. So again, we have one particular survey that is called as Periodic Labor Force Survey. Okay, when we talk about Periodic Labor Force Survey, it is conducted by National Sample Survey Organization or NSSO. Again, remember from 2019, so we have merged NSSO and CSO to form NSO. Okay, under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So this Periodic Labor Force Survey will provide insight into what are the population or demographic dividend we have. Okay, so that's why it is normally supply side of labor. So it is talking about supply side of labor. So here we have labor force participation rate. So first thing we have labor force participation rate. So they have compared it with other southern states. Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, as well as all over India, that is average. So within this, you can see, I will go for combined. Okay, so when you talk about combined, that is person, that means average. So within that, okay, highest is 68.7, that is related to Telangana. Okay, 68.7%. 68.7% of total population, so is eligible or is having the potential to work, that is between the age of 15 to 59. So you can also look at that particular age group here, 15 to 59 years of age group. Okay, so these kind of facts you will have a look. Telangana at the first, that is 68.7%, Karnataka 63.5. Okay, so if you see, so second place is Andhra Pradesh. So apart from that, you can also talk about Tamil Nadu. Okay, so have a look here. All India average is 64.3, but Karnataka is below that. Okay, Karnataka's labor force participation rate is below all India average. So that is a concern. Okay, so even though Karnataka is one among the developed states within India, so there is a lower labor force participation rate seen in Karnataka. So when you compare all India average. So next we have worker population ratio. Within worker population ratio also, so we have Telangana, that is 65.2. So whereas in case of Andhra Pradesh it is 64.2. Okay, so then we have Tamil Nadu. Okay, so 62.1. So again, what is all India average? So again here also you can see that Karnataka is below all India average. That is, all India average is 62.5, 62.1. So whereas Karnataka's average is 61.6. Okay, so which is below all India average in worker population rate. Next we have unemployment rate. Again within unemployment rate, so you can see that. So this is usual status for each stage age group. So here we are taking 15 to 59 age group. So here if you see Karnataka's, okay, so Karnataka's unemployment rate is around 2.9%. So within that, again you can check out between rural and urban unemployment. Within rural unemployment we have around 2.1% of rural unemployment. So whereas in case of urban unemployment we have 4.4%. There is a difference between rural and urban unemployment as well. Okay, so again if you have a look at other states, Kerala has the highest unemployment within southern state, that is 8.8% unemployment. So 8.8% unemployment, so seen in Kerala. Okay, apart from that 5.1% in Telangana. Telangana has the highest human resource, but at the same time the unemployment rate is high. So even Andhra Pradesh 4.4% unemployment. So that's why they are saying that. So when you compare southern states, major southern states, Karnataka's unemployment rate is lower. Okay, human resource also low. Within that you can also say that unemployment rate is also low. So overall India's average is 3.5% unemployment rate. So whereas Karnataka 2.9%. Okay, 2.9%. Now what are the challenges we have? It is a challenge to implement the unified state child labor scheme. So in all 31 districts from available grants, and additional grant is required, that is funding. So next we have more than jobs, economic growth is about generating livelihoods. Technological change, geopolitical churn and climate change combine to make this formidable challenge. The employment of workers in the industrial sector is the second largest after the employment of workers in agriculture sector in the country. Hence, it is very essential to ensure occupational safety and health of workers in the factories. Extending full medical facility to all insured persons and their families in the states. So these are all some of the challenges associated with labor. Okay, so way forward, how we can address these kind of challenges. So we can talk about to create awareness about labor acts and schemes to our public or laborers. So and you can also talk about IEC activities. IEC in the sense, so you are going to provide information, education and communication. So okay, activities to eradicate child labor. So and you can also talk about menstrual leaves policy for Karnataka. Okay, so again, so apart from that, there are several other initiatives taken related to these kind of labor challenges Karnataka faces. Okay, so that's all related to 9th chapter, that is related to skill development labor initiatives. Okay, in this video we are going to look at the 10th chapter of Karnataka Economic Survey, that is economic infrastructure. So again, when we talk about economic infrastructure, first we will start our discussion about power sector, so that is electricity, and then we will have a discussion about transport sector. So these kind of economic infrastructure we are talking about. So let us have a look at power sector. Again, when we talk about power sector, normally what happens? So within power sector, okay, so in power sector we normally consider three kind of activities. Okay, so the first activity is called as generation of power, or the companies which are working related to this will be considered as GENCOs, generating companies. Or second one is transmission. The companies working here will be considered as TRANCOs or TRANSCOs. Okay, so at the same time another one is a distribution of power. The companies working with related to distribution is considered as DISCOMs. Okay, So these are three important type of organizations working under power sector. So again, here also they have mentioned that particular point, power generation is the public sector. So is in the public sector is managed by KPCL, that is Karnataka Power Corporation Limited. So and whereas Karnataka Power Transmission Corporation Limited, so or KPTCL, so deals with the transmission of power. Normally the transmission involve high tension or high voltage transmission of these power. Apart from that, there is a distribution company, DISCOMs. So we have several DISCOMs, like, so we have BESCOM, okay, HESCOM, so similarly CHESCOM, Chamundeshwari, okay, and MESCOM, Mangaluru, GESCOM, Gulbarga. So and we have one particular cooperative sector within this distributor companies, which is specifically for particular taluk place, that is Hukkeri, that is in Belagav. So there we have Hukkeri Cooperative Society, so which is undertaking this DISCOM, distributory company, so undertaking distributory company related activities. So let us have a look at so what are the installed capacity in public sector. So here you have hydel, wind energy, thermal, gas, solar PV plant, waste to energy. Okay, so what is the capacity for 2023-24 or 24-25 up to December 2024? So again have a look at hydel, that is around 3679 megawatt. So it has been continued. So wind energy, it is around 4.56, thermal 5020, gas 0. So now in 24-25 it is around 370 megawatt, solar PV plant 34 megawatt. So similarly waste to energy 0 as of now, but in 24-25 so 11.50. So out of 9119.81 megawatt, so we are so producing 5020 from thermal. So that is majorly thermal. So thermal in the sense, so coal powered thermal power stations. So we are talking about coal powered thermal power stations here. So again, so there are some private sectors as well, but when you compare the total power generated by public sector, the private sector so is a little okay. So when you compare these things, 9119 megawatt, so when you compare that with the private sector, so here we have 21,000. okay. So when you compare these two, private sector and public sector, private sector has more capacity or installed capacity related to power generation. So next, so we have electricity generation net, that is both private as well as public included. So in this situation you can say that, so total, okay, so is around 49,605. So for 24-25 up to December 24. So or you can say that 23-24 62,179. So within that, highest is from thermal, that is KPCL 20,286.70. okay, to 20,286.70 megawatt from thermal power. So second we have solar PV plant. So from solar PV plant we are generating around 10,848. okay, so these are some of the points related to this. Again, what you need to remember here, so we are generating, okay, we are generating so highest amount of this power from thermal. So that means majorly we are dependent on coal powered thermal power stations. Okay, second, so that is solar PV. Again, within solar PV, private sector contribution is higher. When you compare it with the public sector contribution, private sector contribution is higher. So in case of solar PV, remember that point. So now what are the technical challenges associated with these kind of power generation or power sectors? So those are considered as transmission and distribution losses, as well as aggregate technical and commercial losses. So when we talk about transmission and distribution, it is normally technical. So in the sense, what is the meaning of technical or transmission and distribution? While transmitting these power from one place to another place, or while distributing this power, okay, normally what happens, 44 kV line or 11 kV line, or at the end distribution, normally it is around 210 to 220 volt. So in this situation, what happens, there will be losses. Okay, whenever we are transmitting at a lower if the transmission is taking place at a lower voltage, the losses associated with that particular transmission is very high. Okay, so remember that one. So that's why we normally try to transmit when there is when this particular power need to transmit, so for a longer length or longer so this turn cut mode. Okay, so when the power need to be transmitted for a longer distance, in those situations we normally try to transmit at a higher voltage. Okay, so that is the reason. So now within that also, even though we are trying our best to reduce the losses, there will be losses. So that is what we are talking about, T&D losses. Now how to minimize this T&D losses? For that we can do these kind of steps, like we can have new substation and transmission lines, augmentation of existing substation and replacement of age-old conductors. So if you are using age-old conductors, in the sense, older technologies, now you can replace it with the newer technology, so that you can minimize the losses. Bifurcation of lengthy high tension, low tension lines and overloaded 11 kV feeders. Reconductoring of HT and LT, that is high tension and low tension lines, and reduction of HT bar LT ratio. So we need to have higher high tension lines compared to low tension line. Whenever we are transmitting at a low tension, what happens, the losses associated with low tension or lower voltage is higher. That's why we are trying to have high tension to low tension ratio, so that should be higher, that should be reduced. So next we have providing additional transformers to release overloaded DTCs, 100% metering and accuracy in billing, load balancing and bifurcation of loads, strengthening of vigilance, MT activities. So replacing electromechanical meters by static or energy meter or smart meters, encouraging consumers to install energy efficient equipments. So these are all some of the initiatives or some of the steps by which we can minimize T&D losses. Now let's go to aggregate technical and commercial losses, or AT&C losses. So when you talk about AT&C losses, it is majorly related to commercial, in the sense, so if you are incurring more cost, or if you are getting lesser profit, so in those situations you will have aggregate technical and commercial losses. So in order to minimize these losses, you can go for accuracy and 100% billing of the consumer installations, 100% collection efficiency. Whatever the bill you have given, you should be able to collect those amount. So apart from that, improving vigilance activities, periodical rating of HT and LT installations. So all these things, again, the vigilance activities normally help in minimizing the electricity theft. Okay, so all those things can minimize AT&C losses. Again, so if there is a question based on what are the challenges associated with these kind of power generation or power sector, so you need to highlight these kind of points. Okay, AT&C losses, T&D losses. Okay, you should know what is that. So next, power supply and demand gap. So if you have a look at the power supply over time has been increasing in trend. So and you can see from 2018 to 1819 to 24-25, they have given the graph. So within that, the power gap or demand gap in the sense, what exactly demanded by the consumer, so how much we could able to supply. So what is the difference between that? That is considered as demand gap. So this is been shown as 0. Okay, so whatever consumers demanded, so all those units will units were supplied by our power generation companies. So that is the meaning. So that's why it is a important finding from this. Okay, 0. So demand gap we have 0, that is an achievement. So next we have energy sales, average tariff and average cost of power supplied by ESCOMs. Again within that we have several ESCOMs like BESCOM, MESCOM, ESCOM, GESCOM, CESC. So all these things. So they have what are the energy sales from them. So again you can see BESCOM has the highest energy selling. So that is 36,000 in 23-24. In 24-25 it is around 35,200. So mega units. So next MESCOM again. So second place in the HESCOM is there, Hubballi. So and after that we have GESCOM 9,132. So after that we have CHESCOM, that is Chamundeshwari. So and last one MESCOM, okay, 5,917. So that is units sold. Okay. So now, so what is the tariff they are been charging? So if you have a look at this, so BESCOM has been charging higher tariff. So it is around 9.16 for 23-24. For 24-25 it is 9.54 per unit. Okay. So next MESCOM. Okay. So second will be for 23-24. Second will be CHESCOM. But in case of 24-25, second will be HESCOM. That is 8.65. They are charging 8.65 rupees per unit. Okay, on an average. So next one will be 8.61, that is MESCOM, 8.51 from CHESCOM and 8.49 from GESCOM. Again, what you can get from this particular data is that, so on an average, so it is been charging more than 8.5 rupees or nearly 8.5 rupees per unit. Okay, so that point you can make out from here. So and next we have average cost. So again you can also look at the this is the average tariff and this is the average cost. So it is also nearly similar to average tariff. Okay. So next, so again what is the difference between these two? Average tariff. So when we are selling, that is BESCOMs or ESCOMs, when they are selling their electricity, so they are charging this on the customers. So what is the exact cost incurred by the ESCOMs? That is this. So if you have a look, okay, there is a reverse trend. That means, so the cost incurred for generating one unit is higher. So when you compare it with the sold or the price at which it is sold. So here in BESCOM you can say that 9.54 cost and 9.5 at 9.54 only they are sold per unit. So in case of others, if you can see, okay, so in earlier situation what in 23-24 what happened? 9.84, 9.16, 9.11, 8.64, 9.66, 8.83. That means the cost incurred was higher compared to price at which they were selling this. But now what we are trying to do, whatever the cost incurred, it is similar to the price, okay, or average tariff on this particular electricity consumption. So again you can also have a look at the average. So on an average it is around 9.04. okay, earlier it was the tariff was around 9, the average cost was around 10, that is 9.76. But in case of 24-25, so we have rationalized the tariff. So here 9.04, that is near to 9. Similarly, the average cost is also near to 9.04. So both are similar. Again, even though we are saying that average cost is equal to average tariff. Okay, so in this situation, ESCOMs will undergo or incur losses. Okay, so that is the point you need to remember. Because of that only we have come across one particular scheme, that was UDAY. UDAY scheme, or the full form of UDAY was Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana. So there were several discoms within our country which were under loss, okay, or which were incurring losses. So that is the point you need to look here. So next we have financial position of ESCOMs. Again you can see here. So if the average cost is higher, okay, average cost is higher and average tariff is lower, so then obviously the ESCOMs will undergo to losses. So that's why you can see profit bar loss, minus indicates loss. So the BESCOM is incurring around 3,863 crore loss. Okay, so for financial year 23-24. Similarly, MESCOM around 203 crores, HESCOM 2,640 crores, GESCOM 1,496 crore, or CHESCOM around 346 crore losses. Cumulative losses, again already they had several these kind of depreciation of their capital. Now again, so there will be So there will be losses, cumulative losses, okay, collectively. So again, only one particular ESCOM which is as of now is in profit. When you so look at the cumulative profit, so that is MESCOM around 59 crore. Okay, but remember their financial capital is deteriorating or declining in trend. Okay, because they are incurring more losses. Again, one such reason for these losses may also include our guarantee scheme. Okay, so when you are talking about guarantee scheme, because of that particular thing, or Graha Jyoti scheme, so we are being giving free electricity to households. So even though this free electricity given to household, the compensation will be provided by government of Karnataka. The government of Karnataka normally gives minimum amount or minimum price or minimum tariff on these particular units sold. So that is the reason. So you will have or you will incur losses. That is ESCOMs will incur losses. So subsidy in power sector, again you can have subsidy related whatever the government of Karnataka has done. So within that we have subsidy for pump sets. So if you are using pump sets for agriculture, so there will be subsidy up to 10 HP pumps. So next we have Graha Jyoti subsidy for domestic use. So within that domestic use up to 200 units. Okay, up to 200 unit consumption per month. So again here also you can have a look. So again earlier schemes like Bhagya Jyoti, Kutira Jyoti, Amrita Jyoti, all these schemes were merged into Graha Jyoti scheme. So that is related to Graha Jyoti subsidy. So and we have also taken demand side management. Again, what is the meaning of demand side management? So again, supposing that there is a particular power generation company which is running at 800 megawatt. So you won't have equal load at all times. Supposing that, so as of now in this particular setup, we have several lights as well as electrical gadgets or electronic gadgets, which are running, which are consuming electricity. Supposing that after the class I will switch off all these things. Now the electricity demand will be changing. So there will be change in electricity demand. So if there is a change in electricity demand, okay, but the power generation plant should be running at that particular load only. Or normally we consider at some load the plant will have higher efficiency. So in that load we will normally try to run that particular plant. So in this situation what happens, there will be fluctuations in demand. Okay, so fluctuations in demand. Then what should be done? So there we will use buffer storage. Buffer storage in the sense we will try to store whenever the demand is low and the supply is high. So we will try to store it in the batteries. Okay, so whenever there is a higher demand and lower supply, in those situations we are trying to use that particular electricity which is stored. So those kind of things. Demand side management, again what demand side management talks about is that how to utilize this electricity. Supposing that in night time, normally what happens after 11 or 12, so there will be a lesser energy consumption. In those situations, if someone is using, you should promote that. Those kind of things will be talked in demand side management. Or you can also talk about higher or electricity efficient equipments. If you are using electrical equipment, if you have 5-star rating equipment, so where it will use less energy to provide more output like lumens. Okay, so those kind of things. So again you can have a look at what are the initiatives they have done. So like time of day tariff metering is mandatory for industrial consumers and especially for high tension consumers having sanction load of 500 kVA and above. So there will be time of day tariff metering. Supposing that if they are using electricity at the peak hours, they will be charged higher. Okay, so if they are going to use electricity at a particular time, that is lean time normally we call it as, or at a time where the demand is very low from others, in those situations if they are using, they will be charged less tariff. So that is the point, time of day tariff metering. So, and even you can also go for energy efficient equipment like installing energy efficient street lighting systems and electronic time switches for street light installation for switching on or off, automatic on or off. So, by looking at the solar radiation, or so we call it as insolation, incoming solar radiation. So, by grasping that particular point, so whenever there is a lower insolation, so automatically street light will switch on. So, whenever there is a higher radiation, that is insolation, the this particular road light will be turned off automatically. Those kind of things. Or sometimes even electronic time switch, in the sense at certain particular time that will be automatically switched on, so and automatically switched off. Those kind of things. Adoption of high voltage distribution system, encouraging domestic consumers to use solar water heaters. Okay, mandatory use of solar water heating systems for all residential buildings with a built-up area of 600 square feet. Okay, mandatory use of LED in government colleges, government buildings, aided institutions, boards, corporations. So, mandatory use of star-rated energy efficient irrigation pump sets conforming to standards prescribed by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So, these kind of things. Okay, so where we are trying to reduce the demand. Okay, we are trying to reduce demand, or by even though we are reducing demand, so we want same output. Those kind of equipments or energy efficient equipments we are trying to use. So, that is related to demand side management. Okay, supply side management involves, so you can change the supply itself, right? So, that is supply side management. That means if you are increasing generation, if you are reducing generation, those kind of things. Now, we are talking about demand side management. So, how we can so effectively utilize, or so how we can consume less amount of electricity. So, that is related to demand side. Next, we have in order to promote renewable energy, we have Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited. So, this will be a nodal agency for implementing any renewable energy related initiatives in Karnataka. So, even we have our own renewable energy policy, that is Karnataka Renewable Energy Policy 22-27. So, with that, so here also Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited will be, or KREDL will be nodal agency for development of renewable energy source. Here also the nodal agency will be KREDL. So, again, what is the primary objective of this particular policy, Karnataka Renewable Energy Policy 22-27? So, that is to facilitate Government of India in meeting the renewable energy target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. So, that is a primary objective. Apart from that, we even have to promote new initiative and emerging energy technologies in the state, and to continue Karnataka state's position as a preferred investment destination in the renewable energy sector. So, but this one is very important. Okay, by 2030, 500 gigawatt renewable energy target. So, again, within COP, okay, in Government of India, COP 26 also we have committed this one. So, 50% by, so 50% of energy in India would be produced by renewable energy by 2030. So, those kind of things you can remember. So, next here we have what are the important initiatives related to renewable energy. We have PM Kusum, okay, Kisan Evam Urja Data. That means solar power also produced in farmers or these kind of agriculture lands. So, that is one thing. So, apart from that, we even trying to have automation system. Okay, so we even have pilot basis HVDS implemented. Okay, or a smart grid, smart meter scheme. So, these kind of initiatives we have related to this particular initiative, that is in order to encourage renewable energy. Centrally sponsored schemes, one is Atal Bhujal Yojana. Atal Bhujal Yojana is to recharge groundwater. Okay, so or you can have to improve the management of groundwater resources in the water stressed area of state. So, we have already seen this one, water resource. So, again, Atal Bhujal Yojana was, so Atal Bhujal Yojana is not was. So, Atal Bhujal Yojana is funded by World Bank again. So, apart from that, we even have Pradhana Mantri Janajati Adivasi Nyaya Maha Abhiyan PM Janman. So, here also the scheme aims to provide basic infrastructure for the comprehensive development of particularly vulnerable tribal group. PVTG. So apart from that, Dharti Aba, again within this, why they are highlighting this one is that, so even rural electrification has been given in tribal areas. Those kind of initiatives we are talking about. So apart from that, so we have Dharti Aba Janajatiya Grama Utkarsha Abhiyan, so DAJGUA. Okay, so here also the scheme aims at improving the socio-economic conditions of tribal communities by providing basic facilities. So here also you are talking about rural electrification. Okay, so these are all some of the centrally sponsored schemes. So again, so what are the challenges we have? One is subsidy burden. So what kind of subsidy burden? They are talking about only IP set. So again, so even Graha Jyoti subsidy burden is also so one of the subsidy burden associated with this. So what subsidy burden will make is that, so subsidy burden will so increase the public debt, that is government debt will increase. Apart from that, these are inflationary in measure. So think that you are been using electricity for free, then you have higher amount of money to spend in other activities. Because of this increased money flow, what will happen? So that will lead to inflation. Okay, so that is what related to subsidy burden. So even you have cost of supply, again cost of supply is higher compared to so what tariff has been so given, those kind of things. Due to increased demand for power in the state, the thermal share is increased, adding to the cost of supply. The operational cost is also getting increased. So why? So because in so recent times what is happening is that coal's price is going up. Okay, so coal's price hike. Because of that, so whenever there is an increased thermal share, so what will happen? The cost of supply will increase. So that's why you can also see the operational cost is also getting increased. The revenue realization from sales is not matching with the overall cost of supply, and there is a gap or deficit in the revenue every year. ESCOMs are so experiencing this revenue deficit. Okay, so that you can have. What other specific challenges this department has? So that is optimum utilization of natural resources under renewable energy sector. So as of now, we are not completely exploring this. So that is the one point. So another one is generation capacity addition to meet the growing demand for achieving self-sufficiency. Third one, reduction of transmission and distribution loss, reduction of aggregate technical and commercial loss, making power supply consumer friendly, reduction of electrical accidents. These are the specific challenges associated with power sector. So if you know the challenges, you can talk about how these challenges can, or these particular issues can be resolved, okay, or solved. So what are the outcomes? So again, solar policy for 22-27 so has been published by state government. So again, here also you can say that we are trying to give more impetus towards the renewable energy or to harness renewable energy. Some of the energy conservation programs like demand side management and smart grid pilot projects so have resulted in saving energy. So these are all some of the points related to that. And in achievements in energy sectors, you can also look at the several other activities they are making, like about 300 to 600 megawatt of additional power is being availed under swapping or banking arrangement from states of Punjab and Uttar Pradesh. So we are also swapping energy. So whenever we produce more, we are going to supply to them. Okay, so whenever they produce more, they will supply to us, or sometimes it may also linked with the money. Okay, so that means whenever we supply to them, so they will provide some resources, that is monetary resources for us, or they will purchase that electricity from us. So similarly, whenever there is a deficit of supply in Karnataka, so we may also purchase from other states. Central government also allocated around 302 megawatt additional power, okay, and maximize production from thermal power stations in the state. Additional coal of 2 lakh tons so per month was availed from Coal India Limited. So apart from that, 1 into 370 megawatt Yelahanka gas based power plant also started working. So these are all some of the achievements in energy sector. So apart from that, one important thing we have is that KPCL in joint operation, joint venture with BBMP. Okay, so these two together have started waste to energy plant in Bidadi. So that is 11.5 megawatt. So this commissioned as of now. So it will generate so as soon as possible. So that is in order to use around 600 tons of processed solid municipal waste for Bengaluru to generate power through this waste to energy plant. So apart from that, there are other activities as well, like we have Ganga Kalyana scheme, Graha Jyoti scheme, so which we all already looked at. So and even Cradle has been given so awards in several categories, like so it has been awarded as best nodal agency for the year 23-24 related to renewable energy. So all those things are achievements. So now way forward. So Karnataka state renewable energy policy, energy efficiency and energy conservation policy for affordable and clean energy for all. So these kind of various schemes or various policies were framed. So again within that they have talked about several things. So I will look at the high so important things like SDG 7. So if they are talking about SDG 7, it is related to clean clean and affordable energy. Okay, so that SDG 7 Karnataka is performing well. So that is also one point, or you can say that so within that particular SDG 7, so if you look at the Niti Aayog's report, so there are more than 7 different states so which are performing or which are getting 100 out of 100. Okay, there even Karnataka is getting 100 out of 100 in that particular point. So that is SDG 7. So what is the meaning of 100 out of 100? That is not an exam. Okay, so here what happens is that they will have certain so performance evaluation. What are the targets they have mentioned? If they are able to achieve all those targets, that will be given 100 out of 100. So if there is a targets, they are so not able to achieve those targets based on the target size. Supposing that they had said that from renewable energy sources, so we would have achieved 100 megawatt. So if they are able to achieve only 60 megawatt, there will be weightage for that. Based on that, their so mark will be, or their so they will be index will be calculated. So those kind of things. Okay. So now what you need to remember is in SDG 7, Karnataka is performing well. Okay, so those kind of things. So you can also look at these other way forward here. So next we have road transport infrastructure and communication. Within that, first one is roads. Again, you can have a look at road network of Karnataka. Again, road network of Karnataka. This can be used for so this can be used. The factual details can be used. So like we have so total of 3,48,697 kilometer of road. So in Karnataka. So within that, national highway is very low. So 7,652 out of 3,48,000. So you have only 7,652 so kilometers of national highway. So what is the meaning of that? Okay. So here 3,48,697. Within that, only 7,652. So that means around only 2% of roads which are national highways, superior quality highways. So next we have state highways around 27,983, major districts highways 55,818, municipal roads 58,748. So highest share will be so related to rural roads. Okay, so 1,98,496 kilometers. Again, so if you are talking about quantity of road, within quantity of road also you can talk about. Okay, so you can talk about what are the different things. So as a quantity, that is in kilometer, you have around 3,48,697 kilometers of road. So that's fine. But when you are talking about the quality of road within that, so then you can quote on this one. National highway, so which is comprising only 2% of total so road network present in Karnataka. So that is also one particular point. So next we have road length per 100 square kilometer, or normally it is considered as road density. For an area of 100 square kilometer, how much road length is there? So that will be considered. So here you can see that there are some states which are districts which are outperforming or above average. And that means Karnataka's, whatever the Karnataka's average. So these districts have so above that average. Okay, so road density. So like so which are those? 15 districts are having the road length less than the state average. So less than is Bidar, Yadagiri, Chikmagaluru, Chikkaballapura, Uttara Kannada, Kodagu, Koppala, Raichur, Shivamogga, Chitradurga, Vijayapura, Vijayanagara, Ballari, Kalaburgi, Chamarajanagar. So whereas some of them 16 districts have more than average, that are Hasana, Mandya, Haveri, Bengaluru Rural, Ramnagara, Bengaluru Urban, Mysuru, Dharwada, Tumkuru, Dakshina Kannada, Belagavi, Udupi, Kolara, Davanagere, Bagalkote and Gadag. Okay, so these kind of things can be used. Again, what we are trying to highlight is that, so even though Karnataka has a road network, okay, so and quality of road related issues, so apart from that, even there is a regional imbalance. Okay, different districts, some districts have superior quality of road, some districts have so inferior quality of road. That regional imbalances or disparities can also be seen here. So that is related to road density. Next we have State Highway Development Plan. Okay, so these are some of the initiatives related to road development. State Highway Development Plan, Karnataka Road Development Corporation works, roads around Bengaluru, hybrid annuity model. Hybrid annuity model is one of the PPP model, so which was introduced by Nitin Gadkari sir. So again, hybrid annuity model, so which tries to incorporate two other PPP model. One is EPC model and another one is bought annuity model. Okay, engineering, procurement and construction model, as well as build, operate, transfer annuity model. So the hybrid annuity model has the characteristics of both. Okay, so those kind of things you need to remember. So apart from that, even construction of footbridges. So in some areas like coastal area, Malnad area or Western Ghat regions, so there is a difficulty in constructing roads. So if there is a rivers in between, so you can if you want to build so bridges in those areas, that is also difficult. In those situations, we are trying to undertake these kind of footbridges. Okay, these kind of footbridges. So they are mentioned. So here, look here. Where there is no proper road connectivity, the construction of footbridges is being undertaken to provide safe pedestrian crossings for the public and especially school children to cross the streams and ravines. So apart from that, you can also look at other new initiatives like Karnataka Road Development and Regulatory Authority, Public Grievance Redressal System software. Okay, so these kind of things you can have a look. So next we have rural roads. Within rural roads we have three important schemes. One is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Mukhyamantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and another one is Namma Grama Namma Raste Yojana. Namma Grama Namma Raste Yojana. We have already talked about these schemes in rural development chapter. So you can also have a look here. So next, transport and road safety. So again, within transport and road safety, what are the new initiatives taken? So we have some revenue collection from this. So we are trying to have automated driving test tracks. So in RTO, RTO offices. So again, already there was automated driving test track constructed in Mangaluru. Okay. So apart from that, even Bengaluru has this kind of automated driving test track. So in other other areas like Raichuru, Belagavi, here also we are trying to have these kind of automated driving test. So these are all some of the points related to automatic driving test tracks. Again, you need to remember this only. No need to go for all these areas where they are being constructing automated driving test tracks. So next we have vehicle inspection and certification centers. Again, we are trying to open these kind of certification centers under PPP model. So heavy vehicle driving training institutes, seizing yard, or sometimes green tax. Again, what is the meaning of green tax? The tax collected, or normally this is a cess. Okay, this cess collected by this particular route, green tax, in the name of green tax, will be used for, okay, this will be used for awareness programs through theatre, LED vehicles, radio jingles, or hoardings, bus shelters, etc. So in order to minimize pollutions, air pollution, okay, or noise pollution, so which is arising out of these kind of vehicles. So that is related to green tax, okay, green tax. So next we have computerization of transport department and issue of smart card for driving license as well as registration. So and installation of vehicle charging station for electrical vehicles. So we want to reduce air pollution. In order to reduce air pollution, so we will have checking is being conducted on polluting vehicles. Okay. So and even we have noise pollution control. Vehicle location tracking device and emergency button installation scheme. So in public service vehicles. So apart from that, we even have HSRP number plates or high security registration plates. HSRP stands for high security registration plates. So these kind of things you can have a look. So apart from that, we even have retro reflective tapes. So in case the indicators or the headlights of a particular or tail lamps of a particular vehicle is not working in those situations, so that should be seen through retro reflective tapes. Okay. So to help other drivers quickly recognize the movement of vehicles, even when the tail lamps or indicators are not functioning properly at night. Retro reflective tape and rear marking plates are being used to prevent potential accidents. Okay, retro reflective tapes. Driver drowsiness and attention warning system. Okay, if you are driving for a longer distance, normally what happens, there is a particular problem associated with drowsiness. So there is also one particular technological solution for that. So that is driver drowsiness and attention warning system. So you can also talk about these kind of things. Vidya Nidhi scheme for taxi and auto rickshaw drivers' children. In order to promote their education, so we have Vidya Nidhi scheme for taxi and auto rickshaw drivers' children. So apart from that, so we have a flagship program, that is Shakti. So within 5 guarantee schemes, one is Shakti. Free travel for women. Government of Karnataka has launched its ambitious scheme called as Shakti, Free Travel for Women, a flagship program which is a step towards strengthening women empowerment in the state. Okay, women empowerment in the state. So now here they have given some of the salient features of this. So you need to highlight those. All women of the state, including third gender, having domicile of Karnataka, so eligibility is domicile of Karnataka, are eligible to avail this scheme. Free travel is permitted or on producing identity card bearing photograph and residential address issued by Government of India or Government of Karnataka or any other government undertaking. Free travel facility is permitted in city, suburban, ordinary and express buses within the state, and it is not permitted in interstate and premium services. However, free travel has been permitted in some enclave and solitary express routes operated to interstate places as well. Okay, women are issued zero value ticket. They will be issued ticket, but the value of the ticket, whatever the amount mentioned, will be zero. Okay, after verifying their identity card. Necessary changes have been made to ETM, that is electronic ticketing machine application, for the issue of pre-ticket. In case of technical issues in the ETM, pink tickets are manually issued by the conductor. Okay, these are all the salient features of Shakti scheme. Provision has been made for reservation of seats for women in buses with advance booking facility. The cost of travel is reimbursed to the corporations. Okay, that is KSRTC or NWKRTC, all these things. So by number of zero tickets issued. Okay, so this is related to Shakti scheme. Again, what are the advantages of Shakti scheme? So it encouraged women traveling. Okay, so because of that, the economic activities in which women were participating has increased. Okay, so it also made women empowerment within Karnataka state. So let's have facts related to that. You can have a look at this. So how much daily passengers were there before Shakti scheme and after Shakti scheme? So within KSRTC around 29.72 lakhs. Okay, earlier. Now in after Shakti it is 31.96 lakh. So daily passengers. BMTC also there is an increase. Same NWKRTC and KKRTC, that is Kalyana Karnataka Road Transport Corporation. So even overall you can see that there is an increase in daily passengers. So daily women passengers in lakhs. So here also you can see that. So before Shakti it was around 10.4 lakhs. Okay, now after Shakti, so that is around 20.61. Okay, 20.61. So again, these kind of numbers are showing that they are participating more or they are getting the benefits of this particular scheme. Now, so what are the impacts? Here you have some positive impacts related to that. So there will be subsidy burden on government of Karnataka. So in this particular scheme as well. But what are the positives of this particular scheme? So first one is women's positive perception of the Shakti scheme has grown over time. Second, women's daily usage surged from 20% to 27%. Weekly usage declined from 46% to 38%. Overall, the Shakti scheme is perceived as a positive catalyst for the women's empowerment and economic contribution. Shakti scheme has encouraged women to travel, seek jobs and to contribute to the economy. So they are also participating, or women participation in the workforce has increased. So because of this particular project. So again, we have four different corporations related to road transport. So one is KSRTC, Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, BMTC, Bengaluru Metropolitan Transport Corporation, NWKRTC, that is Northwestern Karnataka Road Transport Corporation, and KKRTC, that is Kalyana Karnataka Road Transport Corporation. There were several schemes under this. Even economic survey highlights all those schemes. So I am not going to touch all those things, but you can have a read of that things as well. Some of them are e-ticketing, okay, so are so safety related so things like in so if you are traveling in night time, so what are the safety measures available for women, so all those things so will be included. So if they are incorporating new buses or electrical buses, e-buses, so all those things can be seen here. Okay, so those kind of things also so they are mentioned in economic survey. So next we have Devraj Aras Truck Terminals Limited. So here we have truck terminal now. So our multimodal terminals, multimodal logistic parks. Okay, so within that we have already constructed truck terminals at Bengaluru, Mysuru, Dharwada. Okay, and they are operational as of now. So that is Devraj Aras Truck Terminal. So apart from that, we even have infrastructure development related to ports, inland water transport. So within airport projects also we can see several initiatives. Again, within the regional connectivity scheme, we are trying to highlight our regional connectivity scheme. So we are trying to upgrade several airports as well. Okay, airport projects. In railway projects, we have several new railway lines like Ginigera, Raichur, Tumkur, Raidurga, Gadag, Wadi, all those things. Okay, so no need to remember all those things, but there are several railway lines projects. So again, the cost sharing will be 50-50. Okay, so cost sharing will be 50-50. So that is 50% from central government, 50% from state government. So next we have ports and inland water transport. Again, here also we have several different initiatives. So we have one policy which was done in 2014, that is Karnataka Minor Ports Development Policy 2014. So we have one major port, that is New Mangaluru major port. Apart from that, we have, so again you can see here, around 13 minor ports we have in Karnataka. So that too in 3 districts, Uttara Kannada, Udupi and Dakshina Kannada or Mangaluru. Okay, so these kind of things. So again, which are some of the important schemes related to port modernization or seashore conservation. So one is shoreline management plan. So it is mandatory to obtain coastal regulation zone clearance for any development works undertaken in the coastal region. So that is one thing. Okay. So apart from that, even you have Karwar port development initiatives. So there we are trying to upgrade the port. Similarly, we have Honavar port development through public-private partnership, Honavar. So development of Keni port, Ankola, or again in Uttara Kannada. So apart from that, we even have development of Pavina Kurve port. Again, Pavina Kurve port here. So have a look at this particular point. So which is saying that despite issuing 2 requests for proposal, okay, request for proposal, no bids have been received thus so. Okay, so thus far. So illiya tanaka, sorry. So as of now, there were no bids. So no bids given to this particular tender related to Pavina Kurve. So we are trying to develop Pavina Kurve under Sagarmala scheme. So in a PPP model. So government of Karnataka or so government has issued so request for proposal, but no private company has come forward and submitted their tender. So that is the problem we are talking about here. Okay, Pavini Kurve. So apart from that, we even established Karnataka Maritime Board. So and we even have centrally sponsored Sagaramala Coastal Berth Scheme. So these are all some of the schemes related to port modernization or port development. Okay, port modernization or port development. So next we will have a look at telecommunication. Again, within telecommunication, so public so player will be BSNL. Apart from that, we also have several other private companies like Vodafone Idea, Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel, all those things. So next we are going to consider the teledensity or compare the teledensity of southern states. So what is the meaning of teledensity? Number of people who have connectivity, telecommunication connectivity out of total number of population. Okay, out of total number of population. Now, what is the meaning of that? Supposing that there are 1000 person. So if they have 900 telecommunication connectivity, that means out of 1000 people, only 900 people have. So then you should have got 90 number. Okay, so that is teledensity. Out of 100, how many have? So, but in case of this, so you can see numbers which are more than 100. That means some of us have 2 or more mobiles as well, or 2 or more telecommunication devices as well. So that is the meaning, teledensity. Tamil Nadu 103, Telangana total teledensity, Telangana 109, Kerala 119, Karnataka 103.29, Andhra Pradesh 83.53. So overall India, so that is 84.69. So within southern states, Kerala is outperforming or performing better compared to other southern states. Rural teledensity, have a look here. Kerala has 244.36 rural teledensity. So whereas in case of Kerala, urban teledensity is lower. Okay, so that is a so paradoxical thing. So in other cases, what happens? Normally urban teledensity is higher, rural teledensity is lower. But in case of Kerala, so I don't know how they have calculated, but their rural teledensity is 244.36, whereas urban teledensity is just 85.45. I don't know whether it has been interchanged or not, so we don't know. But as per the official document, it is the number they are showing. Okay, so again in case of Karnataka, if you have a look at 68.14, so that is rural teledensity. So whereas 145.95 will be urban teledensity. Urban teledensity. So next, so we have so internet subscribers out of 100 population. Per 100 population, how much internet subscribers are there? So in that also, so you can see that normally what happens, rural should be lower, urban should be higher. Again here also you are seeing that Kerala has 227 connections per 100 population in rural area. So whereas in urban area it is only 63.71. Okay, in Kerala. So overall, so all India urban area 112.74. So in rural area it is 44.85. Okay, so in Karnataka 124.98 internet subscribers out of 100 in urban area. So that will be in 56.65 in rural area. Okay, so overall, so Karnataka is around 87.52. So if you compare other states, southern states, so Karnataka is below the average, or in the sense you can say that, so 87.52. So whereas Telangana 94.92, Kerala 98.80. Okay, so Karnataka slightly so below this standards. Okay, but if you consider overall, that is 69.10 all over India. So that is Karnataka has better infrastructure there. So our internet connectivity. So next, so we have something related to financial institutions. So within Karnataka, we have 12 public sector banks, 21 private commercial banks, 2 regional rural banks, 1 Apex Cooperative Bank, 21 DCC, that is District Cooperative or District Central Cooperative Banks, 1 KSCARD, so and 1 KSFC, Karnataka State Finance so Corporation, 8 small finance bank, 3 payments bank and 1 local area bank are operating in state. Okay, so these are all some of the banks which are operating in Karnataka. No need to remember the numbers. Okay, now have a look at what are the banking network across Karnataka. So within a rural area, okay, for 2024, if you are looking at 2024 branch network. So rural area, it is around 4,375 branches are there. Semi-urban, 2,864 branches, and in urban area or metro area combined, so we have around 5,155 branches. So that means the area of this particular urban and metro combined, that is very small amount. So when you compare it to rural areas, okay. So in rural area, we have lesser density of branches compared to urban or metro. So metro cities. ATM network also similar trend. So you have around 2,095 rural ATMs. So whereas you have 11,139 ATMs in urban and metro. Okay, there is a imbalance. Okay, disparity. So widespread disparity. So those kind of things you can talk about. Apart from that, so unbanked villages, here one particular thing you need to note down is that as per Janadhan Darshak app, okay, and FI plan portal, financial inclusion plan portal. So there is no unbanked village without any branch, so other or banking correspondence or business correspondence or IPPB within a radius of 5 km as on September 2024. So that means we have able to achieve rural banking facilities. Okay, so you can again read that particular point. There is no unbanked village without any branch. That means, so within 5 km radius, so each village has some bank or business correspondent or IPPB, that is Indian Postal Payments Bank. Okay, these kind of things are available. That is, we could able to achieve financial inclusion by availing these kind of institution or by having these kind of institutions. Now you can have a look at category wise branches. Commercial banks, so which accounts for higher number of branches, that is around 8,844. Regional rural banks, 1,751. KAS, CARD, that is that is related to agriculture and rural development. Okay, so 208. DCC banks, that is District Central Cooperative Bank, 969. Karnataka Industrial Cooperative Bank, around 38. Small Finance Bank, 548. Payments Bank, 31. Okay, Local Area Bank, around 13. So like this, we have different banks. Again, what you need to remember is that commercial banks, the branches of commercial banks are higher compared to other banks. So out of 12,394, you have 8,844 branches of commercial banks. Okay, so that is one thing. So next, so let's have a look at performance of scheduled commercial and other banks. So commercial banks, regional rural banks and cooperative banks they are talking about. Okay, so what is the amount of deposit, what is the amount of advances? Advances is nothing but credit they are given. So and C to D ratio, okay, so credit to deposit ratio, so that you can have here. So again, within that, commercial banks account for highest number of advances or the number or quantity of advance or deposit, so it will be higher in case of commercial banks. So that is, so here how much it is? 15,22,796. Okay, so that 2 crores. So here 11,91,137 crores. Okay, so total deposits related to commercial banks. So whereas if you consider cooperative bank, small finance bank and payments bank combined, so you will have around 70,105 crores. So deposit, 76,613 crore. So 76,613 crore the advances, that is credit. Now, why I am saying all these things is that there was a particular question asked in UPSC. Okay, UPSC PYQs, if you have a look at. So I don't know which year they are asked, but there was a question. So the question was asking that the amount of loan or the quantity of loan given from, they were comparing for agriculture, so from commercial bank and cooperative bank. So if you have a look at those things, the percentage of agriculture loan given is higher in case of cooperative bank. That means cooperative banks provides higher loans within that. Supposing that if a cooperative bank is working, So within the 100 crore loan they are giving, so in the 100 crore they may provide around 80 to 90 crore to agriculture sector itself. That means in total credit they are given 90% to agriculture. So when you compare it with the commercial bank, so if cooperative bank has 100 crore, 100 crore total credit, so which they can give, or you can say that the total deposit available with the cooperative bank is 100 crore. So and in case of commercial bank, it is multifold. Okay, so here you can have a look at 70,000 here, that too combined with small finance bank and payments bank, 70,000. So here it is 15 lakh. So that means out of 15 lakh, it is just 2%. Okay, so 15 lakh, it is just 2% of that. So in those situations, so you can say that even though they are giving 90%, so in priority sectors lending, they should give 18% to agriculture. So in 15 lakh 22,000, 18%, and 70,000, 90%. Okay, so if you remove that numbers, this number will be always higher. That means the quantity of loan given to agriculture from commercial banks will always be higher compared to cooperative banks. So because the deposit taken from the cooperative bank is very low compared to commercial banks. So that is the reason. Those kind of questions can also be asked. Now you have to analyze the data here. So you need to analyze the data there. So apart from that, we even have credit to deposit ratio. So here, so how much is there? So it is around commercial banks have an average of 78.22, that is for September 2024. So whereas in case of cooperative banks, it is around 109. So that means they are giving more loan than what the deposit they take. That means they will use other funds to that. So those kind of things. So apart from that, in case of regional rural banks, it is around 91.80. So in case of our commercial bank, it is around 78.22. So you should also remember that there are some provisions related to CRR and SLR. So where the banks should keep certain amount of deposit what they have got, so they cannot lend that particular money. So that is considered as reserve ratio. Okay, so here we have around say if you are giving 78.22 in credit. So whatever deposit you have got, with that, within that you are going around 78% to credit, then you have around 21% or 22% of so these kind of reserve ratio. So those can also be seen here. So next, let's have a look at low CD ratio, that is credit to deposit ratio. So two districts they have mentioned where the credit to deposit ratio is less than 60% are. One is Uttara Kannada. Uttara Kannada has 45%. So whereas Udupi has 47%. So in both of these districts, they are saying that there is a very low scope of industrialization. So in case of Uttara Kannada, even though it has a higher geographical area, okay, or larger geographical area, so within that around 40% is forest cover. So then again you cannot use it for commercialization because it is Western Ghat. So apart from that, another 10-20% is barren lands. Even that cannot be used for agriculture purpose. Now, so with the remaining part, so there is a lower level of commercialization or industrialization with this particular district. So that is the reason. So we have lower CD ratio there. Okay, lower CD ratio. So those kind of things you can have. So next, so we have NPA. What is NPA? Non-performing asset. What is the meaning of non-performing asset or bad loans? If there is a particular loan account, or you need to pay or repay your loan, so EMI. So there was a deadline or a last date for repaying that particular loan or EMI. So if you are not repaying that particular money on that particular deadline, so after that it will be considered as special mentioned account. For first 30 days, it will be SMA 0. For next 30 days, it will be SMA 1, that is from 31st to 60 days. 61st to 90 days, that will be considered as SMA 2. After that, after 90 days, that is from 91st day, so day 91, it will be considered as non-performing asset. That means the last date for the EMI was 90 days prior. So he or she has not been trying to repay the loan. So because of that, this particular loan is considered as stressed. Okay, that will be considered as stressed loan. That means, so there is a, we need to focus on, or we need to prioritize recovering that particular loan. So that is the meaning of that. Okay, so in NPA, non-performing asset, again if you have a look at so number of accounts, amount, all those things. So in case of NPA across types of bank, the higher number, that is if you consider the quantity of loans or NPAs turn, so that will be higher in case of commercial bank, that is around 41,341 crores. Okay, NPA in commercial banks. In RRBs, regional rural banks, around 5,778 crores. Cooperative banks around 5,371 crore. Again, why these two has low NPA is because their lending activities itself is very low. The amount they are lending is itself is low. So that's why it is lower. So whereas the commercial banks lends more. Okay, so that is around 15 lakh crores. So within that, around 41,000 crores are, so they are converted into NPA, non-performing asset. Again, sector-wise NPA also they are given. So in sector-wise NPA, so what, so point we can take is that, okay, so here look at the number of account or amount. So within that, highest amount of NPA has been seen in this particular category, that is total priority sectors. Again, within priority sector, which is contributing higher, that is agriculture sector, 20,712 crore rupees. So that much of NPA has been seen. So in case of MSME, education, housing, the amount or the NPA amount is very low. So in case of non-priority sector like large industries also, so you have lower NPA amount. So these are all some of the points related to NPA. Now, so we are going to compare our deposits as well as credit with other states. So if you have a look at other state, Maharashtra is in top place, that is, so first in aggregate deposit around 4 lakh, so here 49 lakh 18,839 crores of total aggregate deposit. So again 47 lakh 69,929 crore. So credit. So in both, Maharashtra ranks number 1. Delhi 19 lakh 27,099 deposit. So it is in second place. Similarly 17 lakh 27,721. So credit. Karnataka at third place. So in deposit, Karnataka at third place, but in case of credit, Karnataka is in fourth place. Okay, so with 17 lakh crores, so deposit, and 11 lakh 81,274, so credit. So that is related to Karnataka and other states. Okay, other states in deposit, aggregate deposit and gross credit. So next we have sector-wise performance under annual credit plan. Okay, overall credits taken under different sectors. So again here also you can check out. So priority sectors they are mentioning here. So which are the priority sector we have? So 9 priority sectors like agri and allied, MSME, export credit, education, housing, social infrastructure, renewable energy and other sector. So within that other sector we even have women entrepreneurs, physically handicapped, all those things. Okay, so within that you even have commercial banks, RRBs, cooperative banks, others, so and total. The highest amount of loan, so which was given is to agriculture and allied sector, and percentage achievement is around 104%. That means, so if you can able to so target this particular amount, okay, so within that how much you could able to give to agriculture sector. So if you should give a target of 100 crores to agriculture sector, so here you are saying that, so you are overachieved, that is we could able to provide up to 104% to agriculture sector. Okay, similarly MSME around 116%, but if you have a look at other sectors, they are underperforming. You should have achieved 100% there, but you could not able to achieve, and it is very low. Okay, achievement is very low. Like in case of This one, social infrastructure, you could able to achieve only 3% of, so 3% of target. In case of renewable energy, only 6% of target. So in case of education, that is around 29%. In case of export credit, only 14%. Okay, so only two sectors where you could able to achieve was, so one is agriculture and allied, another one is MSME sector. In other priority sector, we could not able to achieve this particular disbursement targets. Okay, so that is related to sector wise performance. Again, so these kind of initiative, when you give loan to priority sector lending or priority sector, so then you can also get so these kind of refinance availability, refinance support from NABARD, SIDBI, all those things. So here they are talking about refinance support from NABARD. Okay, similarly, short-term credit for purposes other than crop production and interest subvention schemes. So all those schemes you can quote here. So again, we are also trying to launch world's largest grain storage. So which will be launched in Prathamika Krashi Pattina Sahakari Sangha Niyamita or PAC. So that is Ekamba in Bidar, Ekamba PAC. So in that particular area, so we are trying to construct, or already we are launched. So that is world's largest grain storage, decentralized grain storage. So even we are trying to refinance schemes like PM formalization of micro food processing enterprises or PMFME, or you can also quote on Mudra. Okay, all those things. Special refinance scheme on aspirational districts and credit starved districts. So apart from that, we even have Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Rural Livelihood Mission. So all those things can be seen here. So even we have RIDF assistant. RIDF is nothing but Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. Okay, under NABARD. Okay, NABARD will be the nodal agency for RIDF. Again, you have seen RIDF. So different initiatives of RIDF in the economic survey. So in natural resources chapter. Okay, so you can also quote those kind of things. So that is related to RIDF assistant. So even we are trying to have other kind of funds like warehouse infrastructure fund, micro irrigation fund, long term irrigation fund. So these kind of funds we are trying to have. So success stories, some of the success stories they have mentioned, like, so one is story of Golden Spice Farmer Producer Company Limited. So in Mughalkot, Bagalkot. So again, you can have a look at this particular story later on. So similarly, integrated tribal development, so which was done or refinanced through NABARD. Okay, so tribal development fund. So apart from that, you even have something called as watershed development fund. So these are all some of the success stories where NABARD or RIDF able to achieve something. Okay, those kind of success stories you can quote in your examination. So apart from that, you even have Sivanagere watershed project in Tumkur districts, again a success story. So these kind of success stories you can quote. So again, so one more thing is that off-farm sector initiatives other than farm, that is agriculture sector. What other sectors, focusing on other sector, we could able to do some schemes or initiatives. So under Gramya Vikasa Nidhi. Okay, so marketing infrastructure, creating marketing infrastructure, skill development, collectivization of off-farm producer organization. So normally we have FPO, that is farmer producer organization. So now we are trying to have FPO for off-farm activities. So those kind of things. So here you can say that fabric weaving, natural dye, handicrafts, kasuti work. So even Channapatana toys, Kolhapuri leather, footwear, all these kind of things. For that also we are trying to have OFPO. For so farmers we have FPO, farmer producer organization. Here we have off-farmer. Okay, off-farm producer organization. So again, here also we are trying to have collectivism. Again, what is the meaning of that? So if I single-handedly going for a market, being a producer of certain handicrafts, so I will receive lesser money or lesser price for that. So here we are trying to have a collective group of similar handicrafts. So in this situation, if you can able to come up with an organization, that organization will have higher bargaining power in the market. So that is the reason we are trying to have OFPOs. Okay. So apart from that, infrastructure through detailed project report, interventions under geographical indication tag, GI tags. So, and you even have regional advisory committee meeting again. So, recent GI tags you can also have a look at. So, to create GI tagged Udupi sarees for registration of curry shard mango from Uttar Kannada district or Tiptur coconut from Tumkur district, these kind of so things you can also see. So again, these are all listed in VTPC again. So what is the importance of listing those things in the VTPC is that, so we are trying to promote the exports of these kind of GI tagged products. So that is the meaning. Apart from that, even we have regional advisory committee meeting or self-help group initiatives, so and even several other activities which are taken by NABARD. So now another corporation which is very important is that Karnataka State Industrial Infrastructure and Development Corporation. So again, normally it will be talking about large and medium sector. Okay, so to create industrial infrastructure. So again, here also you can say that, so their role in the, or so KSIIDC continued its proactive role in the promotion of infrastructure projects on public-private partnership model, and it is the role, so it also acts as a role, so it takes a role in nodal agency for Bengaluru International Airport project. So these are all some of the activities taken by KSIIDC. So again we have, so within that we even have, cooperative societies. So within that we have several things like establishment of multi-purpose CPACs. Okay, so primary agricultural cooperative societies. So in every panchayat we are trying to have a PAC with that also. So not only for financial services, apart from that we are also giving other purposes for PACs. So we are trying to computerize PACs in order to increase the efficiency of activities there. Entering cooperative societies information to national cooperative database, as well as we are already trying to establish world's largest decentralized grain storage program in Ekamba, Bidar. So apart from that, PACs can also be used as Janaushadhi Kendras, PACs as a common service centers, PACs as fertilizer distribution center, so as well as PACs for LPG distribution and petrol retail points. Atmanirbhar Bharat to convert PACs into multi-service centers. So as well as we even trying to have PACs to register at National Cooperative Export Society. Okay, these are all other activities or initiatives, so where we are trying to provide more activities or more responsibilities on PACs, primary agricultural cooperative societies. So these are all some of the points or important points related to this particular chapter, that is chapter number 10, economic infrastructure. Okay, so by reading this particular document, so you should able to adapt, or you should able to use the key facts or some of the schemes or government initiatives, so in your answer writing, mains answer writing. In this video we are going to look at Karnataka Economic Survey's 11th chapter, that is human development. So or else you can also talk about social infrastructure within this particular chapter. Okay, human development, normally we talk about healthcare facilities available, educational facilities, so all those things will be discussed in this particular chapter. So apart from that, we even have gender equality related issues. So apart from that, even so we can also talk about other vulnerable sections. Okay, so those are things will be covered in this particular chapter, human development. So let's have a look at the first pillar of this human development, that is health and family welfare. So again, there are several initiatives in order to improve the quality of healthcare facility available in Karnataka, so as well as family welfare. Okay, so let's have a look at one by one. So again, when we talk about these kind of things, so first we are trying to have a look at the health indicators. So which are the health indicators we are talking here about is birth rate, death rate per 1,000 population. So infant mortality rate again for per 1,000 live births. So apart from that, under 5 mortality rate, so couples protected. Okay, so apart from that, maternal mortality rate, so this will be considered for per 1 lakh live births, and life expectancy at birth. These are the indicators we are talking about. So when you talk about birth rate, okay, so birth rate has declined over time. So you can see the decline. So in 2015 it was around 17.9 births so per 1000 population. Now it is declined to or decreased to 16.5. Okay, in 2020. So as per 2019-20 National Family Health Survey, okay, NFHS. So or it is also called as NFHS 5. So death rate per 1000 population. So earlier it was 6.6. So now it is 6.2. Okay, 6.2. So infant mortality rate per 1000 live birth. So in 2015 it was 28. Now it is 19, again and declining in trend. So infant mortality rate, that is the meaning. So what is the meaning of infant mortality rate? Infant mortality rate means the child within 1 year of, okay, 1 year of age. So what is the death rate associated with this kind of child? So that is so infant mortality rate. So again, under 5 mortality rate, earlier it was 31, that is up to 5 years of age. So now it is reduced to 21. Again, so whenever we see this kind of reduction in mortality rate, that means, so here we are able to provide healthcare facilities, or the technological advancements within healthcare facilities has made this particular thing to achieve these kind of lower mortality rate. Okay, so that is one thing. So again, couples protected, again here we are talking about family planning protections. So again in 2015-16 it was around 51.8%. So now in 1920, that is NFHS 5, so it states that it is around 68.7%. So maternal mortality rate for every 1 lakh live birth in 2015-17 it was 97. So 97, so maternal mortality rate. Maternal mortality rate means, so whenever giving birth to children or child, the mother has a risk of death. Okay, so those kind of death rate we are talking as maternal mortality rate. So in 15-17 it was 97 per 1 lakh live births. So in 18-20 it is 69. So death or the maternal mortality rate per 1 lakh live births. So it looks smaller. Okay, so 69 number. Okay, so when you talk about 97 or 69 out of 1 lakh live birth, it looks smaller. But remember, so what is the reasons? What are the reasons for this kind of maternal mortality rate? So normally the reasons will be, so like it may be related to nutritional challenges, or it may be related to other health risks associated with this particular maternal mortality rate, or any other healthcare challenges associated with that. So apart from that, you can even talk about sometimes what happens. So why this maternal mortality rate happens? Because of the child marriage like evils. Okay, all those things. So will be a reason for maternal mortality rate. So our adolescent birth rate. Life expectancy at birth, again when you talk about life expectancy at birth, in 2015-19 it was, so total, that is around 69.5 years life expectancy at birth. So in 16-20, so it has slightly increased to 69.8. So in case of male it was 67.9 earlier, now also 67.9 same. In female 71.3 to 71.9. Okay, 71.3 to 71.9. So next we have status of maternal health indicators in Karnataka. Status of maternal health indicators. So that is mothers who had antenatal checkup in the first trimester, so around 71%. Mothers who had at least 4 antenatal care visits, 70.9%. Registered pregnancies for which the mother received mother and child protection, around 97.6. So that is out of 100, 97.6%. So were been registered pregnancies. So apart from that, mothers who received postnatal care, so around 87.4%. Institutional birth, 97%. So remember earlier, so we had very low percentage of institutional births. So now we have higher, that is up to 97% of institutional birth. So and total fertility rate, children per woman, that ratio is 1.7. Normally total fertility rate of 2 is considered as sustainable. So here in Karnataka we have less than 2, that is 1.7 total fertility rate. So all women age 15 to 49 years who are anemic, so they are around 47.8 concerning data. So apart from that, current use of contraception in any method, so is around 68.7. Again, in last table also we have seen that. So in case of couples protected, it was 68.7. So that is nothing but use of contraceptions. Okay, so use of contraception, current use of contraception. So again, 68.7%. So next we have details of infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, neonatal mortality rate and early neonatal mortality rate. So again, here you can see the declining trend. So in case of under 5 mortality rate per 1000 children, 40 in 2011 to 21 in 2020. So in case of infant mortality rate, 35 in 2011 to 19 in 2020. Neonatal mortality rate, earlier in 2011 it was around 24, so now in 2020 it is 14. Early neonatal mortality rate was 20 in 2011, so now it is 11. So that means there is a declining trend, or you can also see in this particular graph, so there is a declining trend in this kind of child mortality ratio. Okay, child mortality. Again, remember why we focus on child mortality, is that normally whenever there is an starvation or hunger, so that will impact on children. Okay, that will be directly impacting on children, and that impact is also very dominant impact, you can see that. Okay, so major impacts. Sometimes what happens, the growth will be reduced, or in severe cases of these kind of hunger or starvation, so that may lead to death as well. Okay, so that's why the death rates or mortality rates in children, so it indicates that whether there is a food security or not, first thing. So in case of there is a food security, so then it will also address the nutritional challenges associated with that. Okay, nutritional challenges related to this. So next we have some important facts, like so in case of all these child mortality rate, so what are the major reasons, so why this particular thing happens? So that is prematurity and low birth weight. Okay, so and birth asphyxia, that is suffocation, so and trauma, pneumonia, diarrhea, sepsis, so are major causes of deaths under 5 mortality. Okay, for under 5 mortality, these are the major causes. So apart from that, many initiatives have been taken in order to prevent these kind of mortality rate. So that include preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative healthcare services through evidence-based interventions like facility-based newborn care services, pediatric care services, community-based services, community awareness program, capacity building and financial assistance through schemes. So all these are some of the schemes or initiatives, so where we are trying to reduce the mortality rates. Okay, so that is. So next we have some of the schemes like Janani Shishu Suraksha program or Karikrama. So it was introduced in 2012. So here there will be some out-of-pocket expenditure given, or you can normally call it as OOP. Again, what is the meaning of OOP or out-of-pocket expenditure? During health expenditure or health emergencies, what we will try to do is that in case there is no availability of insurance schemes, then we tend to spend these money out of our pocket. Okay, so that may be from our savings deposit or some other. So these kind of things are called as out-of-pocket expenditure. Now, in order to reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, government has come up with certain schemes like Janani Shishu Suraksha Karikrama. So in this situation, what happens? A child, if there is any particular problem associated with that may be related to disease or some normal problems associated with child as well. In those situations, so it will provide some financial help. Okay, so that help may be related to treatment of sick newborn. So that will be around 200 rupees for drugs and consumables, 100 rupees for diagnostics and rupees 300 for the referral transport was allocated. Okay, so in this situation, Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. So, and we even have family welfare. Again, within family welfare, what is the main objective or major objective of this program? To provide better health services in general and family planning services in particular to check the rapid growth of population. So, in the 1980s or from 1960s to 1980s, so in that period, India has experienced population explosion, right? There was a rapid increase of population. So, in order to control the population, we have come across with the family planning, family planning policies, national family planning policy. So, here in family welfare also, we are trying to restrict or limit this population growth. So, that's why we are trying to do several initiatives related to that. So, majority of these kind of preventive measures are done through sterilization method. Okay, sterilization method. So, sterilization continues to be the main method of family planning. The spacing between the births of two children also equally emphasized. Okay, so even space between, that is duration gap, between two children also given same or similar emphasis. So, in NFHS 5, there were around 68.7 couples who are protected, or they have undergone for family planning initiatives. So, that can be seen. So, and majority of them are through sterilization, like vasectomy, tubectomy or IUD. Okay, so these kind of things, intrauterus device. So, these kind of sterilization methods they are done. So, apart from that, two new contraceptives are also recently allowed for general usage. So, those are subdermal single rod contraceptive implants and subcutaneous MPA injectable contraceptive. These two are recently allowed. Okay, so in March 2023. So, next we have National Health Mission. So, again it will be a umbrella scheme or flagship scheme. So, in order to provide different kind of health services. So, like we have 11 programs within this. So, which are those? Immunization, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, Revised National Tuberculosis Control Program, National Leprosy Eradication Program, National Program for Control of Blindness, Integrated Disease Surveillance Project, additional services to under National Health Mission, Program of Pulse Polio, Mission Indradhanush, Health Education Training, Preventive of Deafness and other programs. Okay, so like this we have several programs under National Health Mission. So, what is the objective of National Health Mission? National Health Mission, the objective of this is to provide accessible, affordable and quality health care. Accessible, affordable and quality health care to the rural population, especially the vulnerable sections. So, now let us have a look at one by one. That is, one is a National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. So, like you can talk about malaria, filaria, dengue, chikungunya, Japanese encephalitis. So, all these things. So, these are some of the vector-borne disease, majorly through, which vector, normally carries these kind of, virus or bacteria is normally, mosquitoes, Anopheles or Aedes aegypti, all those things. So, you have heard. Those kind of vector-borne diseases control will be done through National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Next, we even have National Tuberculosis Control Program. So, earlier we wanted to eliminate or alleviate tuberculosis in India by 2025. But as of now, we could not able to achieve. So, that's why we have shifted the goal, or the period to 2030 recently. Okay, so here you can see that. So, in 2022, there were around 2.8 million TB cases in India. Okay, so let's have a look at this particular statement. India is the country with the highest burden of TB, tuberculosis. World Health Organization's Global TB report in 2023 estimates that around 2.8 million TB cases in India for 2022. Okay, so that much higher number of cases. Under NTEP, so now it is around 70,000 to 80,000 TB patients are diagnosed and treated annually in Karnataka. Okay, within Karnataka we have around 70,000 to 80,000 so people, or 80,000 so TB affected persons. So that is something related to TB. Again, remember within TB you have pulmonary TB, extra pulmonary TB, all those things. Sometimes normally the TB will be affecting your lungs, okay, capacity of respiratory system. So whereas there are other kind of so TB as well, like you have bone TB, okay, spinal TB, all those things. So you can also look at that particular point. TB again, so within TB also there were several so things were discussed in recent past, that are sometimes you may have multi-drug resistance in these kind of so microorganisms. Okay, so those kind of things can also be seen, multi-drug resistant, okay, varieties. So again, one more is National Leprosy Eradication Program. So again, as of now it is 40 per 10,000 population leprosy cases. Okay, so it was in 1986, sorry. So it was been decreased to 0.40 per 10,000 in 2015-16. Here 40 per 10,000, here it is 0.40 per 10,000. So in 2015-16. So in December 2024, it was reduced to 0.30 out of 10,000. Okay, 0.30 out of 10,000. So majorly leprosy within Karnataka is seen in majorly in this district, 6 districts, which are those Ballari, Gadaga, Koppala, Uttara Kannada, Yadgiri and Vijayanagara. So in these 6 districts we have seen, as of now we are seeing leprosy cases. So again the rate, so which are in the decreasing trend. So in 24-25 it is around 0.30 per 10,000 population. So again we have something called as National Program for Control of Blindness. Again there was a question last time they asked about Asha Kirana. Okay, so what is Asha Kirana? So within Asha Kirana, so you will be so provided so these eye, okay, so eye testing, as well as in case of eye donation you will be so transplanted that particular eye. So those kind of things. Okay, so here you can have a look at this particular point, that is around 68,21,108 population were primarily screened, and out of them 10,82,023 population underwent for secondary screening for eye related problems. Of them, spectacles were advised for 3,20,000 people. So apart from that, okay, so of which 2,55,970 spectacles were distributed, and 59,842 patients have underwent cataract surgery till date. Okay, so all these things are related to Asha Kirana. So next we even have some of the projects like integrated disease surveillance project. Okay, so and there are other schemes, and you can also quote what is the number of people or beneficiaries within different schemes, health related schemes like Janani Suraksha Yojana, Rashtriya Bala Swasthya Karyakram, Arogya Kavach, dialysis, telemedicine, Janani Suraksha Vahini, Nagu Magu, Ayushman Bharat Arogya Karnatakam, Arogya Kavach, again emergency cases, all these things. Okay, you have number of beneficiaries as well. No need to rote learn all those things. Okay, so here just have a look at these particular points. So next, so we have details of number of cases and deaths reported under communicable disease. So again here highest number of deaths were seen in snake bites. Snake bites and dog bites also considered as contagious or communicable because it can spread so diseases like rabies. Okay, that's why they are also considered as so these kind of communicable diseases. So highest death rate is in snake bite, that is out of 13,000 cases. So you have 101 so deaths. So whereas in other cases like Casnur forest disease, within 303 cases, so you have 14 deaths. So in case of gastroenteritis and cholera, so around 13 deaths out of 1,83,777 cases. Okay, so these kind of cases you can also see. H1N1 or influenza A, so around 10 dog bites around 5. Okay, so these kind of things we will be seeing under communicable diseases. Again, remember, so when we talk about this particular thing, communicable disease and non-communicable disease, the highest rate of death, or deaths observed, number of deaths observed will be higher in case of non-communicable disease as of now. So it is around 65% in non-communicable disease, 35% in communicable disease. Okay, so if you have a look at the recent death trends, the majority of the deaths happened happened because of the heart attack. Okay, or it may be related to other complexity arised out of diabetic or higher blood pressure. So those kind of scene you are seeing. So in those situations, it is not communicable in nature. Okay, so they are not communicable in nature. So that's why normally what happens, you will think that, so in communicable diseases there will be higher death rates, or number of deaths will be associated with communicable diseases. Higher number of deaths will be associated with communicable diseases. So no, so that will be higher number of deaths will be related to non-communicable diseases. Okay, so that you should remember. But only thing, whenever these kind of communicable diseases are non-manageable, okay, so in cases of COVID-19, or if the spread of these kind of communicable diseases is high, okay, so in those situations what happens, that will be difficult to handle. Okay, so that you need to remember. So next we have some of the schemes like Suvarna Arogya Suraksha Trust. Within that you can have a look at Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya, Mukhya Mantri Arogya Karnataka. Again, so Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya as well as Mukhya Mantri Arogya Karnataka both had similar objectives. That's why we have merged both these central sector scheme as well as state scheme, so together to form Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya, so Mukhya Mantri Arogya Karnataka Yojana. So this kind of thing. So here we are trying to achieve the goal of universal, equitable and sustainable health care as envisaged in the Vision Document 2025. Okay, so here Pradhana Mantri Jana Arogya and Mukhya Mantri Arogya Yojana, here it is health assurance schemes. So these are health assurance schemes. What is the meaning of health assurance or health insurance? So what is the meaning of that? So here for a family, okay, up to, in case of Pradhan Mantri Jana Arogya Yojana, so up to 5 lakh per year, so they can avail these kind of health insurance. Okay, so whenever they are they have been admitted or they have been taking secondary and tertiary healthcare services from private institutes, these healthcare services which they are getting in private institute, if it is not present in the government hospitals or government healthcare facilities, so then you can go for these kind of private health services. So that will be, that particular thing will be insured from governments, PMGAY. So those kind of things you can see. So apart from that, you even have several other schemes like Jyoti Sanjeevani scheme, organ transplant scheme, Karnataka Arogya Sanjeevani scheme, acid attack victim scheme. Okay, so as well as National Iodine Deficiency Disorders Control Program, National Urban Health Mission, Ayushman Bharat, Ayushman Arogya Mandir. Okay, normally primary health centers, so related to primary health care. So as well as we even have health management information system and reproductive and child health portal. So apart from that, NRCs, that is nutrition rehabilitation centers in Karnataka. So all these things are new age digital initiatives, so where we are trying to computerize each and every data associated with these kind of things. So it may be related to health management, or it may be related to reproductive and child welfare or child health. So next we have preconception and prenatal diagnostic techniques, Prohibition of Sex Selection Act. So or you can say that normally what happens, so whenever a child is in womb, so in those situations there are some evil practices like scanning them, so identifying the gender, So and so there is a normal, there is a normal affinity towards genders. Again, within gender, normally they will select male, right? So male child. So male child is considered as the Uttaradhikari. Okay. So in this situation, what happens? There is a possibility of female feticide. So female feticide. So in those situations, in order to reduce or curb these activities, curb this evil, so we are trying to have these kind of initiatives. So that particular act is known as Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Prohibition of Sex Selection Act 1994. So under that, we are trying to prevent sex detection and selective abortion of female feticide to increase sex ratio is the main goal of this particular act. Again, have a look at these two census, that is census 2001 and census 2011. So within that, child sex ratio has been improved from 946 to 948, again a marginal improvement. So very marginal improvement. So that can be seen. So apart from that, we even have some of the schemes like Rashtriya Bala Swasthya Karyakram, weekly iron and folic acid supplementation program. So apart from that, Suchi Yojana is related to providing hygienic menstrual, okay, so hygienic menstrual or good menstrual hygienic, okay, will be provided through Suchi Yojana. So those kind of things. So apart from that, even we have Suchi Nanna Maitri Menstrual Cup Yojana. So that is also one thing. So again, apart from that, we even have routine immunization programs. Again, within that, the major immunization program is related to Indradhanush. Okay, so where we have, so we are going to provide immunization, so towards our vaccines towards different, so these kind of diseases. Okay, so including polio. So apart from that, even we have, so there are major causes of death. Have a look at the major causes of death in infant. Major causes of infant deaths are due to prematurity or low birth weight, in addition to this pneumonia, heart disease and birth asphyxia. So these are all some of the causes. Again, we have already seen this in child mortality rate. Okay, so again there will be there is a repetition of such point. So next we have non-communicable disease. So within that, we are trying to test for different diseases. Within that, one important is cancer. Screening test for cancer. STEMI heart attack management program. Again, STEMI is a particular type of heart attack. So where suddenly there will be changes in or fluctuation in electric signal provided by these hearts. So that is STEMI. So which is recently seen, so rising in trend. So again, in Karnataka, we had Karnataka Ratna Dr. Puneet Rajkumar Hridaya Jyoti Yojana. Okay, so that is also one important initiative that will be implemented. So apart from that, Graha Arogya Yojana. So here we are trying to implement, so under National Program of Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Disease. Again here also, so we are trying to have focus on non-communicable disease. So and related to mental health again. So let's have a look at this particular topic, because it may be very important for your mains, KAS mains preparation. So nowadays what is happening is that you can say that depression, okay, so our mental health related different aspects or perspectives are opening up. So in those situations, okay, so again you are also, as of now, you are also in dilemma. So whether the exam is going to be conducted or not. Okay, in all these situations what happens? So there is majorly a mental stress. Okay, mental stress. So even though you are looking, while we are looking you from outside, so you may look happy, but so mental health may vary or may fluctuate. So in order to address this kind of mental health, or in other words, you can say that, so because of the several stresses you are handling, which may be socially, economically, financially, all these kind of different types of stresses you are handling. So because of that, so you have mental issues, okay, mental health issues, not mental issues, mental health issues. Okay, so these kind of mental health issues require some support, or in extreme or severe cases, you may also require medications. Okay, so now we are talking about initial help, that is related to counseling or support. Okay, as well as if the, so you should also able to, okay, you should also able to so address the challenges of severe mental health, okay, associated with these kind of things. So what are the initiatives taken up by Karnataka government regarding this? That is Community Mental Health Center program, Mano Chaitanya program, okay, Taluka Mental Health program. So that will be on Super Tuesday clinic. Okay, so every Tuesday you will have a visit of so mental health related experts to that particular Taluka health, so Taluka hospital. So apart from that, so we even have drugs control department. By exercising strict control and vigilance on drugs marketed in the state, the department eradicates the menace of spurious and substandard drugs, ensures safety of drugs and their availability at the controlled prices to the public. Again, so whenever we are trying to so talk about drugs here, so that means we are talking about medicines. Okay, so not the drugs which you are thinking. So those are illegal drugs. Okay, so here we are talking about drugs that are medicines normally. Again, we need to ensure that these medicines are having a standard. Okay, so that should have a standard. So if there are substandard or inferior quality of medicines which are present in market, then you should curb that. So that's why you are talking about exercising strict control and vigilance. So in order to control these kind of drugs. So apart from that, so it also ensures safety of drugs and their availability at the market, so at the affordable prices to public. So those kind of things. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka State Medical Supplies Corporation Limited. Karnataka State Medical Supplies Corporation Limited. So next, one more thing is related to Department of Ayush. Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha and Homeopathy. Okay, so these kind of things you have here: Ayurveda, Unani, Homeopathy, Nature Cure or Yoga. So these kind of things. So here also we are trying to encourage these kind of indigenous healthcare. So indigenous healthcare services. So apart from that, so next topic we will be discussing is education. Healthcare. So we have seen healthcare related initiatives. So now we will have a look at education. So again, when we talk about education, again, you know that education is very, very important. Now they will talk about education, why education is important. So let's have a look at this particular statement. This changes, that is education changes. Okay, so sorry. Recently, in recent time, that is last few years, we have seen several changes within education field. So now they are talking about that changes. These changes in the field of education have become indispensable for the better. Okay, like you may talk about smart classrooms, or you may talk about online classes, all those things. It is the responsibility of education to nurture the all-round development of an individual's personality, thus help him or her become an active member of a knowledge society and a productive citizen of this country. Okay, so now whatever the introduction you give about some education related question, that can be quoted from this. Again, no need to quote directly, so you should use these statements as your own. Okay, so those kind of things. Next, we have even some of the things like positive externalities of education make it a public good. What is the meaning of positive externalities? So if you have a quality education, so you will become a good citizen for the country. So that will have a positive externality. So that is the reason why government need to provide these kind of infrastructure or these kind of facilities to all. So that is the reason why we are talking about the positive externalities of education make it a public good. That is the reason why we are talking about providing education as a public good. Okay, so next, so what is the literacy rate in Karnataka? So overall literacy of Karnataka is 85.60. So whereas in India it is so below this, that is around 74. Okay, so in case of males it is 82.85. So in case of female it is 68.13. So there is a difference, okay, around 14% difference. So between male and female literacy rate. So in India it is 74.04. Again here also you have 82.14 percentage male literacy, 65.46 female literacy. Again, when you compare Karnataka's number with India, you can see that there is a gap between these two. So Karnataka stands above average, or Karnataka stands at an higher level compared to India's average literacy rate. So apart from that, within Karnataka rural and Karnataka urban also there is a sharp difference or gap. So within rural Karnataka we have up to 68.86% of literacy. So whereas in urban Karnataka we have up to 86.21% literacy. In rural area male literacy is around 77%. So in urban area it is 91%, nearly 91%. So in female literacy rate, rural area 59.60, so and urban area 81.71%. Now remember, whenever we are talking about literacy rate will be considered for those who are above the age of 7 years. So if they can able to read, write or understand a simple statement written in any language, okay, any one language. So if they are able to do that, they will be considered as literates. So out of total population above the age 7, so how much proportion they are, so that we will be considered as literacy rate. So next we have school which are by management. So when you talk about these kind of things, you need to have a look at these things. A lower primary school, 88% of the lower primary schools are owned by education department. Upper primary school, around 72% of the schools were these schools are owned by education department. Elementary school around 79%. But in case of secondary schools, only 26.96% schools which are owned by education department. So let's have a look at aided. So in case of lower primary school, aided school which are only 0.75%. So in upper primary it is 8.13%, elementary 4.94%, and in case of secondary it is around 20.60%. So let's have a look at unaided, that is private. Okay, so within that you have 10.6% in lower primary, 19.48% in upper primary school, as well as 15.64% in elementary school. But in case of secondary school, you will see 45.35% of schools which are private owned, that too unaided. Or if you could combine these two aided and unaided are private owned. 20 plus 45, that is around 65% of the schools were private, okay, in secondary school education. So again, so what it indicates, so if you are in the secondary education and in the higher education, so if you are focusing on the majority of the infrastructure or schools which are private owned, so in those situations what it makes is that it will have a disadvantage for the economically weaker sections in order to achieve this kind of higher quality education. Okay, so that is also you can also highlight those things. So apart from that, you have several initiatives under this. So you can also have a look at those things like quality assurance scheme. So there are something called as Bharat Sevadar or Bharat Scouts and Guides. Okay, so that also gives equal importance to social awareness as well as disciplines. Okay, so those kind of things you can talk about. Now let's have a look at access to schools. So within that, you can have a look at this particular statement. The state has the policy to start a new primary school within 1 kilometer in habitations where the population is more than 100. So if there is a population more than 100, so within 1 kilometer, within 1 kilometer radius, you should have a primary school. Okay. So and child population is more than 10. Population is more than 100 or child population is more than 10, then you can open a new primary school within 1 kilometer radius. Next, higher primary school is provided within 3 kilometer radius and high schools in 5 kilometer radius. Feeder schools or transportation facilities are provided in small and sparsely populated habitations. Higher primary schools are being upgraded to include class 8 wherever there are no high schools within 3 kilometers. Okay, so these are all some of the things which Karnataka government is acting upon. So it is related to access. So next, if you have a look at dropout rate, okay, so dropout rate. So majority of the dropout are seen in several districts like Vijayapura, Bidar, Yadgiri, Kalaburgi, Koppala, Ballari, Dharwad, Raichur, Gadag, Haveri, Chikkodi, Chitradurga, Davangere, Chikkaballapura, Kolara and Chamarajanagar. And majority of the districts are seen in North Karnataka, so North Karnataka region. So and even we are trying to minimize these kind of dropouts. So there you can see every dropout child is expected to be enrolled in a nearby school and provided special training. Progress of the child is periodically assessed on a learning ladder on the basis of which the child is admitted to the age appropriate class. Supposing that, so there is a child which drops school or they did not attend school, so from their birth, okay, so till now, supposing that the child's age as of now is 11. Now what you will try to do is that you will enroll this child, okay, so enroll this child. So and you will teach some of the basic things, okay, or it is considered as special training here. So that will be considered as special training based on the grasping power or based on the ability to grasp and according to the age. So he or she will be admitted to age appropriate classes. So you are not going to start a person or a child of 11th age from first class. So you will admit them for age appropriate class. So that is what we are talking about. The child is admitted to an age appropriate class. So those kind of things. So again we can see the dropout rates are around 0.09% for lower primary. For higher primary it is around 0.49. So 0.49 category. So there are other category as well, that is out of school children. Okay, so out of school children, even we are trying to include them or provide them with formal education. So those are things related to that. So apart from that, steps taken to ensure continuation of mainstream children in a regular school. So there we have taken several steps like creating infrastructure, okay, infrastructure for schools. So or you can also talk about school management, okay. So apart from that, we even have several things like free uniform, textbooks, midday meals plan, Kshira Bhagya, vitamin tablets. So all these things will be provided. Okay, so these are all some of the attractiveness or attractions you have created. So in order by these means the children can attend the classes. So those are all some of the things. Again, they have their own benefits as well. Okay, so double benefits, like one side you will also get higher educational or quality education by attending the classes. Apart from that, in midday meal plan you will also get nutritious midday meal. Okay, so those kind of things will be advantageous. So next we have infrastructure. So again, within infrastructure, basic facility under Samagra Shikshana Karnataka. So within that also we consider Pancha Saulabhya or 5 basic facilities. So which are those? Drinking water facility, toilet, playground, compound wall and school building. So these 5 are considered as basic necessities for an educational institution. So apart from that, it's related to teacher. So there are around 1,94,585 teachers as per 2023-24. Okay, 79.77% are working in lower primary schools and higher primary school, against the sanction vacancies of 2,43,904. That means, so out of this vacancies, only this much teachers are working. That is, out of 100, 79.77% teachers are working. So others you are not recruited. That means whoever been recruited, they have higher pressure. So they have higher pressure. So that point you can use in your answer. So apart from that, so in case of Aided schools at the elementary stage, you have around 11,679. So out of 11,679, that means 100%. So vacancies are filled. So all these things you can talk about. Apart from that, in government schools, you have only 80.33%. Okay, you have 80.33%. So those who are female teachers. Okay, so proportion of female teachers are higher. That is 80.33% in government schools. So next, so you will have a look at this particular point, that is a technical point, teacher pupil ratio. Okay, you need to mention these kind of, or you should be able to use these kind of key terms in your answer. Teacher pupil ratio is nothing but teacher student ratio. Okay, teacher student ratio. So how much teachers are available for this much of students? Based on that, you have an average. Supposing that there is one teacher for 30 students. So whenever the teacher pupil ratio increases, that will have higher quality of education, or you can say that the teacher can focus on each individual student. Okay, so their learning outcomes. If the teacher pupil ratio is very low, that means so one teacher should have a look at 1,000 students. Then it will be very difficult to understand the learning defects. Okay, so or in order to address those kind of learning defects. So those kind of things we are talking about. So teacher pupil ratio is satisfactory in government schools. The average PTR being 1:41.06, that is one teacher for 41 students at the elementary stage. However, variations are seen across districts, blocks and school levels. So there are variation within districts as well as different districts. So there may be a district where one teacher is looking after 100 students. At the same time, there may be other districts where one teacher is looking after only 17 students. So those kind of imbalance you are talking about, disparities. So apart from that, the state has adopted a policy of rationalized teacher deployment to correct such imbalances. However, pupil teacher ratio in private aided and unaided schools is comparatively high. That is 1:29.5, 29.9 and 1:41.92. Okay, so teacher pupil ratio. So next we have quality improvement initiatives, like we are trying to improve in infrastructure. So residential schools for specific category of children. So those kind of things we are trying to do. So apart from that, we have initiatives like Nali Kali. Okay, so where learn and teach method, or you can also say that where the child will be playing. So with that play itself, it is going to learn something. Okay, so those kind of things are considered as Nali Kali. Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalay, again residential schools for female children's. Okay, so that can also be seen in Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalay. Again, so what are the advantages of these things? So you can address gender disparity. So or rural area, weaker section, or those who are from these kind of weaker section can get the quality education in Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, or you can also talk about Navodaya. Okay, so those kind of several residential schools you can talk about. So in case of Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, you are specifically addressing gender imbalances or gender disparity. So and in case of children with special needs also, we have several initiatives associated with that. So as well as we are also trying to train in service teachers, in service teachers as well as administrators. So that will also increase the productivity of teachers as well as administrators. So within that, for teachers, we have some platform called as Nishta. Okay, so those kind of things you can highlight. In secondary education also, they have given similar data like institutions, enrollment or teachers. So what are the concentration, all those things you can talk about. So apart from that, we even have NSQF, that is National Skills Qualification Framework. So and even have Shikshana Kirana, so where student achievement tracking system, where we are trying to track the students' achievements. So all those things can be seen. So apart from that, so there will be a unique ID provided to each student. So this unique ID of student will be used to track each and every achievement of that particular student. Okay, that is the meaning of that. So apart from that, we even have Department of State Educational Research and Training, DSERT, similar to NCERT. So recently we even see that some of the NCERT texts were translated, okay, to Kannada. So that is to the mother tongue. So those kind of programs are also done through DSERT. So what are the aims of DSERT? Providing academic leadership in school education as well as improving the quality of education in primary and secondary schools. It also aims to achieve 100% literacy through mass education program. So try to achieve 100% literacy through mass education program. So that is related to DSERT. Okay, there are some platform associated with DSERT where you can directly download the notes, or you can also have video links, so which can explain a particular concept to you. So those kind of things we are talking about. So mass education in the sense. So apart from that, we even have Samagra Shikshana Karnataka primary and secondary section, where we even trying to provide training from IISc. Okay, so content enrichment module batch creation or Ganaka training. So these kind of things we are doing. So apart from that, we even have Nalikali as well as English Nalikali training, induction training, educational vocational guidance. Sambrahma Shanivara is a particular program where we will be celebrating Saturday, so as no bag Saturday. Okay, no bag day. So that kind of things can also be seen. Okay, so why it is very important is that normally what happens when we were going to school, so we normally carried 5 to 6 different notebooks or books. Okay, so only that much. Or normally we say that we would have carried it in our hand. We even don't have our own bags in that particular time. Okay, so that we would carry that in our hand. But in today's generation, what is happening is that even the children cannot carry, okay, that particular bag, that much of weightage is there. Or in some cases, if supposing that you are the parent and you are going to take that particular bag, so you will see that that is more than 5 kgs of weight. Okay, so those kind of things. So or sometimes it may also exceed 10 kgs based on the standard. Okay, so that can seen. So in order to minimize those things, we are also coming up with these kind of things. That is Sambrahma Shanivara. Okay, so that will be a bagless day on 3rd Saturday of every month. Okay, bagless day on 3rd Saturday of every month. So it will be considered as Sambrahma Shanivara. And in case of these kind of summer vacations, you will also have a bridge course program. So what is the meaning of that? So you have completed 6th, child completed 6th. So now it is going to play for next 1.5 month because of summer holidays. So they will forget all those things which they have learned in the previous academic year. Now they will come to 7th class. Then what happens? So if they did not understand or they did not remember anything from the previous year, so if you directly start the syllabus of 7th, then what happens? They will get fear of that particular thing, that we are not understanding anything. So there may be it may also lead to dropouts. Okay, so that is the reason we are trying to bridge that gap. So what we were discussing in last class, or what we are discussing in last academic year, so that will be revised once again, recap. So based on that, you are going to start the new academic years or 7th chapter or 7th class chapters. Okay, so that is how the bridge course works. So apart from that, we even have We the Humans budget. Within that, we are trying to have social inclusion in educational organization. So that is called in Kannada as Navu Manujaru initiative. So that will ensure educational centers of social harmony, scientific spirit and coexistence. So those kind of things. So apart from that, education of corporal punishment in schools. So as well as POCSO, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012. So these kind of things also very important initiatives. So even we have NTSC, NMMS, these kind of competitive exams within school education itself. NMMS for 8th standard as well as NTSC for 10th standard students. So where these if you pass these kind of competitive exams, they will also provide scholarships, periodic scholarship, normally monthly scholarship until you complete your degree. Those kind of things. National Population Education Project, School Health and Wellness Programs, all these different programs are related to education sector. Okay, e-content digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing, or that is also called as Diksha program. So again here, so we have a tagline that is one nation, one digital platform. So where each and every quality material will be available in digital platform. Okay, through digital platform. So apart from that, we even have Inspire Awards, where we are trying to encourage or promote innovation among students. So those kind of things you can also see. So apart from that, we even have Atal Tinkering Lab to promote innovation. So next, so other things like we even have Karnataka School Examination and Assessment Board, Pre-University Board, Public Libraries, Department of Printing, Stationery and Publications, Medical Education, Department of Technical Education, majorly for engineering education, collegiate education. So these kind of departments we have. So they are also providing, or they are also coming up with their own different initiatives specifically related to those kind of stream of education. Now, so even in economic survey, the details have been given to these departments as well, but I am skipping those things. So next we have Karnataka Yuvanidhi scheme, unemployment allowance given to students, those who are unemployed, not students, those who are unemployed, the unemployed, so the graduates, so diploma holders or graduates. So even we have several Telegram and YouTube channels in order to provide educational contents. So within that, some of the Karnataka government initiatives are Vijay Bhava Telegram channel. So within Vijay Bhava Telegram channel, what is the aim or motive of this? So it is to boost the confidence of the youth of the state preparing for competitive exams by providing PDF notes and conducting a model test every Sunday. For every Sunday, so we are going to conduct a model test in Vijay Bhava Telegram channel. So in Vijayapatha YouTube channel, that is related to exclusively on central government jobs, online coaching for exclusively central government jobs. So then we even have Vijay Bhava YouTube channel. So Vijayapatha is different, Vijay Bhava is different. Vijay Bhava is related to, so this is competitive exams or competitive coaching for exclusively on state government jobs. Vijayapatha for central government jobs, Vijay Bhava for state government jobs. So these are all some of the points related to that. So apart from that, we even have welfare of scheduled caste. So within that, we have several schemes like these: pre-metric scholarships, post-metric scholarship, prize money to meritorious students, those who are scored high. So for them, there will be prize money as well. So apart from that, we even have Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Overseas Scholarship for students studying in foreign university, Indira Gandhi Professional Development Institute, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Post-Metric Hostels, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Pre-Metric Hostels, construction of hostel buildings, all these different initiatives were conducted. So apart from that, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Development Corporation. So within that, we are going to conduct a self-employment program, so our industry service and business scheme, land purchase scheme, all these things. Okay, so again, entrepreneurship, education, healthcare, in all these situations, again we are going to promote these kind of scheduled caste or scheduled tribes. Okay, here we are talking about social welfare department. So again, we even have Ganga Kalyana scheme, where we will also provide subsidized loans or credit for community irrigation or lift irrigation or individual borewell irrigation, all those things. So apart from that, so we even have several other schemes like several other corporations like Karnataka. So first one is Karnataka Bovi Development Corporation, KBDC, that was a half cut. So again, okay, in this particular screen. So apart from that, Karnataka State Safai Karmachari Development Corporation, Dr. Babu Jagajeevan Ram Leather Industries Development Corporation, Karnataka Adi Jambava Development Corporation, Karnataka Tanda Development Corporation, Karnataka Maharshi Valmiki Scheduled Tribes Development Corporation. So all these are different corporations related to social welfare. Similarly, we even have for other backward classes. So within other backward classes also we have several initiatives. So like pre-metric and post-metric scholarship, maintenance of Morarji Desai residential schools, ashrama schools, fee concession, financial assistance of foreign students, all those things. So again, different corporations here also. So we have the Devaraj Aras Backward Classes Development Corporation, Karnataka Vishwakarma Communities Development Corporation, Karnataka Uppara Development Corporation, Nijasharana Ambigara Chaudaya Development Corporation, Karnataka Savita Samaja, Karnataka Madiwala Machadeva, Karnataka Veerashaiva Lingayata, Karnataka Maratha Communities, Karnataka Alemari and Are Alemari Development Corporations, as well as Karnataka Vakkaliga Community Development Corporations. All these different corporations we have. So in order to promote or in order to develop other backward classes. Okay, so these are all some of the points. So apart from that, we even have Directorate of Minorities in order to promote or in order to develop minorities, so minority religions. So here we have several things. So within that one, so we need to have a look is that related to work. So Karnataka State Board of Work, the main function of the board is to monitor, protect and manage the administration of the work properties across the state of Karnataka. So as of now, they are saying that around 32,133 work institutions are there in Karnataka, as well as 42,091 work properties. Okay, so these kind of things you can talk about. So protection of work properties. So and honorarium of to Pesh, Imam and Muezzins, Tashdeeq allowance and annuity, these kind of technical terms you should know. So and you should able to write about that. So recently we had Work Amendment Bill, Work Amendment Act. So based on that you should also able to use some of the points related to Karnataka State Board of Work. So next we have women and child development. Within women and child development, there are several schemes like Graha Lakshmi scheme. So where the head of the family, okay, so the female head of the family will be given so 2,000 rupees per month. So those kind of schemes. So apart from that, even you have two Stri Shakti schemes or Stri Shakti self-help groups. So those kind of things. So apart from this, gender-based budget, again within gender-based budget, normally the scheme will be categorized into three different category A, B, C. So in case of A, that is here the 100% beneficiaries are female. So in case of it, if it is up to 30% to 30 to 99% female beneficiary, that will be considered as category B, and category C is when so it is less than 30% beneficiary are female. So those kind of schemes, again we are trying to so incorporate women perspective on those kind of schemes. So that is considered as gender based budget. Next we even have working women's hostel, okay, working women's hostel, one stop center Saki, or protection of women from domestic violence. So as well as Santwana, these kind of different schemes we have related to women empowerment. Shakti Sadhana, Palana or women helpline, all these things you can quote. So apart from that, for child development or child welfare, we have Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Okay, so as well as sometimes in case of working women, we also provide assistance for so building, construction, expansion of hostel building, special Grama Sabhas for so women related schemes. So those kind of things also available. Child development programs, again you have Bhagyalakshmi Sukanya Samriddhi account scheme. Okay, so apart from that, integrated child development scheme, supplementary nutrition program. So as well as Kshira Bhagya, Srashti. Kshira Bhagya is related to so providing milk, whereas Srashti is related to providing eggs. Okay, so those kind of things within so with midday meals programs. Matrapurna scheme. Within Matrapurna scheme, even the so pregnant and nursing mother so will be provided nutritional nutritional lunch at Anganwadis. So apart from that, you even have preschool education, Pradhana Mantri Matra Vandana Yojana. So these kind of schemes will be helpful for child development as well as women empowerment. So Poshan Abhiyan, within Poshan Abhiyan, what is the objective? To improve the nutritional status of children, adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating mothers, to bring down malnutrition, stunting among children and reduce the prevalence of anemia among young children, adolescent girls, pregnant and lactating mother. So all those things. Malnutrition status of children in Karnataka is around, as per the record of Poshan Tracker, 94,727 moderately malnourished children and 12,527 severely malnourished children are identified for 2024. So apart from that, we even provide child care centers. So in case there is a requirement of child care facilities, so in those situations we provide creches, or you can also talk about Kusina Mane. Okay, so Kusina Mane. So Karnataka State Women's Development Corporation, so will be nodal agency for several initiatives like Udyogini, Women Training Program, Devadasi Rehabilitation Program. Okay, so or you can also talk about Chetana, rehabilitation of transgenders, interest subsidy scheme to women entrepreneurs, Dhanasri scheme. Again, Dhanasri scheme, an amount of 30,000 rupees incentive from KSWDC is being given to women who are suffering from HIV to take up income generating activities. 30,000 rupees support will be given to, so in order to have a particular an income generating activity. So apart from that, pension to Devadasis, 2,000 rupees per month. Okay, 2,000 per month, those kind of things. So apart from that, Directorate of Child Protection, within that we have Mission Vatsalya, Child Welfare Committees, Juvenile Justice Boards, Adoption Program, Foster Care Scheme, all these things, okay, related to child. Child Helpline, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences or FOCSO. Okay, so under this scheme, one-time financial assistance of rupees 6,000 will be provided to child pregnant and child nursing mothers. Okay, so those who are below 18 years of age, so if they are pregnant or if they are lactating mothers, for them one-time compensation or one-time financial assistance of 6,000 would be given from government. Sponsorship program, as well as we have several state schemes like Vishesha Palana Yojana. So in case of HIV infected and affected children, Upkar scheme, Chief Minister Bala Seva Yojana, prohibition of child marriage, all these things. So you can talk about again. So in case of prohibition of child marriage, you can have a look here. Around 1,539, okay, so in 24-25, around 1,539 child marriages were prevented. 381 child marriages cases were reported. So 381 marriages cases were reported. Within that, only for 329 we have filed FIR. So out of 381 child marriage cases, so we have filed 329 FIR cases. So now what is the way forward? Grading of child care institutions, publication of newsletters, awards. So awards for those gram panchayats or those institutions, so which are exceptionally, so if they are working exceptionally, those kind of things. So apart from that, the special unit for children with special needs. All those things related to child care as well as women empowerment. Next is related to empowerment of differently abled and senior citizens. First one is related to differently abled. So within differently abled, we have higher persons, that is related to, okay, visually impaired, that is around 2,64,000. 2,71,000 is related to movement related disabilities. Okay, highest will be movement, so movement related or movement, so disabilities, that is 2,71,000. Second, visually impaired, that is around 2,64,000. So these kind of physically handicapped people we are seeing. So apart from that, we even have other cases, that is 2,46,000. Okay, so these kind of things, or multiple disabilities 1 lakh. So nearly 13 lakh people, so those who are, or persons who are suffering from these kind of so disability. Now, So what are the specific challenges that we have related to differently abled or physically disabled? So it's related to, one is to undertake survey of differently abled persons based on the types of disability in all districts of Karnataka. Second one, to establish hostels in all the districts headquarters to provide subsidized or free boarding and lodging. So facilities for working men and students with differently abled. So third point is to provide medical treatment rehabilitation services under Niramaya scheme. Okay, so for all the persons with mental retardation. So in case of, so one more thing is that to take up action to start district differently abled rehabilitation centers in the district's district headquarters. So these are all some of the specific challenges this department has. So now what are the different schemes or initiatives they are come up with is Braille printing press, so which has been established in Mysore. So apart from that, aids and appliances to the disabled, like hearing aid, all those things. So apart from that, medical relief fund, financial assistance to NGOs to run GIA. Okay, so apart from that, Sadhane and Pratibhe, these are two initiatives. So where what we try to do is that if a person with disabilities who participate in national and international sports events are provided an amount of 50,000 rupees as a token of encouragement under Sadhane scheme. So in case of other, that is to encourage disabled person participating in cultural and sports activities, a financial incentive of maximum rupees 20,000 for cultural activity, maximum rupees 50,000 for sports activities will be provided under the Pratibhe. Okay, so one is related to those who are participated in national and international level. So they will be given money under Sadhane scheme. Pratibhe scheme, again, what is the meaning of Sadhane? Sadhane means you have achieved already. So that achievement will be given a token, okay, token of gratitude or token of appreciation. So in case of Pratibhe is you have a talent. In order to nurture this talent, we are going to provide. So if it is related to cultural activities, we will provide up to 20,000 rupees. So in Pratibhe scheme. So in case of sports, we will provide up to 50,000 rupees. So next, senior citizens welfare programs. Again, here you have several welfare programs within that. So we are trying to provide financial assistance to NGOs in order to run old age homes, senior citizen helpline, daycare centers for senior citizens. So all these things. Okay. So even we have something called as human and gender development. Here majorly we are considering this particular part in based on HDI, that is Human Development Index. So when we talk about Human Development Index, the three important parameter used here is that one is health, second one is education, and the third one is, so they normally call it as standard of living. Okay, standard of living. Even though we call it as standard of living, so exactly we are talking about income. Okay, standard of living. So we are talking about income, that too in PPP dollars. Okay, purchasing power parity dollars. So let's have a look at that particular thing. So HDI is considered or calculated by these three pillars. So one is long and healthy life, second one is knowledge, third one is standard of living. So with long and healthy life, we will be trying to analyze the data related to life expectancy at birth. Based on in knowledge, we have two things. One is mean years of schooling, that is, so as of now, what average people or what people got average schooling. Okay, so in case of expected years of schooling, future generation. So what is the enrollment as of now? Up to which age they will get education. Okay, that is a future. Present situation as well as future situation in schooling. So and standard of living. So within standard of living, we are considering gross national income per capita. So that too based on PPP, okay, PPP dollars. So that is related to HDI, Human Development Index. So we are trying to compare different countries, so HDI, that to our neighbors. So if we consider India, India's HDI is 0.644. When you compare with other neighboring countries, what happens is that Nepal has 0.601, Pakistan has 0.541, sorry, 540. So these two are performing below India. Okay, so their ranking, you can also see Nepal's ranking is 149, Pakistan ranking is 165. So whereas Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are performing well. Okay, so when you compare it with India, so India's ranking is 135. So whereas Bangladesh ranking is 130, Sri Lanka's ranking is 76. Again, which report they are using? 23-24 Human Development Report. 23-24 Human Development Index report. So Sri Lanka's Human Development Index is 0.780, Bangladesh 0.670. So that means if any country has zero Human Development Index, which is so very minimally developed, okay, underdeveloped, so or near to zero, underdeveloped, the highest will be 1, okay, that value will be, so value will be between 0 to 1, in a range of 0 to 1. So 1 will be considered as highly highly developed, so whereas 0, so highly underdeveloped, or you can also say that underdeveloped. So in case of so life expectancy at birth, India's average is 67.7. So whether so if you consider it with other neighboring countries, Sri Lanka 76.6, Bangladesh 73.7, Nepal 70.5. So whereas Pakistan is below us, that is 66.4. So again, have a look at world average. World average is 72. That means India is underperforming. Okay, so below the world average. So next we have expected years of schooling. So around 12.6 years. Okay, so whereas in case of Sri Lanka 13.6, Bangladesh 11.9, so Nepal 12.6, so Pakistan so well below, okay, 7.9. Next we have mean years of schooling, average years of schooling. So the population as of now has, so that is 6.6 in case of India. So that is also a concerning fact. Okay, so apart from that, in Bangladesh 7.4 it is, Nepal 4.5, Pakistan 4.4. So in case of gross national income, so Sri Lanka has around 11,899 per purchasing power parity based dollar, so total income. So whereas in India 6,951, Bangladesh 6,511, so and Nepal as well as Pakistan 4,026 and 5,376. World average is 17,000. So when you compare world average with India's, that is world's average is nearly 3 times of India's. So per capita income, that is national income per capita based on PPP dollars. Okay, so when we talk about overall national income, then what happens? India will be within top 5 places. But if you are considering per capita income, what happens? India will be so in the last places. So in this situation, we can see India is in 135th place in Human Development Index report 23-24. So and we also consider or we also try to calculate Human Development Index in a state level. So here again we have used the same data, okay, so which are given by UNDP. So where we are trying to compare it with different states. So within that, have a look at this particular state, that is in 2022 we have conducted this particular survey. So again, before that we have conducted in 1999, 2005, 2015 and 22. The first place was given to New Delhi or NCT of Delhi, National Capital Territory of Delhi. So that has 0.723 HDI. Second place is for Kerala, 0.719. But if they ask state, then it will be Kerala, because Delhi is not a state, it is a union territory, remember that one. And the third place is for Himachal Pradesh with 0.680. Himachal Pradesh with 0.680. So again, fourth place, fifth place, if you are looking, fourth place Punjab, fifth place that is Tamil Nadu. So and in the last place, okay, so here they have talked up to 22, okay, 22. So if you look at the last place, that is Uttar Pradesh, 22. So 22nd place we have Uttar Pradesh. So here they have not considered all states, they have only considered major states. Okay, major states, because the smaller states will have higher human development index because of lower population rate there. So they will have a higher human development index. That's why we are only considering so larger or major states. So next we have human development index across districts of Karnataka. So here Bengaluru urban is performing better, that is at first place with 0.738 human development index. So Dakshina Kannada second, 0.687 human development index. Chikmagaluru third, 0.668. Udupi at fourth place, that is 0.665. So if you look at the bottom three or bottom four, so last place it will be Yadgiri. Yadgiri at last place. So Yadgiri with 0.538. Okay. So Kalaburgi 0.539. Raichur at 0.562. 28th, 29th and 30th position. So Yadgiri, Kalaburgi and Raichur. So top three, bottom three districts. So apart from that, we even have compared these different districts human development index over time, that is from 2015 to 2022. What was the difference? So if you have a look at these particular thing, you can also say that why there was a change. Like, so if you consider first place, that is Bengaluru urban, continued, but the human development index was reduced here, 0.7392 in 2015 to 0.7380 in 2022. So even though it continued at first place, so there is a slight decline within the human development index value. So second place, okay, second place Dakshina Kannada. So earlier in 2015 it was in third place. So which was in second place then there? Second place there we had Kodagu, but Kodagu is now at fifth place. So those kind of things you can highlight. Okay, differences. So how human development index changed over time from 2015 to 2022. Now we have top 10 taluks. So within top 10 taluks, first place will be Dakshina Kannada, that is Taluk Mangaluru district, Dakshina Kannada. So and you have Bengaluru South from Bengaluru urban at second place, Nelamangala from Bengaluru rural at third place. So and next we have Sulya, Bantwal, Dakshina Kannada. Next we have Bhatkal from Uttara Kannada, Tumkur, Ramanagara, Udupi, Hoskote. So these are top 10 taluks, okay, within so human development index. Bottom 10, so within bottom 10, so you can say that 176th place, last place will be so from Yadgiri taluk from Yadgiri district. So 175th Jevargi from Kalaburgi. 174th place, that will be Kudligi from Vijayanagara district. So Sorapura from Yadgiri at so 173 third place. So like this we have several things. Again, what you can highlight is that when you talk about top 10, so in top 10 you can see Dakshina Kannada, Bengaluru urban, Uttara Kannada or Udupi, these districts. So whereas in case of this bottom 10, you can see Yadgiri, Vijayanagara, Kalaburgi, these districts. So that means, so somewhere you can see there is a sharp developmental disparities between southern South Karnataka region as well as North Karnataka region. So there is no exact divide between these two regions, but there is a sharp differences between or you can also say that developmental disparities between these two regions. So we have something called as engendering human development in Karnataka. Within engendering human development index, we are trying to improve the gender, that is female to male ratio. So gender wise population will be conducted. Again, southern states shows a concern about sex ratio at birth except Kerala. So Kerala has around 974 sex ratio at birth. So whereas others shows there is a decline in sex ratio at birth. So that is one thing which is concerning. So you can compare southern states like Karnataka. From in 2014-16 it was around 935 so female child per 1000 male child. Okay, so in case of 18-20 it is 916, that is there is a decline, 935 to 916. Andhra Pradesh again 913 to 926, there is a slight increase, but when you compare these two, 2017-9 to 18-20, so there is a decline, 931 to 926. Kerala, so here 959 to 948, again 957 to 968. Now it is again improving, 974. Okay, so there is an increasing trend. So in case of Andhra Pradesh, from last two, if you compare last two, there is a decline. Okay, so in case of Kerala, so here also you can see increasing trend. Tamil Nadu, again there is a slight increase, 915 to 917. Telangana 899 to 892, that is there is a decline. India, overall India, you can see that 904 to 907. Okay, so there is an increasing trend in the overall India, that is also slight increase. So only 3, 904 to 907. So but there is a slight incline, but so increase. But here in southern states, so only where we can see increasing trend, that is in Kerala. Other states you can see there is a declining trend. Okay, so that's what we are highlighting there. So again, life expectancy at Karnataka, again what are the difference male and female, so you can also talk about that. So again, normally general numbers will be female life expectancy will be higher compared to male life expectancy. Okay, so female life expectancy you can see here. So female life expectancy Karnataka 71.9, Karnataka male life expectancy is 67.9. So whereas in India 71.4 is 68.6. Male life expectancy is lower compared to female life expectancy. Similarly, we even have gender wise literacy rate. In this case what happens? So male literacy rate is higher compared to female literacy rate. So Karnataka 88.1% male literacy, so whereas female literacy 77.3. So similarly, in cases of all India, that is 87.2% male literacy, 74.6 female literacy. So in case of Kerala, you can see there is a higher rate of literacy. Okay, 95.3% literacy. So those kind of things you can highlight. So apart from that, student enrollment. So in so southern states, male, female, so percentage you can check out. So here percentage, so we will go from, okay, diploma side. So when you check out diploma, so female participation here is around 40%, 39.27, 41.18, 39.47 or nearly 40%, 17.75, which state it is? Tamil Nadu. In diploma participation of so women or female is only 17.75 in Tamil Nadu. 45.28, 35.61, nearly 40% you can remember. In case of undergraduate, that is graduate degree. Okay, so within that UG, so you can see around 50%, around 50%. So highest 57%, that is in Kerala. So female participation 57% in Kerala. Okay, so out of 100 total students, you can see 57.95 female students. Okay, that is what we are saying. Post graduation, so again in Kerala you can see 74.69% female, so female in post graduation. So again, so nearly 50%, so 50% or more than 50% will indicate there is an gender equality, or sometimes it also like this 74.69% of female, so female participation, that also and showcases that there is an advantage for so female to female to get these kind of graduations. So again in PhD you can see it is near to 40%. So in Kerala only we can see around 62%. Okay, 62%. In case of Karnataka it is 45.99, 45.99 or 46%. So that is related to so student enrollment. So again you can also talk about worker population ratio, or it also talks about women empowerment. So again here also you can see that for 23-24, let's have a look at 23-24. So female participation, okay, so female participation out of 15 to 59 age group, so that is around 42.7 in Karnataka, okay, 49.2 in case of Andhra Pradesh, 39.6 in case of Kerala. So 44.9 in case of Telangana, as well as in case of 43.7 for all India. So that is female participation. You can compare it with male participation. So there is a disparity. So you can see higher number of or higher ratio of male are participating in economic activities. So when you compare to female, okay, female participation. So apart from that, you even have gender wise employment in organized sector. Okay, what is the percentage of male as well as female, so participating in private sector or organized sector. Similarly, you even have judges in Karnataka. How many judges? So those who are women or those who are female. So here you can have around 30%. Here you have around 30%, 31. So now it is up to 34.57%. In 22-23 we have 35, nearly 35% of female judges. So apart from that, we even have women's representation status in all the 3-tier Panchayat Raj institution. So initially in Panchayat Raj institution, so we have provided a reservation of 33%, 1/3. So but as of now, you can see that the percentage of women members in Gram Panchayat, okay, so Gram Panchayat are more than 40%. In some cases, or in 15, 16, 20, so it has crossed 50%. That is, so equal representation nearly. In case of Taluk Panchayat, again equal representation. So in case of Jilla Panchayat also, there is equal representation of nearly 50%. So that indicates, even though we have given a minimum reservation of 33% or 1/3, so there will be a so political empowerment, so for women. So based on that, there will be so higher number of so election contested by these women candidates. So and they ultimately they will also be in that position. So in the panchayats or Panchayat Raj institutions. So and there will be another another aspect of this, that is gender inequality index. Again, UNDP releases these kind of things. So again, within that we consider health, empowerment and labor code. Within the health, we are considering maternal mortality ratio as well as adolescent birth rate. In case of empowerment, female and male population with at least secondary education, female and male population or shares of parliamentary seats. So in labor market, female and male labor force participation rate. So by considering all these parameters, we try to develop a gender inequality index. Okay, so within that also you can have a look at different gender inequality index. Again, within that, top performing district in Karnataka is Udupi. So Udupi has 0.213, that means gender inequality index. So if it is near to 0, that ensures or that shows that there is a equality. Okay, so gender equality. So here least is 0.213, that is Udupi 0.213. Second, we have Uttara Kannada, that has 0.250. So gender inequality. So whereas highest gender inequality is seen in, okay, so highest in gender inequality is seen in Dharwad. Okay, 0.440, 30th place. Do we have more than that? No, 30th place, that is Dharwad. So with a gender inequality index of 0.440. Okay, so those are some of the points related to this. So apart from that, what is the way forward from here? So how we can promote entrepreneurship among women, or among so how we can protect women, or how we can empower women, so as well as child care, all these things. So they have discussed here. So you can have a look at these particular things as well. So with this, we have completed our discussion on 11th chapter. So 11th chapter, that was related to human development. In this video, we are going to discuss about Karnataka Economic Survey's 12th chapter, that is good governance practices in Karnataka. Again, remember, when we are going to start this particular chapter, so this particular chapter or the topic related to good governance is also mentioned in our Group C examinations. So within Group C, different special chapters they have mentioned. So within that, there is a one particular chapter which is called as E-Governance Initiatives. Okay, so that will be, so that particular questions or multiple choice questions can be sourced from this particular chapter. So that's one thing. Apart from that, you will have several other initiatives which can be quoted in different mains examination papers, like public administration. So when we are talking about good governance in public administration, or responsive governance, or new public administration, or new public management. So in all those situations, you can quote these kind of schemes. So whichever is contributing in that particular direction. So as well as in case of ethics, in ethics paper also you can quote some of these good governance practices. So let's have a look at what are the good governance practices they are talking here. So let's have a look into that. So first one, here they are talking about e-governance initiatives under Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms, DPAR. So within DPAR, we have a particular cell, DPAR e-governance. DPAR e-governance. So it was set up in year 2003. In year 2003, so that will be enabling all the governance or e-governance related initiatives. So we have Karnataka State Wide Area Network, or it is also called as KAS Mains. Okay, KAS Mains. Again, remember, when we talk about internet connectivity or connectivity, so there are two things normally used. One is LAN, another one is WAN. So when we talk about WAN, that is wide area network, normally we are connecting with internet. So we can connect with different, okay, so different offices in different places. Okay, so those kind of things. So whereas when we are talking about LAN, local area network, okay, normally the offices within that particular building or that particular locality itself. So that's why there is a difference between WAN and LAN. So we don't have, we have both, that is KAS WAN also we have. So similarly we even have secretary LAN. So again in Vidhan Soda we are using that particular LAN connection. So those kind of things. So when you talk about Karnataka State Wide Area Network, the Karnataka State Wide Area Network is in operation since December 2009. So from December 2009 we have started KAS WAN. It is serving as a state information highway for various departments of government of Karnataka, providing video and data services and secured internet services. So that is the function of Karnataka State Wide Area Network. So then we have e-procurement. So in order to make e-procurement, we have a particular platform which is called as Karnataka Public Procurement Portal, or normally you call it as KPPP. Okay, Karnataka Public Procurement Portal. So within this portal, a particular office or particular branch, okay, so that is public offices or government offices, so they can raise their tenders. So if they want, supposing that they want some number of computers, they can raise that particular tender. So based on the tenders or e-tenders received from different stakeholders, they can finally take a decision on to whom that particular tender should be going, that tender should be handed. So again, in this situation, what happens? E-tenders, normally there will be a transparency. Okay, so there will be no information shared or leaked. So that is the reason why we are using KPPP. So again, how we can utilize this? So it can enhance transparency, accountability and reliability, as well as responsiveness in all government procurement activities. And it also makes government procurements pro-business activity. So based on that, you will get these kind of procurements will be purchased in a very lower prices or competitive prices. We cannot say the lower price; it can be considered as competitive prices. So otherwise, what happens? Supposing that, so if I am known to some government official, so then I will say that I will give some amount to you. So I will supply this particular computers to you at this particular rate. So even the market rate is very low, so I will supply it at a higher rate. So by providing or making an arrangement of corruption with that particular official. So in this situation, in order to avoid this kind of corruption and maintain transparency, so we are trying to have these kind of e-procurement portals. So KPPP. So then we have Karnataka State Data Center. Recently, data is playing a very important role. Okay, so in those situations, we are also planning to have these kind of data centers within Karnataka. So and we want to build infrastructure for these data centers. Government of Karnataka is committed to providing a secure, resilient, reliable and scalable information technology infrastructure for all government departments. So within government departments also, we have several data related to beneficiaries or related to schemes. So in order to maintain those things also, we need some data centers. So boards, corporations for hosting and running their e-governance applications, initiatives in a secure manner for providing faster and reliable citizen services. So we are planning to enact Karnataka State Data Center. So so next we have Security Operation Center for SDC. So again, what is the meaning of Security Operation Center? Security Operation Centers are those centers which are going to provide cyber security. So in other terms, you can say that command center, it is a command center facility with a team of IT or cyber security professionals with expertise on information security, who would be responsible for monitoring, analyzing and protecting information and application hosted in Karnataka State Data Center. So whatever data hosted in Karnataka Data Center, Karnataka State Data Center, that would be analyzed, or that would be monitored, as well as that would be protected by these officials, that is considered as Security Operation Center. For State Data Center, Security Operation Center. So next we have unique identification numbers. So within this UID, that is unique identification number. So one important thing is that Aadhaar. So Aadhaar will be important unique ID. Unique ID. So that you can also see here, Aadhaar based authentication. So Aadhaar, these kind of unique IDs have been given through Aadhaar IDs. So now we are trying to link that Aadhaar ID into different benefits they are getting. So different schemes where they are beneficiaries. So by making these kind of things, we can rationalize the subsidies which we are giving, or we can rationalize scheme related beneficiaries. So again, even we have something called as child Aadhaar enrollment using birth registration number. Child Aadhaar enrollment using birth registration number. So even it will also help you to have birth registry associated with UIDAI, that is Aadhaar. All those things can be quoted here. So apart from that, Karnataka Resident Data Hub, we have something called as Karnataka Resident Data Hub. So it was a platform to deliver e-sign Aadhaar related services such as Aadhaar authentication and name matcher services to departments of the government of Karnataka. Name matcher, name matcher services are very, very important, because last generation, if you are looking at last generation, that means our father, mother in that particular generation. So you can see that their names are different in different official documents. So what it will make is that, you will have different names. So in order to get some benefits, so you may need to file a case or affidavit in court, saying that both are my names only. Those kind of things will be happening. Nowadays what we are trying to do, we are trying to have name matcher services or name matcher applications. So if you enter your Aadhaar ID, the name as on Aadhaar ID will be appearing for other these kind of IDs as well. So that is name matcher apps. So those kind of things you can also talk about here. So apart from that, electronic signatures. So in case if there is a electronic governance or electronic services provided by government of Karnataka, so in those situations sometimes you can also sign using sign electronically, e-sign. Those kind of things. No need to have your hand written signature. So those kind of things. Apart from that, even authentications can be given to these kind of authentication agencies. So within that we have service agencies, as well as we have other agencies related to these kind of authentication. So and we even have DigiLocker platform. Again, within DigiLocker platform we are trying to digitalize the documents, authentic documents, in digital registry. So those kind of things in DigiLocker. Again, you can have a look at this. It is a flagship initiative under Ministry of Electronics and IT, that is MEITY, under Digital India program. So it aims at digital empowerment of citizen by providing access to authentic digital documents to citizens. Digital document wallet and DigiLocker is an introduced platform for citizens to access digital document at their fingertips. Okay, so whatever issued documents within DigiLocker, that should be considered as so equivalent to original document. So that is related to DigiLocker. So apart from that, we even have e-office. So all the office related activities, okay, so can be again, so it can be monitored electronically. So those kind of things will be seen in e-office. So again, within National E-Governance Program, you are trying to make this. It is developed by National Informatics Center, NIC. So again, what are the facilities it gives you? So our particular officer is that facilitates the electronic management of office procedures, transforming government operations to be more efficient, effective and transparent in handling intra-government processes and transactions. Supposing that nowadays if you are applying for caste certificate, income certificate, so through online, that is Atal Janasnehi Kendras. So then what happens, the village accountant, if it is Gram Panchayat, village accountant, so should approve through his mobile only. Next it will go to next level officers. So after that, at the end it will come to Tahsildar. So Tahsildar will also approve electronically. So by that your caste certificate or income certificate will be generated. So these kind of things we are talking here. Electronic office, e-office. So another thing we have is e-PAR. E-PAR is related to electronic performance approval report. Performance appraisal report. Okay, so annual performance appraisal report will be provided through electronically. So that is e-PAR. So again, it is an online system, we know that. So it will provide comprehensive performance appraisal, okay, dossier that is maintained for each member of the service by the state government as well as central government. So that is e-PAR. So then we even have some of the initiative related to Kannada computing, e-Kannada. So again, within that we have Pada Kanaja, spelling checker, translation tool, that is Kannada Kasturi. So in that what happens, if you type in English, that will automatically transfer so that will translate that particular thing into Kannada. So those kind of things. So again, here you have some English Kannada translation tool. So apart from that, we even have Kannada fonts, font family, and Bhashini. So Bhashini is again a platform where you can during live session itself you can directly translate particular language into other languages, so especially Indian languages. So we have also used these particular tools in 2023 G20 meetings, so where Prime Minister Modi Modiji was speaking in Hindi, so it would have been for the audiences, so whatever the language they prefer, so in that language it should have been translated. So those kind of things, so related to Bhashini. Okay. So next we even have state scholarship portal and state hostel portal. So all this hostel allocation as well as scholarship are maintained through electronically. So those kind of things. Direct benefit transfer, Aadhaar linked Aadhaar mobile as well as your bank account linkage. So that is helping you to provide subsidies. If there is any subsidies you are getting for input subsidies like agriculture input subsidy, LPG subsidy. So if you are getting it from government of Karnataka or government of India, so that would have been directly transferred to your account now. So that is considered as DBT, direct benefit transfer. So apart from that, you even have Kutumba IDs or Kutumba project. So within Kutumba project, the basis on which this Kutumba system is developed is that ration card data. Okay, you can have a look at that particular point here. Ration card data has been used as the base and other department databases have been integrated with Kutumba. So apart from that, Karnataka Open Data Initiative, KODI. So this is also very important, where the open data ecosystem. So here the data, some data, okay, which are lower priority data, so which require less protection. So those kind of data can be sold to some data fiduciary. Okay, so you can have a look at that particular point as well. The citizen data can be shared, this data, so which are not that much sensitive data. So if there is a sensitive data, that will so lead to a question mark on the privacy, right to privacy. Okay, so here we are trying to sell those kind of or share those kind of data, so which are not that sensitive. Okay, so those kind of things. Apart from that, we even have RTI online, so right to information, you can apply so through online, so those kind of application. So apart from that, we even have crop surveys. We have seen that 2018-19. So it was this crop survey was done through mobile. So by using educated youth in that particular area. So from 1920 onwards, so we have given a particular opportunity or option for farmers and themselves. They can directly survey the crops for using their mobiles. Those kind of things. Apart from that, Karnataka State Web Portal. Again, so this web portal of Government of Karnataka is an integrated solution providing a single point of information and interaction for all citizens, visitors and businesses related to government initiatives. Karnataka Government Secretariat LAN, so SecLAN or Secretariat LAN, again I have told about this, that is LAN, okay, local area network. So within this Secretariat LAN, the largest enterprise grade Wi-Fi network spread across Vidhan Saudha, Vikasa Saudha, MS Building, Annex and Lokayukta. So there we have seen a local area network. So that is called as Secretariat LAN. So even we have National Academic Depository. So if you are getting some educational, so in those education, okay, so during those education period, so you will get several certificates. Okay, completing certificate, marks card, all those things. So you can store those kind of certificates in this particular depository, that is National Academic Depository. So you can have this explanation, that is to store and publish their academic records, mark sheet, caste certificate, etc. So through online depository, in online depository. So next we have Mahiti Kanaja. Again, it is nothing but to seek information through RTI. So Right to Information Act. So it is a unified web portal designed to provide information to citizens under Section 4, so Clause 2 of the Right to Information Act 2005. So again we even have FRUITS. So FRUITS stands for Farmer Registration and Unified Beneficiary Information System. So if there are several initiatives or several schemes related to farmers, so each farmer will have a unique farmer ID that is considered as FRUITS. Okay, so for this fruits, whatever the benefits that particular farmer can get, so that can be provided. Okay, so that will be a unified data or unified ID for that particular farmer. So that will rationalize the subsidies given to farmer, as well as that will also rationalize the different schemes. Okay, so different schemes related to that. So again, have a look at this particular explanation, that is to have common database of farmers and other beneficiaries who want to avail farm related benefits and services from the government. It also facilitates various departments in providing assistance to the beneficiary by connecting to DBT portal, Direct Benefit Transfer portal. Therefore, also acts as a repository of benefits provided. FRUITS is aimed at bringing departments like agriculture, horticulture, sericulture, animal husbandry, veterinary sciences, fishery, backward classes and social welfare onto a single platform. So all these benefits, so whichever different departments are providing, so that will be unified into a single platform. So that FRUITS platform for you. So next we have integrated public grievance redressal system. In case of there is some issues related to governance, so you can approach, okay, government through IPGRS. So IPGRS, Integrated Public Grievance Redressal System, or in Karnataka we call it as Janaspandana. Similarly, for central government we have CP Grams. Okay, CP Grams. So these kind of initiatives you can have a look at. So this will be one-stop multimodal, data-driven, paperless IT platform to transform the Karnataka's grievance management system for registration, processing and redressal of the public grievances regarding the delivery of services and schemes of various departments of government of Karnataka. So that is IPGRS. So next we have e-Sahamati, within e-Sahamati. So if supposing that there are some data related to me, if the government agency wants to share this data with some other company, again, so there are some key terms they are mentioning. So if that data is related to me, I will be data principal. So if there is some company which is going to purchase that data, or there is a company which is going to share that data to some other company, that company which is purchasing, so will be considered as, okay, so will be considered as data fiduciary. Okay, so data fiduciary. The department keeping that data, would be considered as data fiduciary. Now, so whenever these kind of data fiduciary is providing some data to some other companies or sharing the data with other companies, so there may be some of the data which require data principal's approval. That means if that data belongs to me, so I may need to also approve some of the data sharing. Okay, in those situations, so you can use e-Sahamati. Electronically you can approve. So those kind of things. Apart from that, we even have Directorate of Electronic Delivery of Citizen Services. So related to e-governance. Seva Sindhu, one platform, many services. So many services can be availed through this particular platform, Seva Sindhu. So and Grama One project. Grama One project is a particular project where we are trying to reduce the stress on the government offices. Okay, so those kind of things. A single point assistance center for all citizen centric activities at the village level, including G2C services, B2C services and banking services. Okay, government to consumer or government to customer. So similarly business to customer, so as well as banking services. So again within Grama One, so similar to Grama One, so we even have Bengaluru One. Okay, Bengaluru One. As well as we even have Karnataka One. Okay, Karnataka One. So these kind of initiatives we have. So apart from that, we have Suvidha app. This will be a one-stop solution for benefit delivery of government's welfare schemes. So Jana Sevaka project. So that will be enhancing or enhanced assisted delivery model wherein citizens can avail services at their doorstep. Jana Sevaka. So they can avail these kind of services so on to their door. Jana Sevaka. Suvidha is related to direct benefit transfer of government's welfare schemes. So next we have Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. So again, okay, so this will use some of the latest or cutting edge technologies like remote sensing, geographical information system, GPS, global positioning system. So based on these data, they can provide issues of planning, development, management of natural resources. So all these kind of planning activity or implementing of different schemes can be done. So by using technical or by using latest technology used data, okay, surveys. So those kind of things. We even have Sakala mission. Okay, Sakala. So it is also, so this is a particular, the act was implemented across state of Karnataka. So on 2nd April 2012. So at that point of time when it was adopted, so around 151 services in 11 departments were given through Sakala. Now around 1255 services, so in around 108 departments or institutions are provided through Sakala. Again Sakala, so the name itself says that, so it should be done within some time period. So while giving some accountability related tasks to the officers who are or officials who are conducting that kind of services. Okay, so supposing that if you are applying for caste certificate, normally what is there? So if you apply today, so within 21 days you should receive caste certificate or your application should have been rejected. there should be some sort of decision taken related to that. So it should be approved or it should be rejected. So if it is rejected, you should mention the reasons why it was rejected. If it is approved, so you should able to take that caste certificate. If it crosses certain days, like 21 days, so if it crosses that day, so then what happens, that the compensation should be given, or penalty will be imposed on the official who is in charge of that particular thing. Those kind of things. So that is related to Sakala. So and we even have single sign-on. Again, in government officials, so what happens is that, again, in normal situation also, supposing that you are been logging into different web platforms. So in each you have kept different passwords. Then what happens? So it is a normal tendency of human is to forget everything, right? So if you forgetting all those things, then what happens? And then normally what happens? So you will there will be a difficulty. So in accessing the e-governance platforms. So that's why we have single sign-on for all. So then we even have business process re-engineering, BPR cells. So these are the centers for e-governance. So to strategic management approach, that is focused on fundamentally rethinking and redesigning business process to achieve significant improvements in performance, efficiency and effectiveness. Those kind of things. Business process re-engineering cells. Okay, so we even have unified land management system. So in order to bring transparency and efficiency in land revenue or land documents, land records. Okay, so or management. So special development for balanced regional development. Again, when we talk about this particular thing, so we are talking about Nanjundappa committee report. Again, so why it was important? Because in 1956, when Karnataka government reorganized, sorry, not Karnataka, so then it was called as Mysore. Okay, Mysore state, when it was reorganized based on linguistic basis. So in those situations, what happened? Kannada speaking places like, so which were earlier, so in the which were earlier under the administration of Bombay province, Hyderabad province, so Nizam, as well as Madras province and older Mysore province. So all this came together into Karnataka, or all together. So it made we made a state reorganized, that is Mysore state was formed then. So later it was renamed as Karnataka. Okay. Now while doing so there were different places. Okay, different places which were merged into one particular state now. In these places, some of the places which normally, or which got a good administration, so was relatively developed. So there were several places like Bombay, Karnataka, some part of Bombay, Karnataka, or some part of all the parts of Hyderabad, Karnataka, they were underdeveloped. So because those administrators, whoever administering at that point of time, so they ignored these kind of places. So that was the reason. So there was a sharp disparity between the southern part of Karnataka as well as northern part of Karnataka. So you can have a look at that particular point. So here, north-south divide existing, there is a sharp north-south divide existing in the state. The regional gap emerged in the state on the eve of the reorganization of states 1956. The new areas that joined the state from Hyderabad state and Bombay state were relatively less developed than the old Mysore state. Okay, this area formed the northern part of the state. In the absence of focused efforts in the past, the development gap increased. Okay, so whenever we have certain developed places like old Mysore state, so here we try to improve further, or economic activities further enhanced. So whereas those areas which were backward, okay, economically backward, there so we tend to make less initiatives related to boosting economic activities. So that is the reason, again, this imbalances or this particular gap increased. So that is the reason. So in order to address this, we have constituted in 2002, in 2000, so we have constituted High Power Committee for Redressal of Regional Imbalances, which was having a chairmanship of Dr. D.M. Nanjundappa. So it gave its report in 2002. So we normally consider that particular committee's name as Nanjundappa Committee or Nanjundappa Report. So Nanjundappa Committee or Nanjundappa Report developed a comprehensive composite development index. So based on 35 different socio-economic indicators. 35 different socio-economic indicators. Based on that, so they have conducted several survey. So and based on that, they have given a particular comprehensive composite development index, CCDI. So based on that, so they try to measure different places or different taluks. Here they are considered taluks as a unit. So whether it was developed or underdeveloped. So they try to study that particular part. So based on their study, so they have identified around 114 taluks as backward taluks. They have identified 114 taluks as backward taluks out of 175 taluks. So within that also you can see majority of the taluks were present in North Karnataka region. Okay, so backward classes majority was present in North Karnataka region. So whereas in developed taluks majority was in our southern part of Karnataka. So that is the reason, or that is the basis on which Nanjundappa Committee gives some recommendation. So what are the recommendations they are given? Like, so to create several educational institutes or economic activities in northern Karnataka region. Like they have recommended to create Central University at Kalaburgi, High Court benches at Dharwad and Kalaburgi, Women University in Vijaypura, IT parks in Kalaburgi as well as Hubli, Food Park in Kalaburgi. So like this, they are given several recommendations. Based on that recommendation, these are the initiatives which are already implemented by Karnataka government. Okay, so these are all already implemented by Karnataka government. Now, special development plan. What is the meaning of special development plan? So whichever 114 backward taluks, so we are talking about. So in order to improve economic activities in this particular area, or in order to develop these kind of areas, so we need special development plan related to that particular backward areas. So that is considered as special development plan. Okay, so that is also recommended by DM Nanjundappa Committee. The committee has estimated the required resource flow in the 114 backward taluks to bring them on par with other taluks. There should be special plan or special promotion, or you can say that, so there should be enough resource flow. So in order to boost the development in these backward taluks, so in order to make them similarly developed or relatively developed compared to other taluks. So for that, they have said that there is a requirement of around 31,000 crore. Okay, so and this plan was having a particular time period of 8 years, which an 8-year special development plan has been recommended. For implementation of this special development plan, so there was a requirement of 31,000 crore in investment. So within that 31 crore, 15,000 crore would have been given from normal plan. So and remaining 16,000 crore should be in form of additional grants. Okay, so that is for special development plan. Now, what are the objectives of special development plan? To give a thrust to development programs in the 114 backward taluks to move towards a more balanced development in the state. To accelerate growth in the backward taluks through the stimulus of additional investment in various sectors and areas. To establish the needed institutions or organizations to redress the imbalances in the concerned sectors in backward taluks. So apart from that, to provide location-specific sectoral schemes in backward taluks in order to raise the level of services in these sectors to the level of state average. So that is the reason why we have a special development plan. Again, So there were questions asked in this particular part, that is paper 2, that is GS1 section 3. So they have asked these particular questions. So on DM Nanjundappa committee, what are the initiative taken by government of Karnataka? That mains question also they have asked. Apart from that, even they have asked the question on SDP. SDP is nothing but special development plan. Okay, so you need to remember that. So apart from that, we even have area development boards for specifically for development of certain areas, like Malenadu Area Development Board. Again, within Malenadu Area Development Board, we have several schemes which are conducted. So apart from that, we even have Bayalusime Area Development Board. Okay. So apart from that, we even have Karavali Development Authority. So for coastal area. So these are all some of the initiative. Again, what are the achievements of each local area development boards? So you should remember. So apart from that, we even have Article 371J, this provision within Constitution. So in order to provide special status to Kalyana Karnataka. Earlier it was known as Hyderabad Karnataka. Now we are calling it as Kalyana Karnataka. So it includes 7 districts, which are those: Bidar, Yadgiri, Raichur, Koppala, Ballari, Kalaburgi and Vijayanagara. So these 7 districts. So what are the special provisions given to them? So you can say that establishment of separate development board for Kalyana Karnataka region, with the provision that a report on the working of the board will be placed each year before the state legislative assembly. Second one, equitable allocation of funds for developmental expenditure over the said region, subject to the requirements of the state as a whole. Equitable opportunities and facilities for the people belonging to said region in matters of public employment, education and vocational training. So these kind of special treatment or special status was given to this Kalyana Karnataka region. Okay, so these are some of the points related to that. So despite all this initiative, so why there is still we can see a sharp disparity between the development? So is that there are several other issues or challenges associated. Okay, specific challenges they are talking about. Despite the interventions to develop the Kalyana Karnataka region on par with relatively developed regions, vital indicators relating to human development, in particular of the region, depicts that the gaps in the indices still persist. This indicates that the barriers to development are still strong enough to retard the development process. Okay, so in this context, so intensive efforts are required to bridge the development gap, so and attain equitable distribution of gains from development across regions and people in state. Therefore, to plug the backwardness of the Kalyana Karnataka region, state has made a conscious effort of substantially increasing the allocation provided to Kalyana Karnataka Regional Development Board or KKRDB. So these kind of points you need to use in your answer writing. Okay, mains answers. Then we have Karnataka Legislator Local Area Development Scheme. So within that, so 2 crore rupees would have been given to each MLA in order to develop their local area constituencies. Similarly, we even have MP LAD scheme. So within MP LAD scheme, so each MP will be given 5 crores. So in order to develop their local area constituencies. Okay, so those are some of the points related to this. So apart from that, we even have Karnataka Monitoring and Evaluation Authority. So this will try to evaluate government schemes, or you can say that, so it will try to evaluate the outcomes of government schemes and programs. So what is the amount which they have spent on this particular program? What are the outcomes from that particular program? So those kind of things. Again, you can have some of the aspects of this policy, like, so schemes over 1 crore outlay. Whichever scheme which has more than 1 crore rupees funding, so that should be evaluated at least once in that plan period. Second, 1% of the total outlay of the project or scheme to be kept for project evaluation purpose in the department. So okay, if supposing that 100 crore rupees funding is given to particular scheme, then 1% of that, that is 1 crore, should be kept for the evaluation of that particular scheme. Outcomes to be used for improving program design and delivery. Supposing that you have evaluated a scheme, So based on that, you get some outcomes or some results. You should use that result to continue the plan, or that particular result should be used for improving the program, design and delivery. So apart from that, if there is any program that need to be carried forward or that should be continued, in those situations, justification should be drawn from the evaluation made. So or you can say that justification to take a program forward beyond the plan period. So that should be through evaluation. So that is Karnataka Monitoring and Evaluation Authority. So next we have Karnataka Directorate of Economics and Statistics. So normally this particular institute comes with Karnataka at a glance and District at a glance. So these kind of simple publications, important publication. Even though it is simple, it is important publication. So there we will see key facts related to Karnataka or key facts related to districts, and there will be also comparison between the Karnataka's key facts with the India's key facts. So all those things can be seen in Karnataka at glance or District at glance. So registration of births and deaths through e-Janma software, again electronic governance service. So apart from that, they have also given some of the way forward related to Directorate of Economic and Statistics. Okay, so those are some of the points related to this particular chapter, that is a 12th chapter. So good governance initiatives in Karnataka. So you should able to use some of the facts which we have discussed in this particular chapter for your mains examination. In this video, we are going to discuss about Karnataka Economic Survey's last chapter, that is chapter 13, Sustainable Development Goals. So very small chapter, so but it may you may require some of the facts within this particular chapter, so in order to answer the questions, so in prelims as well as mains. So let's have a look at the background of Sustainable Development Goal. So in Rio Earth Summit, we come across with a certain thing called as Millennium Development Goal. So from 2000 to 2015, the Millennium Development Goals was, so we need to achieve these kind of goals. So that was given a name of Millennium Development Goals. So after completion of 2015, that is from 2015 to 2030, for next 15 years, so we have come across with Sustainable Development Goal. So we have come up with this particular goals, that is Sustainable Development Goals, okay, SDGs. So this Sustainable Development Goals, so there are 17 different goals within Sustainable Development Goals. So let's have a look at that particular point as well. So and what are the objective of Sustainable Development Goal is that sustainable development implies promotion of sustainable, inclusive and equitable economic growth, creating greater opportunities for all, reducing inequalities, raising basic standard of living, fostering equitable social development and inclusion, promoting integrated and sustainable management of natural resources and ecosystem. These kind of objectives are there with Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, so again, Sustainable Development Goal can be classified into 5 different pillars or 5 different broad areas, which are people, planet, prosperity, peace, partnership. So when you talk about people, so there are several there are several goals related to end poverty and hunger in all their forms and dimensions, and to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality and in a healthy environment. Planet, to protect the planet from degradation, including through sustainable consumption and production, sustainably managing its natural resources and taking urgent action on climate change, so that it can support the needs of the present and future generation. Prosperity, to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that economic, social and technological progress occurs in harmony with nature. So in case of peace, to foster peaceful, justice and inclusive societies which are free from fear and violence. So there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. So that link they are giving. So apart from that, partnership, to mobilize the means required to implement this agenda through a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity, focused in particular on the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable, and with the participation of all countries, all stakeholders and all people. So these are the 5 basic pillars, okay. So within this, people, planet, prosperity, peace as well as partnership. So let's have a look at this particular part, that is people. So within that we have human development, social development, environmental sustainability and sustainable livelihood. So there are several indicators, like they have mentioned 3, 4, 6 here, 1, 2, 8, 9 and 17 here. So like that we have several indicators, so our goals, that is a total 17 goals we have. So which are those? You can have a look here. The first one is no poverty, sustainable development goal number 1. So no poverty, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Second, zero hunger. So zero hunger, end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So that will be second. So third SDG, good health and well-being, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Fourth one, quality education, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Fifth one, gender equality. Sixth one, clean water and sanitation. Seventh, affordable and clean energy. Eighth, decent work and economic growth. Ninth one, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10th, reduced inequalities. 11th, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. So and 16 is related to peace, justice and strong institution. 17 is related to partnership for the achievement of goals. So these are 17 goals associated with sustainable development or SDG, which are called as sustainable development goals. So within that we have each state's performance within this SDG. So within that, the first place here we see Kerala with a number of 79, that is performance. So out of 100 they could able to score 79. So with this number they are at top. At second place we have Tamil Nadu. So with 78 score out of 100. So that is second. In third place we have Himachal Pradesh. Okay, third place Himachal Pradesh. So these are first top 3. So apart from that, we even have other states data. You can have a look at that particular thing as well. So again, from union territories, at first place we have Chandigarh. So in second place we have Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, in union territories. So next, SDG scores of Karnataka in different SDGs, that from 1 to 16. Okay, in 17 what happens is that there is no score in SDG 17. So because that is talking about partnership. In partnership you cannot make any quantitative assessment, there will be a qualitative assessment, that's why. So you won't get any scores in SDG 17. So in 2020-21, so what was the score, and 23-24 what was the score? So you can have a look at. So you can have look at these kind of exceptions, like in SDG 7 we have 100 out of 100. So that is related to clean and renewable energy. Okay, so where we could able to achieve what was targeted. Okay, 100 means achiever, 65 to 99 front runner. Okay, 50 to 64 are considered as performer, and 0 to 49 aspirant. Okay, so as of now you are aspirant. So if you clear, so then you are performer, or if you are able to write a general answer, or you can write average answer, then you are performer. So if you can write excellent answer, you will become front runner. Okay, so finally if you are in merit list, then you are achiever. Okay, not by other means, so by these kind of competitive means only. Okay, some of you may think that so we will go through other routes, sir, we will achieve from that. So no. So if you are doing so, I know that, so you won't listen to my classes. So if you are of that particular nature, so you won't listen to my classes. So so why I am saying that is that, so whenever I go into this much detail, normally what happens, those who are not at all interested related to these kind of in-depth knowledge, they will not be sticking with us. So that is the reason I am saying that. So normally if you are achiever, so by particular transparent means, so then you will be doing all the things so which is required for achievement. Okay, so in these kind of situation where you have complete dilemma about the examination. Okay, so next, so we have different SDGs within that. So in which Karnataka is not performing well, so which state can be role model for this, or you can say that top performing states so also mentioned. So you can have a look at that particular point as well. Okay, what is Karnataka's score, as well as then they are talking about what the front running states, or you can say that best performing states are achieving. So these are some of the points related to that. So this is related to SDG. So we have up to 17 SDG. Then what are the way forward? Okay, what are the challenges we have or way forward? So one is related to funding for SDG. So you can have a look here, GSDP, SDG linkage. Analyze and establish connection between sectoral parameters of GSDP and SDGs for comprehensive alignment. So or rationalizing. Private sector ESG. ESG is nothing but environmental social governance framework. So with SDG. Schematic weightages. Establish proper weightages for schemes linked to multiple SDGs to reflect their proportionate SDG contribution. CSR fund mobilization of CSR fund. So encourage CSR funding for SDG related projects at Grama Panchayat as well as Taluk Panchayat level. And SDG bonds for resource mobilization as well as align object heads with SDG. So by doing all these kind of specific reforms, we can enhance the sustainable development goal related our achievements. Okay, that is the way forward they are given. So with this we have completed Karnataka Economic Survey finally. So thank you for joining. If you like this initiative, so you should like the videos, as well as you can share these videos with your friends. So if you think they are going to get benefits of these particular videos. Okay, so and at the same time, so you have listened to all these things. Okay, so complete economic survey. So you may also try to read or attempted to read Karnataka Economic Survey in its original form, that is official document. So now it is your duty to make certain points out of it and link it with the KAS Mains syllabus, where you can quote which kind of examples. Okay, so that kind of short notes should be encouraged. So that will be better if you are taking these particular points to your KAS Mains examination. So then you should link that. So whichever topic are there, for example, if you are talking about paper 2, that is GS1 section 3. So within that 5th chapter, decentralization, if it is talking about decentralization, so within that what are the points we can quote from Karnataka Economic Survey. So those kind of things you need to link. Okay, so if you can able to do that, so this economic survey will help you to boost your marks. So you will score more by using these kind of facts. So all the best for your examination. Okay, so don't worry about any rumors. So keep reading or keep writing your answers. So you will come out with flying colors. So thank you. So we'll see you in the next initiatives. Till then, take care. Bye bye and see you.